The McDonald's breakfast deal. Succulent sausage and egg McMuffin and a latte, all for just $2.79. Something that will make anyone a morning person. So morningy that even the birds are more morningy. McDonald's. Until 11 a.m. Not available on delivery. Exclusions apply. Price and participation may vary.
Everyone knows therapy is great for solving.
Oh, happy Friday! How are we all doing on this wonderful day? You've arrived at the end of your week. Congratulations. And now you get to bury your head in the sand for 2 days before returning to the torture. But maybe we can help make it a little bit more entertaining. Hopefully a long stream today. We'll see how things go. But on top of that, I'm still weighing up whether we're going to come live on Sunday. I need to figure out the format. That was the thing I was meant to do that I didn't. I wanted to check the format for the War Chief Club. Presumably it's the final 16 on day number 2, so maybe we come online on Sunday and we'll catch some of those games. If it is that, I'm going to have to monitor the bracket system though. If it ends up just being like, for example, the finals on the final day, which would be weird anyway, then we won't. But usually the War Chief Club, the way they do it is that they have, I believe it's the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals on the second day. So we'll look to come online earlier than when the tournament resumes, and we'll catch up with all that. Should be fun though. They've got Regions, Kawasan, Floodplain, Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, Cauldron, and Bridges. So pretty cool map rotation. So the other cool thing that's very exciting is we actually have some show matches lined up for next week. So first show match is going to be on the Tuesday. It's going to be at 6 p.m. UK time. That is going to be a show match between MSNDK and... Oh, sorry, not MSNDK. Gully Deckle and Dragavan. And it's going to be very intriguing because we'll be testing out a new map, as well as a new Civ. So we've got this nice combo of things going on. The Hosin actually created a unique Civ, a variant Civ of an existing one. And then we also have Kavayu, who's created an improvement on a trash tier map that exists in AoE4 regular right now. So we'll be testing those out. And then... on the 4th, we've got a show match between Voldemar and Elyona that will kick off at 3 p.m. UK time. Should be a best of 7. So really exciting times. I'm hoping we can start to have some semi-frequency towards show matches. I'd love to just run these kind of like weekly tournament formats, maybe even like on a weekday. But I just think it's very difficult to get a lot of players to tune in for those, especially considering the prize pools have to be small. So moment we'll probably focus on show matches here and there where we can. If you guys do want to contribute to show match funding for the future, because I noticed a few people asked about this before. There's two ways. You can honestly just go through to the Patreon and subscribe to one of the tiers, and then that money will funnel through to me. Or I think the way to make it very clear where that money is going to go always, I might just treat Coffee as the place for like donating to the tournaments. I think I've got both of them up right now. I need to create a banner for Coffee, but the Patreon one has the banner and the Coffee is just below it. For Mana Lords, yeah, I don't know what exactly the price is. In regards to Mana Lords, I was talking like with one of the guys on the team, and yeah, like they basically said that they might be a struggle to get back to me. I basically asked for like early access and key, and I never got that. Oh, good idea. I probably should add a Patreon command. Let me do that right now. I mean, they are down below in the panels as well, by the way. Like it's, I mean, I set up both because someone asked about the alternative. I'm just not sure I need to have Coffee and Patreon, so I'll figure that one out. I guess the difference is Coffee doesn't really require commitment, whereas Patreon maybe does. So it's like, it depends on whether people like to subscribe or not, I guess. But, you know, it's cool. We got a few people actually going in for that. Oh, so I appreciate the support. And honestly, it'd be nice to kind of figure out some incentive to give people, because I'm still not really sure what to do on that would get people reaching into their pockets. I think right now, the only tier that has incentives is the $50 tier, which is like an ability to submit a replay and get a little bit of coaching on that. Which, I mean, might move the needle for some people, because I noticed some people recently were asking, do I do coaching? So I guess that's how you get your access. All right, we might check it out later, Gotcha McPhee. I will have to be in the right mood and mindset to do a free-for-all cast, because I've cast one or two normal free-for-alls, and ever since I started doing my modded format free-for-alls, normal free-for-alls are boring trash. They take way too long. They are... You could basically trim 50% of your standard free-for-all happening right now, and you wouldn't miss a thing, which is fundamentally bad design by the devs. I did warn them about this. Oh, one sec. I just realized we didn't push on YouTube. There we go. But there we go. Patreon command should now be working. Boom. Wonderful. People love them, though. I debate that. So I put something very interesting in my Discord chat, actually. If you guys didn't see that, it's probably because you need to join the Discord. !Discord. Make sure you do that. Trying to build a nice little community here. Multiple ways for you guys to talk with me and with each other, whether I'm online or not. But there was something very interesting that I noticed. And here you go. I'll pull it up now so you guys can have a look. Because I found this very intriguing. So, wait, why is it? That's weird. Did the thread get pulled down? What? Yeah, but here's the thing, Gotcha McPhee. Your idea of just going 8 times speed doesn't work, because the way that speed up simulation works in replays is anchored to performance, and performance is poor in large scale games. So when you click to go 8 times in the mid game, like 10 minutes even, 20 minutes definitely in the free for all, you're actually not going 8 times speed. You're going at like 2 times speed. It's a very big frustration I've had with the game, actually, from that POV. And there's no, like, click-through bar. There really should just be a click-through bar. Oh, yeah, dude. Like, everyone's posting about this right now. Wait, we've got Sims as well. Age of Empires might have multiple games? I don't know, man. I don't know what the event would look like that way. We'll have to wait for some sort of announcement. I'm just trying to find the thread, because like I said, this thread was very intriguing to me. Because it broke down... Yeah, here we go. So Comfortable Bid posted this. They broke down the statistics on what people play, and I just realized I haven't even been showing my thing. Sorry, white flashbang. So yeah, this is very... Oh my god, dude. The amount of ads on Spotify is getting cringe. So this is very intriguing, actually, because... when you break down, so the one that really matters is here, right? Like when you break down the, oh, you can't even zoom in on this crap. So you break down these 1v1s, 2v2s, all that kind of stuff, right? So like 1v1s make up the biggest percentage. Can you guys see that? Because it's like in the way, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to do this. So 20%. 2v2s are 12.82. 3v3s are 10%. 4v4s are 17.3%. Right? And that's for rank play. And then the quick match, like 1v1s are the lowest performer. So that's kind of wild, actually, because like what that means is when you combine 4v4s with both quick match and ranked, they make up a larger percentage than 1v1s. The deceptive part about this, the thing that doesn't, like, by the way, before anyone's like, well, that's it, KP, you need to start casting all the team games. Duck 1v1s, who gives a shit? Clearly, like, that's not the popular game mode. One thing I would immediately tell you to be very, very careful of here, where this gets deceptive, think about how more likely you are to get 1-minute GGs in 4v4s, 3v3s, and whatnot. It happens a lot. I remember when I tried to queue solo, and 4 games in a row, my teammate would GG at like 8 minutes because one knight showed up in his base. Again and again and again. So these numbers will be inflated based on that, is all I'll say to begin with. But this does pose an intriguing question. And that is, what is driving these statistics? And what is then informing the viewer base's choice? Because the thing that I think usually gets glazed over, and hold on, I'm just going to actually change the background on our chat window a bit more. Because I just realized how obnoxiously... There we go. Alright. Hopefully that'll pop a bit better. But here's the problem, right? Like, you're talking about a situation where if these stats support the idea that team games and all this crap are much better, Nomads, like it's hard to gauge this because they're very recent. If this is the case that people, like there is a lot of people that engage with these, where is the audience, is what I would say. So this is where the conversation gets intriguing, right? Because there is a fair point that if the argument is to be made that actually 1v1s are crap and more people want this, why is it every time that I switch from doing 1v1s to doing free-for-all lobbies or casting free-for-alls, casting team games, the audience numbers go like this? Same on YouTube. Do you have a look at recent uploads? So, if you have a look at recent uploads, hey, it's me right there. So if we have a look at recent uploads here, 1v1, 4v4, right? 1v1 had double the viewership, triple the viewership here for 1v1. Once again, a third of the viewership when you go into 2v2, v2v2. Mountain clearing free-for-all done alright, actually. That was the impressive part. But I think like that is like how much that was the map versus the free-for-all element, right? Where's the next free-for-all? Yeah, this one. 400 views, right? Now, maybe that's the format. Maybe that's the free-for-all element. That's the tough part to figure out right now, is what is triggering that decrease in viewership, right? Like, it's possible because my current viewership, my viewing audience is based around 1v1s. That is what is informing that data. That's what's driving that data. That is a possibility. I'm not discrediting that. But it is quite a perplexing one. It brings up the interesting question. Same with the Twitch side. Is the audience driven to 1v1s because that's the way you've constructed the vehicle? And if it is, how do you then fix that? Right? Because if people looking for team games aren't coming to Twitch, aren't coming to YouTube anyway, looking for team games, same free-for-alls, then you already have an information issue that you can't easily overcome without serious marketing. Team games are a big part in general. I mean, they may be a big part in general, but the game isn't remotely balanced around them, Badaro. When you start tracking this data, if the data start before, it clearly start before FFAs were out. You can tell by the percentage. The numbers don't make sense, in my opinion, anyway. like he feels like a lecturer in an NBA pro. No, it's interesting though, because like it's about the future direction of content within Age of Empires, right? Because like this is true across the board. When Dumu does a free for all or BC does a free for all, I'm pretty sure they're getting less numbers than they are when they've done 1v1s. They're still doing fine, but like I would argue that they probably do have less like viewers. They'll have their core community that'll hang there, but there's like this very purest form of 1v1 watching within the AoE4 directory. I'm the number going down. I watch for competitive action. I'm not watching for fun, especially in AoE4. See, that's concerning because Bandaro, with a statement like that, I would make the bold claim, why are you not watching StarCraft instead? Or Dota 2? Or CSGO? Right? Because if you're looking for the peak of competitiveness, like, I think most people would flat out say, yes, those are where the people look. Because the interesting thing is, I think AoE4's advantage in a lot of ways lies in its more casual audience side. But that isn't somehow translating a tool into viewership. 2v2 should work, but without special maps. I don't know if that's true, God Shadow. I think without like special maps, a lot of the default maps don't really function well in 2v2s, with the exception of like Gorge. And also, here's the problem with the idea of so if people really want competitive, the idea of watch 2v2s doesn't work either, because the people that regard as competitive don't exist in 2v2s, they exist in 1v1s. On top of that, the matchmaking system just isn't good within team environments, so you get very bad matchups frequently. So you see how those are like core issues that you can't easily overcome. I don't know if what people play translates into what people want to watch. That's my thought as well, right? But like, it does pose that interesting question of if it's a case of we've designed the vehicle this way as content creators, as a community of content creators, or if this was always the way it was going to be. I feel like if games were played by sweaty pros, people with big names, they'd be watched more. But once again, so it's the whole point there, Bandaro, is the way that you define who the best guys are is the people at the top of the ladder, right? But because we've anchored that around 1v1s, doesn't necessarily translate 2v2s, 3v3s for a start. But on top of it, there are people that are at the top of 2v2s and 3v3s that no one gives a crap about. They don't even know the name of, right? So it's a very intriguing like issue, I think, within that idea of converting to a new type there. I just wish we had something equivalent to the T90 community where his stupid wild community games get his... I mean, dude, like, I would honestly and bluntly say I'm the only one doing that. I'm the only one trying to do that. The issue is you've got a scene that is notably smaller than AoE2 in the first place, that doesn't have new faces coming into it because the marketing is bad, right? So the idea of just like building up this yay us support arc of community-based stuff is tough. We've had it time and time again, right? I've got a few people that love doing community games. I've got a few people that like are actually pro levels, will be the best in the game, and they're like, can we do a community game? And I put a poll up, and we'll have like 200 people watching, and we'll have 6 people say they want to play. Now I'm not shaming the viewers there, right? Because a lot of people who view and don't necessarily want to play, but like as a chunk of that audience, right? You see the problem there. I'd like to watch team games competitively since there are more strategies. I love them in AoE2, but in AoE4 they are unimportant to the devs. They're unimportant to the devs. Also, with no reconnect function, there's no value in trying to run a tournament around it. It's a nightmare. Do you know how much of a like stop of the heart and a panic moment it is? The idea of running a tournament, having a very intense 40-minute game, and then a guy's connection dropping, and you having to tell an admin to make a call over who wins the tournament because of that. That's wild, right? And sure, that can happen in 1v1s, but statistically, the likelihood of that happening in 1v1s is notably smaller. Imagine we have capture rate for team games. You wish, mate. People really underestimate capture rate. Don't cast team games specifically because of trash UI. I mean, you've seen it, right? When I cast my games, I literally straight away hide the UI because it's bad. It's really, really not good. It takes way too much space up. Barely for so many numbers for me. My 2 cents, do 1v1s because they're popular, brings the majority. Calm games are for community, the guys active in chat who enjoy. Yeah, but like the problem is, obviously, as a content creator who's trying to go full time, I don't know if people like when I'm just transparent about the numbers, because like people have this whole idea of if you are trying to figure out how to make money from creating content, that you're not genuine about making content, which is so stupid. It just means that I actually want to figure this out in a way that I will be able to do this for a career and make a living, which is a good thing because it allows you to be more, more consistent in your content. So that's why I'm always transparent about it. But like, to a certain degree, you have to chase the numbers to grow to a point that you can get sponsorship so that you can do this. Because like, don't get me wrong, I love when you guys sub. I love when you guys support me like that. You guys are incredible for that. Like, I think we're on course for our best month of revenue this month. We're probably going to be looking at like $700 to $800. But that's still a long way off where I'd have to be to pay all my bills, right? I'd have to be triple that. And thus, you need to keep growing. But it's not about growing so you just get loads of people subbing. It's about growing so that once you're in the 300 to 400 CCV range, concurrent viewer range, I can easily then walk out and be like, hey, Mr. Sponsor, integrate my channel and pay me $800 a month, right? And that's more doable, that scale. The reason is actually, funnily enough, like a little bit of an insight for you guys into marketing, affiliate and influence and otherwise. There's actually better conversion rates and value propositions in actually integrating with smaller streamers than there are with larger streamers. The reason is larger streamers, like, they can be large for many different reasons. The people who go and watch smaller streamers are going out of their way to watch smaller streamers, right? Which means they already have a deeper connection with the person they're watching. Ergo, when that person says something, it carries more credence. Then when you add in the fact that not many of these sponsorships want to go through the smaller streamers, that adds a new air of legitimacy there, right? So that's why, for anyone wondering why can't I get like that many good deals at the moment, that would be why. But the interesting part within that is, like, if you're targeted to drive, like, if you're required to focus around like driving numbers up, then 1v1 is going to win out over community games, which I don't like. So like, I will still keep trying to do community games, but the tough decision I think I have is that they can't be the mainstay of the channel for a while. The goal has to be to build a big enough community to then convert. The reason it works for T90 is because he has this ability to say, I want to do a community game. And obviously he has to build it up in the first place. But the moment you start doing that, it's like 50 people say, I want to play. Right? You've already got a level of agency there. So the TLDR on that is I will look to do more community-based things, more modding things, all these things. I'll always keep looking to do them. But having a consistent anchor point where we're definitely doing them is something that is just not... I don't think it's feasible right now. Maybe I could choose a day where we do it, but once again, you have the issue. If you go live and you have 50 people for the first hour, you can't do a community game. Even when you have 100, like we've just proven, like when I'm at 150 plus people, I don't have enough people for community games, right? Maybe the challenge there is to go live late in the day. I'll have to give it some thought. It's a tough one for sure. Let me catch up on chat. That's stupid. The goal to be full-time off, it isn't selfish. Yeah, I like to think that there are more people in communities nowadays on Twitch and whatever that like they don't call sellout and they just realize that actually in most cases it's a free service being provided. So of course, if a company that you believe in comes and offers you $1,000 for an integration, yeah, you'll sell out, right? It's wild how aggressively against that people were for a while within the streaming community, which is wild when you consider, like, you know, I always, the joke I'd always make is like most of the people who were saying that wouldn't would have an issue with you selling out were probably the ones that wouldn't even sub. So it's like, I have noticed this. It's a very interesting thing because it's actually a big problem that esports in general as a whole has to kind of solve for. Is within the esports ecosystem, viewers don't want to pay for anything. For real, be honest right now. Like, people in chat who watch esports, do you want to pay for anything? Right? Do you? Do you really? Compared to traditional sports, right? Where people are paying up the wazoo to go to like just local games for football teams, where they're paying like TV licenses, where they're paying subscription services to get a view of like sports teams, right? So like that's a bigger issue within esports that has to be solved for. My goal isn't to get you guys to pay. Like my goal is like, I want to get bigger so that I can then attract sponsors that I think you guys would like, right? Like currently I'm in talks with like an energy drink company that I think you guys would like. Like I have these Gunner glasses because I like them and I think, I mean, let's be totally real. A lot of us melt our eyeballs in front of PCs, so we need glasses. And I think they're really stylish. So I let you guys know about them, right? Those are the value point integrations. Definitely willing to pay for esports. But is that because, for example, Gold Shadow, I'm assuming like, you're probably subscribing to like EGC TV. You're not subscribing here though. But like as an example, but in most cases people won't even do that. And I think like the detachment there, the confusion is that you are talking about if you're like I'm willing to subscribe to esports, but like it's because you subscribe to EGC. That's a disingenuous representation of the esports scene as a whole. What I mean by that is that EGC are not a traditional tournament organizer. They're a community-focused tournament organizer. Now, they do a great job. That when I say someone's community, I'm not shooting them in the knee. What I'm saying is actually they're able to use their community to drive funding directly because it's community-focused. By comparison, traditional tournament organizers would be something like an ESL or a PGL, right? How many people have actually bothered to subscribe to an ESL or a PGL channel? Be honest. If I turn the music off, there'd be silence right now. Like, you just don't, right? It's someone I brought up recently when I was talking to, like, a potential brand. And I was like, look, EGC literally raised this much money from their community each month. I'm like, what? I was like, yeah. People really care. You don't even subscribe to EGC? That's because you got to give me all your money instead. It's a balancing act. Like, go on to EGC's channel, I tell everyone to subscribe, and there's like 100 subscriptions come in. So I got to keep some of you back here. Like, what you guys need to watch out for is when I'm in EGC and I go, subscribe to the channel, but then I, like, wink and with each eye sequentially, it means please come subscribe to my channel instead.
You know, finding your best summer shouldn't be so hard. Scan your next Coca-Cola Zero Sugar and play for a chance to grab your pass to summer's biggest event.
What's that? I want to pay for 8 times cast because that crap was funny. I mean, I wondered, do people really enjoy that much? Was what I was curious about. Because my only issue is, like, that can't be uploaded to YouTube. It's one of those things where it's like, it's the detachment between Twitch and YouTube in terms of, like, the content you can field. I mean, it depends. It's like, it depends if your channel is anchored at that. Like, a great example would be when you look at Ludwig. Ludwig had this really cool approach where he'd literally go live and let his Twitch audience buy stuff on Amazon, and then he'd clip it into something he put on YouTube. So maybe there are ways. Maybe it's possible. Maybe it just needs to be put into shorts, right? Take an 8 times cast, you clip down the most important parts and put it into a short. Make a tier on your Patreon that allows people to choose a format of their choice once a week. Nice reward plus community involvement plus free ideas to try out. What do you mean? Do you want to, like, Cameron, drop that in the Discord and expand upon it? Like, this is what the Discord is for sure. Like, I'll describe it, like, I'll discuss it live, but, like, for ideas to move forward beyond it, definitely drop it there. So I can kind of hone in on it a bit more and think about it more, and also more people can give input. YouTube is 50% meme stuff. So I think it's different on YouTube because the YouTube audience we've built is like more focused around full-length games. But shorts and TikTok, that would definitely like work because it hits that. Rogue Energy? No, Henro. Those guys did. I felt like I was pulling teeth out of a hen with those guys. That's all I'm going to say. On a different project. But yeah. No, I found a energy drink that I'm very impressed with. I just need to check a few things first before I talk more about them. YouTube viewership is 80% video title and thumbnail. Not entirely. The thing you have to keep in mind is that actually the most important driver on YouTube out of all those things is average watch time. Because average watch time tells YouTube whether your videos are working. What you have to realize is YouTube is trying to keep people in their ecosystem. So any user whose videos perform in a way that the person gets from start to finish is viewed as a good source of revenue. So they will then push your video to more people because you've proven that people are staying on the platform because of you. That's also, by the way, why it's a bad idea typically to like link to outside sources in your videos, in your descriptions and whatnot. Because if someone clicks off of the website, YouTube is unhappy. Because what you've done is you've pulled someone out of their ecosystem, and that's a no-no. Do hens have teeth? That's the point, farm man. Netflix was a charity you did the other day. Yeah, it's like this is what I mean though, right? Like people want stuff for free. So it's like the money has to come from somewhere, right? And it's fine. Like I said, I don't expect people to, well, I'd like people to subscribe. I'm not expecting everyone to watch, who watches to subscribe. Like, okay, so across the last 3 months, I've had, I think it was 16,000 unique viewers. If every one of them subscribed, and let's put a medium of you get $1.25 each, because some people are going to be in like, the lower value countries in terms of sub value. So I said how many? 16,000, right? Let's just put 16,000. And then we times that by 1.25. I should be getting $20,000. But that's just not how it works, right? And I wouldn't expect it to be how it works. Actually, funnily enough, like as a percentage of my live view, like my unique viewers rather. So actually, like let's do this fairer. We'll get to the game in sec, but this has just actually struck a very intriguing discussion in my head now. So overview, for the last 30 days, I've had 15,000 unique viewers. 15,000 unique viewers, times that by, let's put it down to, let's just keep it at one. So $1 value for every viewer, 15,000 people. Then to get to the number that I actually make, we would have to divide that by, well, I said we're going to make like $700 this month, right? So about 5% conversion, maybe, which actually isn't a bad rate. But like that's my point. Like you should never expect it to be a one-to-one conversion. But that's why getting sponsorships and integrations like that is really important. Because without them, you flop, right? Any content creator who's trying to just make a living off of simply subscriptions, bits, and the built-in ad systems is doing Twitch or YouTube or anything the very hard way. YouTube's a little bit less bad, actually, to be fair to it. YouTube does a better job of that stuff because the CPM is more desirable. Gaming's still rough, actually. I don't know if you guys know the CPM rates. CPM is cost per mil. Cost per mille, rather. And the cost per mille is... Advertisers will pay about anywhere from $8 to about $16 within the gaming space. But if you go direct to a brand, you can get $15 to $25. But remember, you're not when I say that they'll pay YouTube $8 to $16, that doesn't mean you're getting $8 to $16. That means you're getting about half of that. So most gaming channels are somewhere between $3 and $9 per 1,000 views. What's okay? Like I don't know. I don't know if people really care about this. Like, tell me to shut up if you want me to shut up. But it's like I try to be transparent. I find it really refreshing. There's a fantastic creator for this actually. Like I'm going to shout them out because I actually love what they do. There's a person called Catliente. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Catliente, but Catliente here, she basically has built her entire brand around doing this type of streaming advice. No cap. Like that's her lean, right? And she will every month break down where her money is coming from. So if I can find one of them, because she does them every month. So let me see if I can find it. But I think she really drove herself up on TikTok more than anything else, which is very smart. I need a TikTok editor. I need to start doing TikTok. I really do. Be curious to see if AoE4 can be made TikTok worthy. Like compared to other RTSs, we mentioned this the other day, it's a bit calmer, a bit of a slower pace, right? But if we have a look, dude, where is it? Oh, we're probably to go to, yeah, here you go. So she does her breakdowns, right? Look at that breakdown, and you see what I mean about how hard it is to just try and drive yourself off of Twitch alone. Are you noticing the part that is making up most of her money, guys? It's quite unmissable, isn't it? Do you see what I mean about making money off of Twitch alone is hard mode? She's making 5 times more off of sponsorships a month than she's making off of Twitch. Right? Even TikTok, where people are like, you make a lot of money there. Yeah, because you do integrations. Right? So let's use like another one. Let's go further back. Because there would have been one for... So start of March will give us the last one. So because I'm showing you another one because I want you guys to realize this is not like a fluke one-off thing. This is genuinely like like how she makes her living regularly. Where is it? Have I missed it? I mean, it's fine. Another one will come up if I missed it. Here you go. It's like, this one looks really bad, right? But what you have to realize is January is one of the by far worst performing months in marketing and advertising in general, because it's burnout after Christmas. It's the Woostar phase, right? Like, everyone spent their money. They're done. So what this will balance out is if I go back into her December, she's probably making like 40, 50,000. But like, once again, look, just under $600 on Twitch, 2,500 on sponsors, right? So we go down. Now I'm going to really blow your minds. And you're going to see what I mean. Like, the importance of understanding seasonal is so huge in marketing. For anyone who's trying to get in marketing, like, dude, if you can sell around Christmas, you sell big. You make so much money around Christmas. If you have these deals in place, right? Like, I still need to get there. Like, this is a very recent thing for me that I've been, like, integrating myself into. What's the grind like to actually get sponsors? Dollars? It's hard, man. It's really, really hard. Because the issue for me is I'm not going to physical locations to talk to people about these things, right? If I was, then I'd be, you know, I'd be in with a better shot. Like, I've cold call emailed a lot of people, and well, I'm not trying to turn it into a Dick Mexican contest, but basically there are content creators that I've talked to that have given me like the info on what that brand that I'm then reaching out will pay, and I'll have triple the viewership of the person who's given this info, and I will not even get a response to my emails. Right? So knowing people matters a lot, and because I've focused on the esports side but not from a brand side, it's now new doors I need to knock down and be aware of in the future. It's been a really big eye opener. But here you go. Ready? This was December.
Paddy Power Games gives you more chances to win. Imagine that.
Do you see what I mean now?
More chances.
So if you're like, that's why my goal is to grow so that you can do this. Because like, here's the other thing, guys. I make this type of money. This type of money isn't just going in my pocket. Don't get me wrong. I mean, wiping my ass with $20 bills. But at that point, dude, like, I mean, if I had a fraction of this, I'd be like, okay, we're going to do show matches every week. We're going to go do tournaments every month, right? Because it becomes feasible. But we need to scale to that point for sure. But like, that's the importance of getting up to that 300, 400 CCV mark. Because that's when I feel confident. I can start drawing in sponsorships, and then everything starts to open up. Josh Struth Hayes, he recently talked about this a bit. I didn't know about him. I don't think I've even heard of him. Yeah, not familiar with this guy. Yeah, like the interesting thing is like most content creators won't talk about this because A, like keep cards close to chest, and B, they're worried that the viewers will be like, huh, why do you only care about money? I'm talking to you about it because actually, like, there should be no shame in talking about it. It's weird there is this taboo that exists in the West about it. I think it's valuable for you guys to understand how the process works, because I don't know about you, but especially when I got in esports, when I started in esports, I remember like looking and wondering like, okay, I don't understand how this works and where this money comes from. None of this makes sense, right? This gives you a level of insight that I don't think you'd get anywhere else. Definitely not in this directory. Definitely not in most directories on Twitch. Do you have a tournament dono goal, like a bar that fills up with donos, and once it's full, you do a show match? No, I think that's something we could look to set up. At the moment, I was just saying, like, I'll probably use the money that goes into the Patreon and coffee to set up some show matches, is the idea. And then obviously over time, as it scales up, there'll be a case where I'll be like, okay, I'm actually going to keep some of that money because I need to pay my bills, but we will still look to do show matches with it. So yeah, that is something I want to kind of lean into. Once again, Discord, like if you guys have a way that you prefer, like if you prefer that type of clarity in that show, like I said, maybe I just use the coffee strictly for funding tournaments and the Patreon is for other things, and we can go from there. But if people want to, like, you know, help fund tournaments and show matches, I'm open to it. Let me catch up with chat. I like to see people who are really passionate about their craft succeed, both in real life and Twitch. Conversely, streamers getting thousands of viewers while filming themselves doing some IRL banalities drives me crazy and makes me question the future. I mean, the biggest thing that really actually does grind my gears right now in the content creation space is that content creation in certain areas has gotten incredibly lazy. Like, it's literally just reaction content, right? It's like me going to YouTube and doing this. And we're going, da 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 da. And then, well, let's watch some Dragons
Hi
Den.
Dragons, my name is
Oh,
Maria,
wow.
and I'm looking for an
Blah, blah,
investment
blah,
of
blah, blah.
£50,000.
All right, like, and we'll be 5 minutes in. I'll go, whoa, can't believe she got an offer. And I'll go back to watching. Now, this isn't all content creators. There's a lot of creative people. But there's a lot of crap like that right now. And you know what the crazy thing is, guys? That's begging to get slammed for copyright strikes. The only reason it doesn't right now is like because the industry isn't big enough in traditional media companies and legals' eyes to do something about it, right? Because like what people do is they hide behind it being transformative. Like Simon just said, it's not transformative enough. It's not, dude. Like I mean, let's be real. There's a certain big streamer who originated in Overwatch who got a lot of crap for just watching other YouTubers' content and not doing anything. And there was no repercussion. There never is, right? But the problem, what annoys me even more about that content is not just the lack of originality and the fact that it's anti-creative because it means that people who put the effort in don't get the rewards, so they shouldn't bother. The other bigger flaw with what you're doing there is you are attracting a gun with a nice little scope that is starting to calibrate and hone in on the gaming sector. And when it does, when it takes that shot, it's going to hurt all of us, even those that are actually creative, right? Like I use a little bit of music that, you know, comes from Spotify, admittedly, but it's a tiny part of the process, right? And it's only it's like my lobby music, and then I stop, right? We're gonna get to a stage where I can't even do that because someone else literally just like plays music 24/7 and barely does anything on stream, right? That's the direction that we're going to end up in as an industry at this rate, which is scary, really worrisome actually. So, sorry, I just realized this discussion went on for a very long time. We should probably get to some games, right? I guess you guys want some games. First of all, I'm going to check live to see if there's anything live, because I think Luciferon was searching, and if not, we have got a bunch of games lined up. We need KP merchandise like pigeon plushies we can gift to people who have no idea what the bit is about. Jesus Christ. I mean, I'd love to get to a point where that makes... Like, it's always a case of where those things make sense and it doesn't lose money, right? It's not even necessarily making money, but, like, obviously that's nice, but, like, not losing money. Like, I think I've had some people ask about merch before. I'm like, how could I do that? How could I get the merch created and whatever, and, like, it wouldn't just burn a hole in my pocket sort of thing, right? We're all going to be listening to AI-generated music. Yeah, but like how long before the laws come for the AI, right? Jesus Christ, I can't believe it. I didn't wake up expecting to make that statement today. I really wish this was Sing Sing because that would be incredible, but I'm pretty sure it's not. For those who don't know Sing Sing, he is a very, very big personality from Dota 2. He loved Age of Empires 4 when it came out, actually. He was a filthy Magadai spammer. He would play team games and only build Magadai. So let me see if I can find Luciferon because he was online. And, you know, I know there's some sort of irony in, like, me moaning about React's content and then I watch other people's, like, replays, but it's different, right? This is definitely transformative. You'd have to be baked as a cake to argue it's not transformative, right? I'm doing my own camera work, my own commentary, and it's a completely different perspective. Okay, I think, and I'll just double check on AE4 World, it might be a case that Lucy went offline. But we have his games, so we can catch him anyway. Yeah, he last played an hour ago. Okay, so he's only playing a few games. So I guess we could start off with maybe some Crackety versus Core. That sounds pretty boogers, right? Not hating on reactions, Jeremy, but there's a class of content out there that's, yeah, it's clear that they are just like they're loopholing, and that loophole will close. Grubby's reaction videos are awesome, though. They are meaningful to, yeah, but that's different. That's very different, right, Camion? That's very, very different. That is incredibly different to what most are doing. Even then, though, it does come with an issue, which is like when you immediately see something new and you go and react to it, right? Like you potentially just, you kill the original video. There's this really stupid idea that comes out from some creators of defense where it's like, oh, that small creator wasn't known about. And because I have 50 times the following, by watching their video, I done them a favor. And like, there's been proof time and time again by creators who've been in that situation. They've shown their statistics and they've seen no increase on sub count, view count, anything. They get nothing out of it. The actual solution to that, by the way, is you do a rev share system, right? Like, and even if you're being transformative, it makes sense, right? Like, if you're gonna take someone's content, it's gonna be 50% your content. Makes sense that they probably deserve something from that, right? That to me seems like a pretty fair system. Okay, so it looks like Crackety and Core had a bunch of games. I'm just having a look right now. What we probably start off with is they had a Japanese-English matchup. Out of curiosity, do you have stats on % of watches that chat or play, or was that all the Excel sheets at the start? I don't have stats on that, no. Those stats would be impossible for me to source because you have to keep in mind that Twitch has no way of tracking whether you play your games. So there would be no way of knowing that for sure. You could, as a broad audience spectrum, take the unique viewers that exist within the AoE4 sphere, and you could probably source that data if you knew someone at Twitch, and then translate that into number of active accounts on AoE4. But you basically would need to know someone at Twitch who would be able to give you that data, which would not happen because of NDAs. And then you need to know someone at Microsoft who would also give you that data, but it wouldn't happen because of NDAs. And even if it did happen because of NDAs, you probably get Age of Noob 2 seconds later, right? So, like, you're not going to get that data, is the TLDR. Because even if you took the biggest channel and checked their unique viewers, it wouldn't give you the entire totality of the situation. Because there's probably a lot of people that watch Dumu who don't watch EGC, or who watch Beastie who do not watch EGC, or who watch Angelica who do not watch EGC, right? You see the flaws with trying to get those stats? It doesn't work. Okay, so I think we should get ready to get underway. Sorry, I guess a lot of people may have came and went and they're like, oh god, this isn't what I came here for. But, you know, I actually like having those kind of discussions because I love doing the commentary. I love just casting games. Of course, like, dude, I love it that much. I've been doing commentary since 2018. But the really nice thing is, like, this educational discussion and learning and, you know, evolving aspect to Twitch. Angelica's playing Manalords. You just can't get behind the game. I took a glance at it, and I'm like, if they send me a key, I'll give it a try. But, like, looking at it from a spectating perspective, it was a little bit weird. I think a lot of reviews came out and gave it, like, I think it was like a 7 out of 10, which seems quite fair. Like, even the dev said that's really fair. Because, as it stands, like, it's very bare bones. He has a lot to add. All right. Anyway, any comments on what happened to Age of Noob? I've given my comments multiple days. It's messed up. Regardless of NDAs, there's a difference between being legally right and being socially right. And the decision by Microsoft was clearly socially wrong and has been received so. They should revoke the ban on him, slap on the wrist about the NDA, but then the other thing on their side is like they pushed him to a point where he felt he had to do that because they didn't pay the man what he rightly deserves for the exposure that he gave. And it's all because of a trivial, outdated, and illogical metric, which is subscriber count. They basically blocked him from being able to earn proper money on his sponsored segment because his subscriber count wasn't high enough. And I'm not breaking NDA because he literally said that publicly on a video. So sorry to use you as a shield there, Age of Noob, but like, yeah, I'm not saying anything that wasn't already publicly disclosed elsewhere. In before I get removed from the partner program. Is he really leaving YouTube? We'll have to find out. Check out his channel mid-May when he's going to release what possibly is his final video on the Age of Noob channel. It would be a crime to lose the guy, but at the same time, when you're treated like crap, I can't really blame him. I've been treated like crap by devs before, and it has driven me to interesting points. Considering the game we're on right now, probably shouldn't explore that too deep. Instead, let's actually explore the game we're in here. We've got Crackety versus Core, an absolute classic on this channel. You know, this feels like a derby match. Anyone know the familiar term? words. Anyone familiar with the term derbies, right? Like, I think it's used in most countries. I'm pretty sure America might use it. The UK definitely uses it. But it's the whole idea it's a local grudge match. And it doesn't get more local, more grudgy than CNC. I love the fact that Core is trying to advertise him as a coach in-game as well. This reeks of the equivalent of a person who has a Twitch stream and plays a game with twitch.tv/ their username in there, expecting the people that they're beating to be like, wow, I love the fact that you kicked the crap out of me. Let me go check out your channel. And they do check out your channel, and then they have to be banned from your channel, and then they report you. That's usually how that goes. At least the difference here is like Cork and Flex, I was good enough to beat you, maybe I can teach you. But I'm not sure if it really counts when you're using the English at the moment. This is an interesting matchup, actually. Japanese versus English. Usually a matchup where I'd expect the English player to play quite fast to try and shut the Japanese down before they get online. But on a map like Lipany, where you're so far apart, that can be difficult. The upside, at least, is the fact that it's a 4 gold and stone. So we might see some action, but the more likely outcome here, especially knowing these players, is that we're looking at more of a mid-game focused approach instead of an all-in aggro focused open. And when we get there, I gotta say, actually, that's where I really like the Japanese right now. Because actually, if you're both rushing Castle Age, English are gonna start pumping out of a white tower, right? They're gonna get knights. The problem with those knights, though, is without the attack speed aura, they lose to Japanese Mount Samurai. So it's always a good position for the Japanese to find themselves in, but that's why Core's doing this. He's opening straight away with a TC draw. This is very important. It's the same reason you see people do it against the likes of Iobids with their fast castle builds. The whole idea is if you can get this installation early enough, you end up eco ahead, even if you're slightly behind on age up. And that means that even in this matchup where usually you just get annihilated because Mount Samurai beat Knights, not only do you have a production speed to sort of match the Mount Samurai count, but you also have the economy to eclipse it. And that's very important, because if you don't eclipse it, the follow-up kills you. Whenever you see Knight on Knight, a Japanese player should be then going Onimusha, because Onimusha win completely. And that's very important in this matchup, by the way. Because Core has gone for the Abbey of Kings and has the King. It means he has healing. So if you go for a melee on melee clash, Mount Samurai versus Knights, the way that the English can beat you is that they peel back injured units and heal as well. That's where the Onimusha come in clutch. They deny that ability to move away. It's like being against Jeanne d'Arc and her just smiting with the Divine Arrow each injured unit, right? It's actually why when you see French versus Jeanne, or even Jeanne versus Jeanne, you're usually going to want to go towards the range form instead of the melee form, because it gives you an ability to finish. Best part about Core and Crackety is Core entering Crackety. Dude, Core enters whoever is watching his game's chat. Do you know how often I've like watched a Core game and then suddenly he's talked in my chat for the first time in a week? That guy only turns up to brag or make excuses. So, Knight is going to arrive across here. Outpost is already up there with the Arrow Slit, so this is where you should only get a limited amount of harassment damage in. Crackety won't even take a tickling here. Now, one little issue for Crackety, yeah, I'd like to fix this now. Having 3 villages out is bad. Having 5 is really good. Because if you have only 3 out here, you get idled way too long. 5 adds in so much additional damage rapidly that the king can't hang around for long. But the whole goal with this, right, is that you're trying to idle your opponent off their timing while you get your greed. And I love the TC placement. This is the correct call by Core. I've seen a few players recently with the second TC dropping on the gold. I wholly disagree. I think in this situation, you actually want to secure the better gathering rate of the deer, because this leads to a faster castle timing, right? You can always walk people out to gold, and you want to keep those people there anyway. The problem with sticking the town center on the gold is you're very quickly going to reach a point where you're going to look and say, I don't need this many people on gold, right? Like, by the time you're 8 or 10 people, you're like, even when you're in Castle Age and you've got all the upgrades coming through, you're like, I don't need this many people here. So then you have idle time, right? That's why the deer feels a lot better. And afterwards, he's got double berry nearby if he gets desperate. Otherwise, what you're likely going to see here, white tower in the center, and then you want to put your farm clusters around. The importance of that is it means that the Japanese can't raid your farms, because the white tower is such a strong defense. In fact, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I think the white tower might be overtuned. It feels a little bit too good right now. And yes, good eyes. Crackety was trying to tickle the scout a little bit. You won't be able to do this indefinitely, though. The thing you have to remember, the scout moves slower than the king, and it has no charge animation. So you'll never be able to just keep harassing the king to keep him from healing. Gathering the backside. Well done by Crackety. Pretty much got everything off the berries. This is the correct play, by the way. In this matchup, you should be going berries first. Think of this like any other matchup where you're expecting aggression. You want to take the risky resource first before the pressure comes in. And it's very important here because with Tawara, you already have a better gathering rate on the berries than the sheep. Stable's being dropped already, so it looks like he is going to reveal to Core what he's going to do, but that's for good reason. It's not a weak thing to do here. If you're wondering, you know, can't you just go Onimusha? Because Onimusha can actually beat Knights if you go for Kaburia. The reason you don't go Onimusha first here is Onimusha will give you an ability to control the mid-map. It wouldn't give you an ability to dive, especially against English TCs and White Tower. But Mounted Samurai can, and they can easily find kills. So it looks like we've got Floating Gate on the way. Interesting that he placed it here like this. I'm never a fan of placing the White Tower away from your production building. You're just wasting valuable seconds at the opening phase. King is going to dive in the meantime. And Crackety is just trying to min-max any injuries here. Yeah, so King will have to back away. The funny part, actually, is I think if he maybe moved that other villager in a little bit quicker, he might have killed the King off right away there, which would have been a big deal. Remember, the moment the age up completes for Core, this King will auto-upgrade, so he will be a little bit more threatening. But Core still has some way to go for that. Only 6 villagers ahead. Age up about to complete for Crackety. This is a big deal. This timing is going to be strong, and you can already see that Core is preparing for the worst. Walls are going up. He's looking to protect himself, but in these walls, he hasn't really secured any relics. Scout going to go down. Wait, was this a miss micro? Oh yeah, Core made a mistake here. King goes down. Not just the King, but the Scout as well. That was a huge mistake by Core. And if you think about it, the value had already kind of been removed. Like, sure, idling a gold a bit slows down the amount of Samurai scaling, but not enough. And now, with no King, no Scout, you have no info on what's coming. That's dangerous, because you don't know if this is going to be Mounted Samurai into Onimusha. You don't know if there's going to be Mounted Samurai into Onimusha. There's a lot of question marks. You don't even know if this is, for example, going to be 2TC. And this sucks even more now. Do you want to know what the one thing about White Tower is that is sucky? Because there is actually one thing about it that makes it kind of crap. Everything else makes it good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not overall saying White Tower sucks, but there's one thing that you look at and you go, that makes no sense. It's the fact that it can't build scouts. You don't have a stables yet. He could drop a stable straight away. I'm not sure if he's going to. But like, it's just a level of flexibility you're missing here. I don't know why it is this way, but it is. It's the same with Ottomans, right? Ottomans cannot produce scouts out of military schools. Raid already coming in. Looks like one village is going to be chopped down. Not much damage done here for Crackety, but now he'll just shift away, right? Like, because one of the weaknesses of Core's structuring here, he's protected the left side, but the right side is wide open. You've only got a primary TC to protect you here. And if you look at where your gold is, I think that is my biggest scare point for Core here. His gold is not well guarded, especially considering these knights can wrap around the back. And also the fact that while this gold is safe, this one is actually now far out of the reach of the White Tower. Crossbows are at least starting to be produced, but you notice there was a gap in production, right? Because he had to go for the tech up, he wasn't gathering enough food. Divine would already have all eco ups and 20 farms. There we go, guys. Amelie, the third German from this nice little band that we have in AoE4. I mean, you're not wrong. I do like the deer, though, right? Like, this used to be a really popular build on Altai, because Altai spawned the deer really close. You used to see a lot of fast castle English. I like that a lot. I like the players that started doing it again. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, Fat Bar. It's a very strong build, because it just gives you a more optimal timing over going on 2 farms. But it's kind of risky in these meat grindery type situations. That's why he's going for crossbows instead of something that just headbutts. We already mentioned as well the knights just won't be up to par here. But now that you've gone crossbows, what worries me is this should be very easily a Rax drop and Onabagisha afterwards. Onabagisha disintegrate crossbows. It's not even funny. It's kind of depressing to watch. Interesting to see him going back for the knights, but I think this is because he wants to try and move for relics, so he needs to mirror. Oof. Crackety. Crackety? Kind sir, you seem to have missed the goodies. Oh no, please tell me he sees it. If he runs back now through the TC, he can deny it. But the problem is I don't know if he'll get there in time. Because if it drops underneath the TC, you can't get in there with the Shinto in time. You'll just die. Right now, it looks like he's distracted. He goes to the eco instead, so big mistake made there. One Knight is going to be peeled back to deal with this now. It looks like he will stop it just in time. I mean, I say just in time. If Core wants, he can just target down the Shinto. So that's a big mistake made. Crackety, I can't believe that. Glances away for a second and gives one over for free. Very important, actually, that you don't do this with the Japanese in this matchup. It's 2 TC versus 1. Your goal is to get majority relics with this build. Luckily, Crackety at least has a backup plan. He has gone for a second TC. It is delayed though, right? Like your TC timing versus Cause, you can really see a notable lead for the English. So, where are the win conditions lying in this matchup? For Crackety, I think Japanese really thrive off of Castle Age in this matchup. When it goes into Imp, it can get a bit dicey. The reason is I feel like Wingard actually performs incredibly well against a lot of things you want to do. For the time being, though, he's going to have difficulty breaking face. Like, usually when you're in matchups against English, you just try to outnumber them, strip the map, and then dent them, right? Like, you don't want to dive in because between the White Tower and the attack speed aura, it's a very different type of Civ to dive. The funny thing is, like, let's say Crackety had the same amount of Samurai's crossbows. Any other Civ, you just dive them, right? You'd go in, you kill them. Against the English, you think twice because of that attack speed aura. It's insane when you realize that the crossbowmen with the English aura basically get the crossbow stirrups upgrade. Knight's being annoying in the meantime. Looks like Crackety's trying to move out into the pocket resources. He did secure the gold at the backside, has got the deer and the berries back here, so he has a lot more safe resources, but he's just trying to be a bit more exploitative of the map in the meantime. I'm liking the look of things so far for Crackety, though. I mean, he's got 3 of the 5 relics, make that 4. Jackpot. It's crazy to think this just would have been an easy-peasy 5-relic game if it wasn't for that slight slip-up over here. Farms now coming in for Core, though, so he's getting his late game set up. Meanwhile, Crackety, of course, only has the 3 farms here from the Kura Storehouse. Hasn't added anything additional in yet. Has actually got the Daimyo upgrades coming through level 2 right now. And thank you very much, boy. Welcome back to the Swarm.
Core.
You're here just in time to catch the Immaculate Core on his English. I feel like it's been a while since I've been watching his English, actually, right? Like, usually, you know, I remember Core Boy as HRE Rus aficionado. A little bit surprised he's just not one-tricking HRE right now, considering they're on top of the world right now. So what, we 4 farm clusters in? Once we get 5, this is where the English meat grinder kind of gets scary. The good news, at least for Japanese fans, is Lippine's a really good map for them due to the extra berries, right? So they get a little bit more longevity off of loose resources. But you will need to sort that farm transition soon. Walls are going to be on the way. Really smart wall here as well, considering that Core is playing into Cav and crossbows. It means you have terrible burn through on walls. In fact, it looks like Core, is he just going to go Imperial Age? I really like this timing if that's the case. It's smart because Wingard has this really Zergy effect that kind of mirrors what the Flowing Gate does and age up from it. I'm not kidding. Go try it, guys. Like, if you can actually get your way into Imperial Age quite comfortably, this Wingard spam with the Wingard Raiders means you actually have an ability to beat Mounted Samurai because you just have higher numbers. You can even consider going for Footman here because Footman not only are insanely tanky and already elite status, but they also get bonus damage against Cav. Now, Crackety could react by going into Samurai, but that's where this nice comp starts to structure for the English, right? Crossbows plus Footman ticks all the boxes required here. And Footman, I'm not going to say they're insane against Bugisha. They have less melee armor than standard men-at-arms, but they're still tanky enough with the Ironclad. Okay, I'm just going to say he's a Berkshire fetishist at this point. This is not a game where Berkshire's really essential. I understand why Core's doing it. We can see from God Vision, it's just such a redundant play, but if you look at Core's Vision, he's as blind as a bat right now, okay? He's looking for echolocation moments in this game to try and figure out where he's at, because he doesn't see a damn thing. This once again comes back to the idea of like building a stables and just getting a scout, though. Would have been great. Because giving up Wingard, to me, is a mistake. I will stand by this. I will stand and die on this hill. If you're building a Berkshire and you haven't been forced to build a Berkshire, you are playing English suboptimally. Yeah, the bigger problem I take this as well is it's not really securing anything critical. He's trying to secure his flank a little bit. I respect that, I understand that. But typically, like, if you want to see a value Berkshire, if you're not being forced to build it, you at least need to be securing a big resource like an 8k gold vein. He's not. All the 8k gold veins are far, far away from this. And that worries me because it means that Crackety actually has a lot of ability to play later in this game without having annoying defenses to breach through. So things looking pretty good for the Japanese right now. And well, considering we've got Shogun at Castle on the way, food income is going to get him towards Imp in the next minute. I don't really feel like Core has edged out a big lead with this choice. Yeah, and for now, he's just trying to mass in the crossbows, but we already mentioned why this is bad, right? Like, the walls up are going to slow you down. They have been placed everywhere now, so you're not going to have a sneak out route, right? And if you're playing crossbow mass, you don't want to go wide flank anyway. You need to go down the center. That's simply not going to be an option with the walls that are coming. So now we start to look on the horizon. Imperial versus Imperial. I mean, Imperial Japanese isn't anything to turn your nose up at, actually. The Bannerman Aura or the tactics, these stats really start to inflate at this point in the game. And they inflate to the point that, you know, if you're talking about Men-at-Arms versus Samurai, Men-at-Arms will never win. Unless they've got that aura. The aura is the world to them. If they have a network of Citadels, great. But if that's missing, you'll always lose because Adachi Tech offsets the entire value you get out of Armorclad. And then some, right? Like, you get +2 armor, Samurai gets +4 damage. Really, it's a +5 advantage because of the melee tech. So yeah, I think if Core wants to make this work now, he's going to have to take a more campy, slow, trench warfare approach with this comp. That means moving up, outpost drop, move up. Move up, outpost drop, move up. It might be hard to keep outposts up, considering I'm pretty sure we're about to be seeing some gunner boys. Yep, Tanegashima Gunsmith now on the way. Alright, what do you think, guys? One's if you favor the English in post-imp, two's if you favor the Japanese. Is this where I get the cop-out of being like, it depends? Because, you know, I sold you, like I can tell, I sold people all my details there with the Japanese. Here's a few interesting factors for you. If the game goes late enough, English are favored because of gold. Even with 4 relics versus 1, that right there, the little +1s, the enclosures are super effective. People highlighting farms, you are correct, but not as much as you think. Remember, the Japanese don't get any sort of eco-inflation through food techs, right? It's all through the TCs. So while they're getting a 75% buff, you have to keep in mind that the English can get up to a 45% buff off of standard eco-techs. But then they get an extra 30%, which puts them at 75%, exactly what the Japanese get. But on top of that, you also get enclosures, right? Which generates gold. So actually, English eco is a bit better. The flowing gate does make it more balanced out, though, because you can get 6 Yoroshiros in Forges, generating 75 gold a pop. That equates to 450 gold, which is kind of what you'd expect on average out of an English enclosure play, right? So that's where it gets a bit more balanced. But then, like I said, it comes down to this network of Citadels detail. You get some interesting quirks as the Japanese, but something you fall apart to is mass attack speed aura. You can get the extra melee tech all you want. You can get a Adachi tech all you want. You can get Bannerman auras all you want. But they don't really compare to what the English can pull off here, if they reach that scale. Like, what I'm looking for right now is Core to not do Men-at-Arms. I need him to do hand cannoneers. Because Crackety's got the right call here. He's got Yumi Bannerman on the way. He's getting a step ahead. If he gets a decent line of hand cannoneers together here, that 15% banner increase is going to be massive in these fights, considering the base damage is so high for gunners. Going for on the wall in the meantime. Mass Men-at-Arms are scaling. Adachi Tech did come in, right? We've got elite status for the Japanese on the way for their Samurai. Bunrei has also already been queued up. Shogunate has already been laid in, right? So he's got a front point defense. But the problem is you can easily flank around the sides. It looks like we have got a few tickets being saved up, but not many right now. Crackety needs a bit more time. Core, of course, is riding blind. He doesn't know exactly where to go yet. He doesn't know what he's running into. All he knows is he likes running. Not the Age of Empires player running. He likes actually running. Okay, that's really good. The king just gave some free information. That's actually really big information. So he knows it's going to be hand cannoneers. Boom. My boy Core, he understands. Guys, do not underestimate the power of English Lombos in the late game. English Lombos actually counter hand cannoneers. With volley and attack speed, the difference in range makes the world here, right? Like, it's very difficult to gap close with these units in time. So this is the correct call. The tough part for Crackety now, he needs to assess this, anticipate it coming, and I think go Mangoes. In fact, already I feel like there's a good reason to go Mangoes here. Mangonel against this many crossbows makes a lot of sense, but doing it on a delay isn't bad, considering now your opponent will be 20, 30 Lombos in when you make that pivot. Just hoping he's ready to make that pivot. Doesn't look like we've got a single Siege Workshop out yet. Burn from the houses in the meantime. Core just trying to be a pain in the ass. And Volley has already been queued up. I feel like Volley just kind of gets slept on sometimes. We see a decent amount being researched, but we often see it forgotten in terms of use. But if you think about it, you have a 1.62 attack speed, and you're removing 1 from that. So you're attacking basically every half a second. It's an insanely powerful tech. Flash in the meantime coming in. I don't like this fight from Core. I think he needed to wait for the Lombos, because right now he's just getting absolutely annihilated. Crossbow mass at the backside might last a little bit longer, but the hand cannoneers just switch over there now. It's going to turn to a massacre. Second wave is at least coming in, but I think Core misread this situation entirely. He's going to have to back up. He has at least set up some walls on the flank, which means he's started to take a lot of gold away from Crackety. That is going to be important, but these type of trades probably shouldn't be happening. You take out a few of these houses, you then need to run away. He didn't. He didn't wait for the Lombos to arrive, which means ultimately he now has a problem. Hand cannoneer mass is getting pretty big. Samurai mass is now eclipsing your men-at-arms count. And yes, I too love the Ashigaru. What is not to love? What I will say about the Ashigaru voice actor, you can tell he was having more fun in the studio than anyone else on the game. I just very much easily imagine this guy pouring some white substance out on the counter, thumping his head against it, and then going for the voice lines, you know, like this. It's actually a big part of why I fell in love with the Japanese when I got hands-on with them. God damn, he's so great. Okay, farm's fully set up. We are now into full meat grinder mode. We're seeing 54 farms. Other side of this Core is sitting at 60. So pretty much comparative, but look at the food difference, right? This is the power of the English we talked about. Because remember, Crackety doesn't have all of his farms in range of the Shogunate necessarily. Some of them are clipping out of range here at this point. Roboticon coming in is quite comedial here, though. Against Mass Lombos, it's not going to last very long. I mean, he'll get some shots out. I guess it draws fire onto it instead of the hand cannoneers. Crackety will have to micro it away. I mean, the problem right now is Core just doesn't have a front line together. I'm actually shocked that his production is so weak. Especially considering he's already got Military Academy. Maybe it's just a case the other way, that Crackety is just so strong. His backline, especially the hand cannoneers, tearing through this. Yuumi Aura already there for the +5. Chemistry now on the way in just over a minute. But I don't even know if Core's got a minute left in this game right now. He's trying to transition hand cannoneers. He just doesn't really have a backbone to his defense right now. Yeah, this is really reminiscent of when you watch a Roost player rush Imperial Age and queue up 20 Streltsy. It's good in theory, but how do you get them out, right? There isn't a big button you just press that says eject, right? They don't just get hold at the enemy. They take a very long time to come out. 35 seconds by default. He has at least got the increase down to 26, but that's a long wait when you're losing troops this quickly. It's going to be a flood in now. Bombard targeting onto the White Tower. Second TC already taken out. And this is well played by Crackety. He's relentless right now. Sometimes you notice this happening where someone clearly is overextending. He's not doing that. This is the correct read. He needs to keep sending it because what he's realized is that Core doesn't have a full force together. Even if Crackety now loses his army, as long as he keeps this balance of stopping Core from reaching critical mass, he's doing damage elsewhere. White Tower already down. Some farms likely to be vacated here. In the meantime, we have got an 8k gold now being exploited with a keep on it, which means that Crackety has got plenty of oil in the car. I forgot the thing that you stick oil in. Don't judge me. Bombard is going to get chased. But I think it's done its work at this point. White Tower is down. This is where the floodgates begin. And yeah, it looks like we are getting that bug. Well-identified line. Dude, this is so stupid. They need to fix this, man. Network of Citadels buff is gone. Which makes it 10 times harder for Core to even defend. I can already imagine the mortification if he was streaming this game. This has to be vexing. Yes, you're playing a pretty ridiculous Civ at the moment, but at the same time, it's such a core element not working. I mean, the thing is, I don't mind the idea of Network of Citadels being completely reworked, because I think it's actually one of the most oppressive elements of AoE 4, right? But it's sad that right now, the reason that we're avoiding the most oppressive form of AoE 4 is because of a bug. In some ways, I'm thankful, but I also do feel bad for the players who are controlling these civs. Network Castles only from TCs and Keeps changed my mind. I actually think Network of Castles should be an activatable ability temporarily. Then there's the skill to it, right? Permanent auras, in general, historically have proven to be OP in AoE 4. Right? At least the OG ones. Like, Yam for a long time was broken. Same with the attack speed aura of the English. I think changing it to an active makes more sense. Anyway, Clash coming in. And you see what I was talking about with this outpost crawl being problematic. Ozutsu plus Bombards. You are never getting that aura extended. You like auras? It's good for lower level players? Are you calling Core a lower level player, Avalanche? What the hell? I mean, I think there's creative ways to do auras, but there are other ways where it seems really bad. The interesting part is if you actually made it into an activatable aura, I think it would also be easier to balance the idea of it working on teammates in team games, right? Because we were having a discussion earlier about how this game isn't balanced around team play, but the devs clearly want it to be at certain points. Like Kurotai is an example of that, right? Pushing continues. I just feel like this game is over. Core, he looks about as lost as I do starting up League of Legends. With 8k hours in Dota 2, I don't know where to begin with those heroes. What do those abilities do? I mean, it just doesn't really look like it's coming together for him. Right, like the hand candy account is way too low. To put it a better way, at this point, he's more lost than a particular TV series of the same name. Shot Triggers is on the way to try and contest the Bombards, but production is just not on his side. A lot of his remaining space is absorbed with houses and farm clusters. Really, what he needs is additional production power. Now keep dropping the center. Crackety should be looking to lock in the sacred sites, right? Force the timer, then force Core to come out. Screamers are actually losing the Bombards. This is over. Looking back at this, where did Core go wrong? I think he maybe got a little bit complacent about the idea of arriving in the late game. But when he arrived in that late game, like his biggest mistake was no scout equal no win guard equal no win. I don't think it was even the first fight. I think after the first fight, things can work. Like, he definitely made a mistake extending in too deep, but there was a recovery arc afterwards. He wanted Imperial Age, he just chose the worst landmark possible. This thing, like, don't build this. Like, anyone watching this right now, I'm going to stand my ground on this. Unless they are about to dive your base, unless they're about to dive you harder than Olympic swimmer Phelps, do not build this landmark. It is a waste of a big advantage play the English have. What has the big problem been for Core the last few minutes? It's not resources, it's production. What if there was a building that's like 6 production buildings in one, right? Like, with premium units to come out. Could that have maybe solved this issue? I feel like I'm leading the witness right now. It would have changed the outlook, I think. Would have given him some ability to play the flanks with extra knights, which would have kept Crackety on the defensive. Would have given him time to maybe then scale into footman afterwards on a delay. It just would have given him a lot more options than exist in this game right now. Because the funny thing is, like, with the bugs on the network of Citadels, in conjunction with the outnumbering element here, you are never going to beat these Ashigaru. They hit for 48 damage per shot right now. You hit still for, if I'm not mistaken, 35. Yeah, he didn't even get the Unitech. Yes, Crackety is about to run into a player who has 4k stone. That's for good reason. Core is planning to stand on top of his Berkshire and lob rocks at people. I think that's what the logic is. He can drop 3 castles. Wow, those will be great. Here, they'll be great here. Yep, right here. Truth last stand in the corner. Yeah, interesting game though. I know Core still very heavily believes in the Berkshire, but I'm just gonna call it as it is. It's an outdated philosophy. Berkshire is no longer your savior. It even got tweaked, right? Got slightly nerfed. I mean, Wingard just looks so much better now. Some people try to argue it's difficult to sliver in that quality in the meat grinder, but I disagree. Some of those contracts are very easily doable. If you know you're going to do archers late game, ranges are more easily scalable inwards because they're your back line. Footmen as well have some fantastic timing, but the Wingard Raiders, the spam point on that building is insane. I'd actually say the weak point right now is Wingard Army. Everything else has great power because when you rush Imperial like Core did in this game, your goal is to inflate quickly. Because if you don't, you're in trouble. And it's very difficult to inflate quickly in brushes because you just don't have enough eco usually to afford not just the production, but the buildings as well. To afford the units, but also get the things that push them out. Wingard solves half of that problem. In fact, it solves more than half, right? Like, you're kind of getting a discount. Because another thing that's interesting with the whole idea of spamming Footman at the beginning of the age is you get elite status without paying 1,000 resources. Same with the Rangers. A little bit of a pushback coming out from Core. So well played to him. He has got Mass Springles now. Unfortunately, he's about to experience Team Fortress 2 Soldier. We have got a fat-ass castle with a rocket launcher in it. Which, unfortunately for Core, one hits hand cannoneers. Cool. At least trying to put up an admirable fight. You got to respect it. Gold gathering has become a problem, though. That raid by the Samurai, they've been walled out, but also Core just walled out pretty much all the gold he has access to. He has 300 in the back of his base and then only enclosures, which means we're basically looking at a player who's going to non-stop spam men-at-arms and very little else. 4 bombards now, good god. So you built hand cannoneers, and he built big cannoneers. Yeah, well played by Crackety, though. Did look a little bit shaky when that dive came in from Core, but slight overextension, and from that point on, I love the fact that Crackety non-stop pushed it. I think that's the biggest edge the Japanese has, is it's a very aggressive civ. I know people like to think it's defensive, the Shogunate Castle, with the rocket launching castles, but to me, I just see this as an attacking civ. Everything about it is designed to be that. Faster moving archers, cavalry crossbowmen, mobile melee infantry. Every single element of it screams attack, attack, attack. And that is what got him the win here. The fact that Core was never able to get his golden defense together. We're going to hit the speed up now. I think we are at the point where Core is just going to concede. He can't protect the siege anymore. He's tried to spam up outposts, but they are not going to be quick enough. GG comes out. Cool game between Crackety and Core. And I'm sure we'll have more of it on the channel because it turns out they queued into each other quite a bit yesterday. Would help if Berkshire was a bit close to the action. I don't think it would have drastically changed anything there. He still ultimately lacked the defense crew, in my opinion, to hold a critical part of the map, right? It's tough. So, there was another one I want to check out between them. I don't watch mirrors very often, but I made an exception for this one. Can you guys guess why? Why would KP be willing to subject himself to a mirror between Core and Crackety? You like Japan mirrors? It has nothing to do with the Japanese. It's more to do with the player. I can't believe you all guessed wrong. There's one reason I would accept a mirror between Crackety and Core. Because HRE is broken! Crackety, shut up. I'm on the mic right now. Core's favorite civ. Crackety's most hated in a mirror. Oh, Battle of the Germans on the Germans. Let's get to it. We're on Gorgeable maps. Crackety is going to be in the teal down on the south side of this. Meanwhile, Core to the north side playing in the orange. Interesting thought as well, because HRE Mirrors used to be about rushing castle, but I don't know if that's the case anymore. I feel like the aggro comes out so quick, you can actually just blunt your opponent. Archers plus spin and rushing across the field can screw someone over at the Rush's castle. Especially for someone in Crackety's position, he got a forward gold spawn here. This puts him a little bit more at risk. Now, one thing that is interesting is Crackety has been clearly signing up for Core's coaching, but he got the outdated build from Core. Crackety done the double scout opener that Core is renowned for. I'd actually say it's his signature at this point. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't do it. And I'm kind of wondering why. Considering that most of the games historically we've watched of Core, especially those before the buffs even came through, he focused on double scout all the time. It's a little bit surprising. I guess maybe if his goal is to put this into a faster castle timing, that makes sense, right? Because if you're going fast castle, your opponent just sacrificed one villager. In a mirror matchup, that's actually a really big deal. Especially when you consider that an average villager gathers 40 resources a minute. Then when you consider eco upgrades over time, then also the fact that you've got the Holy Inspiration for 40% more. Let's give it a 50% increase, because that's fair, right? Like, you're going to gather more with those eco techs coming through. So that villager is going to be worth, by 4 minutes in the game, an extra 60 resources a minute. So that's going to equate, usually with like castle age being around minute 8, minute 9, if you rush it, that's going to equate an extra 240 resources, which is a knight advantage, if you think about it, if they both castle at the same time. So Arkan down the way. Beautiful placement for Core as well, actually. You got the gold, the wood, food. I mean, this is a perfect example of why I've said it might be interesting for the devs to explore mirror maps. Because when you're in a mirror like this, it's actually so GG when you get a spawn like Crackety's compared to Core's. Core's is so much better. He got the retracted gold. His deer are close enough to push in. Like, there's actually not much I look at Core's spawn with and say, oh, that's bad. Maybe the one thing that sucks a bit is I feel like the relics are a bit more biased towards Crackety, right? You can see they've kind of gravitated around him. But outside that, this is thumbs up for Orange. Someone goes mine work? No, because these guys like to win, right? They have to like winning, because Crackety, at the time of recording, is, let's have a look, 41st in the world. And Coach Core, who needs to prove he's worth the coaching, needs to get high rank, all right? Because if he doesn't get high rank, he can't afford to pay for the old people's home for his mama babushka, and he can't afford to get himself some soup. So he's ranked 38th in the world right now. Arkan on the way in the backside for Crackety. Has at least got the berries, so I guess, you know, between getting all the sheep and then getting the berries, this could be a very good Burgrave game. It sounds wild to do, especially in a HRE mirror, but consider the food he's got at his disposal. He could potentially just end the game before Core even gets online. And here's the other thing, guys. If Core is clearly going for a castle age rush, which I really do think he is, we're going to be looking at probably an imp rush, because I know the type of player Core is. Core very often leans into one style of HRE. If he's going Regnants, he's going Relics into imp. Crackety can exploit that. He can crack it wide open. Especially when you do the raw maths on what he's got at his disposal now, right? So it's going to be 14 sheep at 250 a pop. So that is going to be a pretty lofty... What's that? 3,500 food? It's not too bad. Then on top of that, he's got the berries for an extra 1,500. So he has 5,000 food. You can probably get, if we do the maths fair on it, you're probably looking at, what, 30 men-at-arms at least from that? And he'll be adding in farms on the way as well. Instead, Crackety opening the stables, though. Now, that is interesting. Is that because he knows that his tech time is going to be worse? Second Prowler also being pulled. That's going to be to buff the gold. This is a very early stables. We sometimes see this. And you're right. There was a ball play. Good eyes, Faplop. Oh, wow. Yeah, cool. That feels so unnecessary. Unfortunately, Core, the perfect reaction. He sees the stables. He sees that there's going to be horsemen queued up. And he says, wait a second. No, I know what you're up to. Not today, sir. Oh, that's so unfortunate as well. Cool, that was a sick read. Scouting it so early is really important. If he scouted on a delay, then this would already be bad for him. But he gets enough time to walk these up. He just needs to stab down the scout now. It doesn't feel good, but you need to hit him with all villagers. Instead, he decides to build more walls. Guys. 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 Oh, no. I see a flaw in Core's defense. Well, at least he's building a gate to get out. Unfortunately, Crackety should just be able to go in. Crackety should just be able to go in. Crackety... Jesus Christ, they both need to go. It shouldn't work, but it does. This is like when someone tries to tell you they're going to build an amazing city and you invest in it, and then they just put like a Hollywood type like 2D set to make it look real. Dive in though. He finally realizes. So he goes in on this. Prolate is going to try to chain heal Fruit. Not going to work out though, especially when you switch targets like this. What? Okay, that's wild. If he targeted the one horseman down, he would have got the kill. Second spin is going to come out now though. An outpost being built up, and you know, there's more on the way, guys. He's not done yet. Crackety is now sending men-at-arms up here. Horsemen are going to be stuck inside in the meantime, though, so it looks like the scout and double horseman's going to go down, and I can't help but feel Crackety probably could have just paused the men-at-arms and went for castle. He is still going towards that tech up, though. The idea behind still having these men-at-arms out and it being good, though, is that your opponent now has to contest with them when he goes relics, right? What a wild game. And no, he did not lose the prelate. The prelate is alive. Core baited him to the maximum and then garrisoned him in the outpost. Yeah, you underestimate Coach Core. If you want to know how to do that, you got to sign up for his coaching service. Or you just sign up for mine and I'll show you in the replay. Good idle time here. This is really well played by Crackety. As meany as this got, oh, he even keeps the scout alive. That's glorious. Ragnitz is already in the way for him. Men-at-Arms also coming in. Not the best way to fight with them, Crackety. Like, at this point, there's just too many spears. It's a bad trade. You don't want to be diving in here. You can't force any more out of time, right? I think you're better off just waiting for the tech up. Instead, it continues in one by one. Cool. Should be dropping the stables now, right? Yeah, he's already got them prepped. So we are going to be seeing knights from both sides here. They both only have one stables. The food gathering is at least secure in the corner. I still don't like the fact he didn't just do a deer shove, though. A deer shove would have been a lot safer. You could argue that, you know, Crackety would have still got a faster tech up timing. But that's not true, right? Because of the double scout detail we mentioned. It would have been a little bit better for Core. So by some miracle, Core actually ends up teching up first. He pushes more villagers on it. So here we go. Prelate should be shifting out. The other negative I see in this game for Core is, like, the ball was nowhere near a relic. So he's having to make a long haul to get anywhere on this. And what the f... Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Crackety grabs 4. Gotta fund it. No, I can't believe that. The timing on that. You'd think this guy was playing Delhi. Alright, so as far as big differences go in an HRE mirror, it doesn't get much different than that. I cannot believe this. 4 relics now on the way home. And because Core did not build any horsemen, he has no intercept chance here. This is simply going to be a 4 relic versus 1 game, which actually means that Core now has to be the aggressor. He can't just camp. He can't do his typical, I like Imperial, watch Imperial play. Because if he does that, Crackety will get there much quicker. Dude, I wasn't expecting that. I have God Vision, and Crackety distracted me so well I didn't notice he was on every relic. So imagine how Core felt in this game. That was so incredibly well played by Crackety. That's not like he's up against a pushover HRE player, right? Like, this is Core's signature civ. It's the one he's renowned for. Just made him look like a little kid, getting bullied on the playground by an adult. Which, actually, that doesn't paint Crackety in a good picture, because that means he beats up little kids, but... No, that's accurate. He does keep being Gully Deckle right now. Crackety does beat up kids. Definitely not clipped out of context. And yeah, guys, Korra's definitely going Imperial Age, so he's just doing your atypical thing here. Whew. I'm not the biggest fan of fast imp HRE on Gorge with one relic. I feel like you need at least two. The reason is that you need a cannon emplacement relic on both sides of the TC. Otherwise, you're very limited on where you can expand. Like, if you drop a Pass Swabi here, you're very quickly going to be out of range of protection, right? And although you can still get cannon placements, they're notably weaker. And yeah, you're right, Avali. Like, I could have sworn I've seen this somewhere. Maybe this Coach Core add me for coaching is actually Core. I know he likes to do this build a lot. Meanwhile, Crackety looks like he's actually prepping for war. But he's not building. So I'm a little bit confused as to what his goal is. He's got 1,000 gold already. The food is lacking, though. So if this is fast imp, there's some big problems and question marks here. He is gathering on the berries now, just not in mass. There's a lot of wood being gathered as well. So it's possible we're going to be seeing farms added in soon. And, well, cool. It's going to pull the trigger. So Pounce Swabi now in the way. And Crackety's build is starting to have the biggest, fattest, most confusing question mark next to it right now. Oh my god, did he think he was going to get inted? I think he thought that this was going to be an all-in from Core. Which is weird, because Crackety has played against Core more times than I can count on my hands. And even if I was an alien with 8 arms, I wouldn't be able to count how many times he's faced off against Core on the Civ. So, the fact that he reads this as needing to defend instead of needing to tech is very confusing to me. I'm so confused right now. I feel like Crackety had a big edge, and he kind of threw it away here. I mean, he still has 4 relics, right? So, like, he's got some wiggle room here, but that wiggle room disappears very quickly against Pasta Swabia. This Love Hotel is insane. Your opponent's at 4 TC effective right now. And you were already behind on economy because you built additional prelates. And yes, you do still get the gold if you put relics in tower. You do not get gold when you're running across the tower. So right now, this is painful. Long walk. Less gold coming in a game where he still needs more gold. So how do I feel about Core's chances now? I mean, it's not too bad of a position to find himself in, right? Like, he's still got the deer. He could have shoved these in, by the way. Like, this is kind of criminal. I am disgusted right now. 40% gathering speed buff missing. The tough part as well is, like, he can't build additional prelates to come buff this up because he has 1 relic. He doesn't have insane gold income. So although Core's going to have, like, maybe a 10 eco lead by the time this starts to balance out, I do still favor Crackety because, well, A, Crackety has got 4 relics. Those relics are worth 160 gold each. Ergo, they're worth about 4 villages, 3.5 villages each. But on top of that, that resource, the gold, is kind of invaluable here, right? Considering that your opponent is going to be gathering gold without the buff very shortly, you're not going to have those same kind of impediments, right? Like, you're a little bit better for it. And it means a lot when you consider all these elite techs cost an insane amount of gold, right? You want to get elite men at arms, that's 700 gold. You want to get the heavy maces, 200, that's another 500 between the two of them. You want to get elite army tactics, 700 gold again. So Imp reached. Core has managed to build up a 14 villager lead, but it will get no bigger. And this now starts to put a lot of pressure on Core because it means he has to play fast. The reason he has to play fast, by the way, is he will reach his peak first, but his opponent will not be far behind him. That's a problem. Because if you now both balance out 140 economy, the relics are the difference. Not just the relics. Sacred sites as well, not to mention Tithe Barns on the way. Everything looking up for Crackety. Tithe Barns usually feels like such a big deal at this stage as well, right? With Radiant's gold, you have way too much gold, which means you can afford it. Usually what you're lacking is everything else. So this pads the difference, right? In a game where Crackety has practically got no food income, even Tithe Barns is going to make the world a difference. It's an extra 160 food a minute, which means he's going to get 4 times the food he has right now. Interesting twist to your land stacks are cool. Yeah, a little bit puzzling when you have one relic. Usually you see Lance Nectar as a focus point when you don't have much food and have a lot of gold. He should have a lot of food and not much gold. That's not really going to do much here either. Okay, that was beautifully done. Okay, that was sick from Crackety. He turned around the moment he knew the knight was in range of the Springald defense. That was sick. And we got a new defense coming in here. Cannon on the way. So very hard to just kind of trickle troops in. Core apparently is saving up for Imperial Age. I think he forgot he already got there. Yeah, in all seriousness though, I think he's got to wait, right? Like he's queuing up Horseman, but I don't even know if you want to queue Horseman yet. To me, what Core's doing, he's in holding pattern here. He needs to see something his opponent's doing so that he can get the counter ahead. Because if this turns into a blind, let's do this and see if it's right type play, you're doing that when you're already now economically behind. It's a losing play, right? Stone being gathered for the keep drop as well. That should be coming in on the farmland clusters here, just to kind of protect and allow them to extend. Other side of this, mass farms are on the way. And it looks like Crackley's left space for something here as well. I wonder what he's thinking of doing there. Looks like we might actually have a keep drop coming in from Crackley soon. I don't think you need it though, right? Like you've got 4 outpost relics potentially. So you just play relics out here. Yeah, there we go. Agreed. He's got enough space there for your beautiful little outpost as well if need be. Core looking to be Lord of the Stone. I mean, we did watch a game earlier where he gathered 4,000 stones, so we're kind of going that way again, aren't we? Ah, look at that. The farms are fully beautiful, so no gaps for extra outposts. He'd want to put them around the edge anyway, right? Like, you'd usually put them over here and here. But right now, this game is looking very cozy for Crackety. Core has to make a move soon. Sacred Site is going to be blocked from being captured here, so Crackety's not going to have that extra trickle gold, not to mention the counting timer. He does already have 2 of these Sacred Sites, though, so that's adding quite a bit of pocket money in for Crackety. Right now, he's generating 520 gold a minute. Passively. Actually, these numbers are wrong. He's generating more than that. It's okay, guys. That's another reason why we never show the religious statistics. I think you'll realize what it just done there. It doesn't calculate excess gold from Civ-specific perks. So, for example, this number's actually double. He's not generating 320 gold. He's generating 640 and then 200 for Sacred Sites. So right now, Crackety's getting 840 gold a minute passively. Outpost going up. I love this. Cracker's like, there's only one way he gets back in this game. And he's right. Core would need trade. As this game goes on, like, both of them are going to run out of gold. They're playing fairly gold-heavy civs. The difference, though, is that one has, as we highlighted, on the relics alone, 640 passive gold a minute. Okay. So what is the winning comp for Core? Right now he's going for Men-at-Arms plus Horseman. I actually think if Crackety just spams Men-at-Arms, he wins. I mean, he's getting spears in as well, which is fine up against the Horseman, but with his type of economy lead, he could just spam MAA only and win. Awesome. I'll just go target down the villages. I mean, every little advantage you can get, right? But keep in mind, you're at a stage in the game where you don't really have infinite food trekking in. Sure, you've got the farms to give infinite food, but you haven't really built this bank yet. So you haven't really got a stage where you can just throw away 20 horsemen and shrug. You have to be kind of careful about this. Crackety has already queued up the heavy maces. Those upgrades are already in for Core. Lance deck upgrades also coming through. That is brave. So Core is now saying, I either win now or I lose the game. 15 Lancenet queued up like that. That's going to be a third of his current army comp. I mean, it's a smart play, right? Your opponent's building spears and men-at-arms, because for him, the game is very simple, very logical. Now, Crackety needs to reassess the situation. Funnily enough, if Crackety queues up Lance himself, he wins. I just don't know if he's got the production yet for it. We're sitting at, what, 5 Raxes? That's pathetic in a game like this. Sorry, 4. Even worse. Quick sell to get more food ready. Torches are out, and unfortunately, these were Springald upgrades. Yeah, it's crazy to think how much better this game would have looked for Crackety if he didn't waste time on these defenses. Remember, he queued up 3 different Spring Order placements. That's a problem. It means his relics are actually garrisoned in non-cannon defenses. Burn through damage also a bit too strong. E-repairs barely working at this stage. And it looks like the attempt to go raiding by Crackety is going to fall flat. He needs to get home. He needs to defend because Core is forcing the matter. Imagine if Core just walked forward with prelates right now. Just yoinked these away. How's Crackety losing this? He took too long in Castle, and then he needed to add in all the farms. He mass farmed instead of gradual farm transitions, right? You have to remember, Core had them set up for a very long time. He had like 15 farms very early. So the issue is mass. And Crackety, his biggest mistake was thinking he could just win this by going men-at-arms. He's right, he would have, if it wasn't for this detail here. Core is now getting up to 20 Lance Nectar. You're only seeing the first 2, and he's already winning these fights. With a second and third wave coming in, Crackety is now truly at risk of a quick loss here in a game where it would feel impossible. He has 4 relics in the HRE mirror, yet he's losing. Bombard is going to start getting repaired. Villagers begin to get massacred though. Needs more troops coming out. Cool. Where are the troops right now? What? Oh my god. Why? Something that even a gold would do at this stage. Select all army and A-click, but no. Core was missing 10 Lance Nectar. I guess the raids on the flanks did distract him well enough here, so he reacts to that, and instead of keeping the push going, Crackety gets a stay of execution, and all of a sudden, he has what he needs. Men-at-arms numbers are up. Hand cannoneers are coming in as the backline. Lance Nectar count is still decent, but now diving a cannon emplacement can get expensive fast. At least going to be able to take that defense out, but it's going to come at a price. Several units should be going down. Crackety now prepping the defense. Against the full melee army, he has a cathedral with relics in it. Can you guess where this might be going? Hand cannoneers actually being ignored. What? He goes straight for the bombard. Oh no. Frontline has at least been mopped up. 8 Lance Neck left over. Horsemen are going to be able to breach to the backside. Great pullback there though. Crackety just reacting to the Horsemen, but also getting away from the Lance Neck. I think this game is over. Core, I mean, he's just got nothing left. Lance count is about to get disintegrated. They only work when they've got something to absorb damage, not when they're absorbing it themselves. If you want that, pick the Gilded. I can't believe that. Core, for a moment, it looked like he had it. I mean, he was definitely up against the ropes on this one. This was a difficult one to make work. But that missed rally, I think it hurt him. It would have still been an uphill battle even if the troops had arrived, but obviously would have had a better chance. Now it feels too late. Crackety now with double the military force. Hand cannoneers continue to trickle in, and that's simply something Core can't really match here. Military Academy is at least on the way, but I believe, judging by the production rate, we already have that for Crackety. No. Wow, I'm impressed. And now, on a delay, he queues up Lance Neck himself. Smart choice, right? Like, your opponent just burnt all of his gold. He can't rely on Lance now. He has to go to Men-at-Arms, Spearmen, Horsemen. These are all pretty easy targets for Maslansk. What an interesting game, though. I mean, I've got to give it to them, right? Like, it opened in a very entertaining way. I think it ended in a very entertaining way as well. That attempt by Core to overwhelm from behind, I mean, I respect it. He actually made it look a lot closer than it really ever should, but this is always the issue when you're up against HRE. It's why I think Pulse Swab is too good of a landmark. You kill 20 villagers, even if you kill 20 here, right? If you kill like 10, maybe, if that. Even if you kill 20, it doesn't matter. It's damage that immediately evaporates because of one landmark. Now Raze on the flanks. I mean, this is the point where Core's going to lose access to gold, right? He's already exhausting the gold quickly with this comp. And now, just with a pause on access and a discovery on the other gold, I mean, that's it. No gold gathering equal no bueno in this game. It means you can only build men-at-arms and you're running them knowingly into hand cannoneers. Mangonel play might have worked if he had someone to front line. Unfortunately, he has absolutely nothing. Core Are those villagers on your side or Crackety's? Because they just led him right to where he needs to be. The underbelly of the beast here. 2 mangoes get taken out. 1 at least survives, but the villagers most definitely will not. That is indeed Lance next, folks. And that is indeed going to be game, because the moment the core sees what's happening here, he's going to want out. This is an absolute war crime. Well, it began with attempting to murder Core's villagers. That failed, but it will definitely end with a successful raid, chopping down well over 20 eco from the orange HRE. Woo-hoo-hoo! Crackety, disgusting. He says it's OP and yet he uses it. There's no shame on this man. I literally just checked my Discord DMs. Would anyone like to guess who's in my Discord DMs right now? Yep, dude, Core is literally straight there. Jesus, this guy is always... Oh my god. We're child friendly. We can't say what he said. So what do we call that one? Paid actors? Jesus, he's talking, guys. What do I call that one, actually? I think that's an uploadable one. Last one I don't care about. I mean, you built trash landmark. I don't care about it. That one, I think it focuses on weird stuff that happened in North. You'd think Core never wins a single game? I've cast you winning games before. Don't be a bitch. We've cast a bunch of times you winning before. Be a Chad Lord like Myriad. Myriad literally sends me a replay of him getting the shit kicked out of him by a fast Delhi imp. Oh dear. Like the Glassjaw Punch Out? Should I know that? I don't think I know that. I'm trying to think what the right title for that video is, though. Like, that was quite comedial because of the weird-ass wall at the top. HRE brains scrambled. Classic HRE IQ. There we go. It's comedy because they're both playing HRE. All right, guys, do we give Core another chance? Do we cast another Crackety versus Core game, or do we move on? What do you think? I mean, if we move on, I know he'll stay so salty. Do you guys... I'm looking at what the other games they played. So there is a Byzantine versus English, or there's an Iabid versus Abbasids. No appetite for FFA? Not really feeling it right now, gotcha. Not at the sec. Maybe later. Like I said, we'll see how things go. Biz English? Alright, should we watch the Biz English? Cast Myriad versus Crackety? Okay, Myriad, but only send your wins, right? I mean, dude, I'm just gonna hold my hands up and say, look. Compared to like other channels, I don't even look for the outcome of a game. I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting. I click it. All right. If you can't win, I haven't been biased in my selection. I saw Japanese. I like Japanese. All right. I saw HRE memology. I cast HRE memology. By comparison, I see Byzantines versus English. Oh, God, boring. Just build Lombos and move on. All right, here we go. Stay of execution here. So far, Crackety has been curb stomping Core. And Core has gone full mold on us right now. His coaching business is in shambles. I'm about to be the equivalent of Marquise Brown from the tech industry. I'm going to crash his entire business before it begins. Jesus Christ. We are going to be on Lipany for an interesting matchup, actually. Two top civs right now. English, with this Abbey of Kings build, just have a new way of life. On the other side of it, the Byzantines just seem to be on the top of their game. Their gathering rates in the early game are insane right out of the gates. And their plays into mercenaries come a little bit too quick. So let's see what Core can do to make himself slick. Ooh! Ooh, my boy! Okay, here we go. This is looking spicy already. Play out onto the deer, very ballsy, love to see it. No immediate grab onto the stone. He does have a fallback option there if this is still a 2TC play. This could just as easily be fast castle or all-in feudal. I actually think that English players don't play enough pocket resources when they play all-in feudal. Because when you think about it, why not, right? Like, English is considered, outside of the heavy knights feudal civs, to be one of the most aggressive civs in the game. If you're up against a civ that doesn't move fast enough, aka Byzantines without Hippodrome, then it makes sense that you should be doing this, right? You've at least got 4 minutes of grab time here before the Byzantines get their mercs out and try to force you off. And even then, let's say they go for jabs, you can potentially get enough Lombos together to contest that. If they go Lombos, you can outmatch them there as well. And this also does mean that Core can stay out a lot longer with his scout. In fact, you can already see the results of that, right? Like, Crackety, he backed off. He dropped off. He came home. Wait, did he? Or did he just suck at sheep hall? What the f... Okay, that's bad. I think he did not come back home. He's just really unlucky. He got 7 sheep. Meanwhile, Core is sitting at 13 right now. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, that's a big problem. Core is weirdly enough coming home early, and I'm not sure why. I guess he's going to drop the sheep here. Yeah, okay. Wait. What? Did he just see? Yeah, he just saw the scout. Okay, cool. Explain what was going through your brain at that moment there. Because you were correct to try and move out the moment you saw Crackety come there. I'm assuming you expected him to go around the back here, not around the front. So you thought you had to come back first? You were pushing the deer? Funny boy. Yeah, it's interesting actually, because if you just cut him off there and continue to loop around, you would have had an insane haul of sheep and he would have had practically nothing. So he kind of recovers at the tail end there. And he still has a little bit left in the center, right? So he might get 2 or 3 more sheep around here. Kind of unlucky to get nothing in this corner. You definitely got scammed there. But wait, what? What? No, he didn't see that, right? He ran up and down. I don't think he saw you cancel, but golf clappers for trying, right? That was a cool idea. It looked, and chat will correct me if I'm wrong, like Crackety went here and then immediately went here. Core was definitely trying to bait him. Yeah, Crackety thinks there will be king. I mean, like, most players are going king right now, right? This is pretty cool as well from a positional play. Like, it adds into the deer element. Because, like, if I saw a player going deer, I wouldn't think he's all in council hall. I'd think he's going fast castle. If you think about most English plays that involve deer play, it's about rushing castle age because it's optimal. So this is very interesting. Because if you're rushing castle, you definitely expect king as well. So Core has hidden his strategy quite well. Crackety needs to come back ASAP. Unfortunately, he's scouting the rest of the map. So what's happening here is I think Crackety wants to know where the relics are in case this goes castle. Which makes sense, right? Like, you have Grand Winery. So he's going to scout the 2 remaining, but he needs to dart across to the base again. Because if he doesn't scout this straight away, he's going to be in trouble. This play that Core's doing is very easily counterable by just setting up an outpost on the berries. By the way, I actually think when you're against the king, it makes sense as well. Instead, Crackety is going for the tried and true Limitane that are going to feel more false than truth here. Lombo queued up already. Core is looking to end it fast. Oh man, he's going to get the bad news pretty quickly here, but I don't know if it's going to be quick enough. This is the problem. Like, if this council started back at the TC, he'd know fast enough that he could react and get an archery range down or get an outpost up. But now it's too late. He's going to have to pull all the villagers if he wants to get an outpost up. But Krakeny doesn't have the wood because he just put it into Limitane. Oh, no. And not just that. No, cancel this outpost right now. You need to secure the berries, not the gold. Right, I don't think the gold wins you the game here. The berries do. What was he thinking? Krakeny, I mean, he barely got any berries. He got, what, 300 berries, and that's it. Like, exactly 300 berries. Oh, my God. Oh, sorry, no, he got... No, one went back. 250, 400, 450. So he's got enough for, what? Any contract, right? I think longbows are affordable at that point, but you only get one. I mean, highlight this before, right? Like, if you go for a javelin contract, this many longbows can beat you, right? If you go for longbow contract, you're going to lose. And now, because you only built one outpost, you don't even secure the gold. Oh my God, no. We got to be careful, guys. This is going to be the one time in the next month we look to cast a Corwin, because otherwise his head gets too big. I mean, it was really well played by him, actually. This is smart. I think Krakeny definitely misplayed this a bit. When he saw the longbows on the way, he should have cancelled and built the outpost here. Because then, at least, like, you can just short wall here and your opponent can't hit the berries. He'll still be able to hit the gold, sure. But, like, you get something, right? Now you have nothing. I mean, he's at least got some sheep to work with underneath the TC, but the count isn't really that great, and the horseman time is going to be pretty slow. At this point, I want to see Core adding in blacksmiths. Blacksmiths is really smart right now because your opponent doesn't have gold. He's going to try to go for horseman, and you can get Steeled Arrow to keep the edge. By the way, guys, can we just highlight the complete difference in players? How Core was about that last game. And Krakeny just comes in wholesome like, wow, man, big props to Core. He caught me off guard here. I mean, I got to give it to him. It was crafty, man. That was really well crafted. He even built it a little bit further back. Like, you'd think build the council hall here. The reason he didn't do that is because of the scouting path. Like, I think he knew about this. You can see, right? So, like, Krakeny, if you built the council hall here after cancel, he would have seen naturally. Whereas you kind of built it further away when Krakeny's starting to go home. And now, a desperation outpost coming in. Lombos are just sniping down the villages, though. This is becoming expensive for Krakeny. In fact, he needs to commit the villages. Oh, my God. More loss than needed here. Possibly still more to come. Does at least get the rest of the villagers into safety just in time, but the horsemen not going to win out. And siege engineering now on the way. So Krakeny doesn't even need the Steeled Arrow because he's already got the spears. All he needs is a ram, and this will be a GG. And look at that, guys. Krakeny with the 30 stream watch streak. What a committed lad. We appreciate his support here. I don't see a 30 watch stream streak from Core. So, Ram now on the way up. Thank you for the gifted sub as well, Faplop. I mean, Krakeny doesn't have a defense against this, right? Akratoy should at least be in range, but oh, he already used it. So that was why he didn't die so fast. I wondered why all of a sudden the villagers weren't just getting dented immediately by that many Lombos. That was smart. I actually think Akratoy is much better as a defensive player than an aggressive player. So Krakeny used that correctly there. Unfortunately, I think he's just too far behind. And will you look at this? The irony of clown carring Krakeny. Did you guys know that this is the incorrect play, by the way? Siege towers are much better. No cap. If you want to clown car people for killing villagers, go siege tower. Obviously, it's not about killing villagers in this situation. Core just wants to remove gold access and end the game. Horseman now running the spears, not ideal. Oh no. There are games where you wish you could refund Grand Winery for a Hippodrome. This is starting to feel like one of them. And Rams are now going to start moving towards the economy. Yeah, this is over. I think Krakeny will just call it. He was trying to save the castle, right? He's finally going to commit into the Silk Road, but you get like one contract of javelins. That's not going to be enough here. There's way too many longbows as it is. Villagers are going to stand their ground without Akratoy, so the Spearman will at least be taken out. But with more longbows coming, these trades start to become undesirable and impossible, right? You can already see the health bars looking grim. Core's like, well, I don't want to have to micro everything at once, so he just packs the ram out. But I think now you should just be shuffling in and ungarrison sniping, right? Because there's too many villagers at the TC here, so he can't protect them all. Even if he's like Louis MT levels of TC garrisoning, right? He won't be able to pull them in and out quick enough between longbow flurries. And the game has ended. Clearly, Core rage quit and Crackety won. No, I'm kidding. That was the one where Cracker's like, well, I guess we're done for the evening. GG, Core. You gotta win. Well played, Core. Guys, big clappers for Core. Core DDoS the replay. Yep. That's why we weren't going to cast it originally. What happened? The game ended. That's what happened. So, Core, do you want me to upload this one to YouTube with the thumbnail, he does actually win games? Who loves Core? We love Core. There you go. First victory caught live. Dude, Chat will attest this. We've cast you win loads of games in the past. It's not my fault you don't play enough games these days. Also, wait. No. Core, we even cast you win 3 minutes. Right? I think it was it against Numadon where he GG'd out because he couldn't get any deer as the Roos. We've cast you in glory, sir. I'm pretty sure it was you in that game. I think it was you. Oh. Speaking of coaches, who's Voldemar against? That was a funny game. No, it was a good one. Well played, sir. You played good. Let me check who Voldemar's up against. I like live games. Oh. Actually, yeah. No. You know what? I'm not going to let this slide now, you piece of crap. You don't tune into my stream, is what I'm learning from this, you piece of shit. We literally cast you a few days ago crotch stomping with the Abbasids against Iabids. You piece of... No, dude, I'm calling him out, chat. Right? You guys remember that? I think it was Core versus Lash. And we praised him for his Culture Wing build. We said it was really smart. We were really nice to Core. But you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm changing it up. All right? This thing we've been doing here... Where is it? You guys know where this is going, right? This is changing into a core. And it's gonna feel really good at 0 right now. But in 3 days, when I don't bother to cast your ass anymore, it's gonna feel real bad. There we go. Oh dear. So I'm having a look now. Oh, Voldemar's up against that rank 33 account. The one that we're not quite sure of the identity of. The one that has the anime profile pic. Should we watch that one? Do you guys want some live Voldy, or would you guys like to see some... We had Vortex versus Sassy. We've got some Lucifron games. Lucifron versus Filisberto. We've got Eliona versus Zerton. We've got Gully Deckle versus Lash. Oh no. Core's been timed out. I guess we'll give him 2 minutes. There we go. I guess we'll never know. Voldy sounds good. I don't think there's anyone else. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, you know my ass is casting this. You know my ass is casting this. Nah, dude, I'm sorry. Voldemar can wait. This wins. This wins by a mile. Louis MT is looking for vengeance. Neptune has been the bane of his existence. This man loves feudal Japan far too much. So it's time for Louis to be the bane of the Japanese existence because we have got a hard counter coming out here. Ottomans versus Japanese. Otto's actually a phenomenal civ, in particular against the build that Neptune's been doing. If this is the first time you guys have been seeing Neptune, we've been casting him a little bit over the last few days, and this guy has been having me doing mental cartwheels of excitement. His Japanese is fast, furious, and fun. This guy spends longer in Feudal Age than any other Japanese player in the top 200, and he is very high in the rankings right now. In fact, at the time of recording, Neptune is sitting in 142nd on this account, but he has another account which I think is like top 70 right now. So he's got multiple counts in the top 200. Neptune consistently is a top ranking player, by the way. Ranked season 1 through season 6, he's always been sitting between 24th and 54th on the leaderboard per season. This guy is insane at the game. And you know what? I'm hoping we're going to see more of him in tournament play, because I don't know if it's because of time zone differences, we just haven't really seen him. Because right now, we always talk about Louis MT as being the prodigy kid out of China, the best out of China. But Neptune has really always been up there in contention. So let's see what he can do. Let's see if he can solve the unsolvable. The reason why Ottomans counter the Japanese so hard in Feudal, by the way, especially in Feudal, is the meta melee armor. The meta melee armor is insane. It gives you +2 armor against a civ that focuses and revolves around the idea of melee. Right? It's such an early point as well. Considering Neptune typically plays long feudal, it means his Onabagisha are going to have their damage cut down by 25%. It means that his horsemen are going to be tickling compared to the Spahi. It's a very difficult matchup. And you know what? Why am I... Like, what made me think that this was going to be full feudal focus, guys? This is the fast Imperial build. I forgot that Louis has been practicing this. Okay, so this is actually going to be quite comical then. Because on one side, we've got a player that plays an unorthodox Japanese, where he goes all in on feudal. And on the other side, we've got a player who plays an unorthodox Ottomans, where he goes all in on greed. Is this going to be the 2TC as well? It actually might. Louis likes to do 2TC a lot with this build. So we'll do 2TC, he'll have the gold scaling over time, and then he'll rush into castle and then quickly into Imperial Age. And yes, you can see the distribution in the early phase of the game up here. So typically, 3 on gold should be good enough to get you to your tech up, and 7 works quite well. Even better when you go for the berries, gives you a little bit of surplus to work with at the start of the age. And also lets you stay out for longer. So it looks like we've got a decent sheep distribution actually with Neptune. So 8 sheep to 11. I think that is pretty much the entire map scouted. Yeah, it looks like there is maybe tiny pockets in the corners that might have a sheep or 2. But outside that, everything's been scratched out. That's pretty tough for Louis as well, right? That means he's definitely going to have to go for the sheep. The Anatolian Hills on his first point with the Vizier. I mean, if you're going 2TC, it's probably not as essential. You could just play a TC onto the deer stack, right? And that works too. It's interesting as well, like with this build, the military school is coming on very delayed compared to what we're used to seeing. I think I like the idea of starting with the military school so you get a single spear to shove the deer in, right? And then you can go for this multi-TC play if that's the goal. It feels like that is definitely the goal, right? Like when I see someone gathering this much stone this early, it's kind of out of whack, right? Like you really want to have a bit more wood coming in so you're optimal your timing. Okay, scrap that. It's just Louis doing Louis things. He does stone first. I don't know if that was optimal, though. Because you could have easily had the wood together difference, right? Like, and been into the second military school. He's gathered enough for trip military school. Sorry, 2 military school. So, is he going to rush castle still? Because he just moved 3 onto gold, right? 4th coming in. He's then also got the 3 in the trade network. This has to be castle rush. 100%. A little bit surprised he didn't do the 2TC play, but then again, you are up against a civ that's going to fast castle. Usually. The thing is, if this is fast castle, you do 2TC, I don't think it's too bad. You're still going to be exposed, though, because it's going to be 4TC. It's probably a good thing he didn't do 2TC, because if this is Neptune doing Neptune things, which usually means he's rushing you with full feudal, then you'll actually die to mass Onimugishi and Horseman with a second TC. So he made the right call. What's interesting in this game, though, folks, is this isn't a typical Neptune build yet. We haven't started to see the flood of units. Right? I know we're only 5.5 minutes into the game, but by now you're usually seeing Raxes, stables committed, and there we go. Boy does not fail to deliver. Did gather a lot of wood and stone, which made me think for a second we might have been looking at a multi-TC play, but it looks like it's just going to be the Daimyo. This is interesting. So, Daimyo into Uma Bannerman Horseman. That's really cool because with the double melee tech, you can actually beat Sipahi. Sipahi are really expensive and slow to produce here. And if this is a fast castle build, the cool thing about having Bannerman plus the melee techs, you put your horsemen to a point where they actually kill villagers quite quickly, right? Because they'll go up to 11 damage, they'll add in another 15%, which equals out to 1.6 damage. So they end up at 12.5, roughly, right? That's really cool because it means that your horsemen will kill villagers in 4 hits instead of 5. Undermesh also on the way, so he's definitely getting ready for the dives early. Uma Bannerman already being queued up. Remember, this is a feudal-aged knight for the Japanese. Vizier point, it is going to be the Anatolian Hills. I just don't see how we're ever going to really see this meta shift right now. The 2000 food is just so good in so many different ways. Like, we've been playing 1 TC all-in, keeps you safe. When you're going fast castle, incredibly important. And it scales well in the game, because although it seems like you're just getting 8 sheep, you have to remember Anatolian Hills also increases your gathering rate on gold and stone for the rest of the game. Damage is calculated with floating point numbers. UI elements are calculated with integers. So that's why these numbers will round up and down. But the behind-the-scenes side of things, the game engine is actually tracking in floating points. That's why sometimes you'll see units that have 0 HP but aren't dead. Because the integer value is forcing it to be rounded down. They'll be like on 0.1 health, but it'll say 0. Castle about to come in for Louis. Neptune is going castle as well. He just done it on delay. It's interesting he went for the horseman as well then in this situation. I'm not sure I like the melee tech choices. I guess he was concerned that Louis might try to commit to the age, so this gave him a guard against that. Outpost is going to come up in perfect timing here for Louis, so no dive potential. Neptune just in a position now where he's going to be teching from behind. What could Neptune have done better here? He has quite a bit of wood gathering going on, and I don't really understand why right now. Like, 3 villagers on wood at this stage, you've got 175 wood in the bank. This only makes sense if you're prepping a transition, but even then, this is unessential. If your plan is to go into Raxes, you only need 1 Rax with Yoroshiro, right? Like, look at the pacing here. By the time he techs up, he's going to have 300, 350 wood in the bank. This would only make sense if you were going for, like, a TC timing, which just seems very weird to me. I could never imagine a Japanese player rushing castle and then immediately TC dropping. No poke damage in. Looks like villager is going to go down. And wait, what? Oh, wow. Louis pulled all villagers back from the tech up. Guys, that's actually a big deal. All of a sudden, the big lead you had has disappeared. And that's scary because Ottomans don't actually use a tiny advantage well here. Right? If you have like half the tech up an advantage, you can start scaling the lances ahead of time. But now, if you're just 5 seconds apart, that floating gate Yoroshiro drop is going to destroy you. And wow. He's going for an archery range play. Okay, but the base layout is getting a bit funky, right? I get why he's doing this to hide the archery range from his opponent. But you could have just built the floating gate down here as well. So this is what? Onimusha plus Mount Samurai? Interesting choice. Not really that essential. I feel like just building Mount Samurai works a lot better here. So okay, first Mount Samurai gets queued up. The only thing I can think is this might be a bait. Which can be smart if your opponent is scouting you, but you can see that Louis was never going in, right? Like, he was just chasing you away, so I'm a little bit confused right now by Neptune's build. What I do love is the fact that after doing a bunch of experimentation in his little lab where he kept spamming out feudal age units, he's evolving. By the way, if you want to try to like trick your opponents, that's very smart to do. It's kind of the same logic of how someone sees your profile. They see you always pick, say, Japanese, or you always pick, I don't know, Ottomans, or whatever it's going to be. And then like, oh, I'll just counter-pick that. It's similar here. You have to remember Neptune beat Louis MT. He's built a few other high-level players. He beat Beastie as well, using these really weird all-in feudal plays from Japanese. So I wonder if he was expecting Louis to kind of overreact to that possibility. Because I feel like, you know, getting a fast castle and a fast castle build here, I would say it does favor the Japanese. Because you're getting to your greedy timing, your scary timing actually, pretty much for free. Raid coming in. Unfortunately, we're targeting different villages there. Good micro by Louis, just shifting out the other side, just trying to minimize any idle time as he goes. Unfortunately, this man needs to get some units out. This is costing him a lot right now, guys. Right now, 2/3 of his economy aren't working. And you might be the Ottomans for 3 military schools, but that rate of production got slightly nerfed. And you're against a Civ that escalates insanely fast at this point in the game. And they're doing damage. Worker kills count is adding up. In the meantime, there was a flank raid coming in. So far, 2 worker kills to 6. No doubt about it, Neptune is building a bigger lead out of this. And behind this, relics should be being grabbed by both players. So it looks like Louis did go for the Moss drop. Yeah, Louis is quite the fetishist when it comes to the idea of rushing relics. Makes sense in this matchup in particular. Wololo not quite going to trigger in time here. Ottoman should be like China, should build all landmarks because all landmarks in Ottoman build by one Sultan simultaneously. I think like I don't think the Ottomans should have all their landmarks. I don't agree with that. I think their landmarks need to be spruced up a bit though. The choices are way too one-dimensional and obvious right now. Like if you're building in Age 3, like you basically just go Mehmed Armory, right? Like even in the game where he went for the trade network, he went Mehmed Armory. And the reason it's baffling is like, if you think about it, if there was a game where you go for the alternative, the Imperial Palace in Age 3, this is the game. Because you can scale traders better. Well, on the center, not going to work out. Onimusha have now arrived. You know, the interesting part is like, he could have just kept going Mount Samurai, and I think it would have been better here. By going Onimusha, you give value to the Sipahi. And there's not really much value for you right now. Sure, it's kind of obvious Louis is going to go into Lancers here. The only reason I could think you'd want to do this is if you were worried about men-at-arms instead. Samurai Onimusha. Just going to dive a little. Behind this, more relics should be being grabbed, but so far, Louis doing a really good job of contesting this. Looks like we're going to get a 3-2 relic split, but Neptune sneaking in the second town center means Louis actually needs to get out of his base ASAP. Mount Samurai are at least going to get sniped down. Onimusha are actually taking out villages right now, so this is really well played. I mean, Neptune is losing a lot of units, but my concern is Louis doesn't really have much firepower behind a counter push here, right? Like, if you rush across the map, your Ashira drop means your opponent should have enough units to contest you when you arrive. What you really need if you're Louis is loose economy, things you can target. But Neptune hasn't moved for that yet. It is, however, now on the way. Onimusha. That's why I wasn't a big fan of Onimusha. Also, what's even more worrisome is this. It's the melee armor. The +2 bonus is what I was highlighting before, right? It makes it very hard for Mount Samurai to win fights unless they have even numbers. That's very important here because at least with the deflective armor, you offset the Lancer charge. The problem I'm seeing right now, though, is because your opponent has Sipahi, the Sipahi should reach you first, which means the lower base damage hit is coming through, and then the strong hit from the Lance connects. And then all of a sudden, you find yourself in a fight where your opponent has 6 melee armor, and you've only got 4. And damage-wise, I don't think you've got a big enough advantage there to offset that. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Uman Bannermen aren't terrible here. I think that's also why Neptune went for this, is he wanted a diverse comp, but he wanted to buff it all with the level 1 Daimyo, so you could get the second TC. Which is very smart, but it's always tough to try and diversify this early. I think he needed to wait for a reason. He was so angsty about making sure he counted the knights when they came. He counted them before they even arrived, which gave more value over the light cap. Nice snipe there, at least taking out the metas. And we have got Janissaries now on the way. This is another big problem with the Japanese build. you're building a full cav comp into a unit that has the best unit for dealing with range, dealing with cav from range, right? Like, this is definition of fighting into a brick wall with your skull, which tends to hurt. So, curious to see what Neptune's diversification is going to be, because he needs to shift, and it looks like we are getting that shift now. Double Rax drop coming in. If this is a Yorishiro drop, that should be enough. If he's not going to Yorishiro drop for Rax, he needs to keep going. I think he's got one Yorishiro left, actually. Yeah, it's now on the way. So it looks like we are going to be getting a Rax drop, and it is going to be Samurai. Interesting choice, considering I think Ona Bagisha might have worked quite well here. You know, like, the idea is mobility to get on top of Janissaries, right? Samurai are going to be very slow. And it worries me, because I think coming in with a slow comp, you can easily get cut down. I think you need speed. Because Ona Bagisha have the ability to try and fight, but also to try and flank. Neptune's probably worried he doesn't have enough eco yet, though. And what the rise is that? We are off the beaten path officially, folks. This is such a weird build. I mean, who am I kidding? It's Neptune. It's always going to be a weird build, right? Like, let's be totally real here, guys. Mount Samurai and Onabagisha kind of made Onimusha kind of made sense, right? We had to go off the beaten path. So Spearman Mass into Sipahi Cav. It's not the worst of ideas per se. I just still think these Janissaries are unsolved for. And also, you're building a slow-moving unit against Mangoes as well, right? Yeah, it's a little bit difficult, but big mistake made by Louis. What was that? Well, Onimusha gonna get smushed. Oh my god. Okay, so giant question marks from Louis, but then a big Riddler question mark from Neptune. That man just microed like he's got no fingers. He literally just stood still with his Onimushas, and these are not cheap. They cost 140 resources each. Wow. So Louis all of a sudden gets an opportunity to attack when he shouldn't. The good news, at least, is because Neptune went for spears, it's a terrible fight. Louis can't rush now because of the spearmen, right? The only way he can play Cav like this is if he flank resources now. He can't go directly for the base. I love that Neptune lost all those Onimusha. Well, actually, the Onismush did after those Mangonels hit them. Because he didn't move them at all. He's like, I feel like I got good value out of those. You know, I really like the way they stood still and took their death like a champ. Q's up 10 more. Wall's coming up from Louis, though. Triple Mangonel now. Guys, I just don't see how he breaks through. I mean, he's got mass on his side, right? But that's not going to last long. The quality is undeniable in Louis' army. Frontline is already dead for Neptune. I think he missed the trick here. I mean, I get the need for Spearman. I understand it, but it feels even worse when you consider, once again, that melee armor. These Spearmen tickle. Wow. Really good fight out of Louis. Military value does not lie on this one. He is so far ahead. And the thing is, although Neptune has got 2 TC, Louis, on a delay, went for his second. The lead isn't going to get bigger, but the lead is going to get bigger for Louis in a different way. He now has 4 military schools in the Mehmed Imperial Armory. If you consider that in your calculations, how much free economy he's getting in military production there, they're neck and neck. But I'd say Louis ahead because of the relic details now. 3-2 split. Dude, this kid has played this really well. The problem with Neptune is he kind of found himself in a later phase in the game, which is difficult against Louis, right? Like, Neptune right now is looking like a king of feudal aggression. This is now turning into a more of a late game play. I think he was trying to avoid that, and, you know, if anyone was like, I don't think Neptune was avoiding that, he didn't go feudal all-in like he does. Why didn't he not do that, KP? You can't against Ottomans. If you try to all-in feudal play them, you die. There is not a harder civ in the game for the Japanese to all-in feudal play. It's really weird because Ottomans, the nerf hurt them, especially in feudal, right? The Vizier point escalation is really slow. But the thing that saved them in this matchup is the meta. The Drummer Boy with that +2 melee armor is everything and more. Nice little Night Raids now coming in from Louis as well. So just kind of punishing Neptune for still playing flank resources instead of committing to the full farms. Neptune, the army may look big, but similar to last time, expect the same outcome, right? You have got mass, but you do not have quality. Everything that Louis is doing is quality. Even the Supahi are quality. Good chip damage being done. And remember, any losses here that Neptune accrues, all of a sudden the Eco League gets closer and closer, right? Like, all of a sudden it shrinks. Love the way that Louis is kind of segmenting off the map as well. Understands that the Japanese play fast. They have a very mobile Civ comp. So instead of trying to face that off and mirror it, he's just basically chopping up the map piece by piece. We used to see this a lot out of like English in French matchups, right? Like the French player would try to completely constrict the map, and the English player would wall a chunk, and then wall another chunk, and then wall another chunk. Alright, what do you think, guys? 1's for Autos, 2's for the Japanese. Because at this stage, we're pretty deep in the game. I think 1's is the obvious bet in my eyes. Ottomans just get stronger from here on out. If they ever reach Imperial Age, you're dead. Right? Because the Japanese don't really have much that can test. You know, you basically have to just play Onibigisha. And I'm usually a really big fan of Onibigisha versus Horseman, but I'm not a big fan of Onibigisha versus Supahi. Supahi are obnoxiously tanky. Add in the fact that biology just scales them even better because their base health is higher. Add in the fact that, you know, the other elements of the comp, things like Ozutsu do not work against Great Bombards. Remember, Ozutsu do range damage, and Great Bombards have too much ranged armor. So, like, you don't actually have the best answer to get on top and kill the siege. Neptune has prepped the Springles, though. Does need to get them here. Louis up to 5 mangonels now. Good God. Now, as long as Neptune doesn't rush in blindly, this should go well. As long as Neptune doesn't rush in blindly. He's kind of rushing in blindly, guys. Springles are arriving, though. So start to snipe out the siege. Wrap around the backside. The Supahi get in! Are you kidding me? How did he ever get that close? Mangoes are still going to lose out, but the backline Janissaries are the big difference here. So many of them left over. The Onibigisha need to get on top of them, but they're not doing it. Finally shifting target now. Only a few Onimusha in here. Remember, ranged units do counter Janissaries, but Onimusha have terrible attack speeds, so they're not going to be that good at it. Louis has slightly overextended, needs to get a second wave in. A lot of Janissaries are being lost here. I'd say that was a miss micro by Louis. That misclick on the other Springald made him run around the spears. He lost a lot of extra Supahi than was necessary there. If Louis had just microed 2 separate groups of Supahi there, he could have killed the Springals in half the time. That would have meant 2 mangoes left over at the tail end of the fight, and an easy GG from there. So good fight by Neptune, good hold. However, you may be noticing something different about Louis' economy now. He's starting to realize that this is an uphill battle, pointless one to try and break, right? So instead, he continues to raid with his knights on the flank. He's now evened them up on villager count, but now he can look to target Imperial. Are Great Bombards still OP? Yes. Yes. And in case it wasn't obvious, yes. Great Bombards fundamentally didn't get changed much. Springles are at least a little bit better against them now, but they're still insanely powerful. And yes, that's why we highlight that they are even to Berliner. Because Louis keeps raiding the flanks, right? Because Neptune is not committing to the farms, he committed to the flank resources. So you can see by the worker kills, right? The difference has been completely removed. Now, arguably, the Ottomans are ahead. Now, some of that is only be gold locked, but that's not really a bad thing from this position, considering you're holding onto your safe gold behind your base now, right? That's going to be very important come Imperial Age. Flank raids coming in. A push out again from Louis, though, and a keep drop to try and secure the 8k gold vein. So, smart choice here, right? He has got enough surplus to go into the age up, but if he does it, he won't have much left behind him. So instead, locks in the 8k in the center. Makes it very hard for Neptune to rush his base, but it has made him weaker elsewhere, right? His military count is not impressive. I don't know what that mango is shooting. Spearman count isn't that high, actually. If Louis just commits to Supahi, they should be able to protect the Janissaries. And this is costing Neptune dearly, man. Like, every second underneath this keep is hurting. Your army is Glass Cannon-esque, right? Like, you've built Spearman, you've built Onobugisha. These are units designed to counter Bio. They get destroyed by static defenses. And Seagate Castle now on the way. So it may be a delay, but we are heading towards one of Louis' favorite things to do at the moment. The possibility of trade. And it's not a bad map for trade, actually, guys. So one issue he's going to have, he needs to set up a marketplace at the back, but he could trade to the left side full trade. Or he sets up here and walks through the Seagate Castle and gets the buff movement speed and armor. He does, however, need to secure a side of the map. I can't believe he's doing this, man. It's crazy because just a few weeks ago, the ideas of building a Seagate Castle felt like a choke, right? But with what I've been seeing Louis do at the moment, I'm becoming more and more convinced there's something to it. In most games, the observatory will still feel better. But this boy is starting to convert me with these trade builds. If you trade, it is worth it, yes. Because if you trade, the Seagate Castle gives a huge movement speed buff, right? Look at that. 30% more movement speed and 8 armor. So it accelerates your drop-off point. Add in trade bags, and all of a sudden, you've got insane gold. I think the idea as well is like it makes you more eco-reliant for active production versus passive production, right? Like you're making a choice. But if you can get the trade online, it's definitely worth it. The pace at which you can spam Great Bombards is kind of insane. Same with the Janissaries. Whereas the passive build is kind of like in this weird position where if you take a big bad fight and lose the entire army, you could just lose the game. Tech up's complete on each side. Second keep coming in behind. 4 rams shuffling in towards the first one. Mango is protected for the time being. Sipahi trying to wrap around to the back of this, and we'll go straight for the Spring Horse, but the Mango's already been removed. Boiling All is in the meantime. Siege has all been taken out of the equation, but the elite Janissaries are already in. Gisha doing reasonable against them. Odachi Tech has been queued up. I don't think this is the time to switch Samurai, though. I mean, I actually think this is the incorrect play coming out from Neptune. I understand the desire for it, right? Great Bombard hits the Samurai, deflects it. It doesn't work that way, though, right? Like, you've got the siege damage to worry about, not to mention the splash damage around it. So a peculiar transition now coming up from Neptune, especially considering Janissaries aren't that terrible against Samurai, right? Like, this is a fast-attacking ranged unit. Yeah, I think Neptune may have misread the situation. Chemistry is already on the way. Sipahi being queued up. That's another reason I don't like Samurai versus, what, Spearman plus... I don't want to say Yumi here, but Spearman plus Ashigaru would make a lot more sense for Neptune. Azutsu aren't going to feel great either. I already highlighted my hate of Azutsu. Azutsu versus Great Bombards are pointless because you can't snipe them. You just get sniped. So where do we go from here? Because if Neptune's goal is to just go into Samurai, I have to lean in favor of Louis. Louis also done a good job of starting to carve down the center of the map. He's secured the gold veins. The fact 8Ks is huge in this matchup. Considering that Louis has not gone for the observatory, he's going to be using a lot more gold. On the flip side, Japanese are all about gold. Practically every good decision they make in the late game involves gold. Farms have also been set up, right? So Louis not going to be running out of food anytime soon. 34. Other side should have more, right? Wow, barely. Neptune's at 36 farms. So he's starting to inflate more, right? He's about to go up to almost 50 here. That's when he should start getting the meat grinder going. But my worry is if you don't build full production here, you're Congo lining to death, right? Like, the Janissaries will cut you down wave after wave. Like, I always like to call this the Battle of Nagashino moment, right? Only usually it involves horsemen up against hand cannoneers. We're getting a bit more samurai this time. So Oda Tactics coming through soon. Neptune doesn't seem to know about these flank resources. That's really worrying to me. I mean, if I'm Louis right now, I'm thinking, I could maybe even start sneaking trade, right? Like, trade becomes more feasible when I see that you're ignoring these flanks like this. It's wild as well because Neptune, his choice to go Samurai causes this issue, right? He no longer has the flexibility or the mobility he would have if he was into Onobugisha, Mount Samurai, any of these type of units. Samurai slow you down way too much here. Dive now coming in. Janissaries would benefit from a front line. The Sipahi not here, though. They're raiding the economy. Oh, wow. Neptune taking a heavy hit to the gold income now. New wave arrives. That draws all the attention. Neptune now retreating. Wait, is that a retreat or an A-click? Looks like he's trying to secure the gold, but I think this is a mistake. This is not going to work. Louis is now flanking with the Cav. He's moving in. His army is admittedly smaller, but the castle uncontested, and now Great Bombard emplacement on the way. First Great Bombard is also wheeling up. Janissaries are standing their ground. A little bit of a missed micro there by Louis. He needs to get behind the walls here. Oh my god, no. Louis, it's baffling to me. I mean, the Sipahi are at least blocking out the castle, but the Janissary mass just got heavily dented. And no, did he really? He chopped through the tree line twice. What is happening in this game? Louis, it looked like it was going to structure up to an easy game for the Ottomans. Late game was going to be a breeze, but all these small errors are leaking over into a very big Japanese-oriented problem. Villagers starting to get sniped in the meantime. Idle time in the main base. More reinforcement being drawn elsewhere, and that means even with the Great Bombard emplacement coming in, there's a big risk this castle goes down a few seconds after obtaining it. In fact, no doubt in my mind, with the split of the Samurai, this is a dead keep and a wasted investment for Louis in a game where right now he only has a single Great Bombard to fall back on. And all of a sudden, Neptune may have the gold that he's been coveting here. Only one villager building up a castle is brave, I'll give him that. Especially with a Great Bombard on the way. He has got more troops to try and keep this back, though, and he needs to. Louis. Oh, no. No, Neptune, no. Why? He's out of gold. He couldn't afford to rush the castle. Are you kidding me? 1,200 resources down the drain like this? No way. And a replacement keep from Louis now. That's a big deal. Biology also on the way. Guys, I think it's over. The gold is pathetic right now. I can't believe this. Neptune, instead of just accepting he needed to gather gold elsewhere, has been tunnel visioning this gold. His income is way too low in this game. I'm so confused by Neptune's approach. And it's still so unlike him. I find sometimes he's a little bit tunnel visioned, but there wasn't even tunnel vision here. For a guy who was fixated on getting the gold, he took a very long time to get these workers out here. You have now arrived, but the question mark now is whether you've got enough troops to hold. Now notice that Louis is taking a very long time to get the passive production Great Bombards going. That's because he does not have the observatory, remember. But even just one Great Bombard here, with the trickling troops, the Janissaries as they stand, this starts to get harder and harder for Neptune to hold the area. Sipahi now just going to start sniping down. I mean, I wouldn't blame him to call GG right now. Neptune has to rush away from the gold again. And all of a sudden, his income is going to plummet to the point that Mass Samurai doesn't feel so feasible. Please tell me he has at least got Bunrei. Oh my god. No Bunrei. Well, it's starting to look quite obvious that Neptune has spent a bit too much time in Feudal and Castle Age recently in his games, because he is missing some key elements to this late game recipe. No Bunrei, that means an extra 150 passive gold just missing from your economy. In a game where you're massing Samurai and losing them far too fast. And, you know, if you think Samurai is sustainable, and let's say you had 4 forges with the Yoroshiro drops, you had 2 relics, it's actually not as sustainable as you think. Because the thing you have to remember is that these Samurai cost more than Palace Guard in terms of gold. Yeah, this is just a death spiral now. Neptune, I think he really did drop the ball in this one. I mean, Louis made a critical blunder standing his ground with the Janissaries against the first few waves, right? Like, it looked like the game was going to be over there. But one of the big differences between these two players is Louis' understanding of the late game. When you start to expand across the map, a lot more vulnerable points arrive in the game. Louis was the only one exploiting those. He rushed his lances out onto the flanks. He found pocket ecos on the berries, on the gold, time and time again. Neptune didn't do that once in this game. It was difficult because of the way that everything's walled up, but as we can see, Louis was able to sneak out into both golds and do so relatively uncontested. I think it's a matter of time before we call GG at this stage. Janissaries are even just standing their ground against a trickle of Samurai at this stage. The other problem is if you're ever attacking the Sipahi instead of the Janissaries, you're losing, right? Because you don't get your bonus damage, and these are biology Sipahi. They are insanely tanky. GG gets called. Louis MT just showing his fundamentals in the late game. A better understanding there. Neptune reminding us he may look lethal in the early, but late still seems to be a big question mark. And, well, the Ottomans, for all their nerfs and all their weak points, still seem to be the kryptonite for the Japanese. I mean, they definitely are. When they can even push a player like this off of playing full feudal, I think it says everything it needs to about that meta aura. That crap is insanely powerful. Okay. So, let me have a look. We might have some more live games, actually. Since getting back from a vacation a week and a half ago, I haven't seen the Japanese win a single game. It's rare. We had Krakeny beat Core earlier on. I'm not allowed to say that too loudly or Core's going to rant at me in my DMs again. Oh dear, oh dear. Voldemar playing Louis. Poogers! My boys. Woo! Wait. Don't mind if I do. Yo, what's up, A-Glove? Thank you for the Prime. You know what? Glove has just reminded us all how important it is to use our Primes. If you've got some Prime subs, go ahead and drop them. I appreciate them. And it also means you guys don't have to worry about ads. Like A-Glove right now, he's like the premium viewer. He doesn't have to worry about those ads from Gillette about pee-pee slicing off, right? You might have to. And honestly, that entire ad's a nightmare, so dodge it like the plague. Right. So, Bruce versus English. Let me double check something. We might be able to do predictions. Just need to double check a detail. All right. I'll give you guys predictions, but you're going to have to be very quick. I like to get these games as live as possible. Let's speed this baby up. We got Voldemar going up against Louis. English versus Roos on Cliffside. This is live from the ladder. Dude, I love live games. There's no chance that I spoil it for myself. I never know what's going to happen. And it's the freshest content imaginable. So, English versus Roos is kind of an interesting one, actually. I think Roos still does quite well against the English. Their 2TC build is undeniable. The thing that's made the English hard to deal with right now is their ability to A, get a TC, and B, block your greed play. This is a matchup where you can't really block the greed, right? Roos with the Kremlin means you get the easiest time going 2TC, especially with a spawn like this. Jesus, Louis. The deer plus the stone, I think this is going to be a Kremlin drop here, which also blocks the short ramp. Guys, this is what I call a jackpot spawn for the Roos. You're able to get the Kremlin to block the short ramp. That's a huge deal in any matchup on the Cliffside. On top of that, you protect your second TC, and your second TC can be dropped right near the Kremlin. It does not get much better than this. Other side, Abif Kings is going to be on the way, so we are going 2TC for Voldemar as well. Looking at the lay of lands, he got some interesting defensive wood lines here, actually. I don't think I've ever seen that on Cliffside. Double tree line right next to each other makes it a bit easy to protect this area. He has got an insane jackpot of a TC if he can get it. Holy crap. What happened here? All right, this right here is a deer mating ground. Good God. Double deer and boar on one screen. You know, RNG is a wild thing sometimes. I know a lot of people like the whole idea of, you know, never really knowing exactly what the map holds. But sometimes BS spawns like this can skew things. It looks like the bounty haul wasn't terrible for Louis in the end. Wasn't great either, right? He had to do wheelbarrow in a delay. Usually if you want to have a wheelbarrow being researched as you tech up, that's the ideal situation. It looks like Louis did fall short of that. No surprise when his opponent went double scout and got double deer on one location like this. Outside that, it's going to be an 18 sheep game versus a 4. Okay, so everything right now is looking incredibly good for Voldemar. I'm a little bit worried for Louis, because although he's going to get this safe deer pack, his opponent can do something similar, and the king allows him to do that, right? I'm wondering if Voldemar's going to be a bit too safe here. Yeah, he's going to go for a gold play. I understand the reason he feels this is essential, but the thing is on the other side of this, Louis just doesn't really have anything now. Being so weak on sheep and having to go so wide on deer and boar means he's the one at risk. I don't think Louis like to go for an all-in, so Voldemar probably could have been a bit more greedy, but you could argue by the fact that he has this many sheep, there's no need to be, right? It's unnecessary risks in a game that should be quite easily played into Castle Age. All right, so we're going to keep speeding through this for the time being because there's definitely no big commitment coming in, right? Second TC will be in the way from Louis soon. It should be at home. Like, if he builds a TC out here, I think it's way too dangerous because even if you have the Kremlin to the Wooden Fortress rather to protect you, the idle time will kill your game. You need a safe town center, one that cannot be idled by the king. Instead, he goes even safer, so it's going to be on the gold. King is... Wait, what was that? Voldemar will just about get away with that. Militia are going to run out soon. Not the greatest of micro moment there from Voldemar. A lot of time actually left on those militias. Do we leave it on 2 times to try and get as live as possible here? I mean, this is pretty much just going to be poke damage as both of them try to go Castle Age off for 2 TC. I would be really surprised if either one tries to all-in. It's very difficult in this matchup to try and all-in the English at this stage of the Rus. And vice versa, like the English don't really have an upside when they go 2 TC, right? Like trying to dent a Kremlin versus trying to dent an English TC. It feels like a lose-lose battle. So Voldemar. His win condition in this matchup actually should be Castle. I really don't like this matchup for the English if it goes into the late game. The reason is Rus are heavily favored on this map for imp play. Because all they need to do is get Boy's Fortitude Horsemen, which makes them the tankiest horsemen in the game. And then they back that up with Streltsy and Mangonels plus Springs. You can't match them in Siege, you can't beat them in Siege because you're not a Culver and Civ and you don't have extra range like they do. So all of a sudden, the Streltsy can't be countered by mass longbows. And you end up running men-at-arms into Streltsy and choke points. So make no mistake about it, Louis is going to be very happy if this game goes late. This is, I'd say, like 80-20 favor towards him. So Voldemar needs to find damage quickly. The alternative is he goes for a fast imp build. I think fast imp works a bit better for Voldemar on the English here. The reason is that they're able to go into a spam with the Wingguard, whereas fast imp for the Rus doesn't do as much. And this is a wild build. Because there's no aggro play and he understands it, he goes King's Palace. And yes, Rus Horsemen have the highest HP of Horsemen. Sipahi are not Horsemen. Ghazi are not Horsemen. Gilded Horsemen are not technically... Like, okay, you can argue Gilded Horsemen have more health. But outside that, like, the Boy's Fortitude makes the Rus the tankiest Horseman. It gives the Horsemen more health than Royal Bloodline French Horsemen. Which is pretty nuts. Let's check out complete. Walling coming in from Voldemar. So he understands where this is going, right? Louis has the mobility with the Warrior Monks. He's going to try to play for Mass Relics. A little bit surprised Voldemar's not trying to pace towards that, but you've gone free TC, right? It's very difficult to just rush out. He has got crossbows already on the way. King is also at least intercepting a lot of attention. In fact, this may be the worst way Louis could approach this. He's moving for the Northern Relic, which is the one that Voldemar took away from him. Okay, this is actually sick, because if Voldemar's timing is right on this, he can cut right through the center now with the crossbows and block out the majority of relics, because we didn't even talk about the insanity of this spawn. It's triple relic in this tiny area. Well, quadruple, actually. Wow. Okay, Voldemar actually has a shot at getting mass relics here. If the crossbows are quick, if they're optimal. King is drawing a lot of fire. Crossbows are going to be turned on to, though. Louis just fixated on getting rid of the anti-armor units here, though. It's not going to work out. Second wave comes in. That means he has to pull back. In the meantime, though, 2 more relics being returned. So it looks like Louis is going to get the lion's share. Likely looking at a 4-1 relic game here. No doubt about it. King going down in the meantime as well. Yeah, it's kind of tough for Voldemar, right? When you go King's Palace, this is the thing you concede. If you'd gone for White Tower, you would have had enough knight production to contest. But instead, you went Abbey of Kings into King's Palace, which means you basically had no archery range production straight away. That's why this didn't work. His production was off. But I guess you got to roleplay, right? If you're going to get an Abbey of Kings, you've got to get the place they live as well. So you got the place they live, the place they die. And weirdly enough, those things happen in reverse order. I didn't name the relics. I didn't name the landmarks, rather. They did. Louis, good. Try to get his hands on that 5th. I mean, you can be happy with the 4, right? This is a very good position to find himself in. Needs to be a little bit careful with the follow-up, right? Because Voldemort is 3 TC versus 2 TC of the Rus. So Rus are going to have to find some damage here. The other risk I do see with the 3 TC right now for Voldemort is it's a lot more economy going into production of villagers instead of production of army. The weird part is, actually, Louis doesn't really have much to show for it. A little bit surprised by this, but I think this is why you can't underestimate the power of the farm costs for the English. These farms, this transition is so cheap. It's insane. You pay half price, right? So compared to any other Civ, you've got double the farms they'd have at this stage in the game. When I say that and zoom out on 5 farm clusters, you see just how much that is, right? In total, he has got 36 farms. Any other Civ would be at 18 farms at this point. And yes, Warrior Monks have very high HP. They're pretty bulky. The other interesting thing about utilizing Warrior Monks that I really like is they make everything around them more bulky. Because the Saint's Blessing, everyone always highlights the damage. I like to highlight the armor. You can get up to a maximum +2 damage, but you can get +1 armor at both times. It's actually really powerful, especially when you're in cav-on-cav fights. So at that point, actually, if you compile everything together, that can be a maximum of 3 damage difference between you and your enemy's units. On a Civ that gets more health on their cav units anyway. So not bad if you can force it there, but that's why Voldemort's staying away from it, right? Mass Spim and Mass Crossbows coming. Raid diving into the base in the meantime. Voldemort has got a few Spimmen out here and a Crossbow Battalion with the attack speed aura. So no doubt about it, Louis won't be able to do too much damage with this raid. He'll get some hits in, right? Because there's no King's Pass, there's no White Tower rather to protect. But I'd say maximum you're probably looking at 6 or 7 villager kills. I say as he now hits double digits. A little bit more than expected, actually. Boy's Fortitude now coming in, though, and what worries me is Louis, he's pushing himself towards an all-in timing because he understands that the eco advantage offsets what we talked about in Imperial, right? If he doesn't keep pressing Voldemort, Voldemort will rush him. And if he rushes Imp with Windguard, the Flood is going to kill. Actually, this is one of the few maps where I kind of thumbs up Berkshire as well, because Berkshire on the short ramp invalidates a lot of approaches for Louis in this game. Windguard is still better. Archer mass now building. You know, funnily enough, if Louis just builds archers, he counters everything here. So immediately Voldemort starts queuing up men-at-arms. What did you guys vote for in the end, by the way? I didn't check the predictions. 96% on Louis? Are you really going to do my boy Voldemort like that? Oh, damn. You guys are brutal. You tested Roost Knights with Boy Fortitude plus versus English. They'll kill each other at the same time. Okay, but did you test that with the Pole Axes? Because I actually think Pole Axes is slept on. I think we might see more Roost players trying to build Knights in Imperial Age. Crossbow Mass trying to hold on the choke points. Louis not really doing enough damage here. I hate this fight for him. The problem is these archers, they attack faster than the crossbows, but not as fast as you'd think, right? That attack speed aura, just with the level 1, brings your crossbows down to 1.79 versus 1.62. Then if you equate the damage difference here, it's not even close. You will always lose the crossbows. This is difficult. I think Louis is so panicky about the idea of fast Imp that he's rushing to his death. He needs to find a way of denting the base. He needs to find Siege. Like, actually, the best thing Louis could do right now is sneak up with a villager and palisade wall this. They're fortified palisade walls, right? And your opponent has mass crossbows, he won't get in quickly. From there, you can turn this into a slow siege push, and siege is your advantage, right? We mentioned that the Rus are heavily favored if you get into that post-imp play. Farms now coming in more for Louis, so first wave in, looks like we're going to be going up to 15. His eco is still a lot weaker, guys. Like, he has 1 deer stack left to work with, a few berries. Not ideal to be on at this stage. And that's also why Louis is floating a lot of gold and not much food. This is also why players tend to shy away from massing Horsemen in Castle Age. Horseman is something that really gets value in him, right? The base damage gets high enough to offset most armor values. You get biology, which makes you really tanky. And most importantly, you have farm transitions, which means infinite food. In the mid game, when you have temporary food, spending 100 food a pop on a unit that can easily get countered by spears is not a good investment, even with Boy's Fortitude. You need a dramatic reason to pivot towards that unit club. And originally the crossbows were that, but considering the men-at-arms, the spearmen now, like men-at-arms alone right now counters everything Louis doing. Looks like he did get the fortified wall up, so a little bit of protection there. Mango now on the way from Louis. Funnily enough, Voldemort already has one on the way as well. Armorclad not in just yet, so this is like the best time actually for Louis to take this fight. Voldemort maybe pushing a little bit too early. I would have preferred he waited here, but I think what he's trying to do is catch Louis in the middle of a farm transition. It's pretty clever. Like, the timing is actually perfect for it, right? Louis is about to run out of berries. And the farms are half set up, but in terms of a meat grinder, he's not fully operational yet. Crossbow mass also not impressing me yet. Only up to 6. Barely getting beyond it. Mangonel has spawned out now, finally. Voldemort, it looks like he actually lost his Mango. Now, the weird part to me about this game right now is that Voldemort is just not choosing an age up. But we mentioned why, right? It's like, even with this eco lead, Imperial is scary. Especially on Cliffside because of the choke points. I think if you were looking at like Dry Arabia, Voldemort probably would have went for Imperial Age because he has options. That this is where Cliffside can kind of feel suffocating, right? Cliffside, the cool thing about Cliffside's design that I really like is it forces you to attack, because if you wait and walls come up, it can usually feel a lot harder to do anything, right? That's the thing. Whenever you look at Cliffside, it kind of looks like an easily wallable map until you realize, because of how close the enemy base is, it's not an easily wallable map. It's only easily wallable if your opponent doesn't do anything. And the reason the predictions were very fast on this one, folks, just to kind of emphasize that, is because these guys were like several minutes in already. They were quite deep in the game. So I know most of you wouldn't do it for the triviality of points that have no real value, but someone will go and look at the state of the game on someone else's stream. Eyebrows, eyebrows. What I'm really getting at is stop making me do push-ups. Castle turrets now coming in as well. Interesting. Actually not the worst of ideas. The interesting thing about castle turrets is it offsets Armclad. So then if you garrison, all of a sudden you can kind of shred through these men-arms. Archery upgrades now coming in from Voldemort as well, so it looks like he's pivoting back to Lombos. Smart play considering Louis is hard into archers and crossbows at this stage. Louis is about to be hard into Imperial though. I'm impressed actually. I think Voldemort has shown his desperation here, right? Like, this is exactly what I was worried about, is that he was going to rush towards his death instead of rushing towards a win. To me, Imperial would have, weirdly enough, been a little bit better. Now, considering Louis could easily just Sky to defend and then play Siege. I mean, you're probably going to be going for the High Armory though, right? You want High Armory due to the Bandit Arms. Bandit Arms guarantees you never lose to Siege on the other side. Awesome wrap-in. Not going to be able to quite find it. The Men-at-Arms have proven quite chunky, but their numbers aren't exactly overwhelming at this stage. Mango is at least going to be taken out. Sprinald is going to be thrown to the wound. But even with it going down, just enough horsemen to clear out the siege on the other side means that Voldemort's push is going to come to an end, and Louis timing Castle Age along with it. So this is exactly the point in the game I was worried about for Voldemort. Because now things are going to get truly worse. You would think they couldn't. Trust me, they are. Voldemort is going to have to be a Berkshire. Berkshire is bad. It's not the worst idea on a map like Cliffside, as we highlighted, for securing the short ramp. But compared to Wingard, if you have a state in the game where you can go Wingard instead of Berkshire, that's the state you want. Instead, we now find ourselves in the late game in a situation that favors the Roos against a player that I would favor. You know, I love my boy Voldemort, very talented individual, but I think he'd even agree. Louis right now in the late game is on another level. Tech up almost complete. Second wave coming in from Voldy, but the problem he now has, I think he did just scout that out. He'll know that he can't dive this to kill. He has to go for an age up. Instead, he's adding an archery range to try and brute force this. However, you know, Louis at this stage, if he just queues up like 2 mangonels, in these choke points, Voldemort will just get evaporated. Shot triggers now being queued up. I just don't see it anymore. Voldemort, he's at least starting to macro up a bit here. More crossbows now getting added in. Weirdly enough, into Horseman. I'm not really sure what that's about right now. And you can already see the big boy text being queued up. Banded Arms plus the roll shot triggers means that no more siege for Voldemort. If he wants to keep playing Castle, it's simply going to be Bio. Three weeks ago, Abbey of Kings Wingard used to be bad landmark. Now it's the go-to. That is how balance patches work. This is the thing I always worry about, warn people about, though, is like small changes make big differences, actually. You can tweak one small value, and it can have unexpected alterations, especially on something like Abbey of Kings that is an early phase landmark. And I'm glad to say my boy Voldy is making the right choice. Wingard Palace now on the way. And yes, domino effect. The whole idea that a choice you make at 2 minutes in matters a lot more than actually a choice you make at 20 minutes. I like this choice by Voldemort, though. He's got a bigger economy still for the moment. Wingard Palace might give him a temporary reprieve, but he needs to be quick about this. Longbow Spear production being ramped up. Horseman, Streltsy on the other side. So this is good. He's getting the correct counters to the ideal comp for Roos. Where this is going to get bad is what happens next. Because once you reveal this army, Louis should be switching into Siege as well. 2 to 4 Springolds, 2 to 3 Mangonels. That's all you need to break this now. And Voldemort queuing up the worst army possible out of the Wingard. I'm not even exaggerating, guys. There is no worse choice on average. I understand why he doesn't want Raiders in this game, but Rangers would be sick here. Rangers with 9 tower range means you can dodge out the mangoes as well. Louis starting to leak onto the flanks here as well. We can see the Siege Workshops being prepped, so we might be onto a Ramathon soon. Credit to him, Voldemar's done a good job of carving the map, right? He's got a lot of gold veins on the flanks he's accessing, but Louis is doing the same. Arguably, Louis got a lot more gold off the map, and in more than one way. Another thing that's kind of worrisome, we don't see it too often, but I actually think Louis should be going for fine-tuned guns. It's kind of nuts. Because you get an increase of 20% damage, so you go up to 120, but then you do 50% more to infantry, which means you can one-hit men-at-arms in late game. Even more so if you get chem. Which, you're building Streltsy, so you are going to get chemistry eventually. Yeah, fine-tuned guns is kind of an interesting tag. Like, I'm shocked I don't see it built more. I guess the logic is you usually only want, like, maximum 2 bombards, but even 2 bombards, like, it's the same logic as Culverins in a way, right? Just use them to snipe bio between taking out Siege. Voldemort trying for a very ambitious dive here. Louis has slowed down, but this happens when you go Streltsy, right? So this is the one point where Voldemort can maybe break it, but he needs to get Siege out here ASAP. In fact, I think Louis has made a critical blunder. Horsemen seem to have gone for the flank raids instead of defending the main base, which means they may be killing Eco. But considering Voldemort has got the gold trickle coming in from enclosure farms. What? Oh, no. Okay, this is actually a problem then. These raids are big. Voldemort's gold is going to dry up, and he's trying to mass men-at-arms. No enclosures. Still. He hasn't queued it up. It's not coming. I think he forgot. Oh, wow. I mean, it's not a small difference, guys. He has 72 farms. 72! That's going to be, what, 600-700 gold, I think? A minute. Streltsy Mass is also getting scary now. We're up to 14, 20 more being queued up. Voldemort, this might quickly turn into a Congo line of death, and I don't think he has the gold to keep that Congo line, to keep that party going. Voldemort almost coming through here. Treb is not going to kill the keep quick enough to stop that tech coming in. And dive in the Kremlin as well. I mean, this is the other thing that's quite intriguing at this stage, right? Like, there should actually be some militia charges. It looks like no, they have been pulled. 12 just came out. They're holding back the men-at-arms. Streltsy Mass big enough to deal with trickle of men-at-arms. And all of a sudden, Voldemort, if he doesn't notice the enclosures issue, he's going to run out of gold a lot quicker than Louis here. Oh my god. I mean, he practically is out of gold, right? And still hasn't noticed. My hopes is now that he's building spears instead of men-at-arms, he takes a breather, he gets just enough gold and clicks the button. Because the issue now is, you can't even get elite spears with this type of income. Oh my god, and he queues up the men-at-arms again. This game is about to be decided by that missing tech. It's still a hard matchup. Like, I want to defend Voldemort on this, even with that detail that this is a very hard matchup. He made a lot of correct choices here. The free TC build was quite intriguing. The Wingard pass was 100% the correct call. Anyone who tells you otherwise, unfriend them, they'll be in gold by the end of the season. Bronze, actually. Don't want to give him too much credit. Even the trebs are intriguing to me, actually. Just a safe trade, right? The idea of shank projectiles and trait points isn't bad, but there's just a few techs missing, and a key one for sure is enclosures. 500 resources. At this point, it would pay for itself in a minute. Oh, I know it's Hostess says something similar. But now Streltsy Mass up to 40. This is where the game usually gets a bit shaky, right? Because you think, oh, build mangoes. You can't because of Springles, right? Louis needs to build mangoes, though. The one way he loses this game is not building mangonels. Because you're up against Lombos. Lombos that should have volley. Wingard Rangers, that should have volley. And notice I keep saying should have volley before realizing, oh yes, this is a game where for some reason the most important techs that would let you win the game aren't there. Oh my god. 3 different techs, guys. Can you name those 3 different techs that would give Voldemort a winning chance here? Because although you're tempted to think, oh wait, actually Voldy's winning right now. Like, if he doesn't get these 3 techs, he should lose this game. The Lombos not being upgraded, definitely one of them. So actually you can say 4 techs. I think that one's not that big of a deal because you can replace them with the Rangers. The 3 techs that are missing here that would win the game very easily. Network of Citadels, Volley, and Enclosures. Those 3 techs are paramount to success here. Those 3 techs are missing. The lack of elite archers on top of that is just the cherry on top. Louis is going to clear the front line too quickly here. The Horsemen are now absorbing fast. Streltsy at least being targeted down. But with Mango's now arriving, I think this is the beginning of a bitter end. Voldemort, the military count may be telling you he's ahead, but it's a lie. The siege is the difference here. And also, most of these troops aren't even here. They're trickling in. Yeah. I think Voldemort is also about to realize the gold doesn't make sense. But he's only going to realize it once the last of it's been tapped. And no, he doesn't have Network of Citadels because his build is different. His build didn't involve a keep drop, and we're already in Imperial Age, so he's not going to try to rush a keep, right? Which means he doesn't have a building to get it because he didn't go for the White Tower. This is the weird thing. When you go off the beaten path, like everyone knows at this point Network of Citadels makes sense because they go White Tower, so they instinctively prep it. But this is a King's Palace build, right? He didn't get that tech. He doesn't have access to it at a good timing in a smooth way. He'd have to burn eco, gathering 900 stone, knowing the keep lead drops would not survive longer than a minute. And that's why he hasn't gone for one. Louis now prepping for the ram spam. Lightweight beams as well as wandering towns on the way, so this is going to be machine gunning down anything it touches. Mango shots now coming in. Spearmills countering out anything they face here. I mean, it's not much of a front line right now, but for one good reason. Louis blocked the rewall. He's found the gold again. Voldemort, this is big. He's trying to mass men-at-arms. He has at least got a bunch in reserve, but if he gets idled out here, still with no enclosures coming several minutes into Imperial Age, I don't see how you do it anymore. That's going to be it. Mango shots to the backside as well, mopping up any premium units, any hopes you've got here. And this is a pristine example of why you can't lose sight of your techs. I really want to keep emphasizing that even if he had them, it's a hard matchup, but without them, it's an impossible matchup. I'll play by Louis, though. Just showing you the strength of this comp, right? Like, anytime you're on Cliffside and you're playing Roos, a lot of matchups, but especially this one, just think Cav, Gun, Mango, Springald, win. It really is that simple once you're in Imperial Age. The difficulty is often getting there against the English. And you saw that Voldemar had the correct call here to try and relieve the problem in Castle. Don't let it get that deep. And now that it is, it's starting to feel pretty undeniable. In fact, Voldemar isn't even using the Wingguard Palace anymore to produce more troopers. He's still queuing up the longbows, but they aren't even deleted. On top of that, he doesn't have elite army tactics. Chemistry is in. Biology is in. Voldemar is missing an insane amount of techs right now. Six critical techs that he would need to win. None of them are here. And although he may have lasted quite a while, it's kind of been deceptive, right? All the while, Voldemar's been losing economy on the flanks. This castle drop should just be the GG moment for him. Brutal game. Louis MT just applying a bit too much pressure, and Voldemar unable to find what he would have needed to even stand a chance here. Can't take anything away from him, though. Someone challenges him in the late game. Louis always delivers. Yeah, that was a rough one. Free text you need that are critical. He forgot England's best late game text. There we go. What is all this push-up spamming? Do I need to increase the cost to redeem again? Fucks. Pieces of crap. Alright, one sec. Let's see if there's a new game live before we do those. Need too much gold for Wingguard troops? No, you just actually need to get enclosures. 3 more? Someone redeem the ban on Faramir. I think Louis is going into another one. Is it Voldy again? No. I'm not sure who this is. Do you guys not want actual content? Fuckers. Nice. Foromir's got himself covered. Easy. For some reason, it didn't let me copy and paste your name. Okay, 10 minutes is default. That feels harsh. That does feel a bit harsh. I wish there was a way to change the default timeout behavior to make it 5 minutes. There you go. You can have 5 minutes. Predictions. Let me give that. Louis. Boom. All right. Who is this player? I need to check this quickly before we do our push-ups to see if this is worth watching. I think it is. Increase the timeout by 1 minute for every day Core doesn't win a game. Do you want to be permod? Jesus. Because, you know, as Core pointed out, he never wins, right? So you would just be banned perma. His words. I mean, I'm twisting them slightly, but he said that there's never a win of his on this stream. So if that's true, you would be permad. Okay. Has Voldemar... Oh, has he got Kaiser Johann, maybe? Dude, how many freaking push-ups do you guys do? Jesus Christ. Chill. Fuck. I just bought some new shirts, alright? I don't need you to bump up my chest so I can't fit in them, because if you do that, I need you all to subscribe so I can afford new shirts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, it was 18. 2 shirtless push-ups, start a side fitness channel. No, dude, because you'd have to like wear nipple tape so you don't get banned by Twitch, right? Oh, blimey. You know what you do after like that? After you do that, you eat an unhealthy biscuit. We'll eat the unhealthy biscuit, then we'll get into the cast. I can supply tape. Yeah, I like my tape new, not used, thanks. I should also point out that tape covered in blood is a bit of a red flag. Delicious shortbread. You guys ready? Oh no, Farman spamming everywhere. Someone else talk. Look at that chat window. Farman's like, damn, I take a lot of lines. You take more lines than Charlie Sheen. God damn. Yeah, this is the Farman channel. He definitely takes more lines than Charlie Sheen. Perfect way to begin a YouTube video. Hello everyone, Lash versus Voldemort here, live from the ladder. Byzantines up against the Ibids. Now, this is an interesting matchup. I still think this heavily favors the Byzantines. We recently watched Voldemort go up against Numidum. He won with the Ibids in that matchup. And I'm wondering if he's in his head thinking that actually this is a really good matchup for the Ibids, or if he would back my statement that this is a sucky matchup for the Camel Civ. Reason's quite simple, right? Byzantines, they can just play into the Silk Road contract, rather. Javelins beat your Archer Mass, and then you have the Camel Riders to beat anything horseback. It's that simple for the Byzantines. But things are already getting more complicated. We've got an Imperial Hippodrome build that I was not expecting here. That is intriguing. So it looks like Lash has altered his win condition from Castle Age, where practically every Byzantine player lives, to more of a feudal approach. Because now this Desert Raider play sucks, right? The opening Horseman could already beat the Desert Raider, but with Triumph, it's not even close. That's a pretty cool build. And Lash has a very aggressive timing here. He was gathering the olive oil from the beginning. So he's going to be able to quickly get into the contract. I think we're looking at Western, right? Like, I don't think you go Keshiks here. As tempting as it is, going Keshiks against Camels is kind of like a losing battle, right? Like, you're losing a lot of damage output. It would give you mobility, though. Dude, I freaking know my games. Holy crap. Can someone nominate me to go outside and touch some grass? I'm actually going on holiday in May for the first time in over 4 years. I'm a little bit paranoid that everyone's going to forget I exist and lose interest in the channel. And when I come back, the community will be dead. But the one upside is, you know, I won't just know everything everyone's going to do, apparently. Because this is kind of wild, man. That is crazy. I love that I'm just in sync with Lash. I've been watching way too many Byzantine games is the real problem here. I'm not that smart. But it makes a lot of sense because it counters the Desert Raider play, and now longbows give you a way of sniping villagers on the gold. This outpost is not good enough. Lash, if Voldemort doesn't build a second outpost here, Lash will block his gold. He does need to be quick about this, though. First Merc's now on the way. They've got a long way to come. You're going to need to idle out with the Horseman initially. That's going to be difficult, because remember, if you dive with the Torch Armor, the Fire Armor makes it very difficult to kill this quick enough. So we should be looking at a simple Growth Wing play. I just realized music has been on very subtly in the background there. We'll get rid of that. And he's already getting the Siege Engineering. Dude, I love this build from Lash. This is so aggressive. The question mark is whether it's going to be fast enough. Voldemort should be able to get a few troops out, but the nice thing about Triumph is to a certain degree you can contest the opening camels. And Karasiphon now on the way. This is going to be tight. This is really ballsy. Most players would not attempt this. They'd try to play a little bit safer. We already mentioned how, right? Like, you just go Silk Road, you go into Castle Age, and you chill. But Lash has no chill. He's like, dude, I got to be the top-ranking German player in the world. And the only way I get there is by making sure I play enough games a day. Voldy hasn't made a move yet. Growthwing now on the way in a minute and a half. He's going to have a decent amount of gold to work with when he techs up. That's going to be important. This should be Gulems. If you don't do Gulems here, I think it's a mistake. You'd think that it's a good idea to go Camel Lancers, but you just need mass to push this back, I think. Because the other issue is, like, for all you know, Lash is building racks. There we go. Racks behind this, in which case Camel Lancers suck. Camel Lancers make more sense when you don't want to direct fight. You need to direct fight this. Push comes in. Nice shove off the gold. Outpost is going to be lost straight away. Now, the good news is the Karasiphon cannot take out House of Wisdom in time. The bad news is you are now somewhat goal blocked. He has got someone on the eastern flank, but it's very far away. So awesome wrap around the back here. And the marketplace from Voldemort. This is confusing right now. The timings don't really align. Like, he needs to rush wood now. He doesn't actually have a production building prepped yet. I actually think Lash might have him. With Limiton on the way, you need to set up Raxes, but you need multiple Raxes. One isn't going to be good enough here. Especially if Lash decides to commit into, say, like, Steeled Arrow here, or even just the Bloomery. Bloomery would be sick with this many Horsemen. Horsemen that will have bonus damage on top of that, remember. Tech up complete. Double Rax does get dropped. So Voldemort, big golf clap. Absolutely the correct call here. You can't go any other way about this. You go Archers, you're going to lose to Diving Horsemen. If you go for Camel Lancers, you will get overwhelmed. This is the one way you get out of this jam. Voldy is going to be out of gold, guys. Check this. Karasiphon is going to get one more purchase as quickly as possible. Sells the food. But now food is limited, right? Okay, no, he has 10. They're just hidden very well. The sheeps are being hidden underneath the robes of the villages. And 8 more villages are going to come out. So all of a sudden, 8 eco advantage. Not as big as you'd think, though, because the Byzantines have the eco buff for the Sistine. Clash coming in here. A terrible one for Voldemort to have to take. Remember, the Desert Raiders do have the range tag, so Horsemen do more damage. More housing being burnt down as well. Voldemort is going to have to keep spamming them up behind. This is really annoying because instead of putting all of his efforts into food gathering and whatnot, he's having to drag it across into wood for additional housing. What I would really have loved to have seen here is the Lombos poking at the villagers here. It's a little bit risky. You're not going to insta-snipe a villager, but you will do some notable damage. Another kind of interesting thing here, Lash did get Expilatores, so if these villagers ever end up out of location, you kill them very fast and you'll get paid quite a bit to do so. But it looks like Lash is considering a back off here. His eco slowed down, Steeled Arrow's on the way, but he never kept gathering berries, guys. So, like, we don't actually have any respectable amount of olive oil coming into the kingdom of the Byzantines. Instead, we have a proxy boar play. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing him moving out into Deer soon. Another marketplace. Okay, so the plan is starting to get a bit weird for Lash, and he's looking for a way off. You can see he's now starting to macro up for castle. This is the correct call. Like, he can't actually do enough damage. Voldemort chopped just enough trees to get the breathing room, and now he's even going for the Dervish Mosque. Very delayed play, had to be, but he's sneaking out onto the flanks, and I think Lash made a bit of a blunder here. It's weird as well because you get a burn through the wall, but I guess keeping the wall up is beneficial in some way because the Gulems would have to run all the way around. Horsemen are going to wrap around the back, though. Desert Raiders are arriving. Horsemen would win this battle, though. Triumph gets activated, and immediately Desert Raiders going to go down. I mean, this is a bad fight, actually, for Voldemort to be taken. He tries to stand his ground, but this is a losing battle right now. You're actually accelerating the castle timing for Lash with this. Villagers now trying to shift away. I just don't know if they can actually get away from this. The Triumph has been queuing up for so long, it still has 5 seconds left on it. Several villages down. All of a sudden, the eco lead that Voldemar had is gone. Wow. Limitane did get taken out, Lombo's alongside them, but credit to him, Lash. Stunning Voldemar's ability to kind of boom here. Golem count is now big enough that can contest, but the problem here is the Golems just aren't quick. They can't dictate where the fights happen. Lash, although a little bit later, is finally ready for that Castle Age. I mean, the Dervish can try and help all he wants, right? We can give him a participation ribbon if you really want, but the problem is you're getting hit for 11 damage that then gets buffed by an extra 4. So it's 15 damage per Horseman Strike. It's very difficult for a Dervish to keep you alive there. He maybe saved 1 extra villager, I'd reckon, if I had to put a number on it. But in the grand scheme of things, you've lost most of your economical advantage, right? Tech Up is now on the way on the other side. Level 2 System means actually the neck and neck on eco, because you only get a 10% gathering speed buff here, right? So that's 4% extra for Lash, which means the 2 villager difference between them is nothing. Voldemar needs the relics. Obviously, ranged armor on the way, which is interesting actually, because I don't think Lash needs to go into Lombos at all here. He's got no reason to, right? Should just be straight up crossbows. Interesting he's building Limitana though. So who do I favor at this stage? Where are the win conditions? I think Voldemar has a decent window here to strike, but he needs to strike. With this comp, if you wait, you get heavily discounted. Because Byzantines can obviously rush into crossbows with the Conscriptio production speed. But also, if they start building Varangian, Varangian destroy Golems. Because Golems lose too much damage, right? Varangian have higher melee armor than standard men-at-arms. That's a problem, considering that Golems rely on kind of slightly lower damage for a double strike, right? So you're actually losing damage twice to any armor you encounter. Hamlet's Bravery is at least going to be on the way, and Lash, interestingly enough, is going to keep playing Horseman. That's pretty cool, though. If you think about the stats on Horseman, it's not the worst of ideas coming out from Lash, right? This is a unit that is going to scale up to, I think it's 12 damage, but then the worker damage increases it to 14. If you get Bloomery, you just melt villagers. It's insane. And Bloomery is definitely worth it in this type of game, considering you've got these Limitana and you're probably going to be going for Varangian down the line. Oh, sorry, 11 damage. I don't think Voldemar's doing enough with this advantage right now. He's being idled out in the mid-map because he's paranoid, right? Like, he's playing flank resources and he doesn't want it to get discovered. So he can't just run across the map and have the horseman run around his side of the map, right? Because his economy will get found and hit easier than vice versa. Now, because he hasn't struck these Golems, you can already see the crossbow mass. It's getting scary. And this play into archers may seem like the counter, but you're up against Hippodrome horsemen that Lash is actively investing in. This will counter the back line that the Ivids always lean into. Triumph getting activated. Golem's going to take a lot of damage in the retreat here as well because they don't want to turn around. We'll finally look to engage. This doesn't feel like a great fight though. Villagers now going to get dove again as the horsemen move in. Triumph has at least ran out. But because of the crossbows, the Golems just can't fight, even up against Limitane. More villagers flopping, and that means more gold in the pocket of Lash. And all of a sudden, Voldemar has completely lost that growth wing lead that put him up by 8 at the beginning of Castle. Gold also now being idled out. Frontside gold hasn't been grabbed at all in this game. Voldemar does not have much in reserve either. Great micro by Lash to ignore the Golems and take out as many villagers as he possibly can here. Wow. This is nuts. All of a sudden, Lash is up by 8 villagers. Voldemar only now has the second relic on the way home. Even more eco losses along the way. Raid on the other side is at least going to return fire a little bit, but it's a single Camel Lancer, right? Like, this should be easily struggled off by 1 or 2 crossbows. Yeah, it's unfortunate. You can see Voldemar tried to get those raids in we talked about before, but it feels like this came way too late. The fact that your opponent was able to rush crossbows and Limitane across the map and do more damage despite the fact that you had 10 Gulam advantage over him at the beginning of Castle Age, I think says everything about this kind of complacent state, right? This is usually the tough part with people when they go for Gulam spam, is because it feels very slow, you feel very unprotected. And after the way this game began, you can't really blame Voldemar for feeling unprotected, especially with the risks he had to take out on the flanks that, luckily for him, have never been found. But I just got to give it over to Lash, man. I mean, this was incredibly well executed. Even after the initial aggro looked like it didn't do quite enough, his lashback, right, his recovery play was fantastic. And yes, Lash did indeed get Growth Wing. Well, slightly less now. Yeah, usually Growth Wing's meant to lead to +8 to your economy, not -8. And for anyone wondering if Exploratorius is worth it, just look at this number, times it by 20. It's an 80 resource tech, and he's killed 360 resources worth. As in, he's been paid 360 resources. Lash in center, archers. I'll give me jump by the Exploratorius, though. Exploratorius, sorry, the Triumph. And remember, Horsemen with Triumph won't actually evaporate you so quickly. Holy crap. I mean, it looked good for a moment for Voldemar, but just a handful of Horsemen peeled him back like a banana. Which seems appropriate considering he's in yellow. But now he's going to get yellow-bellied and try to run away, but that's simply not going to work either. So the Gulams lose out, even against the Horsemen. Remember, these guys hit for 16 damage. I don't care how chunky you think you are. Remember, this is also a game where Voldemar did not get a single melee defense tech. Wow. You know, this might be one of the most impressive Horseman Byzantine games in Castle I've seen. Because even this deep into Castle Age, I'm still looking at this game and thinking, actually, Horsemen win this, right? Always beats the Archers, but because Voldemar can't really see the value in the melee techs because he hasn't gone for it, there's additional value elsewhere. And the way these fights play out is pretty cool. Because Triumph charges are going to be low, right? But all you need to do is raid with the Horsemen, get some kills there. Because remember, that generates extra points. But then also, when the main battle happens, you don't need to activate Triumph straight away. You can dive the Archers, clear 5 or 6 of them, and then activate Triumph. That accelerates the pacing you get through the remaining Archers, but then when the Gulams turn on you, it means you trade really well. Now, Voldemar does have a decent timing ahead of him right now, actually. Because after all this, he has managed to get 4. It's about to be 5 relics. Doesn't get much better than this for Voldy. Lash, I think that's maybe the one criticism I'd have here. There were definitely opportunities to play into relics earlier, but it's always tricky just finding that 200 wood for a slow-moving unit and spending 150 gold as well. I don't think Lash is out of it, per se, but I definitely think he missed an opportunity to make Voldemar's game impossible. What I'd like to see from Lash now is 2TC. 2TC makes a lot of sense on a delay like this. You've got to be assuming either Voldemar's got all the relics, which you saw you can get one of them already at least, or he's gone 2TC, right? In fact, it's exactly what he's doing right now. Oh, dude. This tells you a lot about the game state for the two players. They both looked at the fights, and they both come to the conclusion that neither can win straight away, so they're playing for a much later phase of the game. Basically, what happens with the Iobids is once you've collected the relics, you assess the game. If you can end the game in the next 5 to 8 minutes, then you commit everything to attack. If the game's going to go later, though, you add 2 to 3 TCs. And I love this 3 TC build. Marine Lord was the first player to regularly start doing this at the highest level of play, and it hit hard. This is a very strong build, especially when you get 5 relics in the back like this. And he needs it at this stage, because remember, he's trailing by a pretty insane 17 villages now. I'm wondering, does Lash maybe go 3 TC? Not as needed because of the system effect, right? It would be to your benefit. Like, you've got to try and feel whether your opponent's gone 2 or 3 TC. I think there's a better opportunity on 2 TC now for Lash to push. He might even be able to punish Voldemar on that 3rd TC, right? Because that's where a lot of the gold is situated. The 8k fat stack on the left side could be a desirable target as well, but it's much further away from Voldy's base, right? That natural wood line kind of gives you a flow of a point to secure this area. villagers with shivs out. I'm not sure how I feel when I see people fight horsemen with villagers like this. Well, Explorator's horsemen, right? They're bloody strong. And I guess you have got textiles. That's probably why you felt confident. Tension is being drawn here now, though. At a very early point in the berries as well. And remember, Voldemort doesn't really have many farms, right? Just free behind this. Lash, meanwhile, if he got shot off the map, he doesn't care, right? This guy has 27 olive groves. Outpost. The second one's not going to go up in time over here. So, nice little raid in from Voldy. Meanwhile, Lash not able to find the damage. Outpost did give the early warning. Voldemort able to retreat back towards the main. I think Lash just needs to start committing inwards here. Right? Because there's got to be a reason your opponent is not attacking you here and why he's only raiding with 3 cav units. We can see the reason. Voldemort is about as weak as a full-on noodle arm gamer. Right? Like, I know this guy from Apex called F-Chan. I absolutely love the guy. But he's the epitome of where is the muscle, bro. He wears it proudly. Right? Voldemort's defense force is looking about as meaty as F-Chan's arms. There's just no muscle on it right now. In fact, if Lash pretty much A-clicked the fight, he'd get a win here. He's showing a lot of respect right now. A little bit surprised by it. Eco lead has been shrinking, by the way. There's been more losses elsewhere. Yeah, there you go. The Camelots kept coming back. Lash needs to find some eco kills quick. Horsemen could actually just go into the economy. I'd love that right now. You don't really need them here, right? You're seeing Voldemort's army, and this is about as unintimidating as it gets. This is like when Voldemort's going to square up to me on land. I'm like, no intimidation, bro. Don't care. Nice arms. Do you work out once a year? Okay, I'm sorry, Voldy. Oh, repair crew's coming in, but I don't think this is going to work. There's way too much damage. Lash with a mango of his own, and an immediate GG. No arms, no mass, no hope. Lash attacks fast, ends fast after the boom. This was great, man. I love this build from Lash. This is a really cool look on him. I think Lash, you know, maybe sometimes can be a little bit too safe. This build was really cool, in my opinion, quite innovative. I think the Byzantines are still favored with a slower approach with Silk Road, but he just showed you how you can play quick and fast. I wasn't expecting Byzantines to be able to break in and disrupt the tech up the way he did, but he went above and beyond in this game. Fun to see Biz without winery? Yeah, because it actually lights a fire under their ass because they can't just play for economy, right? What do I call that one? What did Core do to me now? He whined. This will stay up longer than Voldemort's, and we will now not cast a Core game for 2 weeks. He said we gave him bad advertising. I don't want to make him a liar. So what do I call that one? Ibers are pretty bad. Not pretty bad. Eyes are bad when they can't have gold. Yeah, there we go. Maybe that works. Okay, so let's see what other games we've got live. But yeah, you know what they say. You mess with the ball, you get the horns. Jesus Christ. So, let's have a look here. Man, so many people online! Game is not dead, Pog! I mean, it is a happy Friday, right? Who have we got? Oh, damn. Mangoes and skills. So tasty. Have we got any known players? Dude, these ads, oh my god. Am I going to actually get baited into buying Spotify Premium? That crap is so obnoxiously expensive. How much is Spotify Premium now? My friend had the family pass and he let me use it. But they increased it from like, I think it's £17 to £20 a month. He's like, I'm out. I was like, I don't blame you. GG. Leozim. Selena Gomez, Poogers. Who's Myriad up against? I don't know if that's a high-ranking account or not. It's always nice on days like this where like I've prepped all these games. I'm like, oh, we can watch these. We don't have live games, and we don't even have to resort to them. Just pure fun everywhere for everyone. Spotify, that ad streaming service with music intermissions. Yeah, that's the one. I swear, right? After you've done premium, when you go free, your ads are increased. Am I like, I'm not tinfoil hat in this, right? That's actually something they clearly do to bully you back to going premium. So scummy. Okay, so I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. Let me have a look here. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's who that is. It's Anatant. Wonder what that account was. I was like, who? Alright, Addo, buddy, I'm gonna just say, right, like, this crap ain't secret if you got M-Lord streaming it. What account is he on? Can I maybe catch them? Probably not. I mean, they wouldn't have made the lobby public. I do kind of find the idea of like hiding your data comedial if you're streaming your games though. Let's have a look. Yeah, the okay, well that sucks. We won't be able to cast those. Boo. Stupid monkey. Alright, So Voldy in game. Who's he up against? I got Lash again. People hitting replays. I mean, I kind of get it for scrimming, right? But like I always find it comedial because like obviously Marine Lord streams his scrims a lot, so it's like it's not the secret stuff. That's why in the past we've actually cast Marine Lord scrims because it's like, well, I respect the privacy of the players, but there isn't anything private if you're putting it out there, you know. But with other players, like I've always been like, you know, dude, if you're leaving your data public, then I'll respect your scrims. That's always been my approach. Myriad versus Louis. Okay, Sailor. I'm on board. All right, we got 3.5 minutes. I think we watched this one. Hell yeah, brother. You're right. We should do a 35-second prediction. Yeah, dude. I'm just, like, increasing your APM. Just get good. Why are you, like, flaming me if you're not getting your predictions in time? That's like getting hit by Mango and going, oh my god, Relic, please nerf projectile speed. I'm getting a bit sad, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, that Juji sucks so much. It was so refreshing to see Mongol Juji the other day between Kiljadi and Dumu. Can you do a Mongol game? You have to find a Mongol game as a challenge. Hope Louis goes Berkshire just to upset you. If Louis goes Berkshire, then Neptune is the best player in China. There. I said it. Have at me. I mean, I ain't wrong though. It's so bad. I will never, ever, ever like Berkshire in the current meta. Oh, Camion, I just noticed you joined the Patreon. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome to the Swarm. Oh. Alright. Here you go. I'll start a 2-minute prediction now, so you have a minute when we're in game. If that's not enough time, you're ground bar speed. I can't help you there. You're just confirming that AoE 4 is the RTS retirement home for people. Finding Mongol mains in 24. Dude, even Phyllis Bodo doesn't main Mongols anymore. They're dead. Mongols don't exist. They're a myth. They're a myth. Yeah, Mongols are just like, they don't really have a clear strong point in the game, in my opinion, anymore. They're already borderline, like, overpicked. Now they're just kind of eh. The only value in Mongols was in the hyper early game, and that's gone now. Dark Age Rush, yeah, with your less stone per minute. Good luck with that. With the nerf to Mongols, at this point, legit, just actually start the game with more villagers. Dark Age doesn't even matter anymore. Uh-oh. This needs to be paused. How dare you bet against Myriad on the Byzantines? He means business here. Going up against Louis MT on Cliffside. English Byzantines. Like, is it me? Or is this the most cast matchup we've had recently? I feel like everyone was having their fun last week with HRE. This week has been all Byzantine English constantly in the game. Always good to check in on Myriad, though. This is him going up against his signature Civ, by the way. Like, Myriad, if there's one Civ he's known for, I mean, he lives in England. He loves England. This guy plays a lot of the English. And he's been playing a lot of the Byzantines at the moment, which doesn't surprise me considering, you know, for a little while, I was basically calling the Byzantines the better English, right? Before the buffs that the English recently got with the Abbey of Kings, I'd argue that English didn't really feel like they'd done anything better than the Byzantines, just going for the longbow build. So I am actually glad they got that buff. I know some people feel really bad about that buff. They think that the Abbey of Kings is too strong. My feeling is that something needed to change. I thought it was originally going to be an eco-focused change. I'm kind of glad it was the Abbey of Kings build because all of a sudden you have this level of flexibility. And I will say that I don't think the Abbey of Kings build is broken. I think the idea of feudal healing is a little bit too strong. But the Abbey of Kings feels broken for sure right now because people don't really know how to counter it cleanly. Give it a few more weeks, and I think the Abbey of Kings build will kind of flop down a bit. It won't feel as strong anymore. Longbow Wars? I don't think you resolve to Longbow Wars here. I mean, you could, right? Like, I actually think Byzantines do it right there. Actually, on a map like this, yes. On a map like this, the only tricky part is, like, if Louis does go Council Hall, you're screwed. Because you won't be able to mass Longbows as quickly. However, if Louis goes to the Abbey of Kings, then the Longbow contract makes a lot of sense. It scales really well into late game. I actually think the way you play this is you go Foreign Engineering Company, and you get volley on your Longbows. It's Gatling gun mode activated. Jav seems alright, but I just don't really think it hits the same timing especially against this new Abbey of Kings build. Like, if you go for the Jav contract, you need to build quite a few Limitane, and in this matchup, I feel like you just don't want to have to build Limitane. If you have to resort to Limitane against English, who have Lombos, your game already feels like it's a disaster. Feels impossible to stop the second TC from English. Sort of. This is one of those things, is like, the reason it feels impossible to stop it is because you're busy reacting to the king, right? So, like, maybe the king just needs to take longer to respawn. Something like that might be an interesting one. He's still a freebie, but takes 45 seconds instead. That would probably change a lot of things about this, because then if you invest in, like, an immediate spearman production, right, and you send to the enemy base, you're going to have a level of agency over the outcome. But especially these type of spawns, it's difficult. And considering that Myriad did not go into the Olive Oil straight away, because he went for the Grand Winery, he is going to be playing Defender. He's going to have to accept this as 2 TC. What would be very intriguing here is actually if Myriad went for a second TC himself. I really like that type of build for the Byzantines. In fact, it was making the rounds for a little bit. If you guys remember, a few months back, Dumu, crafty bugger he is, Benny Boy actually found a really cool build where you would have your TC up by, I think it was 5 minutes or something like that. It was wild. He would start gathering the trees, and he would rush out onto the stone. And he would literally just drop his TC on the tree line as if it was the lumber camp. It was a really cool build. I actually think it would have been good in this game. Because if you think about the timing, Louis, Abbey of Kings is going to be complete at what? 4 minutes and 6 seconds? Then you've got a little bit of a wait to get your kingliness out, right? 35 seconds more. And then it's going to take him about 15 to 20 seconds to reach the enemy base. There is no way that king should arrive before the town center is up. So yeah, definitely could have been a cool way to opt. Instead, Myriad is going to opt for the Limitane. So this is intriguing because Louis is going 2 TC. But if he had actually bothered to just gather the wood first, he could have opened with an archery range and then completely ruined Myriad's day, right? Because if you open 4 Lombos, you block all the gold, Myriad can't do anything. Because if you look at the gold spawns in this game, they're all in the front of his base. So if you go for a handful of Lombos and you go for a king, Myriad has no easy play out of this. He'd have to mass archers against you. So yeah, this is a classic example of where the second TC may just seem great, and it is free, but it doesn't always have to be essential. This is actually perfect for the king as well. Those are Dark Age Limitane. They're more like Limitan right now. It doesn't feel great here. The king is going to get away. Oh my god, this is going to be close though. If the villagers had attacked straight away. Myriad had the right idea. Looked like it was a little bit too late. He even activated the Akratoy. That was insanely close. Wow. And that would have been a big deal because if Myriad kills the king, then Louis is going to have to invest more than 2 Limitane to replace him, right? That would have been huge. Unfortunately, Boy's just a bit too tanky. Does get away with it. You also see the difference the extra health makes, right? Like that extra health on the Limitane, that plus 10, meant that the king had to take an extra hit to kill. Now, that was in Dark Age, right? Like where they were a little bit less chunky. Now, it just feels very difficult to do any damage without additional assistance. And Louis doesn't really seem to be rushing towards that, considering he goes to that second TC, right? Archery range is going to fall up behind, but because you went second TC, you're not going to be going double archery range here, right? You're not going to be pumping like there's no tomorrow. So Myriad should be pretty comfortable. I'm wondering what his approach is going to be here. The Grand Winery's been pumping for a bit. This is where we make the choice. Western feels really good on this map because of how short it is. Javelins can make a lot of sense because you're now up against Lombos, and you should be expecting Lombos. But to me, Western just feels a lot more malleable. Yep, there we go. He agrees. Has queued it up. It also plays a lot better in the late game in this matchup. If you don't think your opponent's going to build Cav, then the Camel Riders don't have value, and Javelins kind of fall off in the late game. Whereas Lombos with Volley, Lanzknecht up against Men-at-Arms with Varangians to assist. Streltsy, potentially... Oh, no, I'm not even going to delude you guys. Streltsy will never be built. I will cast 100 more Byzantine games and none of them will feature Streltsy. Mark my words. If Streltsy appear, it's because they accidentally got produced. Double outpost on the forward. So Myriad has no interest in prolonging the age. And this is a nice, comfortable thing about the Byzantines that kind of makes them absurd right now, is that they can get away with this because they get the Lombos for free as an additional perk, right? They gather the food and they get their hands on these mercs off of it. Body blocks. Oh, not going to work out. Yeah, Myriad needs to rush these up. Luckily for him, because it's 2TC, the Longbos aren't coming quick. But that's still an annoying loss here. It just extends Louis' lead. And the reason why you want to go for this fast castle still as the Byzantines isn't just what we mentioned about you still scaling an army for free and then upgrading quite easily. It's the production rate once you get there. We're at level 2 Sistan already. Conscriptio will reduce the time it takes to pump Varangian to 18 seconds. That is quite frankly bonkers, right? Because English, they get the perk of producing men-at-arms quicker, and they produce them every 15 seconds. By the time you're Castle Age, you're often going to have level 3 Sistan. Level 3 Sistan means you will be pumping Varangian out as quickly as men-at-arms come out from the English. Only Varangian are better. King is at least going to be a nuisance. Okay, Louis doing a phenomenal job here. Akradoy got forced again. He still gets a villager kill. He does not lose the king. And he slowed down the blacksmith timing. That's really important because Myriad has started to get aggressive. So Louis can't let him rush into the steel arrow before he forces a fight. So this is the point where I wouldn't be surprised if Louis just comes back towards this to shut it down. He doesn't know where it is right now is the problem, right? In fact, where is it going to reach? It's going to be too late to block the blacksmiths. Louis already has enough for steel arrow, so this raid shouldn't really do much. In fact, he just let him know. Whoops. Okay, that is so tilting. The fact that you can just tell through fog like that really kind of ticks me off. Those aren't going to get the kill. The defensive ones just aren't contestable, right? Yeah, this is the interesting thing about what Myriad is doing. He's just trying to draw attention because you don't want a full fight, right? Like the English will destroy you in a full fight because they have better production at this point of Longbos and they have network of castles. So all you're just trying to do is tickle and annoy and tech up behind. Speaking of which, tech up should now be on the way. King is going to be able to mop up the 5, though. I wonder if Myriad would have actually benefited more from splitting the Longbos, sending a few back in and sending a few to the left side. Because then Louis can't kill everything, right? He has to choose. Unfortunately, Myriad, oof, just about gets the scout there. Big deal. Louis now pretty blind on the map. Golden Horn Town down the way. So the goal here should be to drop 2 additional Raxes in the coming 30 seconds. There's one. Another one should be coming afterwards. And then you're just looking to flood. And remember what we said about the Varangian at this stage? Even at level 2, every 18 seconds. So you're just building slightly over 3 Varangian a minute. You're going to be bringing out 9 Varangian a minute with a triple Rax build. That is freaking bonkers, right? Like the English, even with the Steeled Arrow, is not going to contest that. And the English aren't ready to go for White Tower. So this could be a very big opportunity for Myriad to punish Louis. Because the thing is, like, usually at this point, Louis is going to be ready for a tech up himself, and he's not going to be killable. He built 12 longbows. 12. That's 1,080 resources. That is almost 2/3 of your tech up cost. That's the difference. And in the archery range it cost as well, that's 300 more wood. He could have had a White Tower on the way already. So Myriad should be able to see this what it is. A spam opportunity. Tech up complete. It's going to be double racks for the time being. Third one could be added in the next minute, minute and a half. But this is why, right? Like, you actually want to go for the monks first. Otherwise, this would have been the triple racks. Veterancy also coming through ASAP. And Louis now starting to stockpile. White Tower should be going here. You could actually... Ooh, it might fit here. That berry bush is making me doubt it a bit. It's a little bit deceptive. I think it's not enough room because of that berry patch, unfortunately. So we'll probably have to go for like a forward-facing White Tower. It might even be as loose as here. In fact, it would have to be further back now that Longbos are arriving. 2 more being queued up as well behind this. White Tower, oh god, it's even worse than I was expecting. I mean, in some ways it's nice because it protects the central farms, but also the front of your base is now notably weaker. You're getting into a Longbow war potentially here, and you don't have wood. Not much of it, anyway. Varangian now on the way. Only 1 monk so far. 3rd Rax is now in, so here we go. This is the ramp-up point. And this is where you need to be fast. Dive comes into the farms in the meantime. Louis Getting targeted down. Remember, this is vet Lombos versus normal, but the difference really is the TC. Myriad, I think he got a little bit too close here. Needed to wait slightly longer. The idle time seems nice in theory, but you haven't stopped the white tower at all. In fact, he only just got weighted rivets. That's another big problem. If he just waited an extra 20 seconds, this would have looked a lot cleaner for him. Dives to the backside eco. Louis is going to start losing a few villages for his troubles. And the relic should start being grabbed now by Myriad. I think... Where is he at? Okay, he's going wide first. That's really smart, by the way. If you're wondering why is Myriad playing for the most risky resource first, it, A, typically makes sense when you're rushing monks, but it's very important against this guy. Louis is infamous for his 1 into a quick 2 monastery drop builds, even when he plays multi-TC like this. So it's a very smart read to actually go for the safest relics first to guarantee that Louis won't be getting them at a good timing. Second wave now marching around from Myriad. Longbow Mass is not impressive for Louis, and he has started to opt into Knights. This is to be expected, right? Like, you know your opponent cannot build Spearmen because you have got Lombos, and Knights come out of the White Tower very quickly. However, when Knights are outnumbered like this, they're not that impressive. As long as you're targeting them down. The problem, however, is because Myriad doesn't have enough Lombos, he can't snipe the injured Knights when they pull away. So all Louis has to do is not micro like a goldfish, and he wins. This is a big problem with Abbey of Kings, by the way. These all-in type builds and why they fall apart is when these Knight rushes come out, they're way too good at getting away and healing up when you're defending. It sounds weird, right? Like when you're defending, you think you want better arms over Knights, but you're wrong. This is the better choice. Yeah, and things are starting to look a little bit flimsy at this point for Myriad. He has got more relics on the way home now, right? He's picked up a second, third monk coming in, so we could be looking at a 5 relic game. He has done some eco damage as well. But now, when you look on the other side of this, you can see Myriad is playing a little bit loose with his resources, and he doesn't have any walls. In fact, he hasn't even walled the short ramp, which is very dangerous here. Also trying to commit to the Kyro Siphon now. I mean, Louis should be able to quite easily defend this. He has just enough Knights for it. The problem for Myriad is he also doesn't have kite shields, right? Yeah, no kite shields coming through, no teardrop shields, rather. The Knights will decide the price is right on this one. The attack speed difference is just way too big. Oh my god, just make it look surgical. Yeah, if I had to kind of choose a point where this really went wrong for Myriad, I think that initial batch of longbows being lost really put him on the wrong path. He also waited until he had enough oil for double longbow pump instead of pumping them one at a time. I think that hurt his timings here. Just a few more lombos and he'd have a way of sniping out these injured Knights, but Louis is doing a phenomenal job of microing away the injured parties each and every time, with the exception of then. Now behind this, crossbows are coming in, so things are getting a little bit more dicey for Myriad. He has at least got more of these relics being dropped off. But you have to keep in mind, you're always up against the wall when you know it's 2 TC versus 1, so it's possible Myriad will look for a way to go second TC himself here. It's actually not a bad choice once you have military lead. The problem right now is you don't. And the way you keep headbutting this base in the attack speed aura with a Varangian means it's unlikely you ever will. Trey's up against the crossbows though. That was really well microed by Myriad. He baited the crossbows to come closer, sends the Varangian in after the crossbows been cleared up. And now, could be getting a good fight here because Louis has sent some of the Knights raiding. This is a bigger problem though, right? Myriad, even if he wins this initial fight, he's not going to be able to dive past it. In fact, he's losing it. I think this is it. Like, game at this point starts to feel a bit over. With Knights leaking around the flanks and you not having Limitane, you don't have a solid answer to this. You never walled up. You're playing pocket resources that have been scouted. This is a snowball. The second contract unit in the Eastern contract would be the Ghulams. It wouldn't be great here against the English, because the English have armor clad. This Western contract was the right choice. I think it makes a lot of sense in the English matchup. You just can't get enough javelins quick enough usually to deal with longbow spam from English. Maybe on 2TC it could work, But I don't think that was the issue in this game for Myriad. I think the bigger issue was just the positioning of the initial units and the optimal scaling. It's a tough matchup for sure. Not an impossible one for Byzantines, but this 2TC build has toppled many a player. I actually think the solution that Myriad and other Byzantine players are going to come to here is that fast 2TC for the Byzantines is just as quick as the English one. And it's pretty much just as free as well. Mangonel Tower isn't going to be doing enough of a job here. Lombo's able to just stand underneath it. And with gold access becoming now impossible at this rate without taking losses, it's starting to get hard to favor Purple's choices and chances in this game. Yeah, really cool build from Louis. I wondered if the 12 Lombo was going to kill him, but credit to him, he's got just enough out of Myriad for it. Bait him into fights that I really don't think Myriad wanted to have contest in. He just wanted those first Lombos to be Raiders with no sort of damage really done to them. Now all the damage being done the other way. Brilliant raid coming in from the Knights. And this is the other disgusting thing about the King, right? Oh no, you didn't kill me. Well, when I was in my base, I Abiy memes heal rush. When I'm not in my base, I am now the French. +2 a second might not sound like a lot, but when you're moving back and forth between raid locations, it's insane. And this is even more bonkers. Under the vision of Myriad, he's now building an outpost to get the attack speed aura. Oh my god. If Myriad gets pushed off of this area, his game is essentially over. He's got 5 relics to generate gold, not too bad. He has got the second TC coming, and I think he has Grand Wineries, so he's got a lot of mercs. But the gold is going to become suffocating if you lose control on this eastern flank. And it looks like you might. Louis coming in again. Look how quickly they topped off. Oh my god, the idle times at any given time for Myriad in this game. Louis, meanwhile, is going for him. This is my biggest worry in this matchup, is this was going to happen. This should be Wingard, and it should be Wingard Raiders. Because your opponent isn't building spears, he's refusing to, right? So if you just spam Wingard Raiders now, it's over. Because you're going to be facing off against double the cav than you have in infantry. Now you're mine. And hello, Voldemar. What a fantastic number. 69 from the Golden Lad from the Danelands. Thank you very much, my friend. Hope you had a good stream. We're just tuning in to Louis showing us why Wingard is OP. I basically said at the start of this game, if Louis goes for Berkshire, Neptune is the best player in China. If Louis chooses Wingard, he's still the best. Louis is still the best. Myriad doesn't really have much reaction to this either. Not any good reactions, right? Like if you try to fast imp yourself now, I think you die. You need to dive and do damage, but the Berkshire, isn't needed here to stop that. The White Tower gives you a reset point. The Night Mass is good enough. If this is a game where Myriad had spears, different matter, but this is always the tricky part against English. Building spears feels like a death sentence. Before we talk about the outpost aura. At 20% attack speed increase, and also interesting, Louis, because Myriad's coming to him, he chooses the defensive option. Wingard range is now on the way. Oh, this is spooky, actually. The 9 tower range? Just a handful of these can do insane damage. Remember, they are elite variety Lombos. They're about to be joined by their comrades. Those upgrades coming in 50 seconds. Myriad needs to do some damage right now. Goes in for the clash. Lombo sniping down the few Lance Nectar there are. Range is about to pop out. And at that point, I think that's where it's going to fall apart for Myriad. I mean, it already is, right? The Varangian count barely exists anymore. Ranges have popped out. 14 damage. Extra if they happen to stumble upon any spearmen. Not that they're going to in this game, but they're happy to take on the Lombos. And this should be it. University now coming in. Louis, I mean, it should be as simple as just spamming Knights to end the game. A lot of people probably look at this going, why Myriad not build spears? He's playing Unlimitane Civ. Is he noob? No, he just knows that against the English is a losing battle. You go into a Lombo war. If you build Lombo Limitane, your opponent is going to build Lombo Men-at-Arms, and you lose the game. You have to do Varangian. His goal here was to outnumber the Knights and kill them, but you can't fault Louis. he may not have saved every night, but time and time again, he was peeling back injured ones in that critical defense to be healed by the king or by his Abbey. That is why he's in such a dominant position now. Poor Myriad. You can see he's just trying to get rid of those pricey ranges. But it means you're always overextending with the Lombos, right? This is why I'm actually on the council of the network of castles needs to go. Not the council, but there's a group of people that strongly believe network of castles is too good, and I am one of them. It's making it impossible for Myriad to stand a chance here. This game is already an uphill battle, but that aura means it's impossible to push in. Yeah, I think he's just processing the defeat now. Once these Lombos get mopped up, you'll just see Myriad go white. Tough one. Shows you how the small missteps can cost you dearly, though. I hope Myriad watches this back, though, because I really want to see someone explore the idea of the 2TC rush against English. Your timing is just as good, but the difference is your economy's better, right? Because assistance. You just get up and online so quickly that I don't really feel that the English can punish you for it. And you can still go for Grand Wine, or you can still go for Lombos afterwards. You just have your time slightly delayed. And if your opponent's going Abbey of Kings and 2TC, his times are delayed as well, right? So kind of feels like a win-win situation for the Byzantines. Shivs out, deal with a knight. Very bold. Louis has 5,000. Please build something. Oh my god. LuMC's like, yo, it's hard out here being an aspiring esport pro. I don't make enough money to eat. Well, I guess we're just eating digital currency now. Like, yeah, we got the food. Scenario Hour is now on the way, and Closure's also coming in. So once this is ticked, it's probably going to be a switch into Men-at-Arms, and I think Myriad won't have any recourse. The reason he probably hasn't called GG right now is because it is just archers. And these things can't really dive static defense as well, right? They can't end the game at all. Horseman now from Louis. Well, that's one way of spending the food. Good lord. Whew. Yeah, this is going to come to an abrupt end, I think, folks. Lombards are now starting to reach the farms as well, so any food that Myriad had is about to start evaporating. He's basically got the berry bushes at the backside. He's got a few deer gatherers on the right, but the core of his economy is at risk of being outed out. There's just so many Windguard ranges already. 28 of them. Good God. And they're about to get more vicious. Incendiary Arrows now coming in. If you thought they hit hard already, wait until you see this increase. Remember, by the way, Windguard Rangers not only have more health than Lombos, they attack for 3 more damage by default. This is an 18 damage Lombo unit with 9 tower range. And someone's having the gall to tell me that these aren't powerful. Step aside, son. Rangers, Footmen, like, I stand by it. Wingguard Army is the worst of the options in that building. The best, most situations, Footmen, Raiders, Rangers, depends though. They're all just as good. The Rangers looking S tier in this game. A brutal beatdown from the Chinese legend. GG, Myriad. You know, just saying, buddy, I don't know if you heard me. I think maybe 2TC. I think you rushed 2TC there. Right at the start of the game. Because you know he's going to go 2TC, right? Because the problem with your play is, like, it's very risky. If you get caught with that first Lombo group, you don't have mass at all. Right? So you can't easily breach him later. Biggest thing about the range is the gold cost when Lombo is just food and wood. I actually think that's a good thing, though. Like, them being food and gold is actually easier for the English in late game. Because the thing you have to realize is, as the English, wood's going to run out. Food and gold isn't. All right, let's see who else we've got here. Oh, no. Did Myriad get him again? He might have. Maybe we catch him Dragavan, actually. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick ganders. Oh, no. Oh, actually, yes. I think we watched this one. This is cool. Wingard Rangers. Yeah, like to me, I mean, Food and Gold on a Civ that never runs out of both of those, right? That's a jackpot. Wood runs out. And if you're playing longbows in the late game, Wingard Rangers saves you bacon. Alright, so we got 3 minutes. I mean, it depends. It's up to you guys. We can either watch this one or who was the other person online? There's 1 or 2 others online. I'm trying to think who it was. Oh, Dragavan. Dragavan was the other one we could check in on. If you're spamming knights, you need that gold though. You got to be gathering the map. The thing is, if you're spamming knights, you're doing an entirely different build though, right? And eventually you're going to stop spamming knights. And when you stop spamming knights, you're fine. I think Wingard Rangers are fine. They're affordable. Okay, so Louis takes the dub. This is an interesting one though. French versus Rus, we don't really see much these days. So here's here's a hot take for you. I actually think Rus can beat French with knight spam in the late game. They're just better options. That's why you don't do it. But they actually can win. Do you guys know that? Do you know why? Boys Fortitude tops you up quite a bit, but then Knight Poleaxes are really good. And if you get into the hyper late game and you're not trading, Rus can generate more gold per minute than French can. Love gaining free elo. Wait, what? His elo's not yours, bro. Oh, yeah. You know how Nomad came in earlier and he was like, oh, no, don't? That's because I was checking Puppy Paw's data and Nomad, I think he's like 1200 elo and he's somehow ranked up against Puppy Paw. I think it's like an 11-minute game. If I remember correctly, like the screenshot I sent, let me double check. I sent him a screenshot. I think the difference in elo is almost 1,000. Yeah. It's 2013 elo versus 1226. How does that even happen? That's wild. French gets cheaper knights. I feel like most French players aren't building keeps in the late game. Ever since the nerf to Guildhall Generating Stone, you don't really see French spamming keeps for knights as much anymore. So it's a bit of a difficult one in my opinion. Kremlin helps early. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, if you're both building knights, usually the French player has to mirror you. The advantage French get is they produce knights quicker. So you can scale if you can find the economy. I think in this matchup, a French player has to take risks. They basically have to go for boar and, like, deer very quickly so that they can use that better production rate. Because it's one thing having a better production rate, it's another thing affording it. French is very bad. I don't think they're that impossible to use. They're tough right now, but they're not complete trash. They have some relevance. Is there an Arbor play against Rus? They just go Streltsy. In the late game, they go Streltsy. It's the problem. They go Streltsy Mangoes. Like, that's the problem with Arbitrary in the late game. It's like a high-level Rus player. I mean, it depends on, like, if they can wall the map. If they choke point the map, like, Rus will destroy you. So, like, Cliffside, this is an impossible matchup. I actually think Rus is, like, S tier on Cliffside. I mean, they're S tier everywhere, right? But, like, it's one of their best maps. An OG matchup here as we have got French up against Rus. West versus the East. And it is indeed the beast himself, Louis MT on de Francais to try and prove a point. Meanwhile, Myriad just looking for some free elo, bro. He's picked the most dominant Civ in competitive play right now, the Rus on Dry Arabia. Now, this is a very interesting matchup, actually. One that we have not watched in quite some time. Very rarely, actually, do you right now see people picking French on the ladder. I'm not sure if Louis randomed this Civ choice, but I don't think it's impossible for the Rus to play. The biggest thing for me in this matchup is I think actually the French need to play aggressively out onto the map for resources. Because what this usually turns into is 2 TC on each side into applied pressure with the Knights. And that's difficult to do as the French, because what happens with the Rus is that they are able to defend themselves to the Kremlin quite convincingly. But the upside, at least, that the French have compared to Rus is they have an earlier timing on their Knight play because of School of Cavalry, and they have a better production rate. That production rate only works, however, if you're able to afford it. Hence the need to play pocket resources. Opening little skirmish. Not too bad for Myriad. Already up to 210 gold. So he has enough for the tech up. You're really looking for wheelbarrow here. So far, he has not scouted north side. That should be happening soon. In fact, luckily for Myriad, he should get a glimpse of the deer here and then beeline to actually not just get the deer, but the wolf and 2 sheep as well. That is about as good as it gets. So fantastic for him. Means he will be able to afford both the deer, off the deer, you'll be able to get the wheelbarrow, and you'll be able to get the feudal age optimally. That's perfect, guys. Like, if you can get those 2 things, mwah. If you get more, you're off to the bank. In fact, he might get more. Myriad, even finding wolves on the backside. This is looking like a type of game where you could rush a Knight opening, which is really effective here. Because your opponent's going to have to go 2CC, right? Yeah, Louis gets scouted on the other. This is kind of Louis' fault, though, right? Like, he went 1 scout versus Rus, which is usually a no-no. He just tried to ignore the threat, and it did not work out for him. The deer splits were pretty wide. So far, his micro has been impeccable, though. Louis denied what? Was that 5 out of 6 deer here? It looked like it. A little bit slow on that one, though. So I think Myriad either got 2 or 3 of those deer. So wheelbarrow on the way. Kremlin coming through as well. Still has the wolf to work with. Killed the one on the right side. This is perfect, man. This is like, what? Probably a 270 bounty game? 280? After the wolf, anyway. Okay, 250. 255 with the wolf. And he didn't kill this wolf yet. Okay, that makes sense, though. Dude, I know my numbers. So that's going to be a 285 bounty game. That's perfect, actually. I think people expecting a 300-plus bounty game, maybe if you're playing against like someone who doesn't want a micro at all. But at the highest level, if you're close to 300 bounty, you're swimming in the money. And the cool thing is because the hunting cabin generating passive gold, it means he has the option to go for the stable opening if he wants to try and harass the French. In fact, I actually think the stable opening is kind of underrated for the Rus here. You still want to get your TC, but that first Knight can really screw with the French because the difference is that your base is very defendable with this. The French base is not, right? They don't have an outpost. They don't want to build an outpost. If French have to build a spearman at the beginning of feudal age in this matchup, you're already putting yourself at a bigger disadvantage, right? Because for a start, that's 150 wood, and then you're spending 80 resources into a unit that doesn't attack. You want that optimal TC timing. So there is definitely an opportunity to punish the greed here. I'll have to see if Myriad wants to go for it. Why does Louis go Vanilla French over Jeanne d'Arc? Is this some tournament practice? It could be a little bit of practice. I think French has some other advantages over Jeanne. The TC escalation is pretty cool. Because you can either play 1 TC and over time you'll build an eco lead, or you play 2 TC really efficiently. You do it better than Jeanne, actually. The only upside I'd say Jeanne typically has is, depending on the matchup, she has more credence to build a TC on the flank. In this type of matchup, I think French are quite capable of doing that, though. And love the build from Myriad. He's doing exactly what we wanted. It's going to be the Knight first, TC second. This is smart. The reason it's smart is you know Louis is going to be trying to go for his Knight first anyway, so his TC time is going to be delayed. And now you can just sneak by him. And you will be able to sneak by him, because here's the funny thing about playing against the Rus that makes him a little bit absurd. He has free scouts. It should be impossible for your Knight to get in unnoticed, and for him to not know where your scout is. So with that information, what Myriad can do is just avoid and move to your economy unseen. I mean, you can have your doubts that oh, wait, sorry. JD's no better than the French? They're different playstyles, right? The thing that's nice about Jeanne is Jeanne has more agency over the playstyle. Because you can be 1 TC all in. You can get more value out of Fast Castle than French. Or you can go for 2 TC. Whereas with French, it usually feels like you're looking at 2 TC, right? 2 TC feels optimal. Little bit of a misplay there. Myriad almost losing the scout. In fact, yeah, if Louis just resets, That's a bit of a blunder. Myriad really shouldn't be losing any scouts at this point in the game. So less info to work with, right? And now he's riding a little bit blind. He's trying to get the info so the knight can go around. Wait. Myriad. Is this for a ball pull? Oh my god. That feels unnecessarily dangerous. I think there was a better opportunity to hit the enemy economy. Probably the worry for Myriad is that because he only went for one knight, it would take 3 hits to kill, right? Wow. And remember, it's always 3 hits unless you have the Bloomery here, right? Because the Lance does 29, then the Sword does 19. I think this is overkill from Myriad. I'm not a big fan of it. You have the Gremlins, right? If you're going to pull the Gremlins, you should not be guarding with the Knight as well. He's that paranoid he's going to get beaten by the French Knights. And you've got scouts on this, right? You can see exactly what your opponent's doing. He should be suspecting 2TC if he didn't already scout it, which I think he did. To me, this is you getting an advantageous play with a good rotation off of scouts and then not using it. Way too defensive. He's finally moving out with the Knight now. Love how there's another wolf he could have actually munched up there and just ignores it. Probably would have been worth getting the extra 25 gold there, actually. Now TC drop on the way. This might actually work out. Oh my god. I don't want to say this is planned. Myriad is very smugly going to say it was all according to plan here, but this feels a little bit lucky. He's going to find it. And with no knight here, Louis is in trouble. Villagers are going to have to pull away. The TC is not going to be complete in time, and that means Myriad has his TC up first and is now idling out the secondary from Louis. And look at the reaction straight away. Louis sends the knights home instead of sending them into the enemy base. Oh my god. This one knight may be a leprechaun in disguise. Because he's got the luck of the Irish. Even though Louis is the one in the green. I cannot believe that. This just changed everything about the game. Louis is still going to get idled. This TC timing is worryingly late. And it's still going to be later, right? Like, more villagers likely to go down as the second one could be targeted out here. Good micro from Myriad. Even absorbs some of the shots from the scout, right? So it means he's taking less damage on the feudal knight. Second knight is on the way. Another charging. Dude, this is sick out of Myriad. His micro is so on point in this. So another one gets chopped down. He even gets away on 6 HP. Are you kidding me? Louis is not an easy player to out-micro, folks. Like, actually, Louis, like, from what I've been seeing him recently, I consider him to be a micro god. But god damn, he just got served. Another knight delaying the arrival. I mean, Louis, he needs to go and attack now is the problem. And it's going to be the full wall-in. Louis typically does this when he's like, I don't want to play the game with you anymore. You know, like that kid where, you know, you change the rules on them a little? And like, this is not fair. That's him. Instead, he's like, I'm going to the late game. Screw this crap. I'm done with you right now. Is this a demonstration that JD would have been better? No. Because Joan, like, Joan here wouldn't have stopped you sniping villagers. Actually, Joan would have been worse against Roos. Joan is terrible against civs that have feudal knights. She can't handle them at all. In fact, fun little detail for you guys. Who do you think wins in French versus Joan matchups? The answer might surprise you. French versus Joan matchups actually favor the French. Because they scale more eco over time, and Joan can't fight. She just gets sniped every time. You basically can't screw up a single fight. If you do, you lose the game. Like right now in recent patch, they are 50-50 split. Previous patch, we're looking at French versus Joan. French was at a 47.2% win rate. I just don't think that's a genuine result, though. I've watched it a few times now, and I think it's like 65% French favored. 70% maybe even. Because, like, Joan, you have to go for range Joan. It's at least a little bit better now than previous patches because she moves quicker. But here's the thing. If it's better now in the current patch and it's still a 50% win rate, and French just isn't being picked, does that not say everything it needs to about the Joan-French matchup? High trade house now on the way from Myriad. Game is looking really good for him right now. The eco lead doesn't look big, but that's because you have to remember the French TCs produce faster, right? So they're shrinking the lead you built. But when you add in the hunting cabin gold and you're going to add in the high trade house now, Myriad is definitely not behind. Even if they were neck and neck on Eco right now, he'd be ahead. Louis now trying to mirror with a tech up himself, but notably delayed. Difference in walls as well, right? Like, Myriad's kind of left the door open to a certain extent. He's just kind of condensed the flanks a bit. This is also a scary point in the game, because if Louis is going to go for Guildhall instead of Royal Institute, he's going to lose fights. Boy's Fortitude, right? Boy's Fortitude turns this into a disadvantaged fight for the French. Add in the fact that also Myriad can go into the Warrior Monks for gathering relics, but then also debuff. And you don't really have a situation where you want to fight in the mid. Yeah, and it is Guildhall. Okay, so Louis now needs to delay the game to reach Imperial Age. If he gets there, Arbitrary can be very, very powerful, but something I'm always reluctant with about Arbitrary in this matchup is your opponent will have Streltsy, but he can also have Mangonels, and you can't. Because you're going to go for Red Palace, right? Which means you're not going to have Culverins. So yeah, don't think this matchup gets easier for French in the hyper late game. There's certain elements that make them better, like the Guildhall just giving you infinite gold. But unless you starve the map, you never really see the value in that, right? And Roost now going into Horse Archers. This is a very aggressive build out of Myriad, and I like it. If he went Crossbows, he's too slow, and eventually Arbitrary will beat you. If he went Archers, Arbitrary beat you. Horse Archers are quick enough that you're not going to be able to reach Arbitrary in time, and it becomes part of an active raiding force. Add to the fact that Horse Archers have high base damage, they do really well against Knights. Even when these guys get vetted up, 2/3 of the damage from a Horse Archer is going to go through the armor. And if this is Crossbows, you can avoid it, right? Like, if this is Crossbows, you pull the Knights out of range, you turn on them. Now you can't. Now you end up in this sticky situation where you just have to keep running away or you get killed. Now, if Louis can micro this right, Chivalry can be his saving grace, right? Cycle injured Knights out, bring them home. The problem is, it's Roos in Castle. If you take your time, you're going to lose all the relics. The only relic that will be safe for you is the one you've walled in. Everything else in this game should now be going the way of Myriad. Chivalry has come through. Also, wait, what? Oh, no. That was a blunder. Oh, no. He clicked the gate. He meant to click the knight to get a charge in and snipe one. Oh, man. Luckily, he's still got the mass lead, right? So Louis not going to be able to contest him. Another nice thing about Horse Archers here is they produce quicker than the French Knights, even with School of Cavalry, right? It's 23 seconds versus the 29. This is scrappy for Myriad, though. It's funny he's still resorting to crossbows after all this. I'd rather he didn't. I actually like Boy's Fortitude and more Horse Archers. Without being mean to my boy, you just need to micro better. All right? If it wasn't for that whoopsie on the gate and another one there, he'd be in a very good position right now. He still can be, but I think crossbows slows down your timing too much here. It's not that you should be scared of the late game, but you're in a dominant position. You can accelerate that lead. You don't need to take it slow. Boy's Fortitude, about to complete. A lot of attention being drawn. I would actually love it if Myriad just started sniping reinforcements. In fact, Louis is going to do him a favor there. Wait, what? He's like, nope, nope, I see that. I'm out of here. Stealth Forest Vision is weird sometimes. I can't believe that. He saw everything and Myriad saw nothing. Flash on the flanks now coming in. Ooh, Wall straight away. Louis, this is going to buy the time that Myriad needs. Reinforcements are now on the way. Louis is such a cocky son of a... Did you just see that? The absolute last millisecond, right? He just clips the edge of range. Oh, god damn it. I love watching this guy. More troops on the way. If you use Saint's Blessing here, you can actually beat the French. Because the fights take longer than 5 seconds. You have Boy's Fortitude, you have the extra armor, the extra health. So the +4 damage you get from the charging on the Knights just doesn't matter here. Oh, sorry, it's bigger, isn't it? They said +10 in Castle. Still, +10 for 3 attacks sounds like a lot, but you're basically just offsetting the extra health your opponent gets. But then they have armor and damage that lasts a lot longer from Saint's Blessing. It's bonkers just how bloody good Saint's Blessing can be in these fights. Fort Relic has been dropped on the ground for the time being, but this is looking bad. Louis is trying to go into Arbitrary with very limited food. He's switching farms already. Jesus. That's not a good sign, guys, because that means the next 5 minutes of the game is going to be incredibly uncomfortable. He's already spending way too much food on this Royal Knight comp. It means the Guildhall is not going to be for getting you to Imperial Age. It's going to be for saving your bacon in Castle. However, if you're bacon, that means you might be a pig. And Myriad's about to make you squeal. Army breaking through the walls. If he floods in right now, this is GG. Louis has no army. This doesn't count as an army. This is a ragtag group of volunteers. So many crossbows from Myriad as well. Like the spearman crossbow transition, Louis didn't expect. You can tell. He was not prepped for this at all. You can't go mangoes either because your knight count isn't big enough to defend it. Your backline isn't thick enough to get on top of it. I mean, this is it. Louis, this TC should be going down. He's got to take a fight. Horse Archers targeting down the Arbitrary. Knights being mirrored out. The Warrior Monks, just one touch and a Golden Glow is all they really need here. And there it is. Activates, and immediately the extra armor and damage means that Louis cannot fight. At this point, there are more Rus people armed in the base of the French than there are French military. Keep drop coming in on the back. Unfortunately, Louis is running him towards it. No. No. Oh, no. Louis, he might get this keep up, but I don't really know what it does. The TC is still going to go down. And you may have secured 4k gold and some food in the corner, but the rest of your base is in trouble here. I think this is just a snowball effect at this stage. Like, Myriad could actually go Imperial Age. In fact, it looks like that's where he's heading. He doesn't need to. He could actually just double down on units now and GG this game. Because the landmark's snipeable, right? Like, you could easily take out Guildhall and School of Cavalry. This keep drop might make it a little bit more annoying, which is why I'm expecting him to go Imperial Age. Remember, Myriad, I don't think he scouted this, though, right? We know about this keep. He doesn't. The walls coming out from this guy. Even Men-at-Arms. Like, I can't believe he's building Men-at-Arms when he's up against Arbitrary. A little bit unnecessary. People saying the French needs buff. I would remind you that this is a matchup like against the best Civ in competitive AoE right now. Rus just have so much agency over what they do. They're not linear with one build that's optimal. They have multiple different branching builds. Even if you think French need a buff, you really need to... You need to use other games as an example. This one's not a fair example at all. Arbitrary. Looking pretty depressing here. I just love the fact he used Horse Archers and they look good. I think it did matter a lot as well. It's all about timing, right? If you rushed crossbows out straight away, you would have lost the initial knights, but this is what got him here. Louis looking like he's on his last legs underneath his keep here. Second TC coming up again now from Louis, so still looking to recover this game. I mean, Myriad still hasn't teched, right? But we're getting closer to population cap, at which point it's going to happen. Visas aren't going to be dropped. Unfortunately, without Gambesons, it means spears even kill you. So army is going to be mopped up, right? But the price that Louis has paid for this, even if he clears them up, he's not got much left in a game where he needs to mass farms. They are coming in now, but other side of it, you can see Myriad's already setting up the pockets. Left, right, and center. All right, Myriad, we've had our fun. Let's just go in. Come on, buddy. At least secure the sacred sites, actually. That would also work. Alright, guys. I know how we fix French. French people really like cheese, right? Makes sense. They build knights and win the game. Cheesiest thing you do. What if they could make dairy farms? It's like a different form of cow. And you just grow cheese. It's like a unique mechanic, right? So like you can put X villagers on a dairy farm. It's like you pay 150 wood, but you can put like 4 villagers on a dairy farm. And it generates food at a similar rate to farms. That could be interesting, actually. I mean, it's either that or give them wine. I don't know how that would work exactly. It's not really olive oil, is it? Red pass drop. Really? Oh, wait. Wow. Okay. This is really important. He's wasting time. Clicking on the outpost. Louis, he could get back into this game. Like, Myriad has played with his food way too long. He should have been in Imperial Age 2 minutes ago. Oh my god, not like this. It's not going to be like this, surely. It's only 10 villages. He sees it. Myriad on the way. Louis doesn't even know the disaster is in for. He realizes it too late. This is going to be a run and gun. If he cuts off on the south side, there's no way you can run and hide here. Red pass might go up, but you should be losing 20 villagers as the price of entry. Oh my god. Too predictable, right? Like, the gold play is now shifting to the north side. Luckily for him, the wolves are not up there, but he's still going to have to pay a price over here. Looks like Myriad actually didn't cut across as quickly as I would have liked to have seen here. He went to the left side of the marketplace, so Louis, by some miracle, only gets out losing, what, 4 or 5 villages for that? That's wild. I can't believe he just got away with that. I mean, if this guy pulls off the recovery arc now, Myriad is going to be kicking himself. He's going to be face palming. Like, the position that Myriad was in this game, it's tough because I feel him, right? Like, nowadays you have to have a more killer instinct. You can't just read. But I think this was an example, considering the keeps were up, this was a perfect, pristine example of a game where you go for Imperial. You do not mess around. He did. He decided to play Pancake. He had a bit too much fun. And now the Baker Man has come to collect. Louis is cooking. Farm transition, not looking too bad. 17 in. Plenty of wood to finish it off. Mass Horseman also coming through, an interesting choice, but he is up against a lot of crossbows. High Armory is finally on the way. Now, Myriad should be stronger in this age. Streltsy, Horseman, Boys Fortitude, it's a big no-brainer. Add in the siege advantage that the French can't match, and it's a hard, hard battle. But look at what Louis is doing. He hasn't even upgraded the Horseman yet. But you know what his intent is here. Because he keeps the pass open from the Red Palace, he has a flank point into the enemy economy. He's going to keep raiding. He's going to try to raid his way back into this game. Take out complete. Myriad should have a better economy at this stage though, right? 35 farms in, pretty content. Trebs have been prepped. You have to go Trebs here. This keep drop would be sick if it hadn't been scouted with only 4 villagers building it up. More on the way. Wait, are you kidding me? Oh my... What? No, Myriad, just build it. Just build it. For the love of God, build it. I cannot believe he almost lost that to Villager Torchfire. Holy crap, my heart. So Louis has a big problem now, guys. He's being gold starved. He's got a 4K down here. He has still got the 4K in front of his base. But the fat 8Ks have been locked in. Myriad has one for himself. And the other one, he has blocked his opponent from gathering from. In a game where he has 3 Sacred Sites, 4 Relics, a high trade house generating almost 200 gold, and God knows how much from the hunting cabins around the map. I'd imagine an extra 100, 150 at this stage. Horsemen aren't going to be able to breach either. He has at least finally got the enlistment incentives on the way, rather. That's not too bad. Also, another thing that's pretty cool, actually, that I don't really glaze on is the keep buff for the French. Remember, they get the keeps 10% cheaper than other civs now. I actually think that did help in this game for Louis. It has a very interesting effect on the dynamics of stone outcroppings. He obviously had the extra stone outcropping, but this keep was accessible even with his initial one, right? Because usually, like, you have 1,200 stone, right? You pay 350 for a TC. and they expect to pay 900 for a keep. So that is going to be 1,250. The 90 stone discount means you can actually get a keep and a TC off of your initial outcropping. I actually think that helped Louis a lot in this game. Otherwise, he would have been up Craps Creek without a paddle. You keep coming in, Louis. Still an uphill battle from here. Myriad does have the military advantage. He has got Streltsy in the way. But Louis, already having those arbitrary 8, at least knows what he wants to upgrade. He just needs to find the gold to do it. How dare you say I'm French? I'm banning you after I'm done with this game. You're more French than me. I can tell by your accent. You come from closer to the Pupu lands. The little Francais lands. Awesome Raid, not really looking impressive right now. Louis, I mean, the only thing keeping him alive right now is the Arbalest effect on these keeps. If it wasn't for that, Myriad would be diving. I'm more French than Marine Lord? That's not true. I haven't been signed to Gentlemates. What has happened with the Trebuchet Siege from Myriad? This Red Pass just feels untouched. Probably got repaired a little, right? But I'm getting really, really worried now, guys. Like, this game looked pretty much hook, line, and sinker for Myriad. But it's quickly falling apart. And I can't believe that, because you should have Mass Horsemen, you should have Streltsy advantage. Where is it? The Streltsy count isn't exactly spooky. The Arbitriers are more spooky. And that's without the early upgrade. That's now on the way. Oh my god. Dare I say he's doing it. He's definitely doing something. Trebs are at least sieging into the Red Pass. Gold gathering is still at least looking good for Myriad, but he needs to spend this. Alright? This ain't one of those ISA savings accounts. We're not looking to buy a house together in 20 years. We are looking to go to Vegas with this gold. The tough part is he can't dive the keeps, though. So he's in this awkward situation where you just build a reserve of resources. Seems good in theory, but it feels like Louis is getting more out of this. Crossbow stirrups as well as incendiary arrows. I mean, you know, the question's got to be asked, right? Is this in the bag for Louis? And you know what? I think he can bag it. What have I become? Wholesome Raid's actually tickling away as well. Myriad is not really shutting this down. You know, it's a handful of horsemen, but the damage really does add up here. He has at least got reserves to work with. And in some ways that can be freeing, right? You can just switch over now into more military as a result. I just think Myriad is... He's in a bind here, right? Like, I don't want to say build bombards, but I actually kind of do, right? The Arbalists outside the Red Palace are not that impactful. You need a breach point. Louis has turned this into the most toxic game imaginable with keep drops. You know how usually you have games where, like, keep drops look OP and other ones where they look trash? This is one of the games where they look OP. Sacred Site victory is still in the way for Myriad, though, so Louis is going to have to make a move soon. Keep drops coming in on the flanks. Louis. Oh no, he gets spotted out. So gold gathering is going to be nullified over here. He does still have 2k remaining here. Has exhausted this area. The keep drop has been cleared, so he can go back on the gold over here as well. Louis needs this gold as well. Raw Bloodlines is on the way. At that stage, you can just play food and wood mainly for the Horseman mass. But the problem I'm seeing here, Louis, if he can't break one of these keeps fast, it's going to be irrelevant. like, long game, if this game goes for another 20 minutes, I actually see Louis somehow taking control of this, weirdly enough. But my concern is Myriad is well positioned to stop this going longer than an extra 4 minutes. Horseman upgrades coming in. So Myriad finally shifting to what I was hoping to see here. I mean, your Horsemen do contest quite well. It's just about having an efficient front line. And if you're talking Arbitrary versus Streltsy as the back line, there's no doubt in my mind that Streltsy win. The only advantage Arbitrary have is Pavis drop, giving them extra range. But damage exchange-wise, they should always be losing out to the Gunny boys. Push out continues. Springall's moving up now. Cannon has arrived just in time to be sniped. Oh no! Oh, Myriad missed opportunity there. I think he could have microed that forward to get the cannon kill. But he's going to go for the Trebs instead. Keep being repaired. Trebs are going to have to pack up and run, but aren't going to be quick enough. Barely gets out of range there. Myriad, I think he's going to be fine here. Huffs the Hopium. He's blocking the decap on the north side. There's no way you dive with Arbitrary underneath a keep now. Cannon is moving in range. Springald's looking the wrong... What? I'm getting worried. I'm not so sure anymore. Myriad needs to reset. He needs to slow down. He's just trickling troops into the death right now. He realizes that Ford Rax is coming in as well. Has got elite army tactics now on the way. Castle looking like it's going to struggle to stay alive, though. 2 more Springals have popped out. The bell rings. 3 minutes to go. Louis might try for a sneak on the northern side again, but Myriad's a good boy. He's stuck one of every unit here, interestingly enough, as a ragtag group. I mean, if Louis goes double cannon here, he breaks this. But he needs to rush double cannon. Trebs are proving annoying. Myriad has got plenty of stone in reserve, though. Another cannon shot comes in. He's such a pain in the ass. If he sneaks in again, oh my lord.
Now
Might be seeing that soon. Thank you for the raid, Lash. Hope you had a good one. We're into a good one here. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go until a win for Myriad. Castle stays alive, barely. Mango's now arriving, and I think it's falling apart. Louis just doesn't have the food income that I'd like to see at this stage of the game. Farm count is sitting at 46, but you wouldn't believe it with that type of food income. It needs to be closer to 3,000. Oh my goodness. You know what? I can't fault him. How many players could have made this game look this close? That's the impressive part to me. Like, this game looked like it should have been over a good 10 plus minutes ago. But Myriad, being a bit greedy, well, not greedy enough, shall we say, not just immediately going for a tech up, gave Louis this false sense of hope. But it didn't feel so false a few minutes ago. It looked like a real deal coming to life. Dive now comes in. Treb, cannon, should be able to clear it. Springals will trade out, but Castle's down, and oh my god. There's no way. I mean, this can't be happening right now. Arbitrary account is getting smaller. I don't think it's going to work. Pavisas are being abandoned, and I think the Streltsy crawl with the Rax units nearby may just be a little bit too much for Louis to nibble on. Northside Sacred Site. Walling attempts coming through. Unfortunately, the dive has leaked over onto the gold. And Louis MT, all of a sudden, not really looking that threatening anymore. Only 13 Arbitrary to his name. Massing a Horseman into Horseman Streltsy is a recipe for death. An ambitious keep by Myriad, to say the least. If you can't actually hit this Treb one more time, all right, it's gone. That's going to be it then. Louis about to enter the most desperate phase of the game. Just over a minute left. You know, Myriad, he had me a bit worried, but can't fault him here. He played this really well. Wait. Myriad. No. No. It might be happening. Louis, why the greed? No way! I can't believe that! If he brought just 2 villages, the walls would be up! But the decap gets blocked! Louis losing in the center and now losing where it mattered most in the north. That is it. No doubt about it. Castle going up. Biology only now coming through. There's going to be a dive in the center. Streltsy Mass has to stand their ground. That's not bad, folks. That means static redeployment is going to come through. With that, you can easily just wipe this cavalry unit. Mango isn't shooting off. Myriad in a bit of a panic right now. Count getting a little bit lower. Clock now down to just 55 seconds to go. No more clock blocking out of Louis. Siegeworks is coming through. If he somehow, some way beats Myriad in Siege while Myriad is playing the Rus, my jaw is going to drop to the floor. That should never be happening here. Gunpowder boys have arrived. So is the Mangonel. We'll push him away. Louis needs to start seeping onto the site. Castle drop coming in. Streltsy can't pay attention to it right now. They need to pay attention to the Horseman trickle. Crossbows behind this, trying to mop up. But Horseman now starting to break through. Spring will trade out on the backside, still favoring Louis. Mango does go down though, and the Streltsy now uncontested. That is it. No way left. Louis makes it look close, makes us bite our nails, but he is going to be the one nailed shut in his coffin. Myriad able to win it. GG. What an insane game. I cannot believe how close that was in the end. What do I even call that one? I'm trying to think. I was originally going to make it about the keeps if Louis won, but I think the big thing is that one night at the beginning put you a mile ahead. Rus's secret hero night. He done more damage than a Joan. Because I feel like that early night actually like done insane amounts of damage. No, I don't know. Dude, it has to be later than that. Like this game was in the late game. That was where it was decided. I'm trying to think what the YouTube video would be called though. Call it Buff French Feudal and Castle? Why? Buff French Feudal? I mean, maybe. French almost as strong as Rus. Rus does everything better than them. There we go. You happy now? I've done it. Big games, Nostromo versus Pepino? I mean, I assume that's going to be cast later by Warman or something, surely. So, let's have a look. What we got. Dude, I need to get Spotify Premium. Jesus Christ. No. That's what they want you to do. Don't do that. Don't buy into the Spotify Premium. Don't scam yourself. Is it too early for Moscow Mules over there? No! I'll have one of those when we come back. Woo! So, guys, you know how it goes. You know how this works. I'm going to go eat, but the fun never ends. What we're going to do now, we'll put up a game. One that I think a lot of you probably wouldn't have seen. And then after I'm done eating, we'll be back for more live action. Who knows? Maybe we can get some community games going a little bit later tonight. Depends how many people are around towards the later part of the evening when everyone's finishing work. Maybe we can see the weekend in good fun. But let me pull up a game for you guys right now. We've had a lot of fun ones recently, actually. So let me delete that. What have we got? So, what shall I show you guys? There was a Marine Lord versus Louis game. That would be cool. There was also... What about that? Nah, I don't think we do that Battletune Zertan game. That one was weird. It made China look pretty busted. I think All right. Do you guys want that Bassam mirror? Actually, how long ago was that? No, that was only a few days ago. That wasn't that far ago. Sorry, just give me a sec. I'm finding some for you. Some is splashy. Louis MT versus Anno, game 3 of the series. Malians versus Chinese. That game was actually pretty cool. Maybe we do that. Yeah, let's do that. I really like that game. That was a cool game. All right, guys. So it's time for this. I'm gonna go eat. When I'm back, more live games. So hang around. Grab yourself some food yourself. When I'm back, we're checking in live from the ladder. And a little bit later tonight, after a few drinks, we might look to host some community games, some free-for-alls and whatnot. We'll see how it goes, though, how many people are going to hang around. But for now, enjoy the deciding game between Anatan and Louis MT from Energy Slapfest. This was a shit game. Chinese versus Malians, and it got really wild in the late game. Deciding game in this third place match. Anatan versus Louis MT. It's going to be the Chinese up against the Malians. And quite funny to actually see someone pick the Chinese against Louis, because you might remember, Murad, historically, like, this was the Civ that Louis made his rise with, the Chinese.
That's right. Louis MT, fittingly being, hailing from China himself, has been known as a very, very dangerous Chinese player when piloting the civilization. So, however, although he isn't able to play them today, his inside knowledge of how the Civ works and knowing exactly what their timings and strengths are might be what is needed for him to control this matchup in his favor.
So I think the win condition for Anatan here is 2TC Fast Castle, right? Because, like, if you're going to play Long Feudal, you're going to play Chuganu. And there's no way you want to play Chuganu into Javelins.
No, I think 2TC is definitely the right way to play for China here. Fast Castle off of it is a tricky one. I think you will be forced to make some units, most notably spears, to deal with the sofas that are coming at you. And spears also deal pretty well with javelin throws if those come your way. So, Fast Castle is definitely the right way to go after the 2TC play for Anatan. But you will need some units to insulate yourself, as well as walls.
Yeah, walls plus spears in the Nesta Bees, right? But that's where this gets quite interesting, is we've started to see Malians kick the win rate back in their favor a bit in competitive play in this matchup, namely off of the speedy builds, which is so far Musafadi, and you just keep flood, right? And the whole idea is you pressure the Chinese so they can never get breathing room. I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing similar here. Typically, if that's your goal, you don't really do anything in Feudal, right? Like, for a Malian player, you just add in additional mills and go Fast Castle.
That's right, and as you mentioned, the speed of Musafadis allows for some pretty nasty raiding onto the Chinese side, especially in a relatively open back of the base like Anatan has now. He does have some decent safe food sources. Deer as well as berries on the back will be quite nice. Slightly further out there next to the boar on the right side. But as you perhaps remember, I'm pretty sure you casted and seen that game. Louis MT against, I believe it was Wham, played Malians against JD, and he did a Musafadi Warrior Scout mass play, which absolutely broke Wham in that game.
Yeah, that was the Speedy Boy comp, right? He opened Sofas to mirror the Jeanne d'Arc, and also by going like Sofas into Jeanne d'Arc, you destroy her before she can do anything. And then it was Musafadi spam in Castle. So we might see something similar. One thing to note about the Malians on this map, bit of a sucky map for them from a gold efficiency perspective, right? You get 2 safe pit mines, and then the other ones in the center tend to not allow you to fully house due to the cliffs. So is a slight negative for Malians, but the cool thing about like spamming Musafadi that way is it's all about food.
Yeah, that's right. So we have, luckily for Louis MT in this case, if Anatan does decide to put any kind of aggression, which we have seen him do in this matchup before, Anatan is no stranger to whipping out a Barbican rush here and there, which could potentially be an angle that he looks for. But it will be quite difficult against relatively safe initial pit mines and golds here for Louis MT.
Yeah, it's not the type of spawn where you don't have backup options to the ranch location. Like, for example, if you Barbican, you're Barbican the front side. So you're blocking berries against the Malians. Not great. If you Barbican the gold vein, he's got the backup gold vein, and he can still build the food line on the left side of his base. So we have seen Anatan with some spicy Barbicans recently. I just think, like, yeah, this game, just play it safe, get your song, get your 2 TC, and then try to pile pressure before the Marlian flood begins.
That's right, yeah. I think there is some value in putting up a little bit of a pressure after getting that second TC up. Ideally, you don't want to allow the Marlians to into castle without making any units, because then they can just, take control of the game from there. But if he's able to put a little bit of pressure whilst dancing towards Castlage himself, he can make a lot happen.
You know, I'm becoming more convinced that Louis MT is a Dota player. I see him do this more often than anyone else. He tries to body block units, and I love it so much. It's
I have heard that. I think he did in fact play Dota 2 in the past, if I'm not mistaken. But do not take my word for it. I believe it might be true, but I'm not 100% sure.
the ball. I don't think he's going to reach there, buddy. Yeah, Anatan found the perfect location here, just out of range. But yeah, the body blocking, it's interesting because I feel like if a player comes from League, they wouldn't even try this because you can barely deny people moving in that game, right? But in Dota 2, you can basically turn a 10-second walk into a 20-second walk with good body blocking, right? So,
absolutely, yeah.
And I think Age of Empires 4 also has an interesting inkling to that. Like, there is actually situations I've watched before. I think B's another one that does it really well, where he's slowed down a unit's arrival time by like 7 seconds with body blocks.
Yeah. Here we see the ball getting pulled in by Anatan here. He's going to get shot by the Barbican garrison with the villagers. Classic play here, and it's going to net a lot of food. This is a good Barbican spot, secures the food here. It does leave the front of his base a little bit exposed. Might be a bit tougher to defend his initial base, but this is a lot of food for Anatan to secure, so I'm sure that's something he will be happy with.
And it's going to be triple mill, so Louis MT is not going to build a single unit. He's not going to be phased by this. This is the clean approach, right? Like, this is exactly what you want to do. There's no way you dent a Barbican. And I imagine Louis expected this play. It's very rare that the board doesn't spawn right next to the deer on this map.
Yeah, it's a good point. It does happen quite often for sure. Boars always typically spawn on the sides next to the trade posts. So triple mill is a nice detail by Louis MT here because, you do need to get a wheelbarrow. You ideally want to get horticulture as well as Marlians in Feudal Age, and wheelbarrow especially takes a very long time to research. So being able to train cows at the same time is useful, and that's what the triple mill allows.
And of course, will be going for that second TC. Liking this approach, are we going to get TC out on the deer?
It looks to be the choice.
We don't see this often, right? Because one of the big issues that Chinese players have the idea of going to lose TC is if you drop the TC on the deer here, you can't supervise the food drop-off.
Yeah, that's right. That is always a debate amongst, Chinese players and pro players as to what is the best approach. I don't mind this too much because realistically in this matchup, especially as Anatan, you're playing a little bit greedy in this kind of a situation where you need to get up to Castle Age very quickly and safely, not dying to the mass that's going to come out from the Marlians. And having TC on the deer allows the villagers to get to work very quickly, have a safe drop-off spot. Sure, you're missing out on some tax gold and some and supervision potentially, but realistically, that is not something that will decide the game, but your speed in getting to Castle Age and how well you defend will.
All of a sudden, this is starting to look a little bit of a worrisome game for Anatan. Louis MT is already deep into the cow. He's about to fill up the 5th branch here. So we're probably looking at, I'd say, possibly a pre-10-minute tech timing that the pace is going with, which is insanely scary when you consider by then what Anatan's maybe going to have a 10-villager lead. Because remember,
it's tough, right?
I was going to say, it's deceptive because I want to remind people before they question my math. This eco count at the top now counts taxmen. So it's a little bit deceptive.
Yep, but that's a very good point. I mean, we already have nearly 4 cow ranches to set up for Louis MT, the power of the triple mill being shown here. And the scary thing is, not a single war yet begun by Anatan. We do see double barracks being dropped now, which is the right choice. But the issue is, if you don't get these walls up very quickly and there's angles for Louis MT to attack from, that eco lead that Anatan is building can start dropping drastically quickly.
That's also why I really love this wall from Louis. It's a blocker to Anatan's intended wall, right? He now can't block the short ramp. you have access. It's such a smart read. I feel like a lot of players don't take advantage of this when they're the flooding Civ in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Realistically, a wall can still be put up there by Anatan, but that's where it gets awkward because you have to start segmenting the wall. You have to make a little almost semi-hexagonal shape from it in order to be able to fully ward it off, which not only demands more APM and attention, but more wood as well, which, you know, every little resource that Anatan can get now counts as should be used to its most efficient.
Yeah, especially with the way that like starting new wall sections works right with the initial cost. So it's like compared to Louis, he's just dragged one across, much more efficient. And talk about efficient timing, they are mirrored. Grand Fulani on the way on one side, Ashnod Clock Tower on the other. Anatan will have the tech up lead, courtesy of the fact that he is the Chinese and their build speed is borderline broken. But of course, the nice thing, at least for the Malians, is no matter what unit you build, your tech unlocks are only 30 seconds long.
Funny detail here on the Fulani Corral. If you see two villagers actually idle on the corral, blocked by the pathing of the other ones, not in fact building it. So although it says 10, realistically it's only 8 building the corral right now.
Yeah, this is like my partner being written down as working for my company, and then I'm just like, her work is eating my pizza on stream. It's very, very important work. So I'm just going to come out to contest the spears. Palace Guard are now being queued up by Anatan, but the difficulty of this type of play is making is food isn't long-lasting, right? Like the deer and the boar, the other deer stacks, they're secure. But this isn't like the Fulani, where 10 minutes from now, Fulani is still going to be pumping food.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I'm quite excited to see how this game progresses because due to the somewhat recent, not too recent, but thereabouts Malian nerfs to the corral's income on the cattle, I was theorizing whether it is possible to just go 2TC as the opposing side with a boom civ such as Chinese without having to put too much pressure on the Malians, and with a good defense, whether it is possible to survive or not the onslaught of the Malians. So I'm curious to see whether that is in fact possible this game, because it is exactly what we're seeing, KP. Very few units from Anatan in Feudal and straight into Cast Stage matching Louis' timing.
Oh, yes. I think to that point, the way that you do break the Malians' timing now is if they have to add in an Archery Ranger or Axe. Like, I think those... And the Archery Ranger is for Javelins, right? If they do that, they build 2 to 3 Javelins and 1 to 2 Donzos. If you force that the Chinese after only investing, say, 2 horsemen from stables, then you're in a very good position in the game. But if it's just naked free mills optimal, I gotta say I lean pretty heavily towards the Malians. Then again, Song Dynasty is something else. It's already now up to a 25 eco lead. This is the point where you can start to eclipse the power of the Fulani from a raw eco count perspective.
Completely correct. And, you know, for now, there's still plenty of food that Anatan has access to, but he will consume that very quickly. Militarily does favor Anatan for now, but that will spiral out of control quite quickly. Interesting note is Louis MT did, in fact, opt to have 2 males 2 of his cows in the last cattle ranch that he has access to, as opposed to gathering from them, as you see a lot of Malian players do. What's your opinion on that, KP?
When you're trying to go for Musafadi Sofa, like the Surge build we talked about, it does limit your food capacity, which means we're going to have to see Louis playing out to the flanks without walls against Palace Guard. That is a little bit dangerous. So I think what's really important for Louis here is he has to pressure, right? If he keeps flooding with these Musafadi, he'll be allowed to play flank resources like the deer at the back of his base. But if he decides to take a more chill approach, that's when we see this Chinese flood start to take over the game, right? They get the ability to be aggressive. So, you know, the upside, because of the design of Cliffside and the fact that it's Nest of E's opening for the Chinese, I'm not expecting Anatan to rush the flanks. So Louis, realistically, if he ever feels like the food mount isn't enough, should have a backup option.
Yeah, that's a good read. So far, we see units mounting on both sides. No real aggression coming out yet, which I must say I'm a little bit worried for Louis in this case. Still, very little pressure put onto Anatan. I mean, we do have 2 sofas in the back of Anatan's base, but realistically, I mean, you know, we already have 2 Nest of Bees out for Anatan, and so far, not too much damage dealt by Louis.
No, what we've got is a relic race. The Louis MT now yoinking 1 away. I mean, this is looking like this should actually be a 3-2 split. Anatan has got 1 safe at home. There is a Warrior Scout back here, but a Warrior Scout shouldn't really be able to do this on his own.
Oh, he's in fact going to convert to the other side here as he takes on the blue colors of Anatan's Chinese.
Remember last game when Louis or first game run when Louis very last second gets out of range, comes back in? Yeah, not this time around. Unfortunately, the Warrior Scout's a little bit slower than Horseman. So a little bit given over there. That's also another unit that you can try to get vision with. And now we're reaching a stage where Anatan, once he's at 90 pop, the idea of transitioning granaries doesn't really kill your game as the Chinese. You can easily make that transition while still fighting. So it's really important that Louis now breaks these walls and starts flooding, because we just haven't seen that yet.
Absolutely right. And, you know, with this map on Cliffside, there's walls all around Anatan's base now, so he is somewhat secure. But the reality is that his base is quite large and spread out. So answering, especially with such a slow army that Anatan has, responding to all sides at once against such quick units such as Sofas, Warrior Scouts, and Musafadis is going to prove quite difficult. And we already see on both sides, actually on the right side, LuMT breaking through.
More walls coming up. Meanwhile, look at the move in by Anatan. If you pass guard do raid in, Musafadi at least going to be there to shut that down. So not an overreaction, but the walls just in time here for Anatan. Problem is, if these walls get burnt down, where do you build the next ones?
And it's tough, right? Because sure, you think, oh, I'm secure, I'm safe for now with these walls. I got them up in time. But this is wood that he's not spending on a farm transition at the same time, right? I mean, he only has one berry patch left in terms of food. He's forced to go into a granary transition now.
Oh my God, Anno's sending it. He's gone straight for the ranches.
Ooh.
Whoa, what a move! And what is this defense, Louis? He massed Warrior Scouts. What?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Mr. Beast. Oh, that could be big. Warrior Scouts need to get around the backside, but the Spearmen are pulling back. Anatan, I think he's got the better read on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough. There's already 3 Nestor Bees, and it's so tough to engage into this big melee mass of Spears and Palace Guards. Realistically, they shouldn't do too bad against the Musafadis, but they get on top of the Clock Tower Nestor Bees, but still not quite enough to take them out. Still all of them alive.
There's questionable micro out of Louis in this game. He spent ages A-clicking the Barbican in this fight. He missed an opportunity to actually stick on top of the Nestor Bees with the Musafadi, and all of a sudden, military lead is now firmly with Anatan. Like, I'm getting worried that this game is going to come to an abrupt end.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Like, these trades heavily favor Anatan. The one sticking point that Louis has in his favor is that food is very swiftly running out here for Anatan. So the farm transition is about to have to come in, and quickly at that, if Anatan is to able to keep up this pump. But so far, this aggression they've put out, and the defense is not looking too bad either.
I always love the way that cattle, as they die, drift in the direction they were going. Just,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm watching Midnight Club. But one of the ranches was at least denied. But overall, the big detail on the backside to that granary transition, look at where the Musafadi got. There was no units held back. Anatan done something insanely ballsy here. He saw what Lou was doing and mirrored it. And that's the thing I find most interesting about Cliffside. He who controls the short ramp controls the destiny of the game. The fact that he was able to outpace Musafadi so far shows you just how valuable this short center is.
Absolutely, and we see 25 villages on stone now. Anatan knows that, okay, I'm completely out of food except one single berry patch towards the right side of my base. If I don't get a keep up to defend now, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Needs more walls really as well is the problem. Need to layer them. At this point, the Musafadi spam is still going pretty strong. And well, I've seen Louis on Marlians a few times. I don't know if you noticed this about Myriad. Out of all the Marlian players, he's the one who seems to like Imperial the most.
I agree completely, and you know, complete unit production halt for LuMT here. I think he knows that, oh, okay, I mean, there's no possible way that Anatan can actually contest me here with the granary transition that he's forced to make. So if I just go imp here and get a tech lead, I could be able to break him.
I think we had a like Marlian Chinese matchup earlier the other day. I was talking about like the idea is with Musafadi gunners, you actually can beat the Chinese before they get the gunner mass together because of the Fort Huntress, right? That first strike buffs your damage by double. It's insane. You can pretty much just one pump in. Like a Nestor Bees, even a Clocktower Nestor Bees. 3 gunners target it. I think it's 4 gunners actually. It's dead. So very powerful play coming in, and Louis is indeed going to be going for that 4th Huntress.
Indeed, and I like the detail that he's only going with 8 here. He doesn't want to get too greedy because, you know, if he rushes this up too fast, then it will alert Anatan, and his economy won't be able to keep up with the upgrades that he has to get once he reaches it.
Safadi
Up to F12 now.
actually got an opportunity to pop block Anatan here. One village went down, the second one's nearby, but he's a little bit hesitant to go in, right? Like if you throw away these units, you've got nothing to defend with. And once again, Anatan is the one who controls that short ramp. So you don't want to overextend and then immediately feed the game away. Calculated read. The question now for me is, Louis, usually with this build, likes to set up trade. This map does have trade posts. Are we going to see it?
Yes, indeed, and it's not a too bad one. There's a very nice cliff in the far right of the map there, where Louis MT could opt for a trade. It's a bit dangerous, as we mentioned this before. We saw in the series between Anatan and Puppypool earlier, where you know, setting up trade and going for a boom can be a bit of a risky move against a civ like Chinese. But if Louis keeps up map control, it could be an option.
I'm already seeing that he's now queuing up the Fruma leadership. This is a really big deal. With Musafadi, so far, the gap close is kind of insane. And you know, the tech up lead now, the elite status on this Musafadi, means this mass spear all of a sudden isn't that great of a solution. Anatan needs to strike now before all those upgrades kick in.
Indeed, we see Elite Musafadi on the way, as well as Elite Sofa and Farima leadership on the way. Anatan knows he has to go now and deal significant damage, or he's going to get outpaced quite severely.
Nestabis were moving up. Anatan got hesitant though. Another backstab came in. Louis, that group of Musafadi that were waiting, finally pounced. TC's likely to go down, and he can try to leak into the wood line.
Beautiful patience being shown here by Louis MT, keeping those Musafadi stealth, knowing that as soon as he edges up, Anatan is going to go for an aggressive attack, and waiting for the opportune time when Zami's out of position to strike.
And look at the golden hats, the golden bodies coming in. The Musafadi have been upgraded. That means he can't burn through the ranches. He's rushing home to clear up this rabble at the back of his base, but damage most definitely done here. Anatan being clawed back away from that glorious 120, 130 pop. In a situation where he knows he needs to go Imperial, he's now forced to add in more military.
Absolutely, and you look into this situation here. You know, 151 supply to 95. In a lot of cases, you'd think 157 supply is heavily favored, especially with double the economic units here for Anatan as opposed to Malians. But of course, as we know, Malians with all their passive income here, it's not quite as one-sided as it looks on paper.
No, and what's crazy is now, with this Fruma leadership, you basically get the same thing you'd see out of Chinese and Imperial with Yuan Dynasty, right? The movement speed on this Musafadi means actually, if anything, the Chinese now need to consider stone walls.
Absolutely, and you know, the sticking point as well. 3 sacred sites ticking away. The possibility of a sacred win is on the cards. I mean, it's not something we can call as of yet, but the amount of gold income is often underrated from these sacred sites. All of this helps to offset the eco advantage that Anatan has.
Louis zooming in from the left and the right. Everyone is pulling in towards the Great Wall Gatehouse. If this goes up, Anatan should be able to stabilize, but this is still a dangerous position to be in. Even if he has all the food, gold is going to be the limiting factor, and that is what you start to burn a lot of as the Chinese when you start to consider hand cannons.
Absolutely, for sure. The only issue here that I see for Louis MT is that the absolute lack of stone being gathered for now. It's a bit worrisome. He will need to get keeps of his own eventually. I think maybe even a second town center or trade if he opts for that, because now that Anatan is in Imp and these upgrades are starting to come in, it could become quite dangerous for Louis MT if he isn't able to maintain this pressure, but so far it looks like he is.
I'm impressed with the way he's spreading the map like this. Anatan, like if you look at the military count, it's not that much of a difference, but it feels like Louis has double the troops that Anatan does. Now, Anatan's farms are safe. He's got a keep on the front side. He's got the Great Wall Gatehouse on the back. But it's when you have to spread out beyond that, that's where the problems start to arise here. They're seeing that Louis is just starting to pick apart buildings back and forth to constrict Anatan's ability to even think about booming army.
Yeah, I mean, losing all this infrastructure really hurts, doesn't it? Realistically, you know, with the entire farm cluster now surrounded by a Great Wall Gatehouse and a keep, as well as the Barbican on the right side and the main TC on the left, completely enclosed and safe, you're not going to get too much damage onto the main granary setup, so what's the next logical choice? Destroy infrastructure.
One spooky thing is also approaching. Culverin's on the way. Nestabis has been saving Anatan. It's critical that he gets enough hand cannons together before the Culverin takes out the siege. Otherwise, he will have no way of stopping the flood.
Absolutely. It gets to the point where if Anatan does manage to secure himself here with either stone walls or multiple layers of wood walls, when that Chinese war machine of Nestabis and infantry starts moving across the map, if Louis MT isn't able to hold, then it can only go downhill from there.
Raids on the flanks are being repelled so far. Left side is a big push in. It looks like he's targeting the housing. He understands that Anatan is trying to flood. Problem is, Anatan is China. He has plenty of wood, and he can build the houses quicker than you can destroy them, even with all this Mustafadi.
Yeah, that's right. One Culverin for LuMT now, as well as a Trebuchet. He's going to try to hold the Sacred Side if he can. It is about to get decapped, which I don't think he should allow. He can stop this if he wants, but he won't.
Okay, I mean, the Culverin is at least sniping out a few, but yeah, like, he didn't want to dive out. A bit surprising, considering, like, I'd say at this stage in the game, the eco difference between them is more like maybe 15 in favor of Anno, but the problem Anno's having is he's never making a proactive move. Everything he's done up to this point has been reactive, and that is a quick way to spiral out of control and lose a game of Age of Empires 4.
You're absolutely right, and this is the power of this swarming gameplay from the Malians, right? You're always forced to just stay in your base, keep up with these raids and defend yourself. You can never make a move. Even though your army is stronger on paper, it is slower, and you just can't actually break out of your base at risk of losing your entire economy.
Same logic as Japanese, right? The reason why they seem so dominant when people are struggling against them is that Castle Age into the Surge point. Like, Zerging is, I think, still something that hasn't been fully explored with certain civs in AoE 4. But we have to remember, before we start talking about Japanese as the new era Zerg, Malians came before them. And Malians have always been about that. Through the Farimba meta, through the Fulani meta, and now this new full melee meta, it's all about maintaining numbers.
Absolutely. It's just like, if you look at the map, there's units everywhere inside of Anatan's base. He must be dealing with so many attack notifications right now. I bet his headset's blaring him right now.
I've switched over to him now. Apologies to the viewers. He's even now torching landmarks.
Yeah.
God. And now Anatan tries to march towards the base, but this is a bad sign. The Culverin's there to contest out the Nest of Bees. And another melee mosh pit here to hold him back. Now, there is an interesting detail. The hand cannon count is now up to 21. Realistically, that is what should break the fight in favor of Anatan. Louis needs some sort of solution to the gunpowder.
Absolutely right. I mean, Anatan had enough, right? He has a very scary army, and he decided that, okay, you can keep raiding all you want, but I'm going to start moving forward. With so many nested bees, realistically, you need more than just one Culverin to deal with them. And, you know, the melee mass works fine for raiding, but to actually take a significant fight, I think you'd need gunners.
This is the power of Cliffside, right? You spawn close to each other, so you know, you think Dry Arabia, this type of strategy, we've seen this work really well for the mines of Dry Arabia because it takes too long for the Chinese to get across the map. Cliffside is an entirely different ballgame. Sure, you can reach the enemy quicker, but they can also pivot, defend quicker, but then go on the offensive. We saw this early from Anatan and Castle Age. We're seeing it again, but the difference is this time, the Mad Lad is here to stay.
Absolutely. We do have a Mangonel from LuMT under the Horde of the Huntress, but that is not long for this world. Doesn't even get a shot off.
And now the Nest of Bees are in range. Like, this is the Fulani falling apart. LuMT doesn't have the type of food to keep pushing once this is gone. I think we've reached the end of the game. I don't see a world in which somehow Louis gets rid of these hand cannoneers, especially without having siege works.
We do have a large number of units coming away from Anatan's base to help the defense, but that's tough because that will allow Anatan to just keep pumping units towards Louis' base, which is not what he wants.
Okay, so much for the Sofa line. You know what I think decided this game? Is LuMT was really slow in getting University. He never got Elite Army Tactics. That's such a game changer here. Like, imagine the damage he would have done to the economy, the torch damage, all these things. That is the one thing I think Louis was missing. He never found that timing. And Anatan patiently waited for his own.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, you know, not having Elite Army Tactics against China, who, as we know, gets chemistry for free upon reaching Castle Age, and with 20 hand cannoneers now, if you don't have a solid front line to hold against that, then how are you going to hold your base?
Mangonel's actually spawning out right next to the enemy army, not a good sign. Nest of Bees, massacre in the villages. I mean, that has to be it. Louis, he's going to refuse to just give over straight away. I mean, this guy has stayed up until, what, 3, 4 a.m. for this? Actually, I think it's earlier in the morning than that, or later rather in the morning than that. But there's no doubt about it at this stage. The eco lead is almost double. The Fulani, you're a fool if you believe in this one. This is nowhere near being full. There's only 2 ranches operational. It's fair to say that the Chinese have got this one in the bag.
Yeah, without a doubt, this level of army from Anatan is too much for Louis to deal with. There's no more threat that Louis is able to exert inside of Anatan's base, because all of it has to be on the defensive now for necessity of survival. But with the army comp that Louis has, or lack thereof, it's going to be an impossible hold.
Sick read by Anatan, though. I think on his side, the most important detail was that rushed keep and then the Great Wall Gatehouse behind. It just created this beautiful layer of sandwich protection for the meat that was keeping the army going. If it wasn't for that detail, I actually think Louis, even without elite army tactics, might have been able to break this. But now there could be no disillusion about this. We're talking about 60 spears, 5 Nestor Bees, 20 hand cannoneers, and only half a base left for the Malians. And no trade in sight, right? We never got to that stage of the game. I would have loved to have seen that here, because I actually think that the Mustafadi gunners are kind of still slept on when you get late game.
Yeah.
But in some ways, I feel like Louis always feared it, right? Like, if there's one civ you don't want to go hyper late game against, I feel like it's the Chinese. And I think that's why he just kept doing this unlimited melee pump.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I didn't mind the imp idea from Louis too much, but realistically, you know, you got to be in a very strong position afterwards in order to be able to contest the Chinese at their prime time in the game. And, you know, not having enough coverings when that push from Anatan came through, as well as not having any sort of damage dealers on the back line in the form of multiple Mangonels or Mustafadi gunners, just means that, you know, when push comes to shove, all those melee units will just die.
Yeah, watching that fight was like watching a Roost player build horse archers to fight an army, right? That's what it kind of gave me, this itching feeling. I was like, I feel like I've seen this historically a lot, and it never ends well. But kind of a brutal game. And you know, interesting detail, actually. 30 minutes into a game, not a single relic has been picked up.
Oh yeah, that is a note.
They're all on the ground in the
Wonder what?
bases. I love the fact that Nova players tried to pick them up again. Oh, an Imperial Pass on the way. This is the detail that just kills the game, right? Because now Anatan can either do spears or he can do Palace Guard, and there's no way you can run away from him.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, it's icing on the cake, right? There's money on the line here, so Louis MT will not give up easily, but the writing's on the wall. I mean, how are you ever going to deal with an army of this size and this quality?
I'm sorry, I chuckle at the idea of us saying this quality when it's 58 spears. China, only the most premium of premium units, baby. We got this one in the bag.
Well, in comparison, we do have elite army tactics on the side of Anatan, but no such tactics for Louis MT, and so, you know, the pump is just non-stop. I mean, at this point, Anatan can afford to make only spears and nothing else, and is able to deal damage because, you know, spearmen do beat Mustafadis.
It's true. I think you heard, you was like, wait, they do? Okay, I'm getting out of here. GG gets called. So Anatan is going to be our 3rd place on that podium. Question mark, of course, with the grand finals going on, is who's going to actually nab the lion's share of energy slap. Okay, you guys are definitely not buying that was me speaking. Yeah. Cool game though, right? Big shout out to big boy Myriad. 2000 Elo Myriad, big progress. Guys, anytime you doubt what I say, did you not hear the amount of times this went, yeah, you're right. All right, that's all that you need to take away. So I don't need to rank up because I just literally have Myriad to do that for me. It counts, right? It's ranked by association. Like when you watch all the games of me casting like the top level players, technically in a weird way, you're kind of now conk. That's how it works. What's up, Fred? Yep, we've got show matches coming up. For those that do not know, actually, we've got some interesting show matches. So we have got one on Tuesday. That's going to be at 6 p.m. UK time. That's going to be a really cool one, actually. That's going to be a best of 5, play all 5, actually, show match between Dragoman and Gully. We got on board for that. It's going to be a really fun one because they are going to be testing out a brand new Civ created by Hosen, as well as a brand new map, or rather an improvement on a trash existing map created by Kaivayu. And then there is also going to be a show match on Saturday, the 4th of May. That one is going to be 3 p.m. UK kickoff time, and that is between Voldemar and El Yona. This will be your go-to place for the English cast of that. There will also be a French cast. You made a map? A whole one map? Look at you go. Proud of you. KP is always right. Yeah. I mean, that's the important takeaway, really, isn't it? Okay, so we are moving back to live from the... Wait, no, that's not... People are like, oh, whoa, show match now. No, chill. Next week. But we've got more live games we can watch right now. So let's actually have a look. Who's Louis up against? I have gone for a Sex on the Beach, by the way. With your mum. No, I'm kidding. Sex on the Beach, folks. So vodka, peach naps, cranberry juice, orange juice. Delicious. I should have used the strainer, admittedly, because you get a bit of froth here if you shake. Can't go wrong with Sex on the Beach. Well, you can. You kind of get sand everywhere. But this'll do, pig. This'll do. Oh, we were meant to do a poll. Should we do the poll after this one? Do you guys want the poll now to decide what we're going to do? Or would you rather just settle into this wonderful experience? I feel like you guys want this, don't you? What cocktails should you make tomorrow? Going to manage your pub? Make some porn-style martinis if you can. Porn-style martinis are phenomenal. Also, try B52 cocktails. You'll thank me. All right. I didn't know there were beaches in France. We got all the beaches. Wait, what? Just ask my ancestors and how they stormed them. That's a matchup actually you don't see very often at the moment. Jeanne d'Arc versus Iobids. Jeanne seems to have fallen off the side of a cliff, and Iobids are on the top of that cliff, flexing, looking powerful, until Daddy Microsoft comes in with a Nerf hammer, breaks their kneecaps. It's going to happen. But for now, Elyono may be in a good position going up against Team Elephant's Louis MT. I'm just kidding. No offense to Elyono, second best player in France. The first best player is actually, you know, pretty damn good. It's hard to beat. No one can really beat him right now. But the issue, you know, with this matchup is that Louis MT is the Jeanne d'Arc GOAT right now. I don't feel like there's... Maybe Marine Lord is the only other player I'd say is potentially better than him. This guy is an absolute beast. And thank you very much for the resub, Nomad. Welcome back to Swarm. So, curious to see what he's going to be able to do and what his strategy is going to be. Because at the moment, I feel like practically all Jeanne pickers are going 2TC. And this is a matchup that I think plays very much that way. The issue is if you don't go 2TC, your opponent's just going to fast castle anyway. You can't dent them. You can't kill them early. And if you scale into Knights, you're setting yourself up for failure due to Camel Lancers and even as early as the Desert Raiders, right? You're making your life incredibly hard. The upside, at least, is if you can somehow survive the Onslaught, Iobids are pretty much a zombie farm, to put it in Minecraft terms, right? The goodies just keep on coming to you. And they tend to be very valuable. If you were to take all the civs in the game and calculate the value of the units that they build in their comp, Iobids would probably be in the top 4, right? They build Golems, which are the most expensive types of men-at-arms outside of Order of the Dragon. They build Camel Lancers that are insanely expensive as well. And then they sometimes happen to build Siege of the Field, which adds quite a pretty penny also. The only cheap piece of crap in their comp is their backline of archers. Funnily enough, this Civ tends to build archers in 80 to 90% of their games compared to crossbows. It's very rare to see crossbow match coming in, unless there is a justifiable reason. Looks like we are going to be opening up the Desert Raider here. Makes a lot of sense. I'm expecting range form Jeanne coming out from Louis. Multiple reasons behind that, actually. One, the women at arms will just get kited and eventually killed. 2, against the Desert Raiders, actually, the range form is pretty good compared to the melee form because the melee form has so much of its damage offset by the 5 armor of the Desert Raider. And then, if you know this game's going to scale towards Castle Age, you get level 3 Jeanne. With Divine Arrow, you can easily start sniping out Siege. You get into the late game against Iobids, a Civ that has access to Culverins and some agency over Siege. All of a sudden, you have this one snipe type unit in the marksman form. So, pretty kind of brain dead choice. If you don't feel like you can fight early and get level 3 off of feudal play, range form always sings better. And the reality is in this matchup, you're not going to get a feudal age experience out of the Iobids long enough to ever justify the melee form. Jeanne Arb still being slept on? Definitely not. The problem with Jeanne's Jeanne's Arbitrier is you can't really rush into them. You have to get your consecrations online. So usually you don't see Arbitrier mass until Imperial Age. That's when it really kicks up because you're going to go Guildhall. Like, I actually think Jeanne's going to go Guildhall more often than French are going to go Guildhall. The reason is that you get way too much bang for buck out of scaling into Arbitrier with Guildhall late game. Like, we've watched matchups where a Jeanne player can black access gold to access rather, for 30 minutes. Clearly the alcohol's going to my brain already. And still somehow afford Arbitrary. That's how insanely efficient this Civ can be, bulking Arbitrary in late game. Alyona, this should just be for the Arislets. Don't expect to see a second TC. He's not losing his mind, and we won't be losing our hair. Actually, we will, because we're watching more oppressive Irobids. This is an insane spawn, by the way. Not even range zone can do damage here. The wall plus the outpost, you can maybe snipe the berries. That's the only negative I might give, is maybe actually Alyona could have placed an outpost here. The reason they didn't is once these berries are cleared, there's going to be no one to garrison that outpost. I do, however, deeply hate with a passion the fact that they've eaten so many berries already. If this is not Growth Wing, it makes sense, but if this is Growth Wing, they've just sacrificed an extra 600 food, which I will always be against. It makes you so condensed and efficient. And even though you hit your castle timing, you can ride out with Lancers. At the end of the day, you are still up against a Civ that's going to have Knights patrolling the mid-map. So range form does come out. And you see the damage she already does, right? Oh, wow, that was sick. Alyona, complete misclick there. A little bit of panic set in, so a little bit early on the Divine Arrow. I don't think you needed to go for it straight away like that, but pays off, right? You've already removed the one threat to you on the map. You've got double Knight plus Zone. Stone isn't really being gathered in mass. Wait, what? What was this play? Did they change gear? I'm really confused by this. I mean, they're going ball, but they gathered stone, only 15. Dude, this is so big brain. It's a bait. I actually think it's a bait. So they went onto the stone for Louis, to make it look like Louis going to 2TC. Alyona scouted it. Probably feels they're very safe. And now what? Louis just plays out aggressively? It must be. He's going Deers plus the ball. Is this an all-in Feudal? That is so wild. I would not have expected that out of the Jeanne d'Arc faction here up against Camels. Because this should be Camels, right? I'm wondering, maybe the thought process is like, if you know that your opponent's going all in, you probably just like mass Camels and something like that. Is there a world in which Alyona goes Gulems is what I'm wondering. Like, I'm trying to get into the brain of Louis and figure out what exactly the thought process was here. Because if you're scaling Knights and your opponent scales Gulems, that's a GG. You win that, right? That's a great fight. But if your opponent's going Camel Lancers, you're going Knights, it's bad anyway. It might be that Alyona takes a more chill approach and goes like double Mosque or something to rush Relics. And Louis is now trying to catch that greed by going greedy himself. This is a funky build. Growth Wing now on the way. Outpost is already up, so it shouldn't be much of a dive. Jeanne is on her way, but pretty lagging behind, so it will take a while to arrive. How much food are we talking about here right now? Alyona can't be looking that great, right? 15 sheep. Okay, more than enough. Yeah, Louis got a terrible haul. He's got one sheep left over. It means he had no choice but to go deer and bull. Guys, I'm starting to think that this wasn't a bait and that he wanted to go 2TC, but he got forced off of it. I think Louis just got a really bad sheep haul, and his hand got forced. Wall's already up. I mean, there's no way you're going to all in your opponent here. Even with the fast castle idea, like I'm kind of struggling to figure out what the value point is, other than relics. Like, they could potentially rush relics here. Tech up timings are going to be close to mirrored, right? If you rush the guild hall, but 6 villages isn't a rush. Stable's already being dropped, so Alyona is definitely going to be going into the camels. I mean, we know he's going fast castle now. That's not in debate here, Shuckle. The thing that's in debate is, was it the original intent? Or was this a pivot from Louis because they had no food access? Because, like, this bait seems a bit weird. I don't know if Alyona was here at the right time. Like, even if you think this is a good bait, if you don't know for sure you're going to stop that second Desert Raider. And if that second Desert Raider scouts the stone and sees you have stopped gathering, the gist is up, right? And remember, Desert Raiders have decent vision, right? Camels have better vision than standard Cav. So there's a good probability that he would have been able to scout that. Oh, Guildhall on the way anyway. Growth Wing complete means we have got the 8 villager advantage now for Alyona. Add in the fact they've got Golden Age 1, all of a sudden it's a pretty lofty lead. That's why Louis also has to be out on the board and the deer with survival techniques just to compete with those gathering rates. Everyone knows camels have great eyes. If that's true, why are Google creating an automated car and not an automated camel? Checkmate. Alright, so tech up complete. Louis with the walls coming up. Is it just arbitrary? It is. Okay. You know, I was a little bit skeptical because we don't really see arbitrary this early. This is kind of wild. It's such an early point in the game. And they're already much more cost efficient, right? You can already see that the consecrations come in. That's minus 20 food cost per produced. If you do happen to get into the improved consecration, you're also going to save 10 gold per arbitrary. Which is pretty lofty savings, actually. 30 resources per, right? So every 4th arbitrary is free. Alyona did do what we expected. They went for the double dervish pump straight away. They did produce a few camel answers, but they didn't double down on this. Meantime, Knights are going to have to shift away. Veterancy has come through for them. Now, this is intriguing. If Alyona trickles these troopers into a trap, say that 10 times, a group of arbitrary could easily run them down. But it's very difficult against 210 HP. Love that right there. Louis intentionally blocking with the scout because the scout will heal over time. The Knights, however, do not have chivalry. Alyona about to ride a little bit blind in. Yeah, okay, straight away reacts. Divine Arrow does come out, but it barely feels worth it at this stage. This game is weird. Very weird. But I love it. There's no way it's fast Imperial, because Louis MT isn't under the influence of anything, I'm pretty sure. It's going to take a long time. He's finally playing for the Monastery, but I'm a little bit surprised he didn't do this sooner. I guess it's the fact you need someone to react to the arbitrary. Outpost. In trouble, though. Alyona. This is the other issue. If you don't kill off those early Desert Raiders, a lot of torch damage gets added in here. Arbitrary going to try to snipe from the low ground. Villagers. Oh, big mistake made there. One already going down. That's going to be 4 more villagers flopping dead. So great exchange for Alyona. Now over 10 villagers ahead of Louis MT. Wow, this is wild. I mean, the arbitrary are getting some value, but nothing insane here. He doesn't even get the final shots off on that injured Camel Lancer. Does get the other one, but that was a Desert Raider. So a lot of Lancers still in the field. Louis is just trying to bulk arbitrary, but he's going to have to strike soon, folks. He's down by 14 villagers, and this is looking like a fairly easy 3-4 relic game for Alyona. Great interception on the initial Dervish coming out from Louis, but 1 relic is already home. The right side one feels like it's for free. You can maybe protect the left side relics. Oh my god. How does he know these things? So here's the thing that kind of jaw drops me, right? Like, Alyona could have just easily went for the safe relic and returned it. But Louis is banking on the fact that Alyona is going to try to pull the dangerous relics away from him. And it's paying off. So Monk's now coming out himself. That is a Monk-S moment right there. More Camel Lancers arriving over here. The first Monk, he's genuinely going to try to... No, this is agreed too far. I can't believe that. Yeah, Louis just noticed he made a whoopsie. He's going to have to go for a different relic. Unfortunately, someone forgot to gate. No. Are you kidding me? Look at the map spawn. He has to go all the way to Alyona's side and come back because he hasn't built a gate. Oh, no. Can he at least get the right side one is what I'm wondering here. Where is the second Monk at this point? It feels like Louis is just kind of outplaying himself. And that's not to take anything away from Alyona. He's doing fantastic. But Louis, to a certain degree, is also in his own brain, right? Well, that sounds kind of obvious, but he's getting in his own head. From that weird bait on the outpost to the Monk plane to the center of the map, it's just a little bit wild for my liking. I mean, I respect Louis' crazy game style as much as the next person, but Alyona's more structured, orderly approach to the Ibids is paying off in dividends. These Knights starting to reach a point where they can't really do much more. Do at least idle out the berry gathering Ibid villagers in the front, but they'll be coming back. In the meantime, walls are now being attacked, which means Louis has to keep dancing around his own base with his arbitrary. Difficult to do when you've got such a slow-moving unit. The good news, at least, is like actually having enough arbitrary can dent both Camel Lancer and Archer alike because of Pavis, right? Pavis makes these archers tickle. Even with Veterancy, they go from doing 9 damage down to doing just 4 damage. Crazy to think, you know, like, I can't remember, was Pavis ever 6 range armor? I don't think it was. Gambeson's was the thing that got nerfed, right? Because Gambeson's, I remember that used to be even more ridiculous. That used to be 6 armor. I can't believe that was ever 6 armor. You know, someone put up a very interesting thread the other day highlighting this kind of stuff, right? It's kind of wild to think how far balances come. Like, there was once upon a time where we thought that Regnit's relics giving 300 gold each per minute was good, was a good idea. Pressure on the wall, Elyoner. Thinks fighting is a good idea here. You might be right. Louis trying to prep a Mangonel. He's so good at this. Using Siege Workshops with Consecration is huge. Saves you so much resources. Nice snipe out. Archers are about to be in the muck of it, though. Second TC to got from Louis, as anticipated here, just on a heavy lay. And now all of a sudden, Elyoner comes a little bit too deep. Louis should be able to get sharp. A bit too slow. So missed opportunity there to wall up the center of the formation. Elyoner is still heavily ahead. I don't think they saw the TC. It was on the very edge of range, so we might not be seeing a second TC out of Elyoner anytime soon. That's a big problem. They may have a 4-relic advantage, but now the value on that is kind of stunted, right? Like, Louis has a window 5 to 6 minutes from now where he can be eco ahead. Especially when you consider the savings along the line, right? Free TC now. Holy crap. Okay, I'm intrigued. This is very greedy for someone that's locked in the corner. He has got double berries, a lot left on the deer. Ball's already gone. And there's no flank resource on the left side to gather from, right? All the food is central. So this is very risky. Oh, yeah. The burn res used to be able to get a lot. What else was it? Mongols had a bunch of things. Do you guys remember, like, the Scout Rush build? Obviously, the Mongol TC is the big one in our brains. Do you guys remember when the Mongol Scout Rush used to be a thing? I still remember casting that. That was one of the first casts on the channel. That stuff was nuts. That was back when one of the most popular Hearthstone players used to play regularly. I've forgotten his name, Xiao. You guys remember Xiao? He was the most experienced Mongol player in the first 3 months of release, because he only played Mongols. Animation counting God. No, let's not remember that. Burn through on the wall. Louis did get level 3. Now this is cool because actually you can snipe down the siege. You hit for 100 damage, you almost one-hit these Springhogs. There's a bit of damage being done initially here. Some patience being shown. Elyoner now going for that 3rd TC. Oh no. And there's too many villagers out here. He's got 12 out on the trip TC. So a few of them are going to be tripped over permanently. Army shifting up this way. Now, the interesting thing is Elyoner could just boldly build a ram right now to burn this down. Nice snipe down in the meantime. Springwood has been removed. Elyoner, that was a mistake. A very big one as well. Not respecting Zhone from behind. They now do not have an answer to the Mangonel. Not one that can easily reach anyway. Camel Lance is being mirrored by the Arbitrier. Walls have gone up all around, so there's only one way in and one way out. Dive comes in on top of the Mango, but I think it's going to do enough damage still. So good fight coming out. Healing is also going to help keep Louis' troops alive. Divine Restoration guarantee it. It's now just a group of Camel Lancers that need to be mopped up. And Elyoner, some serious mismacroing going on here. Way too much gold being held onto. I think they should actually be into siege pretty hard. I'm actually impressed that Louis is still in this. I mean, this is grim, right? Like, this is incredibly grim. 36 eco to 65 does not look good. But at the same time, Elyoner's not gathering any stone. So they're going all in. So if Louis can somehow, by some miracle, survive this game could quickly become his. It is a serious uphill battle, though, right? 2 Sacred Sites at most points in the game, relics as well. Love that, though. Because Louis didn't get level 3 Zhone before age 3, this is something I really need to warn you guys about. You've been watching way too many games where Zhone's champions, the better men-at-arms, pop out and GG the game. If your opponent is Castle Age before you get level 3, the choice is brain dead simple. You do not go for Zhone's champions. You go for Zhone's riders. Zhone's riders will scale better because they can do things on the map, right? They can actually provide flank. They can attack elsewhere. They're great in this game as well because your opponent has archers and crossbows, but even in games where your opponent isn't necessarily massing those units, compared to a Zhone's champion, it's just a men-at-arms. It's 3 men-at-arms every X minutes, right? In an age where your opponent's going to have knights and crossbows and more men-at-arms, it doesn't really move the needle compared to a flexible unit with mobility. Flank raid coming in. Louis, Has he got the army in position? He can move quick enough here. I'm not sure if the army is that formidable, though. Is he going to try to get cheeky on the high ground? I think Louis maybe has some micro issues going on. No, okay, he is intending this. He was waiting for the riders. Wolves are going up. Burn through wasn't quick, right? Like, this is a negative of going for camels over golems. You just have less torch power. So Wolves would be going up just in time. Oh, he didn't even complete the wall, though. Uh-oh. Double mango. They are stacking. Louis doesn't have much of a front line, though. Nice shot to the backside. A few crossbows go down. Jones' Rider's not going to last long, though. And it means Jonah herself is going to have to tank, but she just doesn't have the capability to do so. Arbitrary stand their ground. Mangoes are at least keeping the range formation away. And by God, once again, he has done it. The Arbitrary will hold. Oh, this is getting unbelievable. I mean, there's no way Elyon stays on 1 TC now. They have to go up to 2 or 3 TCs. This is getting out of control. This feels like you're fighting the English right now, right? Like you're diving this attack speed aura. But there is no attack speed aura, right? There's no crossbow stirrups because this was Guildhall. There's no inspiration, voucher inspiration because this is level 3 zone. This is just Elyon going the hard way about it. And it scares me because look at what's been happening. That's 4,000 food waiting to be pulled by Louis. If they start gathering gold, a red palace drop is very doable here. Straight. Defend again. Archers being attacked by the mango. Oh my god, no, he clicked on the mango! Well, you're gonna kill it, but surely it comes at a cost here. Horsemen are laid in though, that's a bigger problem. Spear defenses from Louis to try and hold his own base. Another mango does pop out just in the nick of time, so should be enough to push Elyon back beyond the breach. My concern though is the horseman mass. Numbers are building and Arbitrary alone aren't going to be able to hold this back. Louis needs to consider men-at-arms. Possibly horsemen of their own, actually. I think the horsemen of their own might be the best call here. And Louis, for the love of God, needs to pull out this food. He's totally forgotten about it. There's no doubt in my mind. Like, you've got enough for a tech up. Elyon is indeed going for that second TC. Only a second, though, which means the longer this game goes, the smaller this eco lead Elyon has gets. This is a ridiculous comeback. Horsemen against camels? No, horsemen against other horsemen and archer crossbows. The camels are pretty much gone. If you're running into your enemy building camels and you have horsemen arbitrary, you're fine. Because arbitrary will just mop up the camels. It's a little bit more annoying than the micro, but outcome is still good. And we have indeed got companion equipment on the way. It looks like Zhou needs to be a bit more bulky. He's 100% forgotten about the Guildhall. At first, I thought he was stockpiling gold for the pullout, but now it's just, I can't believe this. If they had that food, they'd actually be back in this. And now, someone's back with a Fury. Nice snipe coming in from Zhou. Decent damage being done. Walls are going to break, though, and that is a lot of horsemen. Gambesons is at least there, but this is not meant to be a real front line. The horseman bonus damage offsets any type of melee defense you have. Spread out the lines right now. Zhou needs to try and keep it alive, but it's going to be a flood through. Decent hit from the Mangoes, but just too many cav units around the back. Mango will at least get one more shot out, but I think that's it. I think it's over. Louis, I can't believe this. He just noticed it. We a Disney show now because we're about to run a downtake of what if. What if Louis had pulled that out 2 minutes earlier? What if he'd been rushing a Red Palace on the right side here? Or building Spearman plus extra Arbitrary? But now the biggest what if of all. Meet your real Captain America. Well, Captain Britain. Well, Captain French. Sorry, I'm going through all the Marvel forms. Captain de Francais. June de Blast is in. The problem, however, is it is the range form, which means Horseman alone can cook your goose. I mean, this is done. Red Palace is on the way. I just don't really know what it's meant to do in a position like that. Like, here's the problem, Louis. You are securing a lot more food. I will give you that. However, the things you are spending your food on right now are dying in mass. And there's a nice little path around the right side that middle fingers your landmark. Yeah, this is done. What a crazy game. I mean, there's just too many horsemen here. By some miracle, the villagers shift by, but feels all for naught, right? Like, 0 food income at this stage of the game. This is the last of your army. If you can't hold off that, it's all over. And unfortunately, with the Rams now coming in as well, static defenses simply aren't going to cut it. He'll at least have an Arbalest placement in the primary TC, the secondary TC, and the third... Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. There's no way. There's no possible way. There's no probable way? It's unlikely? I don't think it is. Louis alive. Elyono now finds himself in a tricky predicament. Imp versus Castle. Tech Up has not been triggered. Advancement Wing will get them there quick, but this is the stage in the game that everyone fears. Jeanne d'Arc, Imp Age, a guild hall, and discounts on Arbitrier. Level 4 Jeanne d'Arc at that, with Valorous Inspiration. It does not get more scary than this. This is peak Jeanne form. Oh my god. Elyono, he's now going north side again. Now this is interesting. Louis has done something insanely risky. He's gone down the center and I'm really not sure why. I think he needed to just calm himself a little bit, calm down a bit, maybe get a stone wall up because this is going to come in too fast. Hesitation setting in a little bit for Elyono. Louis now flooding into the center of the enemy base. But the backstab is coming in. The problem is that Arbalest placement can kill you quite quick. He needs to slow down. He needs to go for Rams. Other side of this, there's no slowdown. Louis MT birthing a cannon and having level 4 Jeanne starts to blitz the base. Now Elyono's going to have to react to this. He can't just ignore it. Raid force is what? 50 deep? Defensive army's being built up though. We have not got Arbitrary in elite form yet. Spearmen get priority. This is wild. Ram shuffling in. I mean, the spears can just take that down ASAP and force the fight, right? Louis says no. He says lose the arm, save the body. Oh, Louis MT bearing arms down the center here. Rams in on the TC, so it looks like that's going to be a loss of the third. But Louis, not too far behind, really, when you consider the worker kills in this game. To be this close to equal is baffling. More production just being carved down, right? This is very important. It's going to slow down Elyono's ability to reboom an army if he falls, if he falters. Arbitrary with the Pavis drawing a lot of fire now. And I think he's actually pushed him back again. Those are elite spearmen, even against archers that are meant to counter them. The Arbalest emplacement and the Arbitrier proving too strong. Elyono now being dented at home as well. Cannon hitting onto the main TC. Jeanne de Blast just sniping out whatever comes their way. And Elyono's army not looking that impressive right now. Farm count at 32. That doesn't feel like a full late game economy to me, especially for a person who is still stuck in castle. Last Arbitrary should be getting cleared up soon, but the damage that has been done by this push, it's going to be a fallback. I can't believe what this Red Palace done. This Red Palace looked like a meme. It looked like it was worthless, but guys, here's the thing. This Red Palace secured 5,000 food, I believe it was. I think it was 2 6-stacks and 1 8-stack. 5,000 food for a Civ that it can be food efficient in the late game due to consecrations. This kept Louis alive. Jeanne, however, will not be so lucky. Louis, I don't know what that micro was. Questionable. We'll go with questionable. Okay. He's like, that's fine. Jones OP. I need 2 minutes without her. A little bit odd. You know what? Odd works. He's proven that already. You know, I doubted the power of the Trip TC Arbalest placements. I really shouldn't have. There's a reason. If you guys remember, just last year, we had players like Mister literally rushing Imperial Age's French and then dropping TCs everywhere because they're that strong. Louis just reminded us why. What an incredible game. After 30 minutes, they're now equal on military. Eco is still a mile apart, sure, but I think being an age ahead makes up for it. That's why Elyon is looking to fix that. Advancement Wing now on the way. It's not exactly a strong play, but really is your only play with your economy in the state it's in. I cannot believe this game. The Francais men-at-arms now coming. So this is maximizing value in elite army tactics, right? They should be rushing that tech. In the meantime, oh my god, Alyona. Just getting caught on the gold. Louis now coming in with the keep drop to secure him the late game. I mean, 8k gold will do it with this Civ. Guildhall already sitting on 1,000 gold as well. Stonewall's going up on the western flank. Unfortunate for Alyona, as he actually roamed out here with his horsemen. In fairness, he has another reason to be out here, though, right? The gold also is a blocker to a Sacred Site win condition. It means that Alyona doesn't have to play this too fast. That being said, I feel like you need to play this fast. You'd think that Ayabids wouldn't be too bad with Mamluk's bravery and the potential for Adabegs in the hyper late game, but I actually favor Joan here. The Valorous Inspiration with Crossbow Stirrups and Pavis, it makes Arbitrary absurd. And the fact they never really run out of gold, it's a big asterisk next to you can win this in the late game. And the asterisk is as long as Louis' eco isn't intact. Keep dropping the center now. Oh, a little bit too close from Louis, though. So Alyona should see this. Yeah, that is going to be a fail keep. Army's drawing some attention, though. Alyona's not seriously going to commit to the army instead, right? No, that would be suicide. No, Alyona's a smart cookie. Here we go. Horseman arriving. The most ambitious keep I think I've seen in a while. Louis, I don't know what he was thinking with this. I think he was thinking that he wasn't too close to the buildings. Unfortunately, just half a tile difference and he wouldn't have been seen here. That is a doubt keep right there. Definitely not going to be a keeper in this game. I say that, Louis refuses to cancel it, and Jones now here. Are you actually kidding me? There's no way he's breaking this with men-at-arms. Those aren't even elite men-at-arms. Oh my god. Valorous Inspiration gets activated. Attack speed, Juicer coming in. I mean, I don't know what to say about this. Like, this is baffling. The fact that he's even holding in this area right now, more villages being pulled now. Hand cannons have now been added in by Alyona. Elite upgrades are finally there. These men-at-arms are a bit more chunky, but no elite army tactics means once again, it is going to be a doubtful keep here. And he finally gives up and cancels it. Anatan right now just raiding through. He's like, I would have got that keep up. I would have got that one in his face. How's it going, my friend? Hopefully you're doing well. You've got to be doing better than Alyona right now. This is a head scratcher. This is the type of game where, you know, in those animes or those kind of weird TV shows where a guy screams and your clothes fall off, but your hair all comes out? That's what's happening right now. Like, right now, Alyona's getting full Professor Xavier, but I don't think he's getting the superpowers that go with it. He's up by 40 eco in a game that should have been over 10 to 15 minutes ago. And yet still, because it should have been over 10 or 20 minutes ago, the fact he's got a 40 eco lead doesn't impress me. Scenario is now on the way, and I believe Louis is a little bit weak because we're in the middle of a farm transition. So 18 set up. This is an edge if Alyona senses it. He needs to push, right? I am your midwife right now, and Alyona, I say push. It needs to happen here because right now, your economy is more powerful. The longer you wait, the more likely it is that Louis builds up a reserve. And if you are talking about best of the best that both sides can push, hand cannoneers might seem incredible. I am not going to bank against Arbitrary with Valorous Inspiration. these units with crossbow stirrups and inspiration, they attack quicker than archers. And considering the damage is at, what, 15, and they aren't even elite status yet. They're basically like, what, half the damage of a hand cannoneer, but double the attack speed in that moment. It's a winner. What are you saying? Against ranged arbitrator quite a lot worse? No. No, because it's currently at 18 damage. It's about to go up to, I think it's 22. And then with the crossbow stirrups plus the Valorous Inspiration, you just attack so quickly, your DPS is comparative to hand cannoneers. Because remember, hand cannoneers take 2.12 seconds. Here you go. Yeah, look at that. 22 damage. Then you add in Pavis, and you have the extra range, right? So they have to come to you. Mass Arbitraire for Zhone has proven to be a disgusting comp in the late game. In fact, this Civ right here, like, she may not rate highly on people's Civ list right now, but the idea of the late game with this unit comp, just Arbitraire basically, is enough to warrant a lot of pros right now calling for Arbitraire to get nerfed. And here it comes. Step 1 of the plan. Stirrups. 1 minute and 5 seconds out. Elyono, you cheeky git. He's going trade. Oh my god, how many? None so far. They're prepped for it. They just need some things to die. Little rack space being put up over here. Center army is pushing in the meantime, and Elyono looks like he's wrapping on the flank with the horseman. Problem is, there's a castle over here with an Arbalest placement. You're just not going to do enough damage here. You can kill maybe, I'd say, about 10 villagers. The rest should survive. Not even that. Diving in the main in the meantime. Still no Valorous Inspiration from Loom. I'm a little bit surprised by this. This ability has been underused in this game. I don't think it's actually popped up once the entire time. Frontline's already dead, though. Mamluk's Bravery is definitely buffing him up, but no gunpowder tech is a big problem here. Trebs are going to be sniped out. Bombards continue to just blood through the base. And these men-at-arms, I mean, without elite army tactics, they are doing a lot of work. I'm impressed. I can't believe this. Valorous Inspiration just rinsed him there, guys. That was the attack speed buff on the men-at-arms and the Arbitraire. He just mopped up the front line. Second wave is coming in, though, and Elyono is stabbing on the flank. So I think Louis needs to slow down a bit. He needs to get mass together himself. Because now you have this big gap. 40 seconds until the attack speed buff again. You cannot fight without this. Prams in the meantime shuffling around, though. He's looking to shut down the trade before it even really begins in this game. Keep on the high ground as well. Come on. You come on. What is that trade route? The size of Louis' brain right now? I need to put him in a jar. The size of Goldfish's one here. Like, this is absurd. Look at where the neutral trade post is. It makes sense, right? There's nothing you can do but walk here. So this keep drop is blocking trade. Now, if Louis can just get the military count up, Elyono's in trouble. But he needs to get that military count up. Bombard now moving up. I mean, Zhone can snipe that out, though. Like, this is not going to work. I mean, funnily enough, he could have went in with a Divine Blast at any point. Didn't bother. You are now diving a castle that has an Arbalest in placement. This does hurt. Zhone frontlining quite a bit here. Elyono, the problem is I'm looking at this military count, and I'm wondering where it is right now. He's got a little bit on the flank, but it just feels like it's not all being brought to bear. I mean, the hand cannoneer count is good, but I have this bad feeling that when I look at the guild hall, my jaw's going to drop. Yep, that was the jaw hitting the ground. Okay, 5,500 gold in reserve. Food income is actually bearable here. With consecrations, you can now just afford a non-stop pump, right? The men-at-arms are getting a pretty lofty discount of 25 food per. That means if you're non-stop producing men-at-arms, you're saving, what, of this cluster alone, 4 of them done, you're saving about 300 food a minute. Almost. And yes, Louis is winning, having a disadvantage in both at the moment. And I don't, like, everyone's going to be like, Jones OP. I actually think a big part of this is on Louis, but also on Elyono. I think they misplayed that aggro point when they dove the base. If they'd been a bit slower, if they'd actually gone for Rams on the second and third attack instead, I actually think they would have won this game. Elyono missed the window, though, and Louis took full advantage of it. Rams still just drawing a little bit of attention. Army Mass is now even, and this is where they could not be further apart. Chemistry is at least going to bring them closer again. There's a lot of hand cannoneers, but the thing that always worries me here is these Arbitrier. You saw the impact in the last fight when he activated Valorous Inspiration with Men-at-Arms and Arbitrier. He destroyed the Iobid defense line. The only reason they survived that is the reserved eco and the production behind it. But that was from a position where you're ahead. Now, they're relatively even. It's about to get worse. Louis, I mean, he's basically popped, right? So Military Academy coming in means he can now start to bulk reserves for the next wave, and the next wave, and the next wave. Full production being sniped. Actually a big deal here considering the Golden Ages, right? Like if you can deactivate Age 4, it's a big deal because your opponent can't play Siege. Can't believe the value's been getting out these free cannons. That coming in, Valorous Inspiration gets activated, and here you go. Look at these Men-at-Arms. Down to 1 attack speed. The Arbitrier down to 1.37 seconds for an attack. Enough to start sniping down pretty much everything around you. Second wave of hand cannons is going to come in. The Horseman to front line as well. And Louis, where are the troops right now? Well, here they come. Second wave is in. This time the Spearman. Hand cannoneer count is looking scary, though. Louis, this is turning into quite the meat grinder. He's not using all the consecrations either. But once you get out of range like this, the Pavis, it's where they can start to win out. You just need this meat to throw at the front line. That's when you can start sniping hand cannoneers. And remember, guys, gold is now becoming a critical issue for Elyono. Look at the state of the map. The gold up here is being denied. All of the marketplaces got taken out. Where does he get gold? He's got a 4K here. But for hand cannoneer mass, that's not a lot, right? Like for a unit that costs 120 gold each. The way that this game's going, I need Elyono to make some serious traction in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Because otherwise, I'm looking at that guild hall and I'm seeing 7.2k gold sitting there, waiting for Papa to break back. Oh my goodness. A lot of wood was taken away from Elyono's side of the map as well, right? I don't think that will matter in this game. I feel like it should be over before the wood is all gone. But this is getting wild. And yes, I'm saying Age 4 here you could lose, right? When you're getting blitzed on the buildings, this is why he reboomed. When he's getting hit on the front buildings, I think he's down to like 54 structures at one point. So, yeah, sorry, Age 4 would have been lost. Yes. Age 5 shouldn't matter because you shouldn't really be doing camels at this stage. I think they need to change Age 5 in some way. Just no one really builds camels. Louis, we're switching up. Oh my god. Remember what I said about the gold state? If Louis baits a big engagement and then reveals these mangonels, he could just flatline Elyono. Elyono has almost 30 hand cannoneers. Louis is looking to go 4 mangonels. He's going to reveal them early. And if you're wondering, well, I mean, Elyono just builds a Culverin, right? You can't, because of Joan. Joan will snipe it. She'll walk in, Divine Blast it, it's gone. So now, Elyono has a much bigger problem with these main fights. Before, he was just winning the meat grinder. Now the Mangos make it difficult. Culverins will snipe Elyono, will snipe Joan instead. That's a quick way to lose the game. I like where your head's at, Sassy. Unfortunately, Culverins do range damage. Actually, if you want to kill Joan, it's quicker to use Bombards, right? Culverins don't do siege. They do ranged. So the range reduction works. Where is it? Boom, right there. Culverins get bonus damage, but Bombards are still better. Bombards kill it quicker. Unless they've changed something since I last saw this scenario like 3 months ago. I literally have watched this scenario before and it's baffling. Bombards kill her quicker. Because Bombards do siege damage and Culverins do ranged, and your bonus damage gets reduced as well by 60%. 60%, not 50%. She's level 4, remember. Show us some respect. Oh, he's aped into the fight again. Keeps the crawling in. What is going on now from Louis? I think the food is just too weak now. I can't believe this, man. Elyono, this is the thing. Louis' idea was great if he could force the main fight, but look at what Elyono's done across the map. He's everywhere, and part of that is Louis' fault, right? Because he's splitting everything up everywhere. He's so focused on raiding, he's not realizing that there's an imminent threat down the center. Wild game. I can't believe this is still going. If you told me 35 minutes ago that this game would be close to an hour long, I would not have believed you. It looked over. Rams, that building's on your side. Shogun goes down. Rip Pass will defend him here, right? Like, Elyono needs to reset, but Louis has a big problem. He pulled out the whole gold, so he's got a decent chunk to deal with, to work with here. But I'm wondering, I'm gonna say something wild here. Why not hand cannoneers? I don't think I've seen a single Zhone player try and do hand cannoneers, and I'm not sure why. With this type of gold reserve, right? It feels like a no-brainer, but I guess the fact that Elyono is going mass spears now actually is going to legitimize Arbitraire. Because Arbitrair's Gambesons makes them insanely tanky, right? Arbs are so much better in some ways, right? But the whole idea of hand cannons isn't terrible when you consider you get them for the price of Streltsy. Now, something to keep in mind is gold is now scarce for both players. Ha 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 ha! I don't need to love Zhone. It's already got 1,000 in it again. No, gold is scarce for one player in this game. Because Trey got blocked out. I can't believe how annoying Louis is. Like, these little proxy bases have to be so tilting for Elyono. Look at the military lead, yet they can't do anything with it. Because the red pile's in the center, right? Like, Cliffside is very obnoxious with these type of cliffs. So you're kind of handcuffed in how you can get into the enemy base. And everywhere you aren't, Louis is. This is getting wild. Losing Zhone's really expensive? Yeah, but it doesn't matter if your opponent's not diving your base. You don't care. Wait, what did I say this was? Yeah, Lipany. Did I say it was someone else? Sorry. No, Cliffside, good map. I mean, this has got cliffs like Cliffside, that's for sure. Good lord. Farm's now being migrated. Elyono, it's not a crazy amount of food in reserve. It's getting idle here does hurt, and here we go, guys. The last gold Elyono will ever see. Unless they queue into Louis 20 more times, in which case they'll be seeing gold all around them when they get D-ranked. Outside that, the last gold they're going to see in this game. Make it last, son. And Arm's now moving in. You know what's wild, guys? Louis only just got elite army tactics. Oh my god, Louis! Look at Elyono's economy! 79. 10 off the good number. Just gotta lose a few more. Meanwhile, Zhone on the wall. Get out of my castle! Oh. Elyono's in desperate mode. Like, this is really desperate what he's about to do. Diving the red pass is dangerous. You've only got, what, 25 torches? You can't do it. You have to leave. Oh my god. You know, you'd think someone who lives in France would historically know how dangerous it is, the idea of just going around, but considering it almost got the win before, He doesn't seem to find the way there anymore. I cannot believe this. Louis MT with one of the most insane turnarounds I have ever seen out of Jeanne d'Arc. There is a reason that this guy is the beast from the East. There is a reason that this guy is the undeniable king of Jeanne d'Arc right now. And he just proved it. Wow. What an insane game. Did I just call that one the greatest Jeanne comeback? Omega Throw looks like me. I think it's a combo. I think Elyono kind of rushed to win, but like you can't take anything away from Louis. Louis played that really, really well. What do we call that? The greatest comeback in Jeanne's history? I don't know. This can't be a throw Dragon. Why is Dragavan catching strays? The uncontestable Jeanne King. The greatest Jeanne comeback we've witnessed. Yeah, I think that works. Where is Love streaming? Do you mean Louis? That would be on a Chinese platform, so stuck with me. Ni hao? How do you look without a beard? Ain't gonna happen, dog. I haven't been without a beard for I don't know how many years. Definitely not since I started esports, so at least 6 years. I'd feel like a naked mole rat. Damn, that Sex on the Beach is good. Actually, Louis doesn't just cut his teeth training against Beastie. Louis trains just as much from Marine Lord. Marine Lord's two biggest scrim partners in the last few months have been Poppy Paw and Louis. And then the other one has been Anatand. Enjoying a pint? A pint of cocktail, my friend. Oh my god. But yes, hello everyone from Anatand's stream. Did Anno crutch Marine Lord? Was it Big Stomper? Big Poggers? Or did he get stomped? I would check them out, but they are slightly privated, which is outrageous. Okay, so let's have a look here. Let me put music while we figure out what we're going to cast next. Ooh. Has Marine Lord been cleared to play in upcoming tournaments? Why? Because he's not human. Dude, this... Why you gotta discriminate against clear superhuman aliens, dude? Let him play. He was caught cheating at what? Doki Doki Universe. Let's have a look here. Let's see if we've got any pros live right now. If not, we've got loads of replays lined up, actually, so we fine. We got plenty to cook with. Yeah, Emery, you are genuinely getting your players very mixed up. You know, not too far apart. I mean, Russia, France, just like they're in the same continent. I was about to say, dude, like, I'm just going to glaze over that for your own safety on that one. Calling M-Lord a cheater is a bold one. He's good, but you don't cheat. B was cleared. Well, I don't... Cleared is the wrong word. It's not like the ban was uplift. Like, it just wasn't a perma ban, is the way I describe it. Been playing and watching AoE for a month. Oh yeah, dude, that is very old drama. That was resolved a long time ago. What's Dragavan up to? I don't think we watch him. Okay, so we don't have any pros online right now, but the beautiful thing is we don't need any pros online. Oh yes, that's right. Oh my god, dude. they're actually doing it to me. My brain's like, I need to buy Spotify Premium. And then, like, my brain is also like, no! Quite appropriately so. Actually, Eagle, Relic and MS never said anything public one way or the other. That's all I'll say to that. At least stream 1440p. Oh, okay, Anshu. Well, you know, if you want to send me a 4080 graphics card, I would be happy to oblige that. Yeah, how about this? I'll stream a 1440p and lock it behind YouTube Premium. Checkmate. There's no point in streaming 1440p because multi-output wouldn't work for it because Twitch can't handle 1440p. That would be a complete waste. The bitrate's too low. Okay, so let's have a look here. Voldemar versus Kryzor, maybe? Voldemar versus Afnatoy. We already done the Crackly versus Cause. So let me get rid of those. We have got some Lucifrons, actually. Those Lucifron versus... Who is this player? Let me have a look. Ranked 77th player from China. There's also Philisberto versus Lucifron. Let's check out this Chinese player. Shall we? Oh, sorry. I turned the music off. Oops. What saying does Poppy Paw stream? I like watching his streams, but it's so damn pixely. I mean, he probably doesn't have a PC set up for streaming. Most people don't. He probably needs to use NVENC, I'd imagine. I don't know if he does. A lot of people still try to use their CPU, but you shouldn't. Most modern people's PCs are better off using NVENCs if you've got a NVIDIA GPU of like the 3rd series or higher. Why are you making me do this? This gonna be a terrible look for a tie. Why are you doing this? Why you do? Why do? Can't hear Lucifron's name without a thick, beastie French accent playing in my head. Wait. Does Beastie do a French accent? I feel like I haven't ever heard that. If you want a deep French accent, just ask me. Lucifron? Lucifron? Very phlegm-filled as well. Yeah, I don't know how good or bad the AMD graphics cards encoders are. I think they've gotten better, but they're still trumped by Thingy, right? Right, here you go, guys. There you go. I've got a tie. You happy now? There. Is that better? Camion's got some weird fetishes. Okay, we won't kink shame him. Some people like to come in a stream and they're like, you know, dress my doll. The tie is very short. I couldn't be asked to do it properly. The worst out of NVIDIA, Intel, AMD. I'm not surprised by that. A lot of people still benefit from using X264. HVenc is something else. I think HVenc... Is HVenc the AMD one? It might be. Oh, dude, did we get scammed? We might have got scammed. For some reason, I can't see the game between Lucifron and this guy. It was from 2 hours ago. No, I must be on the wrong account. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. There's another account. Yeah, we might be safe. HVenc? No, HVenc. HVENC. I don't know what I'm thinking of that from. I'm playing a lot of Fallout. Maybe I plucked it out of that. No, I was right. HVENC. It is a thing. It was a... I think it was a different form of NVENC. Well, thank you. I will hydrate with this delicious Sex on the Beach. One's in chat if you tried Sex on the Beaches before. Not the act, the drink. Actually, one's if you've done the act, like ones and twos if you've done the act too. I don't know why you want to share that so willingly, but good for you. Really, have I got no one that's had this cocktail? This is great if you haven't had this. It's cranberry juice, orange juice, peach schnapps, and vodka. Definitely recommend it. One is great, the other is painful. Depends how rocky the beach is, really. One thing that's really annoying is when I'm trying to, like, you know, have a nice ice cold drink, is the amount of bloody water that builds up on that. I thought I'd actually like weed myself and hadn't realized the other day because like the amount of water was dripped on my lap. I was like, what's happening? Have I lost control of my bladder? Do we know if Zhone range damage reduction works like Limitane? I'm going to go out on a whim here and just go with the assumption that it does, because that seems to be the damage calculation reduction for any damage reduction, to my knowledge. I believe that is the same thing for monks. If there's any sort of damage reduction, it should work the same way as well. So with melee type ones, it would work the same. Yeah. Just to go through the calculations quickly, because actually I think that's a really interesting one that we were starting to debate a bit. That I called you out on, and I want to make sure that I'm not being a dick and I'm showing my numbers, so you don't just feel like I'm be like, you're wrong, Sassy. But if we look at bombards, no, we're gonna go through this because now I need to yeah, it's good that you said I'm right, but now I need to really okay. But yeah, just for everyone else, like, so a bombard does 100 base damage, and a culverin does, I think it's 80, right? 85. Oh, I know my numbers. 85, then you get plus 60. But that then gets reduced by 60%, right? So you're already at, like, very little damage, 40 or 50. And then she removes ranged armor afterwards. However, a bombard will do 100 damage, and it does not have any damage reduced, and also ranged armor does not affect it. So it's pure damage. And then chemistry is just better, right? Because chemistry on a culverin versus on a bombard is a bigger number as well. Do you want to know what one of the best civs for dealing with like late game Zhone is? Actually, it's Rus, because Rus get the they get the unique tech and the high armory. You won't get the bonus damage of 50% because she's not infantry, but you will get 20% more. So you get 20% on 100 damage from that, and then you get 20% from chem. So you just you blow her face off in a few shots, basically. It's Ottomans, true, but then again, like, how often are you picking autos right now and winning, Sassy? That wasn't aimed at you. That's just Ottomans in general. Have you tried Louis' new build, by the way? Is that much better for the? Because the attack speed is worse, right? I'm trying to remember. Where is the attack speed? Rate of fire 7. Yeah, the attack speed is worse. I actually think Rus's guns are close enough that, like, I don't want to say Rus outright beat it, but it's very close. What, trade? Yeah. He does like the weird trade build, right? They kill level 4 Zhone like nothing. That's true. I'm trying to think, like, what is the #1 best civ at sniping out Zhone though? Like, because I'm not even sure it's Ottomans. I think there's a better civ out there that kills Zhone faster. Oh yes, Order of the Dragon. I forgot about that. Order of the Dragon Gilded Crossbowmen are insane. Like, if you go heavy form, right? If you go melee form, I actually think the best thing to kill Zhone is genuinely like Gilded Crossbowmen. They are insane. I still remember watching a game between, I think it might have been Louis and Dumu, and he just sniped her like it was nothing. And that was before she got nerfed. OTD great civ anyway, but I hope it all stays F tier. No, I hope it gets adjusted. I actually think Order of the Dragon, like, some lessons can be taken from the design of that civ into other civs. You know, one thing I really respect is the fact that Gilded Landsneck feels like an impactful unit. Right? Normal Landsneck don't. I would like to see more kind of potent designs like this. You know, like, Great Bombers kind of tick this box as well, but the difference with Great Bombards is like it's like posted levels safe, right? It's like you're 11 tile range away. Like, what do I do, right? But I like this idea of more heavy risk-reward type units, and I actually think the OOTD hits it hard. If you go OOTD meta, it'll be so bad. It needs some reworks. I think the core idea can work. It just needs some tweaks and reworks. Yo, Sassy, actually, you like French. I came up with an idea earlier to make French better. Do you want to hear it? Don't pick it. No, I'm kidding. So I had the idea of giving them cheese farms. So you pay 150 wood, and 4 people can occupy a cheese farm. And they gather at a similar rate to, like, to farms. Right? That's not a bad idea. That's kind of a cool, like, I mean, French like their cheese, you know? I mean, French players are always cheesing, right? So give them cheese farm seems reasonable. You know who else is cheesing? Oh, these Byzantine and English picks. Why do I even bother? I mean, Lucifron's just going to win it anyway because he's Lucifron. Now, hold on, guys. Because Lucifron might be strong, but actually, this kid from China, whoever they are, ain't no pushover. In fact, they are sitting in 77th place on the leaderboard right now. So, respectable performance. A very big improvement, actually, because they only played Season 6 as another season, and they finished 450th there with 50 games played. So, kind of a spooky player, actually. This is a very recent addition. It's possible it's a Smurf, but... A Smurf, but a more likely outcome is it might just be a new player. I don't know if you guys know this, but AoE 4 is kind of popping off in China, no cap. It's fairly popular there. So there's always the possibility that we're just looking at a brand spanking new person. And I'm all for it. Maybe that's where the money comes from now, guys. We don't know if we're going to get a Red Bull. Prize pools are down. China will save us. Go get that 10-cent Skrilla. Anyway. Byzantine's looking to get their early Skrilla. Really big fan of this early Olive Grove opening. Just gives you that extra little bit of stone to work with, right? If you want to go more flexible. Also, it sets you up with a nice food income, trickles the olive oil, and the bigger detail, by having that alternate food income, look at what Lucifron can do with a rotation without worrying about running out of sheep at all. He'll be able to easily swipe half the map and come back. Pretty cool detail, especially against the English, who are more likely to return. You already saw what happened from Teal. He ran back, and this is bad. This is another reason why civs that have this kind of flexibility to stay out longer can potentially be really OP. You're more likely to force a situation where your opponent walks in your shadow, aka they go where you've already scouted, meaning they get no sheep. This is why Abbasids, Ayabids, Delhi, Japanese, all these civs are really good because they have that flexibility through going on berries to stay out on the map for an insanely long time. To Lucy, this could easily be what? Like an 18 sheep game? 18 seems like a stretch. Is it really that much of a stretch, though? 15 seems very feasible. It depends how unlucky he is. It does help if you pay attention. Lucifron unfortunately misses a sheep there. I like the idea that this is just going to give Teal a lot of false hope. He's like, oh my god, a sheep! I'm onto the right track. There must be loads in this area. I'm going to keep heading in this direction. So Lucy, I imagine he wants to kind of scout out around the enemy base to see where they're going to be dropping this second TC. I'm expecting a second TC. Then again, like, Teal could be doing either. Just because you're not seeing him gather stone, do not think that there's no second TC coming. A little tip I've been trying to give people is if you're not up against a hyper-intensive civ, like French, Jaune, Ayabids, that have cavalry openings, right? It's very beneficial to go wood first, because by going wood first, you have the flexibility to then either all in your opponent one TC, or say, okay, actually, I want a second TC, and do it on a delay. That's the value of doing wood first. There are times where you can't do that, and that is the aforementioned civ. Like, for example, if we were in an English mirror right now, and you want to go 2 TC, probably going to have to do it straight away, right? Because if you don't, then I'm going to come over and harass your stone line. Actually, I guess the English matchup, you don't care now, right? Because if that happens, you pull the villagers back to the wood line and the Abbey of Kings heals. Do I need to say again that, like, early age healing is pretty insane? Nah, you guys are smart. You get it. Second system coming up. Nice defensive point for Lucy as well. So if this is an all-in-one TC play, I actually am a bit worried for Teal, because this little wall really stretches you thin. We've seen this time and time again. It's like the English longbows are allergic to tiny walls. You think they just climb them, but no, it just takes way too long to rotate to one side of the economy and then the other. And you never want to go all the way around the back of the enemy base, because then you're cut off from reinforcements. BC said you pretty much have to open Council Hall in English versus English. I feel like that would depend on the spawn, right? Like, if you get a back stone, you could probably go 2 TC and play a bit more chill. I actually think Horsemen are critically underrated with the English, with the Abbey of Kings build, because you can just choose your fights and back away, right? So I don't know if that, I don't think it's that cut and dry. I'd say it's more map dependent than anything else, and spawn dependent. But I can see where it's coming from. Like, for example, if you are on, let's say you're on Cliffside, and you decide to go Council Hall and your opponent goes Abbey of Kings, you're going to crotch on his stomp until he cries for mercy. King, in the meantime, has actually dented the farms. This is really bad for Lucifron. Yeah, he made a little bit of a blunder here. Typically, people go for an outpost up against English, but the problem is you need double outpost with his spawn. So you want to go for spears instead. But this plays into Teal's hands. He's done this right. Lucifron, I think there's a big mistake being made on the scouting. He doesn't know what he's up against yet. He needed to scout this before he committed to Limitane. Now, he doesn't have enough olive oil to get any mercs out, other than Keshix, I believe, at this point. And on top of that, he's building Limitane against one of the best civs at dealing with Limitane. English Lombos, now on the way. I actually love the fact that he's rearing off the left side as well. He knows his opponent can't come left because he would have seen the scout, right? So this is pretty cool. He wants to go there anyway to attack, but it has the added benefit of kind of masking the play. And Lucifron just realized what's happened here. This is now rough. He hasn't quite got enough olive oil. He's got a little bit coming in from this farm, but it's going to take a very long time to get the first mercs out. So you can't rely on javelins to hold your opponent back. Weirdly enough, that's where he's going, though. I kind of get where he's coming from, but I'm wondering if longbows would have helped you a bit more here. Like, you don't actually have enough olive oil yet. I mean, longbows would cost even more, right? Keshix could have been a sick call. If you think about what English are doing right now, Keshix solves everything. It just feels really bad to have to do Keshix without Hippodrome, right? So, like, I can't fault him for dodging that choice, but probably would have helped him quite a bit here. Almost now arrives. So Limitane are going to start chasing out. Shield wall goes up, and it just feels depressing once you have to do this. Oh, what's that? Someone forgot to use their Twitch Prime here? I mean, you could always just buy a sub. $5 for... I checked my stream summary, 150 hours of content in a month. That's not bad. Yeah, you heard that right. Actually, let me double check. What are we at? How many hours? Guys, this month, I have streamed 154 hours. I need to get laid. Unlike Lucifron that's about to get laid out. Oh, damn, you heard me say it. This longbow count's getting scary. Also, Lucy, where's the gold, right? Like, the gold's on the left side, so he's not gathering for blacksmith techs. If Teal just goes for blacksmith steeled arrow, he wins. It's actually that simple. Jabs, to at least snipe out one of the horsemen, but you really need to get rid of these lombos. Teal may actually have to bail on the lombos here. Thank you very much, gifted sub, Camian. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, this is the one thing I don't like about the build right now from Teal. You should be getting blacksmiths. Blacksmiths is really good at this point. You've got double-digit lombos, and your opponent has no gold access. That's an insane advantage. And you don't have to worry about them out-teching you by going an age up, because, once again, they have no gold access. Now, cool thing is, actually for Teal, if you don't kill the units, look at what happens. This is something that I think people find really frustrating about the English right now, because this king doesn't have to wait around, right? He can move with you and you heal. In some ways, this kind of feels more OP than the old campfire, right? Because at least with the old campfire, you had to stand still in an area. I'm wondering if the king has maybe like... I know some people feel this is OP. I still think it needs a bit of time to cook, but if it's decided it's a bit too powerful, I think one change that might be interesting is having the king have a deploy heal ability, where you drop it on the ground somewhere. The only issue I take with that, I almost want that to be for infantry and for Cav to still heal on the go. Because England hasn't really had an ability to play Cav often in the past. It's quite refreshing to see horsemen seem somewhat viable for this civ. Lucy, I mean, he clearly wants castle. You could not tell me you do not want castle when you're bulking 900 food. He kind of looks like he doesn't know what to do. I have a solution for him. Double stable drop right now. I think double stable drop is what's missing. It's actually insane just how good Byzantine Cav scaling can be, because after you start holding, you just flank raid. And Expillatores pays you gold. All of a sudden, you can afford blacksmith decks, right? But right now, he can't. He's actually dropped the blacksmiths, despite the fact he hasn't got enough gold to get anything. This is ambitious, you know? Like this is like, you know, when someone posts and they're like posting to make it happen. Sort of. I can't remember the term they usually use. They're like, you know, posting to manifest this outcome. That's what this blacksmith is right now. Only, you know, like my New Year's resolution of getting a muscly bod, I think it's going to be a lie. Steel Arrow is already there. Undermesh is following up. Jav count isn't looking that scary right now. Like, you actually can't trade with these Lombos. You lose. And the other problem is you don't actually have enough jabs to even kill a Lombo straight up, which means you're going to go in, bad trade, walk away, and then the King's Heal is going to just top them off. This is vicious. I don't know who this person is, but I want more of him, man. I hope it's a brand new player. Like, my fingers crossed hope is the next S-tier tournament we get, you just see a bunch of unknown Chinese players signing up that then have to get names in the East, so like the West rather, so we know who they are. And they actually show you that, you know, China's rising up, right? But I don't want that just for China. I want that for Asia, man. Like, NA's got some cool rep. Puppy Paw and Wham are just, like, full atlasing that scene right now. Europe has always been dominant. But, like, Asia, you know, we lost Leonot, we've gained Louis. You can't expect him to do it all on his own. These new faces are an absolute pleasure. Privilege to witness. Okay, Lucifron, dude. I think this build is 5 months too late. Unlimited Dundee. That sounded like I was doing a really bad accent towards the end because I tried to connect it. That wasn't. I was Sidiousing. Oh my god. Wait, what? Teal? I mean, in fairness, they've got men-at-arms and Lombos now. I don't think they care that much. But that was still so neglectful. Did I just get compared to Tastosis? Holy crap, that is such a compliment. Thank you, man. Love those guys. An absolute pleasure to work with. Did he disconnected for a sec? Yeah, just in the brain. It's fine, he's back. So House is now getting torched down. I mean, Lucifron doesn't need them anyway. I mean, it's fine. Javelin's like, we're nomadic people. Mercenaries live in tents anyway. This is not a very scary Jav count still, though. It's 7 versus 23 Lombos. So the question in my brain right now is, how do you not die? The answer is, maybe next game. Lucifron has... it's just the biggest question mark over this composition. I don't think there is a worse Civ in the game in Feudal Age you could build Limitane against. Truly. See what I mean with these Lombos as well, by the way. Like, if they don't die, you might as well just GG. And your Jav count is down to 6. Oh, for the love of God, have mercy. Shield wall also up, means you're not really gap closing on these Lombos. And the only reason he's backing up, guys, is the men-at-arms aren't here yet in force. But they are now. The king, they're like, wait, didn't you die? No, that was the other guy. Long live the king! We're English, so we're like, yeah, long live the king! In we go. Tops off the health bars and heads on into the base. Lucifron has got 4 more of these javelins coming in. I love the fixation on this blacksmiths. As if his opponent hasn't, like, got the techs he already wants. But you know what it is, guys. He's like, oh, I don't see a melee +1 here. All right, so if I take out this blacksmith, that's 36 extra damage missing every 2 seconds. Worth. Teal. This is getting absurd. The men-at-arms count as it is. The farm class is going to keep this going. I actually think this is already over. Because at this stage, even if the Lombos die, like, what is your answer to these guys? They may wield plastic swords and dress in cardboard suits, but it's a lot more impressive than these guys who've just picked up toothpicks. King tries to go into the back. Okay, totally worth it to draw the entire army's attention. The overreaction there, this big mosh pit of melee on each side, and then everyone's like, the asshole's got a horse! Get him! Well, that asshat may have a horse, but he also has a victory on the way. Teal, now with a clear dominant lead. Lucifron, an entire trash comp. is about to be thrown on the trash heap. Blacksmith goes down, so sadly for him, those Limitane are never going to hit harder than pretty much a tickle. They look like toddlers playing with sticks they found on the playground. Meanwhile, the English men-at-arms look like those really rich kids you meet on the playground that their parents got them that really expensive, like $80 Darth Vader sword, that when they flick it out, it goes dan, 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 dan. I've got bad childhood memories. Outpost also going up soon. At that point, I imagine we're going to be looking at a GG call from Lucifron. Oh my god. Well, I think we can all agree that Unlimitane strat doesn't work. 3 kings in only 15 minutes? I mean, that's like the average lifespan of an English king in like the 15th century. It's fine. And surrender. Surrender. My Jedi mind tricks don't seem to be working. Let me just... there we go. It clearly was ping delay. Well, that was a curb stomping. I don't know who that player is, but I like him. They're a spicy little meatball. What do we call that one? Lucifron tries Unlimitane build. Hey, don't flame Lucy. I mean, he got hard stuck there. There wasn't really much he could do. Byzantine. I don't know. I think like Limitane limited. Maybe. I think I'm going to put Lucifron on the thumbnail. I'm just trying to figure out what the title of the video is going to be. Unknown Chinese kid teaches SC veteran. Oh, that's almost a perfect kind of clickbaity title. Well, it's not clickbaity, though. Unknown Chinese kid. Whoops. SC2 legend for out of date strat. Oh, did we do a good one? That title might be too long. I'll have to think about that. That might be good, though. We might have cooked with that one. Like, if you read that, you want to click it, right? Oh, appreciate that compliment, though. I'd actually love to get to work with Tastos more. I had a lot of fun with them with the limited time we got to work together on Stormgate. They're good people. There were some really nice people to work with. Like, I talked a lot with Beowulf when I worked on Stormgate. Nathanius did Nathanius melt my heart. I think he won't mind me saying. He was like, You're really, really good at hosting. I think Bear. I can't remember who else was there. It's like that's a big compliment. This guy's been around for years. I was like, oh, bless him. Warmsy heart. All right, should we see if we've got some live games? Maybe. If not, we've got another one between those two. Potential vengeance for Lucifron. Not gonna lie, like, am I the only one that thinks Lucifron has more of a French-sounding ring to it? Vortex, yeah, that sounds more Spanish to me. But like, Lucifron does Lucifron, right? It's the front at the end. I'm wondering, like, are they? I never asked them if they're from like northern Spain. I might track. I just realized I saw someone named Don. I was like, where's Don Artie? I missed that guy. Is Dragavan in chat? Maybe Draggy Boy has something fun for us. Oh. You're a very good caster, but you're an exceptional host. Where'd that come from, Camion? Because I've actually heard that. Did I mention that before in chat? That one wasn't Nathanius. He says something different. But let's have a look. Let's put a poll up so you guys can decide what we're going to do. What to do. Oh, yeah, I said Pesty did, didn't I? Yeah. 1v1. Wasn't sure if I said that publicly. Community free-for-alls. Or low elo legends. Because I don't think... I mean, maybe... Well, actually... Whoa, hold on. I think Louis is probably scrimming. Dragoman's doing custom games. Okay, so there's Dudu versus Myriad. Potentially is 1v1. I've got replays as well of other players. But let's put that poll up. See where people dock their ship. That's definitely a saying. That's the right way of doing it. What's this about? Accept Ibids? Go Abby no matter what, except Ibids. I think even against Ibids it's worth it because it like distracts your opponent while you do a TC, right? Like if he's killing your king, he's not killing your TC. Why not go Horseman plus Lombo because Horseman can get map control? Usually, like you head down the center though. The problem with the idea of Lombo plus Horseman is like if you get forced to fight directly, you have less agency to leave, right? Because Lombos are so slow compared to normal archers. So you get anchored to a fight, and that can usually lose you the game. That's why a lot of people are scared of doing Horseman plus Archer with English. %100% win rate this season going Council, 50% on Abbey. I mean, on the map, depending on the map, Council's still really good. Can you check Myriad's build? I mean, it's just standard, right? Was it 7 food, 2 gold? Yeah, nothing too unorthodox. How are we voting, guys? A little bit split between 1v1's community free-for-alls. Oh, a lot of people are voting, actually. Yeah. I guess a lot of people are just like, I don't mind, whatever. I mean, that's definitely not enough people for community free-for-alls, that's for sure. So I guess... 1v1s looks like it might be winning the bubblegum. Everyone like woke up at the end. Okay, it's a draw. Well, I mean, we're in the 1v1, right? I guess we can watch some Myriad versus Dudu. Dude, once again, like look at. Oh, you guys can't see it because the green screen. I just dripped water all over myself, which almost has some unintended sexual stipulations. Anyway. Yeah, just wet t-shirt party. Don't mind me, guys. KP has a drinking problem. I know, right? I need more drink. Wait. What was that? That's the perfect intro. KP has a drinking problem. I know, right? I need more drink. So why aren't you subscribed? Get those Prime subs. Get those subs in. I need money, and I need to damage my liver. Wait, is it liver or kidney? It's liver, right? You know what the beautiful thing about being English is? In England, free healthcare. Destroy your liver, they'll replace it. That's why Myriad loves living here, and that's why he loves playing the English. Welcome back to the AoE4 Action, folks. We've got a high-level game between Myriad and this guy over here, Dudu. This is Mio Micah of StarCraft 2 fame. Did I say kidney? It was liver? Yeah, give me livers. So if you're not familiar with Mio Micah, actually like a fairly competent player. He's from, I'm trying to remember which country it was. It's Southeast Asia. It might have been Vietnam. I'm trying to remember if it was now. But he has like $50,000 earnings in StarCraft 2. So fairly decent at the game. However, I have noticed he's been coming back to AoE4 recently. He's been quite active. He's been a little bit of a filthy Shu Ji spammer. But more recently, he's been spamming Japanese up the wazoo as well. Interesting matchup, actually, versus the English. I really like the Japanese in this matchup. They have a really, really powerful transitional play in the Castle Age. So the way this is going to play out is you're going to see English rush second TC. Japanese should be rushing Castle Age. And when you rush Castle Age, you get access to Mounted Samurai. Mounted Samurai are very hard for the English to contest, because even if they rush Castle afterwards, go White Town, build Knights, they can't match the production rate of a Yorishiro stables, and the quality of the Japanese Knights is clearly better. So as long as you don't dive the English base, you're in a very good position as Japanese. Teal could also lean towards playing Feudal. Feudal's kind of an interesting idea here, because I think actually this is one of the better civs for building standard form horsemen in the game. If you're talking specialist civs like the Delhi and the Ottomans, of course, their horsemen and Feudal are better. But in terms of your normie horseman types, these guys make the best, for multiple reasons actually. But it's all revolving around damage. Tatara is an extra melee tech level, so they get a +1 compared to any other civ. On top of that, the Bannerman aura, because horsemen have decent base damage, scales really well. So long Feudal isn't too scary, and he might be forced to play long Feudal, because Myriad has gone for the 1 TC aggro build. Interesting choice here, and it looks like Dudu. Wait, Rax? Nani? I'm a little bit confused by this build, actually. I would have expected an outpost to block the king. To build spearmen to block the king's kind of weird. Like, it's almost taboo to build spearmen against English, because they're probably actually the best civ in the game at dealing with spears. I'm trying to think if there's a better civ at dealing with spears in AoE4. It might be Japanese, right? Because they can build Onobagisha. But in general, this is like a no-no. We just watched a high-level player do this against English and learned the hard way why it's a no-no. And the problem right now is all of a sudden Dudu has to play this age. And what worries me is because they went for Rax first, if Mirai just keeps doing what he does, which is build longbows here, he wins by default. Now, Myriad apparently has some big obsession with gold. It's weird, really, because the guy sounds very British and he has all his hair on his head, but he's smeagling a bit too much for my liking. This does not make much sense. It's almost like he was worried about raids coming in from Onobagisha. You know, if you combine Dudu's food and Myriad's gold, you actually have a good economy right now. It's a little bit wild. Do I take notes on all this stuff or just keep it in my head? My head. I'm a weirdo. My brain works in a weird way. It was the same with Dota 2 as well. Actually, I don't think there's many people, at least when I was very active in Dota 2, there weren't many people that took notes. But no, I'm just a degen. I've got problems. Not as big of a problem as Dudu right now. The man who likes to mass spears against longbows. Miro's just going to go castle, isn't he? I mean, he doesn't need to is the stupid part about this. He genuinely could just play feudal. English players are obsessed with castles sometimes to a fault. And this feels like one of those games. Longbows are going to dive in. Ooh, almost gets himself some kills. Nice forced aggro there. Looks like the stables is going to go up. So Myriad, I mean, all of a sudden the choice makes a lot more sense to go to castle. But let's be totally real here. If you consider the fact that he's sitting on almost 1,000 resources, actually over 1,000 resources, he could have easily had 4 or 5 spearmen out here and 5 or 6 more longbows, right? At which point, Dudu's kind of more screwed than the bolts I put into my PC. Get it? Because you've got a screwdriver. It would have been really bad. Because 1 horseman production worth of stables, like, it's not going to get you back in the game, right? Because the other half of your comp is worthless. Like, actually, I thought what Dudu would do to get out of this... What Dudu would do... Dudu. I thought he was going to go Archer Range. Yuumi are really good against longbows. And I know I said that while laughing, but stop. I'm being real. They are actually really surprisingly effective. The reason is that they are able to gap close really quickly, and English longbows tend to overkill. So once you scale the numbers, they destroy. Small numbers, longbows will be favored. But large numbers, Yuumi, destroy. Alright, I just heard the king die, and I'm very confused. Long live the king! New one's coming, don't worry. Coronation service on Tuesday. So second king's going to be coming out soon. Dudu is going to try to apply some pressure, but I can't help but feel the timings are off here. King's Pass is about to come in. And Myriad, you probably just build it on the tree line, if I'm being honest there. If you build it out here, you're going to die. You could build on the gold. Actually, like if you build on the gold next to the TC and dive comes in, Dudu's just going to die. He only has 3 horsemen for a dive. And he doesn't have undermesh. Doesn't really have anything to thumbs up a trade here. King arrives again. All of a sudden, Dude's like, whoa, whoa, this guy means business. He's got a great sword. See, the problem is no one told you the great sword's quality was subpar and slightly rustic. Only does 16 damage. But the problem is that he can just trade, leave, heal, and you're screwed, right? You take permanent damage. So King's Pass on the way, and there's nothing that Dudu can do about it. He's going to be going for castle himself. I don't think that Teal is actually just out this game. Japanese with a delayed castle here is still going to have a surge point because you went for the King's Pass, not the White Tower. You don't actually have double stable production. So you still have to build the stables afterwards, and you can see Myriad has no wood. So there's a clear window where Japan can still dominate. One thing I'm worried about is, you know, these StarCraft players, they are super efficient. They are perfectly efficient. So imagine that you are doing this game, you're like, well, I've already spent 150 wood on a production building. I mean, maybe I just drop the Euroshira there. That would be the biggest mistake of the game. This is a game where I think you just actually play into Mount Samurai still. The logic is you want to flood the field, and maybe Mirai can test one of the relics, but you can't contest all 5, right? Floodgate's on the way, though, so it looks like it's going to be stables. Glad of it. That is an... Dudu spent 10 minutes in Feudal Age and Dark Age of the Japanese. Like I've explored everything there is to explore in this component of the game. I'm just gonna get out of it quickly. Bye. Stack up complete. Yoroshiro drops straight away, and Shinto should be on the go towards the first relic. King has already been sniped out, right? He's been assassinoed. So Myriad's push here is very pathetic. This is like when a noodle arm gamer who sits at 5'5" tall and has a weight mass of like 60 kilograms walks up to you in a pub, being a person of 6'10", and being like 120 kilos, and says you what? It's really not intimidating. Mad Samurai have just cleared this up. He can't even snipe the one injured samurai here. Dudu does need to back off. Oh, big mistake going in there. If he backs that off, he just has a very valuable unit that isn't going to die. So I didn't like that micro by him. He'll still win this initial fight, but he could have been further ahead. Relic should now be looking to be grabbed. I think he has moved out for the flank relic. Looking at the vision on Dudu, he sees all but one relic on the map, right? And actually controlling the center of pass isn't too bad, right? Considering you have got a central relic. I don't feel like you often get this type of relic drop, right? Or am I being an idiot? No, maybe like 40% of the time. We've been seeing a lot of spawns recently where there's 3 on one side. I just don't like the Mirage trickling troops. This is a critical blunder right now. Crossbow gets sniped down. I mean, this is a horrendous trade for him. He's got another crossbow coming out. That's going to be enough to scare Dudu off temporarily, but only because he should be looking to flank with these Mount Samurai. Right? Go out on the pockets and try to snipe anything that isn't farmlands. Meanwhile, Myriad, because he doesn't have enough troops together, he can't actually go into monks. This is a really big advantage for the Japanese because you inherently just scale monks by default, right? Because you have that float gate. Second one now coming out soon. First relic about to be dropped off home, and I'm expecting this to just be probably a Yoroshiro drop into a forge. I actually think he doesn't really need much more at this stage because Myriad looks a bit lost. He's now trying to play Monastery when he doesn't have much of an army together. Dive in, so that ends up being a crossbow, 2 crossbows for a Mount Samurai. It's a reasonable trade for Myriad, given his position here, but it's still keeping him boxed in the base while Dudu looks at the real eco advantage for him. You just see how ridiculous these guys are, by the way. All you have to do, like little tip when you play Samurai like this, back off, wait for deflective armor, go in again. Back off, go in again. Back off, go in again. It's so stupid how quickly you'll beat Spearmen. They can't gap close you quick enough, and you absorb the entire first blow. Meanwhile, you hit these Spearmen that have much less health than you for 26 damage for free. So powerful. Right now, Myriad is just getting crotched on by this. So 4 Mount Samurai at this stage, only 2 crossbowmen. His economy looks like it should be doing good behind this, but it just doesn't really feel good. The only time it looks like you're ever seeing Myriad win fights is when it reaches the aura. That's the one mistake I'm seeing right now at Teal. He's so fixated on keeping the crossbow spearman count low, he's kind of throwing away very expensive units in doing so. But now we've got the thing that will win everything. The end statement for the Japanese with how this is playing right now. Onibagisha now being queued up. Oh my god. I'm really impressed by the way that me and Mike is making this work. It's subtly scary, right? Like, look at what happened on the backside again. He's just out-microing him. I genuinely think, more than a build outplay, because I actually think Dudu's build made no sense at the beginning. This is just raw micro. Wow. It's making Myriad look like a baby at this stage. And, well, you guys have seen pictures of Myriad. You've heard him on the microphone. He does not sound like a baby. He does not look like a baby. But right now, he looks like Papa has entered the building and he's here to teach. Dudu getting out of control now. 7 Mount Samurai. Onibagisha have been queued up. No Euroshiro drop there. He did go for the Forge as expected. Second Relic has not been dropped home, but this is looking like an easy-peasy 4-Relic game. Wall on the flank is going to be blocked out, but so many losses for Myriad to try and contest this. The only upside right now is that Dudu, for some reason, does not have Onibagisha coming out still. This has been the longest wait ever due to the veterancy. I wouldn't be surprised if he went in with 1 Onibagisha. That sounds dumb, but hear me out. If you run in with 1 Onibagisha and you draw aggro and you time it right, the Mounted Samurai afterwards won't get brace blocked. It's actually dumb how much damage 1 Onibagisha can do. Because then you get the Mounted Samurai charging in for 38 damage to open the fight, which is a third of a Vet Spearman's health. Dude, just trying to target down anything injured. It's just not working, though. In fact, I think he misclicked there. Yeah, he hit the half HP instead of the low HP. Jesus! If this looks dominant right now, think how bad it's going to look when Kabusa Gitai comes in. Relics are at least being picked up in Myriad. I think the one negative I'll give Dudu, he's playing a macro-based RTS, and he's a bit too fixated on micro. This has been really impressive, but he's completely goldfish-brained the Relics. Onibagisha going to look to fix that now. Ladies come out to play. Veterancy is in. I mean, this is not a fight Myriad should want. Even if you can pinch one of the ladies, nah. That's not the type of surround you're looking for to engage with. Credit to him, though. Myriad is going to turn this into a 2-3 split. It should have been a 4-1. I actually think Dudu dropped the ball. As well as he played this in some ways, he very heavily misplayed in others. While the Myriad's just feeding troops 3 at a time, it's because he's trying to race the Relics, right? Because his logic here is, although it looks like he's losing the game, look at the economy. Dudu's playing 1 TC. He's playing for Relics. You took 2 Relics away from him. You've had King's Pass now for several minutes. You're ahead by quite a bit. So although it looks really throwy, the fact that he's still able to sneak Relics like this is why Myriad's doing it. It was all about drawing attention to get your greed. And another thing to think about here is, like, if you're feeding units like this to your opponent, but you're still taking out Mount Samurai, then he's not killing your economy. Right? You're trading military for military in a game where you have scaling ego. It's not the worst of ideas. I'm a little bit worried the Mount Samurai count is big now, though. If Dudu just tops these guys off at home, then Myriad's going to have big problems. Sacred Sites also now being locked in, so more trickling gold for Teal. Mass Onibagisha on the way. We should be having some farmhouse drops here for this build. Yes, 1 here. Should have 1 more floating gate. Where am I blind? Do you guys see it? Wait, did he clown it? He might have clowned it. Sometimes people forget to drop the Euroshiro and they send it off. Oh, stable. Wait, no stables, forge, farmhouse. There's no 4th. 1, 2. Oh my god, yeah, he farmed it. I see this so often. It's so unfortunate. It's so easy to forget now, like, because he's not going to show up idle or anything. It might be his saving grace that the Onibagisha just pushed this away, though. When he looks back at the base now, because the Shinto's loose, he might notice it. Because this should be an extra 75 food. That's really big, missing out on that for like 2 minutes. It's 2 extra Onibagisha. Oh, almost free. All of a sudden, Myriad has very, very big problems. The only upside for him is that Dudu has done the Shinto noob. This guy right here, you're gonna know Lord of the Rings, the king who refused to like ditch the ring in the volcano. This is him. He's like, why would I destroy it? I love it. Imagine if you could Yorishiro teammates. Oh my god, dude, no, I'm not gonna go there. Where is he going? He's gonna go donate it, silly. He wants Mirai to know. He's like, look, I only have 3 Yorishiros and you're losing to this. Ha 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 ha. Mirai's like, well, that ain't very polite. Nice start here on denting him though. Like, getting rid of a few Mount Samurai goes a long way here. Considering that Mirai doesn't actually have much of a counter solution on the front line. He's just massing men at arms. He's meat grinding now. Second TC hasn't come in yet, and I'm a little bit shocked by Dudu. I don't like this. I feel like second TC would have made a lot of sense. Because the approach you're taking, like, I love this idea of Mount Samurai and Nobunagisha, but you attack. You full-on device end it. What he's doing right now is he's posturing for a main fight. It's weird, because when he had map control, if he just walled this off and then went around the flanks, Myriad would be a headless chicken right now. Not even the crispy kind. Dudu's gonna lose. Why would you say such a controversial thing, Crackety? Is Crackety about to release a video about why England is OP? Nobunagisha going in for the clash. They're trying to get to the back. Notice that he's leaking through onto the crossbows. This is big, actually. A big mistake made, Myriad! Oh, no. Starting to step back, but the Nobunagisha is so quick. Mount Samurai left behind to deal with those men-at-arms. And that flood, has it done enough here? The attack speed aura is at least there for Myriad, but this is only one tier. It's not network of citadels. Crossbow count is getting low. Men-at-arms count barely in double digits anymore. And the flood never stops. There's a tide of blue about to drown the English here. Nobunagisha getting the choke point ahead of him. Crossbows running into their death. And Myriad looking like he's about to be tapped out. Oh my god. Wait, can we just highlight how Crackety made a claim that Dudu was going to lose? Literally not 10 seconds later. There is just a full-on click to the enemy base. Oh my god. Myriad in trouble now. Eco is being targeted down. Barely any standing force to defend. A huge miss macro as well. Myriad has got so much wood and gold. Nowhere near enough food. Dudu posturing and waiting that entire time. He almost looked like the guy that got stood up. But just in the last moment, like in the movies where you're like, she's not coming. The door opens. The music begins. And then all of a sudden you realize you're in a horror movie because actually Dudu's here to murder you. Wow. Well played. Dudu, I mean, he's still only 1 TC, but at this point, Myriad really has no way of defending his economy. Instead of going for that economy, though, he goes for a special kind. Dude's like, you won't be needing these anymore. Not where you're going. You know, they don't let you take trinkets into the afterlife. We're not Egyptian. We don't believe in that. If he actually comes in with... not a chance. GG called. Patience was not there. Dudu almost looked like he'd been hung out to dry, but Myriad, when it mattered most, gave him the fight he needed. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, so like to Crackety's point, he's not entirely wrong. So the problem is that if you just stay in the base, you have choke points, right? And it's mass melee. That's the logic, right? That you're aiming for Crackety. Because then you have just enough men at arms to hold the choke points, and then he like eventually just loses. So yeah, it was it's a little bit unnecessary. Oh my god, I'm gonna clickbait my own community. SC2 Pro Micro versus AoE Micro. I'm gonna get so much shit for that thumbnail. His build may not make sense, but his micro wins it. There we go. Yeah, yikes, Crackety, dude. What? Why the blind fire, Voldy? What you got against our Dane boy? He's about to, like he's when he turns up and wins King of the North, right? I'm just gonna say it, Crackety. He would have won more lands than you. He would have won the same amount of lands in AoE as Marine Lord. Just saying. I haven't seen his channel introduction video. Wait, I don't think I have. What am I missing here? I still love how earlier, by the way, the duality of your reaction to your and Core's game being cast when you lose and his was so different. Were you here when I pointed that out, Crackety? I literally have messages from Core. Are you getting paid to cast only his wins and not his losses? Cast at least the English biz. I fucked his brain so hard. because we cast the 2 games where you won. He was so mad. Oh man. All right, let's have a look. I'm curious on this now. I haven't seen this. Dude, it was so, like, I mean, that is why, by the way, that is why that is now there. And I told him, now, I'm never casting your games again because you're rude. And this feels really good right now, but in the coming days, it's going to make you look real bad. Careful. I am a caster that is discovering influencer power. You are in danger. If you want to be safe, subscribe to my channel. That's how it works. See, Crackety's subbed. He's safe. Who is Voldemort? Wait, I haven't seen, why am I getting airwaves? No, bugger off. Dude. It's his, like, it's like channel introductory thing and it has an ad on it. Why does YouTube allow that? That's so weird. Yeah, Crackety isn't a spiteful person. He can't afford to be. He's a Byzantine main. He's one patch away from being conk free. Wait, conk 1. All right. Who is Voldemort? Yeah. All right, this is actually pretty good. I'm only a few seconds in. This is actually good. Okay, wait. All I'm going to say is, holy duck. Voldy, we need to talk. You got to learn how, like, background pop works. Use an outline. This is so hard to read. Oh, dear. Literally just white texting it would have made it easier to read. Who's that guy?
Oh, Valdemar. Oh, no.
Who's Theo Milkos? I mean, you know what? Okay, Cal shouldn't judge anyone's performances. Who else has he got? Did he miss the age up? Is he not aware of what is happening right now? For Christ's sake. Can I just say, when Dragavan eventually does his thing of this, wait, he recently found out that he, along with the rest of Denmark, are descendants of really low IQ monkeys. That one wins. Dude, that one wins. Oh. How have I not watched that before? That's bloody brilliant. Oh my god. Alright, all I'm going to say is, like, I don't know if Dragavan's here right now. I need Dragavan to do his own like stuff. And when he does his own stuff, I want him to do an intro video like that. And I guarantee nothing is going to top when I pointed out he had the biggest throw in the... I can't remember what I said in the moment. It's on the YouTube side. It was the biggest throw in the history of Age of Empires competitive. Like, I could have tapped in my grandmother, who passed away several years ago, and she wouldn't have lost that game. Oh, man. Hope Papa Smurf can come back from his timeout and realize that is a meme. Yeah, I have a feeling he might be on it now. Wait, it's not Papa Smurf, it's Papa Smurf. Get it right. God, Crackety. You could have ended up banning the wrong guy. Tomato, tomato. Wait a second. Okay, so I did. Where's Voldy now? I need some Voldy games. Who's Sassy up against? It's easy AI, no one cares. By the way, Crackety, have you tried Siege Tower clown carring recently? Because I know you thought Chuginu clown carring was OP. You know Siege Tower clown carring is 10 times better, right? It's freaking disgusting. Did you catch the Dragavan games where he done it? That crap is ridiculous. It's not that good. What are you on about, dude? You can raid eco insanely fast. Okay, you can't put as many units in, but like you put enough that you'll one-hit villages, right? And you move faster. You know what I'm hearing, Crackety? Jesus, no wonder you didn't win IEM and StarCraft. Just get more APM. Build more. God. You need a micro 3 of those. I'll tell you what, actually. Like, I would love to see that from our highest APM gamer. Just build 3 siege towers and drive around the base. Gotta be more efficient. Gotta get more doses. Oh no. So, wait, what I'm hearing, Crackety, is next game, Iobid's Tower of the Sultan. Am I correct? Chat, does that sound correct? That's Crackety promising us a Tower of the Sultan clown car game. I actually think there might be something, by the way, to Tower of the Sultan villager pulls. Because you can just keep repairing and shooting, right? I actually legit think that might be something. Alright, so Louis in private games. Give me a sec, I can have a look here. And see what we've got. Louis started privating his data, by the way. Ha 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 ha! Nice try. So, anyway. We watched Lucifron versus the Chinese player earlier. There's another one of those, or would you guys like Felisberto versus Lucifron? I'm warning you, if we do Felisberto, it's gonna be Cataphracts, and it's gonna be a system of the first hill. Like 95% likelihood. Alternatively, let me have a look at Voldemar. Let's see what we've got. Voldemar had a game... Oh, wait, no, we watched that one. That's the Louis one. Yeah, we watched that one. Voldy did have some Lash games as well. Phil on the first hill? Oh, no. Why have you put that in my head? I feel like Felisberto is always a little bit late to the party. I mean, not really, Crackety. It's more like... It's more like there's a party going on at a different location and everyone gave him the wrong address. Because he's doing System in the First Hill. You know? With Cataphract. And no one thought that was a good idea. No one. But there's a real party going on down the street in Golden Tower Central. Divine did that day one for like 50 games in a row. Yeah, but it wasn't good. He genuinely believes it's going to be good. If you talk to Philly, he's convinced, dude. He's like fanatic right now. He's like, yeah, this is the best thing since Swiss cheese. And everyone's like, I don't know if Swiss cheese is that good. That one the highest win rates per business time, close to 50%. And it would have been 60% too if it wasn't for those goddamn water hybrid maps, I'm telling you. Oh, God. All right. Let me see. Wait, did Dimmu play? Because I didn't check Dimmu's profile since he went off. Did Dimmu play some 1v1s today? Maybe Typhoon Tim has something for us? Probably not. Nah, Dimmu's hard on that free-for-all grind right now. He's loving it. I'm just looking at who else we've got that was playing in the last few hours. We only cast like one Killjadi game today, right? That's unusual for me. I feel like on average we cast 2 to 3 games. Maybe Killjadi? I like Killjadi. Killjadi is so fun to watch. Even when he's trying to be greedy or boomy, there's a weird twist. So... we've got... who's this Chinese player? A Chinese name from Germany. Is that Avali? Maybe Kraken knows. Ranked 44 account. Germany, they were ranked 113th before and ranked 125th. They started in Season 5. Oh, is that Ravane again? Oh, dude. Yeah, let's watch some Ravane. Ravane versus Killjadi sounds fun. I don't think we've cast Ravane in like 2+ weeks. Did we already cast Marine Lord versus Anatad? No, because we can't. Because their data is privated. So it's impossible. I do find that slightly comedial, considering that Marine Lord literally streamed the games. And I think Anatan did too. So, let me get this game up. Who did we say it was? Killjadi, right? Let's go to him. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, that does make it a bit comical in my mind. So... I don't think it was Lipany. It was... where are you? There we go. English versus HRE. HRE Imber matchup, by the way. Very good matchup for HRE. Unlosable, dare I say. However, we are on Cliffside, so whoops. I don't know. I think the new King build has kind of changed it a bit. It's a little bit better. Ooh. Sorry, I just quickly got to check a message. Okay, no panic. I can respond to that later. All right, deeper in the night we go, folks. Whoop, whoop. Well, I haven't checked in on this guy in a while, so as soon as Cracky remind me who he was, I had to give it a look. We've got Ravane over here, ranked 44th in the world, going up against Killjadi, who I believe is still in the top 10. And an interesting matchup, actually. HRE versus the English. This is a matchup that is biased heavily towards the HRE. Has been for a while, but there's a few asterisks here. One, the new English build has given a little bit of rejuvenation to the HRE English matchup. Two, we are on Cliffside of all maps, a map where actually Lombos can be quite dominant. I think the former detail matters a lot more, though. HRE may be looking very powerful in Feudal right now, but this King detail is still leading to quite free second TCs that even the HRE don't dare to dive. Ravane playing, surely it's not going to be mass infantry. Is that all he ever does? I mean, he's crackety, chill. Dude, he's playing HRE. It's the 4th month of 2024. What else is there to do but build infantry? That's all you need. Especially on Cliffside. I mean, look how close the enemy base is. There's nothing else you need. How's the sheeple looking to begin with as well? So it looks like it's actually even Stevens 10 apiece. What's better, HRE Men-at-Arms or English Men-at-Arms? HRE Men-at-Arms. Like, it's actually not even close. If you have the attack speed on your side, it's a bit closer, but you're still out-ecoed. So unless you're playing long Feudal with 2 TC versus 1 TC HRE, ain't got a chance in hell. And I feel like trying to get away with 2 TC long Feudal as English isn't going to work. Because by the time you start to feel like you're getting value out of that second TC, HRE should have quite the substantial lead. And even the attack speed difference, like, you know, with the March drills, I feel like the issue you have is really HRE doesn't really have a reason to dive your base to end the game. HRE usually feels very dominant against English because English end up being the ones who have to come to you. It's why historically, whenever it's in HRE versus English, as long as the HRE player isn't being a greedy mother ducker, They just build double, triple archery range and spam you. And because the extra marching drills movement speed, they gap close straight away. Like, I have literally watched games on this map where players have built men-at-arms and lombos, and the enemy has just built archers. And they just walk past. They just slide on through. Sorry, let me put the correct voice on that. Just slide on through. Just going on through all the way up through. And they ignore the men-at-arms and take out the lombo. And then they just kite out the men-at-arms. Like, marching drills. Said it many years ago, and I'm going to stand by it to this very day. The most OP statistic in AoE 4 is movement speed. Movement speed is king of the castle. And that's what's making HRE seem so absurd right now, in combination with a 40% buffed economy at Feudal Point. So let's see how Killjadi's going to dent it. Abbey of Kings is on the way. Let's hit the 2 times, though, because there's not really going to be any aggro until we see an age up at least coming out. Final Scout Hall is going to be 12 sheep to 10, and it looks like Killjadi is going for the 2 TC build. So I don't think his goal here is to prolong Feudal. His goal is to get towards Castle. The cool thing actually about 2TC that I like is in the event that the HRE is going to rush Castle Age here, you can move villages out to wall off the relics because you have 2TC, you can afford it. It's actually a big popular play for Roos and why Roos is very good against castle rushing games, because in the castle rushing games, they go 2 TC, so they have extra eco, and then in their case, they have 4 or 5 power stables that are never getting broken through. So they just wall off the relics, and I've never seen HRE play sadder than when they're in those matchups. And that is the exact matchup we're getting. All right, this guy subscribes to the old school gameplay style. Yeah, not gonna lie, I like Killjadi's position here. The other thing that makes this build really good against fast castle HRE isn't just the flexibility of sending villagers out, it's this king. This king is not going to be answered straight away. You're going to tech up and have to wait 35 seconds to get an answer to him out in the form of knights. In that time, this king can kill a prelate, even 2. And you need to send prelates out before you tech up, right? That's the way you do this. So, very grim outlook in the next 2 minutes right now for purple. Teal, of course, is nowhere near going for Castle Age themselves. They've only just got the second TC online. But the more you dent these prelate timings, the more worthless the Castle Age, the more hollow it becomes. King might even think about diving a bit here. He pulled most of the villagers that were next to the TC. I guess he doesn't want to go for it. I think it would have been worth it here, actually. Killjadi could have dove in. Idled the villagers, came back out before they get in range. But I think his thought process here is, just in case of the follow-up knight, he wants to be ready so he doesn't just get killed straight away. Archery range is now on the way. What? Okay, that is quite peculiar. I was not expecting archery ranges here, but I guess it's the logic is what? Is he going to go king? No. I was about to say, is he going to go for the King's Palace? Because I can't think of any other reason you prep archery ranges this early. When you know that your opponent's going to go knights, right? Because you can't contest him in mid-map. Like, spears would have at least made sense. Because you can block him out. Meantime, though, well, you look at that. King, very good against HRE. Yeah, little tip when you're playing HRE. Play Feudal. I actually think the way you play this matchup is you play Feudal. So first prelate goes down. That's already expensive, considering that he did... What? Pull the... Oh my god, he pulled the Arcan prelate. So I used to be full efficiency police on this and say that you want to use the first prelate and then replace him with the second one. But because he lost the first, he's not replacing it, right? On top of that, the reason this is a bad idea... Don't know if you guys knew this, but the prelate buff doesn't reapply every second. It does. It has an internal clock. When it runs out, it rejuvenates the buff. So you can either be 5% into that full 30 seconds, or you can be 90% in. If you're 90% in, you get out, you walk 2 steps, and you've lost the buff. And there's no way you can tell, unless you keep track of the clock perfectly. That's right, guys. Kings don't get converted. But they do get converted to the afterlife. Dun, dun. It's pretty rough right now. Like, you've been in Castle Age for, what, minute and a half? Almost 2 minutes? You haven't got a single relic. This is a really rough position. You've got Teal guarding with longbows in the center. Love the fact he's setting up palings to make it harder for the knight to arrive in. But sadly, 3 longbows shouldn't be good enough here. It's still a huge delay, though. And Killjadi, although he's not going to be reaching up into Castle Age for the next 2 minutes at least, he has slowed his opponent down. Paling's even getting some decent value here. As actually, instead of going around, Purple decided to go through. I'm not the biggest fan of the way that Purple done that. That was unnecessary damage. The reason that's a problem now is if you try to dive the enemy TC, English arrow fire is insane from town centers. Remember, they do double fire. It's like having a mini keep. Rax is now coming in as well. This is Ravane, guys. Purple is Ravane. They are a player from Germany. They basically play, I think it's like 2 or 3 civs primarily. And from the early comments, you may be able to ascertain that they're quite infamous for spamming infantry. So, being on horseback is a new experience. Oh, sorry, they're from Saudi Arabia. Yes, sorry, that's right. You reminded. Was Ral from Saudi Arabia as well, Crackety? Ravane was the Saudi Arabian player that typically played like 2 or 3 civs, right? Was Ral from Saudi as well? I'm trying to remember where Ral was from. Because I think I sometimes get Ral and Ravane mixed up. Okay, you don't know about Ral. How do you not know everything, Crackety? How? So Mass Spear's coming in. Killjadi is now setting up the outpost, so he should start to kind of prioritize towards castle here. I don't feel like he really denied much away from Purple in terms of relics. Like, what I mean by that is, yes, he did slow it down, but when you consider where he's at and what he's building, I'm not sure he's really setting himself up to deny the others. That's why I like to see this. This is a lot better, because if you build spears and archers and spread across the map like this, you're going to die to knights and men-at-arms. This allows you to condense yourself to one location with the army, while the others get walled in. This is what I wanted to see earlier. That may be a little bit too close to the wall. If Purple notices this, he should be able to walk around to this side and pick up the relic through the wall. Abba can play a lot of different matchups very well. Not just HRE, actually. If you guys are struggling with Ibids, I think Abbasids now beats Ibids. The 2TC tweak is just so good. You can even go Culture Wing to catch up with the Ibids. It's really, really strong. So you go Culture Wing and then Melee Wing. Because you get 2 Camel Riders, which counters out Camel Lancers. It's actually insanely powerful. Prelate is going to try to get Q and not going to be able to find the value for it. So it looks like Ravane should end up losing this Prelate. Not even reacted to it right now, because in the meantime, it looks like he's been dove in the main. Men-at-Arms are going to reveal. So this is the point where it's a little bit tricky for Killjadi. Farms aren't really there, right? He's got barely 1 farm cluster together, so he can't rush towards castle. You can always proxy House of Wisdom. Faye, that's incorrect. If you watch Dragavan's games, you'd understand that you do not proxy House of Wisdom. You proxy your second TC next to the enemy base. Noob. Level 2 Undermesh on the way. So yeah, the longer Killjadi stays here, the worse it gets. Now he's... Wait, I just realized Killjadi is basically playing HRE. He's just building spears. And weirdly enough, it's kind of working, especially because Purple's overreacting. What I don't like is that he's chasing with Knights. These Knights should be heading to the enemy base right now. You have 6 of them. Let the Men-at-Arms chase the spears. Ay. I'm actually getting more and more convinced that Killjadi's up for the win here. There's a burn through attempt on the Palisade, but unfortunately Spearman Archers arrived quick enough. But the other problem I'm seeing in this game, like, Purple only has 2 relics. Killjadi has a 16 eco lead, and it's growing because he's finding extra little chip damage here and there. Wow. I mean, Spearman do get mopped up, but if Purple doesn't make straight for the enemy base, I'm worried. If they do this typical thing HRE players do, where they look across at the map, and then they go, ooh, shiny! Then they're going to lose. You can't focus on the relics at this point. You need to get some eco damage done. Because otherwise, the English castle timing and the damage they do at the first 2 minutes is going to be too high. Looks like that's where we're heading. Should be White Tower coming in as well. He's already got the perfect position between the 2 TCs, which basically protects the farms as well as the main wood line. Abba and your MMR still usually spam TCs. No, you do that in every elo. You don't build 15 of them. White Tower now on the way. Spearman idling up an insane amount of eco here. Wow, I have so many questions right now. Ravane was trying to play onto the deer and the boar instead of just settling for more farms here, which is so dangerous as the HRE, right? In a game where you're focusing on getting more relics, like, just rely on static defenses. Playing pocket resources just feels like a quicker way of dying. Out of time achieved, but Killjoy already has enough gold for any upgrades he chooses. And not many knights diving in here. White Tower is definitely going to complete. At that stage, these men-at-arms can't hang around. So tech up complete. And all of a sudden, you find yourself 17 villages behind the enemy. Yes, there's a lot of idle time here, but you just see why the English are so obnoxious. Between the White Tower and the TC Fire, even with the extra ranged armor, these men-at-arms can't last long. Crossbows immediately queued up by Killjoy from the double archer range. This is getting better and better for him. Purple still hasn't got the final 2 relics. They aren't rushing him either. They're adding more men-at-arms and knights in. It's going to feel really bad to hear me say this, but legitimately from Ravain's position, his best option is to rush Imp. I think you just take these knights, you idle the farms, you waste Killjoy's time, short wall on the ramp, and tech. Because I'm not really seeing how you're going to outmass Killjoy now. You can talk about Ark and Chapel buff all you want. I got Kraken in the chat, so he's going to tell me how broken it is. But I think Kraken is a smart lad. He'll even agree at this stage. You start to get eclipsed by the English with this lead. Their farms are 20%. 25, actually, at this stage. So that's almost 3/4 of what you get from Archon on your farms. But those are cheaper. They can build more of them. The wood line is now starting to reach to a point where it becomes less efficient around the Archon. The gold isn't going to last forever here. You know, at that stage, this whole buff the HRE gets starts to disappear. It's why if you think about the old school water maps, the HRE basically were very, very powerful, but they had to win in like 20 minutes. If they didn't win in 20 minutes, the wood line was gone, and they had nothing left, right? They were just a normal civ. Triple archer range is... It's a way of playing the game, for sure. It's a very intriguing way of playing the game. So the problem you now have is like White Tower can build mangonels. So switching into archers, it makes sense against crossbows, but Killjoy can just play a defensive format here. I don't think he has to rush out. Monks are now being produced, so he's going to take those 2 relics away. If these archers were earlier, I'd understand it because you'd be blocking the relics, but you're not. Like if you check Purple's vision on the map, he's roaming around a little bit with the knights, but there isn't really a blocker force in place. And no, this is not Louis, this is Ravain. He's a player from Saudi Arabia. Highest ranked player from Saudi. I think actually he might be the highest ranked player in the Middle East. Not sure how many high ranking Middle East players there are, but you know, it's a flex. How does Purple make this work? If they set up a Siege Workshop forward and go for Trebs, they can maybe break the base. What worries me a little bit here is, you know, they are just going for a fight that would happen in the mid-map. But once again, like, why would Killjoy ever take that fight? This is the thing that I think really tilts people about English. It's why, while I'm happy they've got new builds, I'm sad that a lot of those builds are still, look at me now, defend until I'm stronger. Because Network of Castles just makes it so hard to contest. Right? Like, despite this military lead he's got, when he walks into a White Tower, it changes. I actually think White Tower needs to be nerfed. The more I'm seeing it, the more I'm feeling like his damage output is a bit too high. It could probably be 11 or 10 damage per arrow and still be good. Either that or the production's a bit too much. But I at least like the production because it's kind of like a mini Yorishiro float and gate effect, and I like those type of design choices, where there's like quick pivots available. But like compared to Floating Gate, it's kind of insane if you think about it, right? Because it's a double production of everything. You can build whatever you want. You can build siege, you can build ranged units, you can build racks units, you can build stables units. At least a Japanese player to do all those things, it would take them 8 minutes into their castle age. You can do it straight away. Killjoy not even actually using it for the crossbow mass, right? Just using it to get the Knight Raiders together. Wall's now coming up. I mean, hell, you already, you walled that tiny little square. You might as well do the rest, right? Alright, guys. Ones, if you think Killjoy's got this. Twos, if the Middle East is OP. I mean, it's a big army. Somehow that's a scarier army. Crossbows with attack speed. Killjadi just needs to reach the choke point. Purple. Okay, now you see the weakness of the army. Oh, good! You've got swords! Queue up. We are England. We really like our queues. If you'd like to just queue right here. Yep, one by one, guys. Yep, right. No. Don't push. Form an orderly queue. Screw this. I'm out of here. Oh, no. I mean, this dive in. Now it gets hard. You've reached the white tower. You've reached the choke points. All Killjadi needs to do is back up. He's got you hook, line, and sinker, right? Knights, in the meantime, have dragged the attention of the mass men-at-arms to the flank. So you're losing all the squishy units. This is optimal. It means the count is going down quicker. And it means afterwards the crossbows can win out. Dude, this is vicious. I can't believe Purple fell for this. This is like the most classic trap ever an English player can set for you. Hey, look, you see that big castle? Yeah, what about it? Your mum! What did you say? He's chasing us. Purple about to lose the military lead. I mean, this is over now. It's a 3-2 relic split. That's not good enough when you're 30 villages behind and you just threw away that much army. He's got a lot of farms to work with, but gold is now going to become a problem because he's trying to switch into crossbows, right? He's got the gold vein at the back, sure. He's got 1.2k here as well. The gold problem is that you're not stopping Killjadi. Look at what he's doing. Armor-clad, gold being saved up. This is Imperial Age. And then a very brain-dead easy win. And, you know, you can make your choices here. You can go Footman, you can go Rangers. Either one will break it. However, if Killjadi does happen to build a Berkshire, I'm going to throw a mouse at him. Dude, I'm on a mission right now. We're going to educate people. Berkshire is old school. Be new school. God, that sounded obnoxiously hipster, which wasn't my intent. Ah, sure, I don't care. No, that can be my intent. Outpost scroll continue. Spearman. Not really going to dent this anymore. There we go. Of course Killjadi's going to build Wingard. Do you guys doubt Killjadi? My boy knows how to win. Alright? You know why we call him the Finn? You'd think it's because he's finished. It's not. It's because he knows how to finish his opponents off. So it's like a French person like Finn, like the end. Ranked 13th in the world for a reason. Did you guys know that this guy finished 3rd place in Season 6? Woo! Force to be reckoned with. Is Finn Spanish Finn? I swear I've seen that on like French movies as well. Footman now being queued up straight away. And the problem is, the HRA at this point needs men-at-arms, and they don't have them. Mango shots coming in with the attack speed aura, and a castle going up. If Purple lets this go up, I think this is over. That network of castles aura is going to extend towards the farmlands, and you're going to be an entire age behind. Yeah, this feels a bit misplayed by Ravane. You know, the interesting thing is I think that Killjadi was a little bit overzealous in his blockers in the early phase. He built a lot of spearmen. Those lombos in the center didn't really do much. But for me, the critical blunder came from Purple, multiple points. The lack of diving consistently with Knights as you had flank control was weird to me. He became way too fixated on the final 2 relics. The other detail that really stuck out was that dive we just saw. Didn't make sense. We mentioned quite a while ago, like, Imperial rushed makes a lot more sense here because it recovers the eco lead. But now you're in a stage where you're very blatantly going into Imperial. Your opponent could easily read that. And at this stage, Killjadi's economy lead is so big that even if you recover Palace of Swabia, Killjadi is going to be at max pop by the time you do so. So you get no value in... Oh, what the... Can we refund it? Can we... Please? This is bold. Do you know why they call it L's back? Because you wish you could go back in time when you built it. I feel like this year, I've watched a lot of HRE, and I can count on one hand the amount of games where L's back looked good. when it looks good, it looks broken. My worries is this is not a game where it can look broken. I don't think your economy is big enough to now back this. It's going to try anyway, though. Upgrade starting to come through. Network of Castle's aura is going to be there. Mango shots coming to the choke point. A big hit there. Horseman at least able to clear it up. The crossbowman elite status is on the way in just 20 seconds. Spearmen are going to overwhelm the front line. But the footmen are coming, guys. And they swing hard. Remember, these units are already elited up, and they have enough ranged armor to tank the Elsbach for you. I mean, it's cool, right? Like, it's keeping them alive to an extent, but what was the cost here? Practically every spearman just flopping dead. He has at least got enough crossbowmen to hold for the time being, but considering where the military army counts were to where they are now, and then the economy difference here, I don't feel like I've ever seen a player with less than 70... No. I don't think I've seen a player in the last year, at least of HRE high-level play, with less than 90 villages go for Elsbach. Maybe on a water map? But this... Trev's now coming. I mean, really, he could just bombard this down. The reason why Killjody's not bombarding it is potentially your opponent could just drop a relic here. He has got 3 of them. That's the weirdest part to me, by the way. He's not even dropping the relic, which makes me hate it more. If he at least drops the relic, he inflates the armor and the damage output as well as the range, right? And that's usually what makes Elsbach look kind of broken, is having the damage reduction influence plus the extra armor. Makes it feel unkillable. Why not Elsbach? Because people like to win games. You're giving up your way of recovering your economy. Why not Elsbach? Because here's the thing. If you build Palace of Swabia, you get a lot of these. And these let you build more of these. And these move. This is not Mongol made. It doesn't move. And now, oh god, now this is like the worst way to go for a Ravane. Choosing to fight away from the Elsbach into the attack speed aura. I mean, the upside for him at least is Killjoy doesn't have network of citadels. The downside is he has 26 footmen. And those footmen's feet are about to go firmly up your ass here. Purple down to 33 military, 58 for Killjoy. Trebuchet is now sieging the Elsbach. And GG is immediately called. Ravane kind of looked like he lost any sort of semblance of a plan in the second half of the game. Killjoy stays the course and shows you Wingard OP. Wingard OP. HRE doesn't want to be in the game anymore. Yeah, like, you know, good guy Ravane. Wait, no, actually, no, bad guy Ravane. He's trying to get them buffed. Son of a... We should have known. Careful. I know we have a mod called Meat Grinder, but saying meat grinded. You can connect the dots. I just feel like I can hear the oh yeah music playing. Pax Britannia? I don't know why I said that in almost a Scottish accent in the second part, but yes. Okay. So, let's have a look and see. Have we got some other games? Who's Myriad up against? Don't mind having your meat grinder from time to time. Remind me to not buy you a blender for Christmas. Who's Kiss Kiss? Wait, is Myriad doing the fast imp build? This is a rank 39th account. He wouldn't. This is Cat. I mean, I kind of want it. Do we praise? Blessings upon the fast imp build? Chant it with me now. One's in chat. We must channel it so Myriad hears us across the ether. Delhi, fast, Imperial. it would be bold. He is up against Kiss Kiss, a.k.a. 3D Cat on the HRE. This guy's ranked 39th in the world right now. No pushover. Myriad, of course, is up there as well. I'd actually say these two are very fairly matched in terms of skill right now. Myriad is doing really well for himself, though. He's 25th on the leaderboard in the world. That's respectable. And this is a guy that like has been continuously improving. Did you guys know that Myriad was a gold player? No cap. Season 1, he was gold. Season 2, he was plat. By Season 3, he was born as a conch. And since then, in Season 4 and beyond, he has maintained a top 150 finish each season. Last season was a 79th finish, and now he's already looking like he's going to have his best finish by the end of Season 7. And how do we get there, guys? How do we get that type of win rate? We lose to Fast Imp, like he did the other day. Then we learn the Fast Imp. I feel like I know I'm baiting us, but I want it so badly here. He's the people's champion? Dude, like him and him and Anatan, rather, like they both do that, right? Because I think wasn't Anatan very low rank in the early days? I'm pretty sure he was. Anachad, who's now 23rd in the world. Let's have a look. Yeah, so he was actually a diamond in Season 1. Not bad. Then immediately went to 62nd place in Season 2. Okay, he's not a good example. Yeah, we get it, Anna. You're good. Get out of here. So, HRE Delhi, if it's not going to be Memology 101 with the dirty fast imp build, then actually this is a matchup that I think is a little bit more 50-50 these days. And what is up, Tej Top? Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to Swarm, buddy. Cat going HRE? Yeah, but like actually no, Crackety. Cat doesn't know that HRE is OP because like Cat... okay, I may have... And I need to apologize in advance. I may have just put us into something bad. What I mean by that is, you know how the other day we kind of teased Zerton for having long games? Last time I checked Cat's data, he has the longest average out of like anyone I'd looked at. His games are so absurdly long. Like I actually think, like, Crackety, didn't you have like an 80-minute game against him recently? You can speak to this. This guy seems cozy in the late game. That's because Cat never surrenders. Oh yeah, dude, we're doing full like World War II, like not one step back strategies here with Cat. I've seen it time and time again. It's crazy as well because while he doesn't ever surrender, he's also quite relentless. I've seen so many games where he just full on sends it non-stop. Myriad on the other side is a little bit more balanced in that regard. If the game is over, the game is over. Tower Victory coming in. Now that we're looking at more kind of established approach, if this is going to be a fast castle build for HRE, I think it can be decent for Delhi. However, if this is a long feudal, I actually don't think the HRE are that bad. Delhi can outplay them, especially with Ghazi spam in the right location and the right timing and archer transition. But I feel like at the moment I'm seeing some very interesting Men-at-Arms archer openings from HRE straight away that do seem to set the Delhi back a bit. You like 2TC in this matchup? Yeah, no, I agree. I think it works really well. Because, like, you take, what, an initial defensive format against Ghazi, you add a few spears in, you force him to go archers, and then you can just start spamming Men-at-Arms and archers later on. That's not a bad idea. The interesting thing is, although the Delhi archers are better, it's the extra movement speed plus the extra economy to get them. And it makes sense why usually HRE and Feudal leans archers. I mean, one, archers just feel insanely strong right now in Feudal. But the other reason is, if you think about the Arcane value, what is the resource you can have most of in its influence? When you build them, sure, farms, infinite food, but it's wood. It's wood by a landslide. There's just so much wood on a tree line. I can't remember what the exact number is, because I think someone just like figured it out before. They counted trees. I can't believe someone counted trees, but if I remember correctly, it's something like 6,000 to 8,000, somewhere in that range. Is that correct? Because 10's 1,500, right? So that's like 10. It's 3,000. Yeah, I think it's something like 6,000 plus. It's a lot of wood. It's an insane amount of wood. And you can usually buff the practically the entire line, right? So let's say, let's put safe reserve 6,000 wood. 6,000 wood, 50 per archer. You see where I'm going with this. That's 1,200 archers. This makes no sense to you? Yeah. So the only reason this makes sense to me is if he's rushing castle. But because Kiss Kiss, aka Cat, is adding in Horseman, I agree it's getting weird. Typically, guys, like the idea of what Crack's talking about, like you add in the Prelate, if you need the gold that badly, like how many villages are you going to put in the gold right now? Even if this is an all-in feudal play, you're going to max out at like probably 8 villages to gather gold for Men-at-Arms ban. So why is the Archon that important? Versus the Wood that is admittedly being buffed, but now the second lumber camp makes you suboptimal. So you have a hard choice to make. You either have your villagers run all the way back to keep the buff, or you lose the buff. And that means that you now can't scale archers. So you're kind of stuck Men-at-Arms and spears. I don't like that because I think Delhi can just scale archers and beat you now. In fact, we've already got the archer range coming in. Double blacksmiths as well. Make him run. That's true. I mean, these villagers are not going to get fat, right? Although I think their backs may give out before then, between wheelbarrow and the push carts. It's a lot of carrying. So Murad in the meantime. Actually, I'm just going to question this. How does someone carry that much without wheelbarrow anyway? Like, if you don't have wheelbarrow, how are you going to carry 10 logs? This must be tiny logs. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm being conned because that looks more like 7 logs. Twigs, should I say. Well, twigs are being put to good use. Archers coming out. We have got archery range with, yeah, increased production with the military efficiency. So we'll be ramping up pretty quickly there. I actually like that they've done this. They've scaled down the Ghazi count. Typically at this stage, we usually see Delhi players with double production. I think that would be a mistake here because your opponent's already shown spears, right? Archers is your win condition because if you get enough of them, even the horsemen aren't going to win. And what worries me right now is that Cat is very late to a blacksmith. Okay, this makes everything even more puzzling to me. To come back to Crackly's point, because it was a very fair one, just build a second Prelate for the gold. Now you've moved down to Deer as well. So now the second Prelate would have made even more sense, because the Archon is already at a point where, look at what's happening to the buff. It's just about holding on. But once you go a little bit deep, I think it's like an extra tree, you're going to start to lose the buff in the tail end, right? So I don't like this. Farm's coming in. If the age goes long enough, it's good for him. But remember, we've only now reached the point where Mira's starting to inflate his eco. Sacred sites are being captured, so although it may deceptively look like the H3 is in a good position, keep in mind that's simply because Delhi haven't taken the eco win yet. Horseman Spinman moving out in the meantime to decap. Ghazi is going to scout this, so Mira now knows where the army is. Looks like he's diving in, though. Could even get himself a free sheep. No. He's like, villager! Oh, it's a sheep. Be honest, who's done that in the past? You're like, what's that shadow? Kill it. Oh. Kill a sheep. What did that sheep ever do to me? The good news about H3's comp here is like they move faster, right? So they can snipe reinforcements. The bad news is if they take a direct fight right now, I don't see how Kiss Kiss wins that. The Ghazi count is the same as your horseman count, but Ghazi are just better. They are much better. They move the same speed. They have 3 more damage. They have 15 more health, but here's the crazy part. The balance point is meant to be they have similar DPS due to attack speed differences. They do not have similar DPS. There's just way too much movement in fights like this, right? Because you'll attack and move away and attack and move away. You'll never be seeing an attack speed advantage, especially when it's just 0.25. All right, 0.25 attack speed difference is like, you know when you say you're taller than a person, but you know you're being petty because you're like 3 centimeters taller than them. That's what that attack speed difference is. Someone has been personally hit by that. They're like, I told my brother I was taller. Technically, I was correct. But deep down, I knew I was petty. The rest of these stats aren't petty, though. And the tech lead isn't petty either. You're already seeing, what, we're going to have 3 techs versus 1 right now? It's kind of problematic, actually, because the Ghazi pack quite the wallop. And now you don't even have the insulated helms. And on top of that, Village is running out! Oh, wow. Well, Cat should be lucky if he only loses 3 there. Should have been all 5. And you just see how hard these archers hit. That's the difference Steeled Arrow makes. No Undermesh, still has to wait for that. In the meantime, 3 Sacred Sites now locked in. Myriad's game looking quite cushy, if I do say so. Cat, you do not want to know the judgmental face I've got right now. HRE boys want one thing. They dream of one thing. They think of one thing. And although in some ways he's right now, he should have done it not right now, but probably 2 minutes ago. If this was the goal, if this was the play. Because now, Myriad's army is big enough to dive you when you do that tech up. And he will kill 8, 9 villages and force a fight that you can't win. This is tough. Like, looking back at it, I'm wondering, were the Horsemen really that good for Cat? Maybe, but not with the way he played them. He went for a decap, didn't really follow through. He didn't ever go for a raid. My take on Horsemen is they can be an S tier unit, but you have to use them to make them an S tier unit. They're not an S tier unit by existing. They're not great bombards. Yeah, I'm throwing shade at Ottomans. More nurse, please. They have to do things. And they have to be very careful about where they find the fights. They are situationally S tier. They're situationally S tier because they can snipe vision, right? They're the only unit that can take scouts out, chase them down. They're situationally S tier because they can raid eco. They can block retreats in fights. They can choose the way they engage in ways that simply other units can't due to their movement speed. You have to use them for that purpose. And to be honest with you, Cat hasn't done that at all. Tech Up's now coming out, but look at the difference here. Myriad is going to beat him to the punchline, and if I'm not mistaken, Myriad should be on standby here, right? Because this could be the type of game where you just yoink all the relics away. He's already moving out for a few of them. Central relic, right side relic. Left side is going to be guarded by the archers. Tech Up complete first, and Cat is in trouble. Ghazi being pulled back to deal with the Horsemen. Army's already camping the center. I actually think he should be moving elsewhere. Myriad has been a little bit slow on reacting to this. I actually think this is a lot of wasted time. But he's finally starting to get on the move. So 2 relics being picked up already. He should really be parking himself here. This is a really good position to be in on the left side. Because there's no way your opponent's going to flow over. And at that stage, this could easily be a 5 relic game. Myriad seems to be getting distracted though. Instead, he's trying to protect that win condition on the Sacred Sites. I don't think that's necessary here. If you get 5 relics, that is your real win condition here. Instead, it looks like Cat is going to be able to pull one back. Yeah, and that's the little bit of a whoopsie, right? Is if Myriad pulled just 2 Ghazi and walked over here originally, I actually don't think this relic goes home. Instead, it looks like he's going to settle for 4. Still a really good position to find yourself in, though. Sacred Site timer also still ticking down, by the way. And Lancers are finally hitting the field. Meanwhile, Cat has yet to really build anything new to the comp. He's sticking on the men-at-arms. He's upgraded them into veterancy, but Lancers will beat that. Trey comes in. Oh, this is terrible as well. It's kind of rough, right? Like, the Spearmen are getting sniped down, and the Ghazi actually aren't that bad at matching up against the men-at-arms at this stage. They'll lose the fight in equal numbers, but it doesn't really feel that way. Archery veterancy is still a minute away. But the count doesn't really impress me. It's 12 men-at-arms versus a force double the size, and Lancers are starting to shuffle on in. War's also going up the flanks just to try and lock in that Sacred Site victory condition. Men-at-arms are going to be pulled off to go for the decap. But I think even just 1 troop down here is a mistake. And you see it, Cat immediately realizes he's outnumbered, gets a bit too close to the sun, does get burned for it. And his numbers are deceptive here, right? 11 troops in total, but the collective HP of about 7 units. You can't win this fight now. Decap's at least going to come through, but honestly, with 4 relics looking lightly for Myriad, with a compound defender build, I actually don't think his win condition is Sacred Site anymore. It's just eco-inflation. This is so expensive out of Cat. He has got farms behind this, sure. And, you know, if this was a map with scarce resources, I'd say this is bad for Myriad. But the reality is this is a map where he's got extra berries, right? We're playing on Lipany. He's got plenty of runway out of the map. And the other thing is when you play up against the HRE, you get more runway. Because they won't play flank resources, right? They'll condense like they have. So instead of it being half berries each way, all of a sudden you're on a map where you've got like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is it 9 or 10? I think it's 10, right? 10 berry patches for you. Oh, Cat. Agent Prelate on a mission right now. Myriad? I mean, he did scout this, so he there's no way. Guys, here's the problem. Wait, no, guys, we know it. He just needs to walk over, he needs to drop the relic on the side of the wall, and then another prelate comes and pick. No! Well, the plan was good. Alright, one relic, sad boy. Imperial is on the way, though. Myriad should just get ready to dive, right? You could potentially go for a Sacred Site victory, right? Keep drop coming in on the left side. Recap in the center and on the east. He's gathering enough stone to go for a second keep drop here. And then you just kind of guard this area. This could actually work. It's 10 minutes wait time, so you're giving HRE 10 minutes of imp. But with Village Fortresses about to complete, if you're up to 3 keeps, you have the same amount of villager production as your opponent, right? So you're not behind. Only on top of that, you're going to have 4 relics, 3 sacred sites, which is a lofty sum of gold as the Delhi, right? That ends up being 695 gold a minute. So tech up complete, power swap in the way, but the power swap is okay. In the kindest way possible. This is how I've seen bronze players build their landmarks. It is a funky build, but the reason is that like Cat has no room. He's literally boxed himself into a corner. He built it there because he didn't want to get dove, because he knew his army was smaller, right? Because he lost the men at arms. So he done this so that if he gets dove, it's least likely he gets sniped here. But now you have a really subpar Pass of Swabia in the middle of nowhere. There's like no resources nearby. So there's a lot of wasted walk time with initial production. Sacred Site's now locked in. Myriad, does he try to dive? It's tricky, right? Against the HRE, they have very strong defenses. E-repairs makes it hard to break those defenses. So if Myriad wants to try and dent the base, he's going to need to get into some siege. He could go imp himself. It's just he's not there yet. Typically, if you want to go imp, you have to go up to close to 20 scholars. Otherwise, your research rates suck. And right now, we only have 8 scholars for Myriad. So what's more likely here is a max out of pop and then a push into the base. You have at least got heavy maces, right? Yeah, no two-handeds, though. Trev's now on the way. What I'd love to see actually out of Myriad is a keep drop here. At this point, I'm kind of like, screw the sacred sites. If you go for a keep drop on his stone and set up a siege workshop behind, you have a push power, right? And as it stands with the state of Cat's economy, he's not going to quickly repel that. Because even if he decides to get culverins to snipe you, your army's way too big. Like right now, if you just sent the Lancers in alone to fight this army, the Lancers would win. Would be a good defense if you have one more relic? Yeah, because you basically could upgrade this outpost with a cannon. And then you'd upgrade one of these outposts with a cannon. Instead, he basically protects his wood line, his food. He doesn't protect his gold. And this is not a good gold generation game for the HRE with 1 relic. That's why also you haven't seen any elite statuses yet, right? You haven't got elite army tactics. You haven't got the elite stats for men at arms. You haven't got elite stats for horsemen. It's a tough one. I mean, the fact that he's even opted to go for the veterancy for spearmen, at this stage in the game, you don't have great gold access, so every little hurts. Myriad ready to party. Monster mass is insanely large. Trebs are now arriving. Oh no, it's the infamous hit the outpost. No. Okay, 1. Count it with me, chat. We're going to keep track of his success rate here. I have watched some depressing things from Trebuchets. Dude! Wait, is he actually going to get 100% win, like, hit rate? Yo, Myriad, you're hacking. I feel like Trebuchets miss every 3rd shot. Oh, damn. Not only did he hit the outpost again, he hit the villager. I'm kind of impressed. Myriad, like, how do your Delhi Trebuchets train? They just like drink Red Bull to remain energized? Like, what's going on here? Is that 90% win rate? Hit rate, rather? Okay, I've seen some bad luck then. Like, wait, that one shouldn't have hit. That one, I literally watched that hit the lumber camp instead. Maybe they improved it. Scholar inside makes it 100%. There you go. So what you're saying is you need to load Scholars into the trebuchets, and they will direct the rock. Very smart, very smart. Yeah, he hasn't missed a single shot. Like, I've seen some depressing performances where 2 trebs take so long to hit again, E-Repairs comes off cooldown. Knight Raid on the backside, though. Oh, my. Knight's at least going to mirror this out with the Men-at-Arms in position, but you know, this eco lead to me isn't really that scary yet for blue. Especially with everything else that Miraz's got behind him. Army just looking way too big. She's now getting ready for the dive. Economy on the right side is quite exposed. Cannon emplacement is going to come in, but on a delay. And E-Repairs is on cooldown right now. Knights start to move towards the villagers. Men-at-Arms there for the front line. And with the attack speed buffer here, this is such a hard fight to take. This is still just a Castle Age army. Knights now on the villagers as well. All of a sudden, any eco lead built has been removed. And this game is starting to look like it has gone its course. I mean, Cat is not gathering food anymore, right? Like, half his farms are just idled out. In fact, everyone is just rioting at this stage. Everyone is basically on an extended leave. Why aren't you working? Oh my. He paid, what, 3,000 resources to get TCs. That's basically how this looks. Yeah, well played by Myriad. Good understanding the timings. Kind of just gave Cat the room to hang himself with this play. It's a tough one. I agree with what Crackly said early on, though. Like, 2TC makes a lot of sense here. This type of build, it seemed like Cat couldn't decide if he wanted to be feudal or castle. And Myriad just on point with Deli. I want to give like a big clappers to Myriad, by the way. I think he's really improved his Deli in the last several weeks. He'll admit as well, when we watched him at the start of the year, I think it wasn't completely together. I think he even had some meaningful games where like 12 minutes in it fell apart quite rapidly. But now, these first 20 minutes, the execution's starting to look a lot more clear. And especially against Deli, if you make just a small mistake, it's so easy to lose games exactly like this. Whew. Elsbach wouldn't be better. Oh, no. Never. Nah. Wait. Are you saying Elsbach is not the choice? I think I can agree with that. I don't think Elsbach is the choice in any game. Okay. So, do we keep going? You know, it's hard to say no when there's over 300 of you QEs watching. So maybe we do keep going. Any commie games today? I mean, we can try a vote for it. Let's have a look. What to do? I just typed what and stopped. One v1 casts or hosts FFAs. Let's have a look. Let's have a ganders. Poll goes up, and off you go. Remember that all of YouTube chat is voting for commie games? If that was true, my free-for-alls would have double the viewership of my 1v1s. Spoiler alert, they don't. Guys, should I buy AoE4? Never really played much strategy games. Will I have fun? I think so, plenty. I think like this is a more accessible RTS than most other ones on the market. It's a little bit more casual. Try the Xbox Game Pass if you're not sure. Xbox Game Pass will have it on there for you to try. And then you can, buy it if you want afterwards. And if you don't like it, then you've got Xbox Game Pass full of all these different games that you can just play for the rest of the month. Ever thought of having chatters be able to call out other chatters for a cast of 1v1? So, funnily enough, this will now take a turn towards what I highlighted before about the Age of Empires 4 viewing audience. As fun as it would be to do more of those kind of community-driven things, as someone who's trying to make a living, I have to logically follow what the numbers are telling me, and the numbers are telling me that people care when it's 1v1s. between pros and high-level players. I don't care as much when it's Tom, Dick, and Harry, right? That's the reality check. Yeah, we don't have enough FFA votes. We need 2 more people to do FFAs. Yeah. Like, I mean, hopefully one day, like, we'll get big enough. That's my goal. Is like, you know, let's say, okay, let's go like crazy with the numbers. Let's say we become a 500, 600 CCV streamer. Then realistically, like, I think we have more agency there. The goal here is to build a community so that people feel encouraged to be here no matter what the content is, because they just find it fun to be here. Sup, Fable Fafa. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, man. Welcome to Swarm. Did we just get it right at the end? We did. So 8 votes for free-for-alls. Let's have a look then. And let me quickly gander the mod section to see if there's anything new out. God, it's getting hot out here. No, sorry guys, that's it. I'm kidding. Mega maps. Okay. Bit weird. You know, I was actually just thinking, by the way, I don't know if Rasselbach is here. No, actually, no, it wouldn't be Rasselbach. So I was thinking, you know how we have that Sacred Site timer resumes thing? I'm wondering if it would be cool to create a mod where you can modify that so that the Sacred Site timer continuous countdown only starts from a certain minute in the game. So, for example, to balance Delhi out, right? So, like, for example, the first 20 minutes, Delhi has Sacred Sites, you keep decapping them, no progress is saved. But once you're past 25 minutes, any progress on Sacred Sites gets held. That would be an interesting balance point for 1v1s, where I could see that being a really good competitive format. There is mods, there is indeed. Triple kill plus puny villages. Oh, no. So here's the trouble right now, Hosen. If I do triple villages, it's already laggy for everyone in the game. The quality of the video that's going to come out from triple villages right now, I think, is going to be really bad. Because my PC isn't good enough to handle that encoding. It's too many units. I think that's the issue. Yeah, because like, I think puny peasants can work reasonably well on my PC up to like 4 players. I can't imagine how it is for people playing it. What's Mega Rivers? Nah, we don't care about that. So, Massive Mountain Defense new. Let me have a look. Let's see what we can do here. Need practice for Persia, so can we have that? No. That's saved for the show match, you fudge. Hosen wants that for the show match, mate. In before Dragavan hops into that series without even reading what the Civ does. I'm sensing it. I can feel it. Oh, dude, I got such a headache. I banged my head on something earlier. Really hard. Game will run well on an i5 10 series. I'm not sure about that. Might be okay. You'll practice hard. What a sweat. Love it. So I'm going to practice hard. How close can I get to the enemy base with a TC drop? Let's have a look. What map should we do, guys? Would you guys like a world map gen again? You guys seem to have fun with that before. Or should we do one of the mini maps? Or one of the micro maps? I haven't done a micro map in a while, right? God, my head is banging. We could do a micro map. People like a micro map? Has been a hot second. Which one would we do, though? I think absolutely micro map's too small. Small ball for all has spawning issues on Nomad. We saw that before, right? Let's maybe do the good old Merlin one. Micro Baltic. That would be too small. Well, it's 2 players anyway. Yeah, you can't even do it that. Do we go for the classic? Okay, dude. 1's in chat if you want micro map. 2's in chat if you want the mini map. The mini maps are the generated ones that are like a 4-player size map. The micro maps are basically smaller than 1v1s. Did I say... Remind me, I said... Dude, I'm always terrible when I say these and I don't remember. 2's was for the generated map, wasn't it? You prefer generate? You're a pussy. We're allowed to abuse Hosen. He's ours now. That's how it works. Alright, so we're doing minimap Dry Arabia, I guess. And what shall we do? So the triple kill thing was where when a unit gets 3 kills, it duplicates. Was that correct? But then we have no agency over the other conditions. So the game could play very slowly, for example. So that's a problem. We haven't done infinite upgrade in a while. That's an option. Do you guys want to do an infinite upgrade? Do you want to do a meat grinder? Or do you want to do triple kill with make it quick 1.25? Because I have a feeling it's going to be too slow without that. So remind me what the make it quick one does. Sorry, not make the triple kill one does. Yeah, so you kill 3 units, and then your unit turns into 3 of itself. Wait, does that work with Zhone? Please tell me that works with Zhone. Please. I kind of want that to work with Zhone. No, Zhone's bugged? Come on. Okay, so people can't pick Zhone. Sheesh. Alright, we'll try this. Should we do the make it quick, guys? Or is there... Wait, is there a... Would 12 Villager Nomad work at all there? I don't know. Others work? Jesus. Maybe there's a, like... If there's like a 24 Villager start, that sounds kind of wild, but I like it for what we're doing here, because it's going to be messy anyway. Let me have a look. Probably isn't a 24 Villager start. Really got to do real farms at some point, by the way. The one where you can just get farms of everything. Need 1 hour to make? Okay. We'll have that for the future. I guess we'll just try this without then. We'll see how it goes. Alright, so guys, the way this works, I need to actually get the thing loaded up, is when I say, I'm going to say !join and space your username in chat. When I say. Don't do it before or your name's just not going to appear. So we're going to do the triple kill. The way this works is that when you have a unit that kills 3 enemy units, it duplicates into 3, right? So you get 2 extra ones for free. It's going to be kind of weird. I think we're going to do it the make it quick 1.25, right? So that's going to accelerate things a bit. Or do we do it without? Do you guys think it'll be quick enough without? What do you think? Give me opinions. Because 1.25, it's because there's not a perfect simulation increase, it skews the balance a bit, right? So it might screw certain strategies over. Because like Hosen done what he could, but there's certain things outside of his control. For example, like he can't change projectile speed. Let's try it without. All right, so guys, on my mark, when I say you want to enter your name so you can be in the lobby, first 8 get in. !join space your username now if you want to get in. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Dude, my boy Anachad's here. Holy crap. We're getting Anatan in this time. Big Prugers. I mean, I'm not surprised. The guy's addicted to free-for-alls, right? course, we're going to get Anatand in. Alright, so let's get Anatand. And let's get Dragavan. Alright, Dragavan. You wanted it. You got it. You're on invite duty. I'm going to go make a new drink. So can you please get the other people in? Thank you. Por favor. Be right back in a sec.
Oi! Where is everyone? What happened?
It doesn't join? Okay, let's try this again. Dragavan, you had one job. Where'd Anatan go? Fired, mate. Fired. Let's get Anno in. Let's get Fatplop in. I've only had 5 people queue up to join. We've got room for 3 more. 8 of you voted for community games, so where are you? Don't be scared. We have watched the Conk level players lose in 2 minutes. They are not unkillable. Just need to ape them. James, try exclamation mark join, mate. If you guys want in, exclamation mark join space your username is how you join. Damn, this song's catchy. Let's get Packer in. Packer, I can't, like, I'm sorry. It's just like your name. Anytime I say it, I think of the character from The Office. I don't know. I'm so sorry. What if you get JD? We can fix that. There's an easy way of fixing that. So, how many players have we got at Diamond or above? Fatplop can pick his Civ. I think everyone else needs to be rolled for. Guys, are we doing the random thing? Spin the wheel? Is it spin the wheel time? You guys love spin the wheel. Love it. So much. answered that in the most manly way possible. What show matches are coming? The one that you're in, you dumb. You're in one of them, Gully. You plonk. Wait, does he know? It's okay, we can just replace him with MSN. Other than that, Voldemort versus Elyona. Okay, so... Oopsie. Let me pull up our Wheel of Misfortune. And we got room for one more person, right? Straight away, guys. It tested and it worked. So there's room for one more person afterwards, right? Wait, who else joined that wasn't invited? Anno, Dragavan, Faplop, Hosen, England, Packer. Oh, Barbs did. Okay, yeah. Right, so we're going to need to get one more person. Exclamation mark join space username to get in. Let me start rolling. So, first up is going to be Dragavan. Your ass is going to be sitting on not a bastard. Suck it up, son. I mean, if your ass might be on a bastard. Reroll. How did we get Joan twice in a row? This is content. You are a mobile boy. Enjoy the Mongols. Pick Magadai, kill units. You already know where this is going. Get the Khan, actually. Oh my god, dude, you can duplicate the Khan. Dragavan's going to win. GG. We got to get Anatan something good. Let's get Anatan the English. Duplicate kings. Wait, is it another Mongol? Okay, no, it's trash, dude. Wait, no. If he rushes elephants? Alright, this is going to be spicy. So, next up, Faplop. Let's see where your ass is going to be going. Abbasids. Like commiseration. Actually, Camel Archers aren't bad there, right? There is room, McPhee. Exclamation mark join space your username. That's how you get entered. So Faplop has been decided. Who we got next? Next is going to be Hosen. They are going to be Mongols. We got Khan spam coming in. All right, who else wants to spam? Well, England, WG England, I know what he wants, but I know what he's not getting. You are a Denon. Oh, my. Wait, Denon is kind of broken. Because your units don't die easily, but you can kill a lot. Enjoy Landsnacked. Packer, let's see where you're going. I actually think OOTD might be broken. Mongol. Wait. Wait, is that 3 Mongols? I could have sworn we rolled 3 Mongols. Dragavan got Mongols, right? Do you guys remember? Dragavan was he Mongols? Dragavan hasn't picked his Mongols yet. He's a naughty boy. All right, so Packer, you've been solved for. J-Bob, let's see where your ass is going. You're... Oh, God. My commiserations. Enjoy camels. And then finally, for when I leave, we are going to have Gotcha McPhee. Oh, humba, 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 humba. Oh my god, dude, it was almost 4 Mongols. It's Delhi. So we're going to have a lot of elephants, a lot of Khans, a lot of Landsneck, just because of one player of Landsneck. Let me force download the mod for everyone. Here you go. Get it down your throat. I like how with the power of RNG, we didn't really get much Civ diversity in this. If it wasn't for the Order of the Dragon pick, we'd have 3 Civs in this game. Gully, triple kill is when you get 3 kills with a unit, it duplicates. You get 2 extra runs for free. All right, I'm going to leave. Someone needs to invite Gotcha McPhee. So let me just double check. We've got Allow Observer. Yes, we're good to go. All right, I'll leave. You don't know anything about Order of the Dragon? It's basically HRE, England. Go from there. Your units are really tanky, so it's going to be very hard for people to farm you. Whereas you have better units, so, like, getting 3 easy squishy kills is going to be insane value for you. Like, if you kill 3 villagers with Gilded Knights, which is very easily done, you're going to just duplicate into 3. It's like being in some weird mecha where 1 tank turns into 3. Landsnet will also be your best friend, England. My recommendation to you: get to a point where you can spam Lansk. If you can spam Gilded Landsnet, you're gonna win. Oh dear, oh dear. Sorry, just checking my messages. All right, I think we're good. Ding 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 ding. I love this song. Now that I've said that, by the way, my commiserations, England, because they're gonna kill you. So we got 4 Mongols, 2 Delhi, 2 Abbasids. No, wait, was it 3 Delhi? It was 4 Mongols, 3 Delhi, 2 Abbasids, and an Order of the Dragon, right? That Civ diversity, Jesus. Oh. Really just expanded our horizons for sure. Oh dear, oh dear. Nice to have Anno joining us as well. Although we've got more people turning up for this. We're going to get our motley crew together. Anatan's going to learn very quickly that this crap beats ladder free-for-alls. Ark and other one. Other one's pretty good. Because Dot from Minework on your... So the Zornhau on your Landsnet. I'm just not sure if that Dot will trigger and register kills correctly is my only worry. So, like, probably just safer to go Arkan. Would make your Men-at-Arms unkillable, though. Like, you would get so many duplicate Men-at-Arms because of Golden Cuirass. So, actually, like, Minework's not terrible. Is mods showing as red? Do you need to be booted and reconnected? Maybe? Might need to boot and reconnect. Make sure you quickly toggle the game from private to public, because when you're sitting longer in a lobby like that, it will start to glitch out. Because we can't have things that aren't buggy. Okay, it's working? Fantastic. Whoop, whoop. It's good. I switched to the lemonade. Lemonade, peach schnapps, and rum. If you guys haven't already, big reminder, we've been live now for 9 hours. Alcohol isn't cheap. Your primes are free. So use them. What's up? My thought is 9 hours. 3 minutes of ads an hour. Equates a dodge of ads on one stream at this pace for how long we'll be live. You would dodge 30 minutes of ads on one stream alone for $5. Not bad. Almost 10? I mean, it could easily be 10 by the end of this game. I'm assuming this is going to go faster, but even if it goes long, I think the fun part is it should be more intense than your typical ones. Rather you spend my eventual sub money on a gym membership rather than alcohol, your arms look so thin. Well, dude, but what? Arku. I ain't gonna take that lowly bitch language from a Roo spammer, alright? Ain't even got the balls to still pick Japanese. I'll have you know, I showed the guns to Magic the other day, and he was impressed. And Magic's opinion of me is all that matters. If Magic's impressed, that's all that matters. Boom. Hostin's... Oh no, not Hostin's PC again. We've been here a million times before. Bicep now? Dude, like, you can't see it. Like, look, it's a baggy freaking thing. Oh, there we go. There's some muscle density there. It's not too bad. too bad. Dude, this is so annoying to actually pull this back. Oh, it's not bad. It's enough to carry your mum over the threshold. Oh, you walked into that one like a revolving door, mate. Oh, we need to switch the scene on, don't we? What if bathing in the blood of your enemies cloned you? That's what we've got here. We're about to play a free-for-all with the triple mod on. The triple mod is quite simple to follow, folks. You kill 3 units with a unit, and all of a sudden, through some sort of meiotic, weird interaction, you duplicate into 3 units. That means if this scout was to kill 3 enemy scouts, 3 enemy villages, 3 anything, it would become 3 scouts. Now, I thought it'd be fun to see how this matches up with different civs. We had to random roll all the civs with a spin the wheel, because otherwise, Joan d'Arc, if she came up, she would break the game. She's a little bit buggy right now. But everything else works. So, for example, we have Mongols. If the Khan kills 3 units, congratulations, you are now the proud owner of Khan triplets. If an elephant happens to kill 3 units, congrats, you are now the proud owner of elephant triplets. If a camel archer runs down 3 units, congrats, you see this pattern coming, right? It works across the board. Now, I was hoping to have a bunch of civ diversity to show this mod off. We have failed. Spin the wheel, let me down. We have got 3 Mongol picks, 2 Delhi, 2 Abbasid, and luckily England rolled something not England. He got Order of the Dragon. Guys, I'm going to warn you now. I think Order of the Dragon might be OP. What do you mean triplets? Oh, I mean 1 unit will turn into 3. Because you killed 3 units with that original unit. So you clone your army. This is going to get stupid and snowball fast in big fights. But I think that England got the broken civ here. Think about why sticking a kill count requirement to duplicate units might be a mistake with Order of the Dragon in the game. 1 word, 2 words. Words are hard. Gilded Lance Nectar. How about another? Gilded Knights. How about Gilded anything? They are units that are twice as hard to kill, and it's more easy to get kills with them. And because you have less of them, you're more likely to tally the kill count with each individual unit. Bless him, though. A little bit of a problem here. WG England has no experience on Order of the Dragon. I told him very simply, you want to get into Castle Age and build either Knights or Lanceneck to win. I stand by that statement. We'll have to see if the build order works out for him. And yes, it should work with Siege. Basically any unit. The exception to the kill rule is like you won't get kill counts for Gaia units or dead players. I think the mod already accounted for that problem. Probably had some messy early testing phases because of it. So let's intro the players. We've got some familiar faces. You may notice this one straight away with a very weird build. Anatand. That's right. Anachad himself, high-ranking conk, who's always in the top 50, is playing in our free-for-alls. He's playing as a Delhi with Dome of Faith build. If you're wondering why, he already wants to go elephants. He doesn't need infantry. They just die too quickly. Next to him is going to be Hosin, a diamond rank player who is one of our mod creators. He actively creates mods for our community. He's playing as the Mongols. To the north of him is going to be Paka in the red playing as Mongols. Then, just a bit more north of that, we've got a team game player that was able to beat that infamous Beastie, Warman, Voldemar, Corvina stack. This is Smells Like Wrong Dog. Which actually in Twitch you might notice him on occasion. He goes by Gotcha McPhee. He's going to be playing in the yellow as the Delhi as well. Then across the right side, we're going to have Dragavan. That's right, he's back, but not on the Abbasids for once. He got the Mongols as well. And then rounding us out, we already introduced WG England. To his south side is going to be J Barbs in the orange as the Abbasids. And then rounding us out, it is Fat Blop of dies in 2 minutes in our free-for-alls fame. He's back, and he's already survived longer than normal. And of course, we are going to be on Kaivaryu's mini-map Dry Arabia for this fun experience. So Tech Up's coming through. Is there already some fights going on? Like, I'd love to see some... Oh my god, there is! It happened! Wait! How did he get 3 kills with a Khan this early? No way! There's no way! How? And so it begins. Remember, these guys already hit for 3 damage. So, 9 damage drive-by. Wolves? I don't know if... We're going to have to double-check that. I'm going to have to check them afterwards. I'm curious how Dragavan done that, because I thought Guy didn't work. The Khan army has assembled, though, and immediately Yellow craps his pants and runs away. Wait, actually... Oh my god, dude, this is broken. Wait, this is actually broken. Because you can just maneuver speed, maneuver speed, maneuver speed. And Yellow has to bail. Oh no. I am so sorry to everyone that's not a Mongol player in this game. I legitimately, like, chat will attest this. They'll put ones in chat to prove it. We use spin the wheel. We were as fair as possible. Every civ was on there. We done it because we needed to, because if you random, you can't exclude Zhone, and Zhone causes crashes right now. Which is upsetting, because whenever they fix that, I'm going to do a Zhone-only free-for-all this. Meanwhile, Keshiks are coming in, and Hosin has not got a kill yet. One thing that is a bit sucky, I wish there was a way to convert the UI to keep kill count. I don't think that is a thing that exists, though. So we just have to keep track of this ourselves. Wait, guys, does that mean if a TC kills 3 people, no, don't go there. That would be comical, though. You'd basically be playing tower defense. Why are there 3 Khans? That's the way this mode works, baby. Fatblab already going in for the Camel Archers. Yes, my boy. Camel Archers is a cool idea. They're high base damage units, they have great mobility, and they have decent health for a feudal unit. And you need to fight right now, because the reality is booming isn't all it's squared up to be, considering your opponent could be snowballing a lot of units right now. We can see Anatan is already trying to be greedy, but Hosin is having none of it right now. How's Dragavan looking? His Precious's. Oh no. No, the attack speed arrow. Run, England, run! Well, the good news is he's playing as the Order of the Dragons, so Gilded Villagers are a lot more tanky than their counterparts in other civs. Dude, this boy's hunting. Keshiks haven't multiplied yet for host. Wait, they have. Oh, hello. One of them definitely multiplied. The count doesn't really make sense right now. It's so tough to catch the multiplications in this game mode. And I love this. I said this would be a good strategy. Paka has gone for the Magadai. You will lose a lot of units, but you will kill a lot of units. This is going to be a mess. Gilded Archers. Remember what I said? These are really good, because if you now just kill 3 units for one of these guys, the value increase in the army is double any other civ in this game. This is wild. I actually think OOTD is busted in this game mode. Did he just kill more, or is that reinforcements? That's the reinforcements, so nothing sketchy so far. Magadai are already hunting, though. Paka's just desperate for it. Meanwhile, Dragavan... Okay, Dragavan, you need to rush him. I'm just going to be real with you, dog. You shouldn't be building any other units. You should be rushing him. I think he is as well, by the way. Oh, this is perfect. The strat is coming together, guys. Remember, the Khan auto upgrades. He's going to turn him into a mobile turret. He's going to have an army of them. Kesh, in the meantime, are roaming. Magadai are still hunting. Unfortunately, if you don't click the villages, they're going to attack the landmark. Notice that most people are trying to go Cav here. There is a pattern. Tech up on the way. It's going to be Compound Defender. So Anatan, guys, you already know what he's doing. Like, it's so bluntly obvious what this guy is up to. Do you like elephants? Think about the strategy here, right? If you need 3 kills to duplicate, you want something that doesn't die too quick, has a lot of damage on itself. Also means your opponent can't kill you easily. So killing 3 elephants to duplicate 1 unit feels terrible. That's a terrible exchange. And that's why this mode is going to be broken. Tech Up comes out. Oh, this is a mistake. No, this is not a fight. This is not a fight, Paka. Run! Oh, no. Notice he's prying down the card. He doesn't want to give him the pleasure of it. And it begins! 5 cons and snowballing, baby. Oh my god, this actually gets harder and harder. He's got the ranged armor upgrade. You absolute sweat lord! I don't care about anyone else's strats, man. This is my life right now. Dragavan's got the most entertaining strat by far. Camelot is now diving in. Anasan, please tell me you can afford an elephant. Oh my god, he's so poor. Wait, he's... Oh, no. He's 8 gold short. No. Oh, no. So I think Dragavan's going to be winning this. And he's freaking the crowd. I can't blame him. Oh, wait. Oh, Dragavan. Oh, new mistakes. New mistakes. It's okay. If he still duplicates, it's worth. Anatan, please tell me he got the gold. It's on the way, guys. Here we go. Anatan is getting ready to deliver. Elephants. Unfortunately, the Keshiks are about to massacre the economy. Oh, no. No, guys, this is going to duplicate really quickly. Anatan's trying to get Q, but even with textiles, even with garrison shifting, I just don't think it's good enough. Hosen should be able to snowball. In the meantime, Dragavan is just still baiting the fights. Needs to be careful not to get too close to the archer mass. But the Keshik numbers are going to mean the snowball, and I think Anatan might just be dead to this. Still trying to keep an eye on the north side with Dragavan as well. Teal, or Pink rather, he's just going for good at archers, so he hasn't gone for the lance at all. The problem is, as far as I've seen as well, you don't get injured units coming out. You get full HP units, and oh my god, no, don't do it to him. Dragavan. He's now up to 8 of these guys, and he could just keep using attack speed arrows, by the way. Elephant's out, though. Wait. Do you dare? Because that would be dangerous. Fat Blob is reassessing the situation. Kurotai is unpacking. Oh, Jesus! It's slightly getting out of control already. Those are 8 damage cons. Oh, no. And the heal as well. They just rejuvenate so quickly here. Defense and attack speed arrow? Okay, this is broken. This is so absurdly broken. It's just gone. Oh my god. I think what we have here is a failure to balance. How are we looking in Anno land? That's what we call it. No! No, not the elephant! Just kill. Just kill. He's got the heals. So Anatan is just using all of his villagers as a front line. This is the strat. Holy crap. Now Keshik's coming in as well. Holy crap, Dragavan. I mean, it's just so much arrow activity. Yellow's given up. I feel like I'm at a Chinese New Year's party right now. Fireworks everywhere. Oh my god. You know, the white horses rather are pretty. You know, I'm starting to think Magadai may need to be nut. Wait a second. 300 HP. And he's going for Imperial Age. Oh no. Anno, meanwhile, has yet to duplicate an elephant. That one, I think, was a freebie. That wasn't a freebie, rather. It was a produced one. Wait, do you get kills if you kill buildings, is what I'm wondering. Because actually, Anatan could snowball really quickly if that's the case. Choke point. This is the worst way for Fatblop to fight. He's targeting down the scholars, but I don't think it's worth it, because if you just duplicate these elephants... Oh my god! Wait, where are the archers? Wait, what? What? Wait, the original one lost this guy as well. Oh, This is absolutely fantastic. And now the Mongol horde is around. Oh no. Not like this. I can't believe this game. What happened to the archers? They're like, the elephant got the kill, not us. They get duplicated. I've never seen that before. Oh no. He actually thinks that Men-at-Arms are going to save him. Dragavan's about to go in, by the way, guys. So that might be a tiny problem. Hosen didn't get the memo. Who cares about Keshiks? The Kekiks. You want Karnits. Yeah, Anatan got scammed, dude. I feel bad for him right now. So that means even if he went Imp and he got the Cannoneer ones, they just spawn without gunners. I would feel so ripped off right now. But hear me out, guys. He can start taking out landmarks. It's all going to be okay. Not for England. He's screwed. He's not going to be okay for him. Why Manganai white collar is the perfect comment for this video. Those are Khans. You'd think there'd be like some internal fighting over who's the true Khan. The true Khan is Dragavan. There's no arguing with this. The only problem is when you get this many, like, it's very hard to get the one that's going to duplicate to get the kill, right? But that means a lot of these guys are sitting at 1 or 2 kills. And once he goes south, let's keep in mind that J-Barbs decided he wanted multiple TCs. We're going to find out very quickly how that's going to end up. Oh no. More dead. Dragavan almost ready for Imperial Age. The castle dropping from Get him, boys! Oh my god. Wait, why are the health bars so high up? So fucking... Okay, I'm just flatly going to say, this is what modding should be like. I don't need perfection, I need fun and clownery. I want unique experiences. That is unique. We'll on the center. Anatan, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh god! What? Alright, Anatan is back in the game. 56 eco now. He yoinks it away and runs to the high hills. Unfortunately, Orange is going to get massacred in the meantime. Scholar is going to get sniped out. The rest of the villagers are running for their lives. And Dragavan now getting close to revealing Anatan. Defense arrow is going to come out. That is 4 ranged armor against 8 damage output and a 300 HP unit. I mean, this is it. I don't see how Dragavan loses this. This is just going to turn to a stomp. Anyone who still exists is feeding him. Sorry, did Fablop just come in and moan about the elephants? I'm sorry, come again? You're struggling with the elephants. Would you like to have spawned next to this instead, maybe? Would this have maybe worked better for you? Yes, 47 cards. And watch their stats. Watch what happens. Oh my god. They hit for 26 damage. Well, it's celebration time in the Khanate Kingdom. 56 Khans roaming the map like a true Mongol horde. But they must quell the civil unrest. And that means taking out all fake claimants to the Mongol throne. Hosen has to die. Yeah, nice maneuver, Spirit Arrow. Let me know how that works out for you. Because Dragavan's got a few. I don't think you can use the arrows quick enough before they come off cooldown. Like, this is kind of absurd. He's got 70 elite Khans. And you're worried about Anatan with 12 Tower Elephants. Mongols have finally been buffed, guys. Finally, they are the Civ that Mongol Monas dreamed of. This is going to be enough to get Phyllis Bodo back playing them. Meanwhile, Paka, how adorable. He's still just got a feudal age Manganai. Dragavan's going to go for a trade. That is 42 Keshiks and 84 Khans. The Khans hit for 26 damage. The Keshiks, only 19. He's like, well, I'm out of here. Nice knowing you guys. Good fight. GG, you're the one true Khan. Fablarp did GG out in the end, by the way. Forced to do so by the Tower Elephants. Dragavan is now just sending on everyone, by the way. He's split across the map. He's like, I must have more. Just want you guys to realize how strong this is if the Kurultai ever unpacks. That's a 26 damage unit that's going to get a 20% damage increase. So over 30 damage per shot. I mean, at this point, don't you just delete your villagers? Because you need more units, right? I think so. 98 Khans. Oh my god. Sorry, let me do the correct meme for that. Oh my god! Sorry. Oh my god! I just need the meme of, you know, the Khan line from Star Trek. Holy crap. They attack so fast. He has all 3 buffs active at any given time. This is over, dude. Everyone should just leave. He has... Oh my... Wait, you can go past the pop cap? He has 211 pop right now. Holy crap. He's bullying both sides of the map at the same time. England is hiding behind the walls of the Burgrave. And they are all surrendering. I cannot believe this. Dragavan is speedrunning the entire lobby. Half the players just dropped in an instant. Anatan is the last bastion of defense against this unstoppable horde. Now, he does have 9 armor. Something tells me that doesn't matter. Especially when you don't have any ranged units. Wait, guys, wait, I just figured it out. I mean, it's not going to work against Mongols, but hear me out. Reboldiquins. Crave bombards? Oh no. So many wonderful things we can do with this mod still. But I don't think anything is going to top, for me, the full might of the Purple Horde. Attack coming in. Whoa, that doesn't work against Khans. If he can get the Keshiks, maybe. Dragan's full on just sending it, though. He's going to dive in for everything. He doesn't care. Army gets converted, but it doesn't matter. It just makes way for the true kings. 128 Khans can do everything. Oh my god. 540 HP. Every Khan in the history of the Empire has assembled and bows to the will of Dragavan. One player, bless him, remains. England could not have his head more in the sand if he was an ostrich at this stage. He is delusional if he hopes to get back into this, but what a crazy opening game on the triple mod. Let me know what you guys think of this. Do we need more of this mod? There's so many experiments to do. I still need to revisit the infinite upgrades, but this has been absolute hilarity. We'll speed up until Absolute Life. We've still got a minute to go. I mean, England should probably just leave at this point. It's adorable, but if he's just going to make Dragavan work for it, I might just end the recording short because there's no comeback. This game is over. Round of applause, big golf clappers. Dragavan, well played, sir. You got the snowball going early. You found those critical early kills and earned it all from there. I do feel a little bit bad for Anatan, though. That guy got scammed. All right, I'm going to close out the video here. Say goodbye, Twitch. Hello to everyone on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. And if you want more of this, comment down below, because I have a feeling we're going to be doing a few of these tonight. How has Anatan got negative points? I think it's the lack of the archers in his elephants. Wait, so wolves do work? Oh my god, I wasn't sure. All right, that's broken. I can't believe I can't believe wolves work. Yeah, the mod creator needs to fix that because you can't get it from elephants, right? Wait, that means boars work as well. Is he really gonna make it? Yes, but don't make him actually kill the Burgrave with cards. Oh my god. So, kill 3 units. Clone your unit. I think that's right. Alright, there we go. Oh, bloody brilliant. That was fun. You were so lost. Bless you, England. I did warn you. The Gilded Archers, it was a good idea, but you needed the Landsknechte. Then again, even against the Khans, I think you'd be dead. One second. Kill 1, get 3. That's not true, though, because it's kill 3, get 3. So I'm thinking for the thumbnail, I just put kill 3 units, clone your unit. Hey! Sup, Packer. Thank you very much for the gift of the sub, buddy. I think kill 3 units, like if you saw kill 3 units, clone your unit on this thumbnail, would you click it? That's pretty clear, right? I think so. Oh, GG, everyone. Hey! Thank you, Kevayu. Gifted sub as well. You're a legend. Thank you, thank you. Legends. Thank you, Baka. Appreciate it, man. If said thumbnail had 100 Khans, that's the idea. It's going to be the 100 Khans, and I think it's just going to say kill 3 units, clone your unit. Actually, do we just put 100 Khans? I think we just put 100 Khans on the thumbnail, and the name of the video is either like every 3 kills a unit gets, it multiplies, or kill 3 units, get 3 units. Right? I think that's right. Just putting 100 Khans in text makes a lot of sense. Kill 3 units, clone your units. Yeah, but like I think you put that in the title, and then literally the thumbnail is just 100 Khans, right? Because if you saw 100 Khans and someone told you that was all Khans, you would be like, what the hell, and check the title in the video, right? I think that works. Yeah. It's not even, like, so I think clickbait gets overused, right? Like, I go out of my way to not clickbait. Like, it's always genuine, right? Like, yeah. Because I always go out of my way to make sure that why we do it. Because like clickbait fails, right? If you're not genuine to what the video is, people clock out. All right. Probably do like 1 or 2 more. That was fun. I'll be curious about how that develops. Yeah, we'll have to see it. Didn't I have someone who... What did they like volunteer to do? Someone volunteered to edit something down. Oh yeah, it was my whole like my little talks things. Was that you, Fap, or someone else? They never delivered the discussion point we done. Big Sag. I can't remember who it was. Someone said they'd do it, and I never got a vid. Just remembered that. Could have sworn so. Because like someone was saying you should put these up on YouTube. Like when I was discussing the Age of Noob stuff, when I was discussing the state of AB4 and whatever. And then I was like, dude, if you want to do it, I'll put it up. I don't know who that was though. I've forgotten. All right. Anyway, dude, my ear's a bit weird, like volume-wise. No, Packer, calm down. You're jumping the gun, mate. I haven't even cleared the field yet. Calm your tits. All right. I guess we do minimap Dry Arabia again. It's a good size, actually. Love K-Values maps. Done a good job. Or do you guys want a smaller size? Would you prefer mountain clearing? Because the only thing I'm thinking is Cav was kind of just the go-to there, right? Felt like if you had Cav, you had advantage. Whereas mountain clearing infantry is probably more feasible. Let's try mountain clearing. All right, guys, here's how it works. When I say if you want to get in to these lobbies, you need to put ! join space your username. Only when I say though. And I say now, if you want to get in, ! join space your username. Go! Go, 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 go! Asses in seats, ladies and gentlemen. Asses in seats. Dragavan first up immediately. I mean, the guy's got to defend his title, hasn't he? Guys, you scared Anatan off. He left. He literally... Anatan's like, duck this mod. Doesn't even work. And just leaves. Don't blame him, man. I'd feel scammed. Man came in with a plan. Plan didn't even work. Hope he kept his receipt. I'd want a refund. Patka, Fatblop. My gold to diamond. Kren is back. Got Chop. Repping the Golders. Actually, he only played Season 1 rank, so maybe he's secretly diamond. Or Gonk. Hosin. We've got space for one more, folks. One more victim. I mean, participant. For fun time. It's definitely for fun time. Definitely not victim. Can we fix it so spawn as far away from Dragavan as possible? You figure it out. Anatana Commander. Nah, dude, he got his win. You lost to. You literally lost to Tower Elephants that didn't even have ranged fire. GG. You have to deal with that now. Like that's something you have to process. Wait, who didn't join? We're missing people. Where are my slackers? One person didn't even join. Packer, Kren. Chop, yes. Where are you? I need one more. ! join space your username. Where y'all at? Booties in seats. Your last spawn had no gold anywhere nearby? Did it not? I felt like your gold wasn't too far off. The Anno chat is back! Yes, my boy. Doesn't disappoint. So there are two types of spawns on this map, actually. And here's how you do it. So, teams together is large deposits, random is small. And we done teams together, so you should have had plenty of gold nearby. If I done random locations, there wouldn't be much resource around. Okay. This is going to be slightly claustrophobic. So let me quickly force download the mod for you two. And then I'll leave, and you can invite Anatan. Oh, we need... Wait. We need to do the... We need to do the Civ selection first, don't we? Let's quickly do that. You guys love the wheel, right? Wheel's easy content. Woo! First up is going to be... Who we got first in lobby? It is going to be Gotcha McPhee. Gotcha McPhee. Okay, GG. You got Order the Dragon. Fatblop. Next up. It's looking like a China. I mean, wait. You just build nest of bees. Like, wait. Because you can go past pop. I shouldn't even be telling you this, by the way. If you... No, come up with your own strategy. Dude, I'm sick of giving you guys strategies. China goes to, yeah, Faplop. Paka, you are going to be the Japanese. Commiserations. Who else we got? Kren, you're up next. Have we got an Oppermans? Oh, he got them. He got the Ottomans. He got the Oppermans. Hosen, next up to the firing squad. But will he blast back? He will with the Moldians. Okay. I feel like Xerxes are maybe harder to pull off. We'll see. I think mid-game, early mid-game is where they're good. Dragavan, it's the moment of truth. If you get Mongols again, I'm re-rolling your ass. Oh, no. Sorry. I mean, French knights aren't bad. Chop, let's see where you're going to end up. I'm sensing a Juji. We get the Iabids. Interesting. I wonder if they spawn with the buff, if they get the buff. And then finally, after I leave, Anatan, your chosen fate shall be... Let's get English kings. Let's get... No. Do we... Guys, do we re-roll them? Do we re-roll them? I feel bad. We can't do it to him again, dude. I think we give Anatan a re-roll, right? Yeah, we re-roll. That's harsh, man. Guy's scarred for life after that last game. No, Anna, it's fine, dude. It's fine. I'll let you choose between Delhi or whatever this is going to be. China? You're going to take... Dude, you're going to rip my arm off for China. That might be... That's like top 3 rerolls you could have possibly got in the game. Let's go Delhi. Are you sure? Okay. All right. Good choice. Need to get a W. I mean, in fairness, maybe the melee elephants. I'm just saying. All right, I'm going to leave. Someone invite Anatan so we can get this show on the road. What a fun one. So I'll probably do 1 or 2 more. Depends how long this one's going to be. Maybe we'll be able to squeeze in another one afterwards. We'll see how it goes. So I'm just thinking we have been live for what? Almost 10 hours? Your boy's got to start hunting down some sponsors for the stream. God damn, do we put the hours in. We're going to be at like 160 hours streamed this week, this month. This week? Jesus. 160 hours this month. Good lord. Boy grinds hard. Messi Tower Sultans? I mean, why wouldn't you? Is there any other answer? What else would you build? You know what? Okay, guys, you know what would have been funny is Baltic. Mini Baltic would have been hilarious, right? Could you imagine? Just... Wait, so how would demos... Because if demos kill 3 things, would they duplicate? Right? Because like, would they die and then... No, they wouldn't duplicate. I think because the way the code base is written is usually the explosion happens after the unit is removed. That's why, for example, if you king snipe with demo ships, you don't get the kill. No, I don't think they even duplicate neutral. They just they disappear and then the explosion happens, right? So the explosion kill isn't owned by any entity. Yeah, die and then kill. Yeah, that's why, for example, if you kill a king with demo ships, you won't get 50 pop in Dominion. Maybe it just summons it. Oh my god, dude, can you imagine infinite explosion loop? All right. You guys ready? Wait, whose fault is it now? I'm going to predict Chop. Because he's the... I think he's the only person... Wait. It's Chop or Krent. But Krent's been fought. Yes, Chop. Sorry, Chop. I can predict it. Most of the people were in this lobby last time. I put you in a Japanese theme. Enjoy. All right. All right, get ready to hype it up, chat. We're running it back. It's time for more of the triple mod. That's right. Anytime you kill 3 enemy units with a unit, you will split into 3 of that unit. That means if you got a Khan, you saw it in the previous game, a Khan gets 3 kills, all of a sudden you now have 3 Khans. That Khan then gets 3 extra kills, you're up to 6 Khans, and it just, 5 Khans rather. It keeps inflating and inflating and inflating. We've got different civs, a different map here, but there's a lot of broken combos to run through here. Because of the way this works, where 1 unit gets 3 kills, it pops out additionals. I want you to think about why some of these civs in this matchup are going to be broken. Last time, we somehow RNG rolled the same civs a lot. This time, we're in for a very different game. I do love the fact that, by the way, the Imperial official either stinks or has a holy aura about him. That's right, we've got Chinese picks coming in. Fatplop, Nesta Bees. Just think about that for a second. If you kill 3 units, that unit turns into 3. If a Nesta Bees kills 3 units, which is very easy to do, all of a sudden you've got 2 extra Nesta Bees than what you originally had. And they come in at full HP. But let's not stop there. French Knights early on, very easy way of escalating off of Eco Snipes, right? Like you 2-hit villagers, not too bad. Go a little bit further north. Javelin spam could be pretty good in the early game. You could escalate that number quite nicely. I'm not done yet. Anatan is back. This poor son of a gun rolled Delhi random twice. Last time, the Tower Elephants failed him. I wonder if today we're going to be seeing the melee elephants. To the north, Paka on the Japanese. Zetsu aren't bad at sniping out targets. I think you just keep it simpler and get Ashigaru. Ashigaru with Yumi buff, not too bad. Onin Bagisha, actually not a terrible idea, but the problem is they usually die a bit too quick. Chop, playing as the Iabids, it was requested by none other than Faye in chat. We've got to see it. This game mode begs for Tower of the Sultan. We might finally have the buffs to that siege weapon that were needed, thanks to the duplicate mod. And then to the south, we've got Kren. Well, I think one of the most obvious broken picks for this mod. It's the Great Bombard spam. If Kren gets into Imperial and gets 2 to 3 Bombards out, you can bet top dollar he's going to get 3 kills very quickly per shot. And finally, smell like wrong dog, we've got someone else back playing with Order of the Dragon. This is spicy. I think this Civ is low-key busted because unlike some of the other mentions, such as the Chinese, such as the Ottomans, you can get immediate impact the moment you hit castle. You queue up 1 Landsknecht, the guy goes in, swipes a few villagers down, all of a sudden you're snowballing to the extreme. A lot of these other broken-sounding combos, like the Ottomans and like the Chinese, requires more time and also has more vulnerability. And also in those trades, I want you to remember, these Gilded Landsknecht, all these gilded units are going to be basically as tanky as Great Bombards. So Tech Up's on the way. Wait, what? No, Fatplop. Okay, I gotta respect Fatplop here. Dragavan has quite a high success rate in our free-for-all games, even when we pile in extra conk level players, right? Like, even when people like Anatan in the game, Gullydeck in the game, Dragavan just keeps coming out ahead. His brain is a big boy brain. He has some very weird builds. I mean, after all, this is the guy that we had to do a proxy TC next to the enemy base to beat them, and he done it. So he's a very talented player. Like, his approach to weird situations is something to worry about. And considering you got what could be seen as a weaker Civ, and Fatplop's his neighbor, this is a very strong play. Shot him out of extension food. In fact, you've blocked double berry mass here. And what the hell? He's actually going to take the deer from right next to the enemy base. Keep in mind we're playing a mini version of Mount Clearing, so the spawns aren't 100% perfect when we do fixed spawns. It probably needs another pass to get them a bit more balanced, because one of the big awkward things you may be noticing, there's a gap here, and that's why you've got this weird spawn for Fatplop, where he's camped in a corner between 2 players. Order Dragon Knight should be amazing. Yep. I think Lance are just as good, though. Gilded Crossbowmen are actually low-key kind of busted if you think about it. 6 tower range on a high base damage unit. And very hard to kill. Outpost Rush coming out from Chop to defend himself. And the Desert Raider hits the field. This is kind of interesting, actually. Like, if you catch some loose economy, snowballing Desert Raiders early on is pretty lethal. 13 damage unit. Not the tankiest, right? But like, if there's no Arify nearby, if you catch some units out, melee them up. Like, for example, look at Anatan's eco line. If you caught him away from the TC, snipe down 2 or 3 villagers, all of a sudden, it's almost like you're up against Castle Age military wing. Cataphrax is an interesting idea as well. I could see that kind of working. The problem is, like, who gets the kill? It feels easier to get your target in with AoE damage or range damage, to choose which one you want to, like, actually promote in that situation, right? But we're focused on what we've got in this game, and there's no Byzantines here. In fact, I'm going to be real with you. If you're playing Byzantines, why are you not imping and just building Nesta Bees? Alright, what do you think, guys? Get your predictions in. Put the color in you think's going to win this. None of this, like, I knew it was going to be insert name all along. You predict early. You predict strong. Gilded Archers coming out. So we saw a similar idea out of the last Dragon pick, that they believed the idea was going to be to go Gilded Archers and snipe. I don't hate the idea. I just think compared to your Castle Age units, it feels kind of weak. It's not that you can't find snowball potential, but if you're given the room to go castle, just one Gilded Knight can build an entire army. Dragavan. How are we reacting to this? He can't directly contest it. He's going for knights. So yeah, he's just trying to snipe enemy units. Unfortunately, it's not working out too well for him. Multiple outposts coming out from both players on the northern flank. Anatan so far is chilling in his base. It looks like he did just get scouted out by Hosen. Dragavan is still in the hunt for something. Sipahi now moving in. Got to be very careful with that Fort 2, by the way. Fort 2 can backfire quickly here. Luckily, the Gilded villagers didn't shiv you back, because they actually could have killed you quite fast. Gilded Archers shouldn't be too scary here. Need to show a little bit of respect, right? Because you just can't immediately kill them, though. Kren, I'm a little bit surprised by this. I thought he was going to be rushing into Imperial Age, considering the most obvious unit scale is Great Bombards. But in theory, if you can get Sipahi kills, and they can ramp up kills quickly, that is a snowball effect type unit. Archemass. Anatan looking for some cheeky grabs. Actually, you might be able to get it here as well. It's a little bit tricky when you go for low damage units like this, because you never know who's going to get the kill. And also, you're a unit that can die fast. But this is bound to lead to some success, right? He counters everything in this area, because Orange had to resort to spears due to Dragavan. Oh, wow. And there's the duplicate. Straight away, gets an extra 2 archers out of this. Villager's going to have to migrate the wood line as well. It's a really good exchange with Anno. A different approach entirely, right? Like last time he did go for the Dome of Faith, Tower of Victory just proving to be still the MVP. It's always been known to be in Feudal. And there we go, the duplicate. Oh no. No, wait. Yellow, no! This is way too slow of a pull away. There's a risk of a double duplication here. Luckily for him, it's just going to be 1 knight turned into, or 2 knights rather turned into 4. That could have been much worse for him. Still a heavy hit for such a small economy. I think this is why I like mountain clearing more. Like, knights, things like that still have the roam potential between everyone's bases, but slow-moving comps can function a bit better. This mod seems like it works better on smaller maps, as long as you don't go too small. And an 8-player mini mountain clearing actually seems to have the right size. Oh god, feudal samurai. Samurai. They're called samurai. As in, why are they being built in the Second Age? Paka, I think they just need to focus on Castle. Castle's really where things start to get a bit better for you. I think there's 2 approaches when you play this mod, by the way. You can focus on small quantities of units, which are really expensive and really good to scale. Or the alternative is you fixate on the idea of just massing an insane number of units, which is what Anatan's doing. The reason this works really well is, although you aren't always going to get optimal inflation in your army where it's always the correct unit getting the kill, you kind of are hedging your bets, where instead of it being a case of if you lose that one unit, it's GG. If you lose this unit, Timmy, Tommy, and Dan, you don't care because you just got Matilda, Ryan, Rick, Reginald, Ben, Tony. You get the idea. I'm not going to keep naming names. Everyone seems to be scared of Anatime right now. Tech Up's coming through, though, and it looks like we are heading towards Land Snakes, guys. And so, interesting to see someone asking what's going on with this map. Two things. Kaivayu modified the way that the Japanese spring works a bit. So this is the Japanese spring mod on Kaivayu's map. I like it. Looks pretty. I mean, you're in a mountain clearing, right? There should be kind of a sunset feeling. And it's still at a point where you can see everything. Oh my god. This Dragavan, like, I can't believe this. Anatan has walked around Hosen's base to go into Dragavans. Oh, this is big, though. He finds the villages. Oh, no. There's no getting away either. Dragavan, does he even have wheelbarrow? I mean, it doesn't feel like it, but he does. Luckily, there wasn't too many duplicates there, but I just don't think it matters. Dragavan is basically dead. He's got 25 eco. He has got knights coming up. There is a dive into Fatlop's base, so he's trying to block the Chinese effect here. No Nesta Bs on the way. Unfortunately, now this many spearmen, I just don't know how you fight this. This is the issue, right? Like, you think this is good because he's clearing the army, but the TC's getting the kills, so he's not getting more knights. Meanwhile, Dragavan's eco has been reduced to a mere 19. He's about to run underneath the Chinese TC to escape. So Castlage up for yellow. Land Snakes are in. A very weird little wall place here to get some wood. Krent, in the meantime, has gone to castle. So we're getting closer and closer to the win condition for Krent, which is big boom boys. Dragavan, in the meantime, is going to raid into the base of the Malians, catches Hosen rather, in the middle of his tech, right? He hasn't really got any value out of this yet, and unfortunately, these veteran Sofas are going to struggle even against feudal age knights due to the numbers. Not a bad idea. Even gets the multiplication. So Dragavan now going to look to farm this up. A smart play, right? The way to recovery here is you need to snipe down the eco of your neighbors and get enough knights to hold. This is big. If Hosen runs south, Dragavan might not get the kills because Anatan's waiting there. Looks like that's not going to be the case, though. So instead, Dragavan, despite how small his economy is, has a potential path to recovery. It's just not made easy. Like, he's down to 15 eco. Land Snakes are being queued up, more on the way. Nesta Bees are coming out to contest this. Wait, guys, you just age your Stringholds. No, don't do that. Paka, meanwhile, is in age 3, so we are getting Mount Samurai now. How's Chop looking? Chop, I'm disappointed. You're age 2. Where is my age 3 and where are my Tower of the Sons? I was scammed, damn it. I love the fact that people finding strategies that don't necessarily revolve around age 3 straight away, though. Like, Anatine's done a lot of work. And the triple Nesta Bees. Oh my god! No, 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 no! Oh no! No, no, no! Oh no! Anatan just fed him what he needs! Jesus Christ. Houston, we have a problem. I actually think that is all Fatlop needed to begin the Stomp Train. Just a small feed like that. And indeed, so it begins. Warlords in the center. Krent might be the one player that can contest this. If he can get into Imperial Age, start getting the Great Bombards, he is the golden solution. Our former gold turned diamond, and oh my god, the Land Snake. No. No, Krent, you don't want this fight. This is a really, really bad fight. This is a really, really bad fight. This is the worst of fights. Land Snakes are about to multiply again. Krent, just get Imperial Age for the love of God. Don't do this to yourself. Meanwhile, Fatlop found more victims. Hosen has now GG'd out. Dragavan farmed him. Oh my god. And Dragoman's now going to take out Anno. Anno, he has no army. He has 17 spearmen. Dude, how is this turned on him like this? Anatand essentially protected Hosen, and Dragavan milked him for it. Appropriate for a guy who's so fixated on cows. Wow. Now, Dragavan has a bigger problem. If he doesn't go over to deal with this soon, he will just die to it. There's to be spam coming. I can't believe this. Yellow has gone for the Siege Tower Clown Car. It's so pointless. Oh my god. But the big threat in the east is coming. Kren, our gold-turned diamond Ukrainian, is on his way into Imperial Age. Great Bombards are now on the horizon. And Great Bombards will beat Nesta Bees, by the way. As long as you get enough to begin with. Dragavan. If he doesn't see this... He's got the scout, though. Nesta Bee shots coming in. Oh my god. No, not like this, not like this. Just get on top of them ASAP. Get on top of them right now. Shots are coming out, though. The duplication begins. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. Even with the clock tower effect, Dragavan has splintered him down. Woo! Our boy Wonder Dragavan, 16 years old, I believe he said, saves the map from disaster. But now he might be inviting a new Scourge. Yellow, trying to get the Land Snakes up. Dragavan is now going to tech up in the meantime. Anatand has fully retreated. He's not trying to contest this anymore, but my concerns is elsewhere. I actually think Kren needs to be resolved right now. Ooh, lordy. All of a sudden, we have a more balanced game, but Kren is the outlier here. He is by far the most powerful person on the map. And this is before we've even reached Great Bombards. They're going to be coming. For now, it's just Mangoes. If I was him, I'd be prioring that first one ASAP. He's already queued it up. Minute and 45 seconds till the freebie. I actually think an actively produced one is worth it here. Chop. He's about to be chopped down permanently here. I mean, he's basically got nothing left. He's dead in this game. There's no way out. He's still age 2 at 17.5 minutes. I'm heartbroken because, like, maybe if we got the Tower of the Sultans going, that could have worked. No shot. He's going to hide in his little tree line and pretend that the problem doesn't exist. Meanwhile, Fat Plop begins anew. 2 Nesta Bees. He's going to be an annoying pain in the ass, but I don't think he's going to get... Why are we building Siege Tower? He's trying to full-on Landsnet Clown Car. He's trying to Faye this. Faye, have you actually got copyright in this? You can sue him. Pretty sure this is her strat. I mean, it's usually Rams, actually. He's evolved the work slightly. Mangoes in the meantime. Oh, my. Oh, no. I thought the Great Bombard was going to be a problem. The Mangoes are already a problem. Red now marching in. Paka needs to be careful or he's going to feed the beast. Kren using the enemy base choke points right now. If Kren turns around for a shot, this is huge. Like right now, Kren. He's like, huh? What? Missed opportunity. 6 Mangoes there would have duplicated for sure. Bigger army has arrived now, though. A weird time to turn around for a fight. Great Bombard is now in, though. And this is where I get scared. This is the beginning of a catastrophe. Drag around with the Night Raid in. But Great Bombard just came out. I mean, if it just hones its sights. Yeah, Dragon's going to shut it down. Army should be on the way home, though. Kren just needs to peel it off, like he's moving slower. He should have enough to hold this back. The Great Bombards, the problem here is they're not going to get the insta-kills, right? 198 damage, rather, against a 230 HP unit. It's just not an insta. And Knights tend to be a little bit looser, so the splash damage doesn't go as far. How are the Land Snakes looking? Okay, please tell me you've got more than this. He's got 7. He's snaking. Line snaking. Ren. Please look at your onward line. Or don't. Farewell, sweet prince. If he turns these 2 land snakes around, he'll get a duplication. No, come on! Golden opportunity missed. And also no Zornhao, by the way. We haven't tested this. I'm wondering if the poison damage will still register the kill or if it doesn't. So it might be a good thing he didn't get Zornhao. Oh, look who's back. This disgusting person. Someone tell Dragavan to send it. It's interesting the way Dragavan's playing this, right? Like, the reason he's not finishing any player off, other than the one to his north, he kind of wants to keep them all in contention so they fight each other. It's his one way of getting back in slowly in this game. Because if he starts eliminating players, especially when it's like Nesta Beast players, you're not going to get a big enough army together. You kind of need the Nesta Beast to contest this. This might officially already be a problem. I thought it was going to be the Great Bombards, but really it was the Mangonels in this game. Siege into the main base. Siege tower on the go. Anatan, what? Oh, wow. We were so distracted by the east side. Packer just took him out. I didn't even realize. He went for a landmark snipe. Packer surprising me in this, and it is a pleasant surprise here. Able to take out the highest ranked player in this lobby. Ella, meanwhile, the clown car is failing him. It's double Great Bombard now. Like, if he just gets hit. I do love the lighting, actually. Oh, this map is brilliant. There it is. It's going to break. Land Snakes are not going to be able to convert in time. Great Bombards are targeting him down. The only upside is so far they have not duplicated. But that might be about to happen. It's going to be a feed. Oh my god, no. That's it. All of a sudden, the Great Bombard count up to 4. Let the snowball commence. Oh boy. Another big problem is you can easily feed these Nesta Bees. Building more Nesta Bees seems good until you realize Great Bombards will take them out quickly. Chop has GG'd out. Dragavan in the center of the map up against Packer. The Great Bombard count just went up to 6. Hold me. Army's marching into the center here. Red, purple, and green. We're forming the rainbow. Teal is staying the furthest away possible. But if Kren just gets one salvo, one volley off of that siege, it will be an absolute bloodbath. They start to break away. Well chosen choice there. If they just waited a little bit longer, the damage that Krent would have reaped, he might still. Knights now starting to arrive. Great Bombards are going to unpack for the shots. Some shots coming out. I don't think we got any duplicates, though. We're up to 7 on the front line right now. We have to be getting close, though. The brutality of this is that these units hit so hard, the probability that they get a kill is absurdly high. So 3 shots in, a lot of these are likely to duplicate. And Dragavan, at this stage in the game, he's still in the Castle Age. Even with the Royal Bloodlines, he can't take 2 hits. Now, if Faplop can get in range, he could prove to be a very big upsetting factor here. But being in range means you are in range. 8 tower range versus 11. And although you will not die in 1 hit yet, it will put you on the very verge. In fact, the thing that's missing here, I think Krent really needs to wake up to this. Chemistry. It's actually baffling he hasn't got chemistry. Chemistry is huge here. That 20% damage increase on a 190 HP damage unit. Oh my God. Well, Farewell to yellow. Dragvan getting ready to ride in. Kren not paying attention. Turns for it though. Oh my god, how do you even get close? You need shard triggers, but the problem is in this game, there's only one player in Imperial Age. And he's the guy gunning with the Great Bombards here. I was about to call them Gombards. That was an adorable fat plot. Like, that ain't gonna work. He wants that shot so badly. Just a little tickle, just a little lickle. Red staying far away from it. Dragavan needs to convince everyone to target Krent right now. This guy's getting out of control. We're up to 9 Great Bombards. I love the fact that half the relics still have not been touched in this game, by the way. And what have we got? Is there anything else that can help him here? I don't think so. Wait, no, Siege Crews. Siege Crews would be huge. He just hasn't loaded the people. We have a mistake. You had a landmark. No longer. He might just force Dragavan to fight, because if he goes for the landmark snipe, you can't wait, right? Yeah, like, Kren, if he just goes into the base, Dragavan has to turn and fight him. Like, this is how you win. Instead, Dragavan, tempting fate. Oh no. That worked. It's 11 now. Remember, this mod does not stop you going beyond population cap. He's getting there. 182 out of 200. Great Bombards take up quite a lot of space. But it doesn't matter when you can't get pop locked. So that's a dive in the base though. Wait, what? Yellow snuck a ram attempt here. I mean, the villagers should be fine to clear this up. It's an ambitious idea by Yellow. Unfortunately, it's not going to work. He does get a stay of execution for Dragavan, but he pretty much guarantees his own death. Because there's one landmark left over, and all Krent needs to do is target it. Imperial Army's going to be rebuilt. He's like, my freebies. Fred also now trying to march in, but the Great Bombards! Uh-oh. 13. Soon to be more. Needs to move away. This is brutal right now. If Krent just builds more walls, he'll force them to bulk up every time. This is absurd. I can't believe he hasn't killed Yellow yet either. Fatplot only has 8 nests of bees. He's needed, but the timing to get this right is difficult. You could very quickly lose your allies as well, right? Like Fatplot could die just after Yellow in quick succession here. He hasn't really got a far off base for Krent to reach. Another play hits the dust. Great Bombard count now at 15. We are at 216 population. Make that 14. 17 Great Bombards. Backstab coming in. Krent looking to react though. And they're way too tanky. That's not going to work! Oh my god, it's 24 Great Bombards! I mean, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy at this stage, guys. The Corvoran spam's coming out, but I don't know if it's going to be quick enough here. Clash is coming in. Great Bombards just need to target them, though, because every time they duplicate, they cluster. It's a race. An arms race. Corvorans duplicating again. Great Bombard count now getting backstabbed. The Nest of Bees coming in. This is the true Age of Siege. Corvorans have been breached, though. They've been breached, and they will be cleared. After all that effort, it's 22 Great Bombards. Samurai now coming from the north, but I think they're going to be too slow. Nest of Bees on the south side needs to be targeted down. They are just berries for the picking. Most cav has been removed, but now it's landmark snipe time. Samurai trying to come in from behind, and that's just going to feed it. The few melee units creating a little bit of a traffic jam. That's it. I mean, there's no coming back from this. It's 31 bombards. 36. Have I got any higher bidders? Sold to the man in green from Ukraine. 41 great bombards. The biggest and baddest of great bombard warriors. Dragavan, despite his best efforts and best intentions, it is over for the Corvoran boy. And soon, Fatblop will join him in an early grave. There is one play left for Paka. One way for him to pack this up and ship it to a win. A landmark snipe is the only way. But he's running out of time. Everyone else came to play Age of Empires 4. Kren, he came for some 10-pin bowling. The only thing is he didn't tell everyone else in the lobby that they'd be the pins and he'd be the ball. 49 great bombards. Paka, I don't even know if he knows the lay of the land. Oh my god, he doesn't. He doesn't even know where the landmarks are. And he's wasting valuable time. He's trying to snowball Ozutsu, but what he needs to be doing is finding landmarks ASAP. Killing villagers one by one means that you're buying enough time for Krent to get back into his base and win this game. Extension TC is not going to do either. You need the landmarks now. Siege being prepped. Zapaka, what? We're probably going for a ram shuffle in here to try and win. Zutsu can at least clear up the few knights that are here. And keep in mind, like, these knights are permanent losses. Kren has too much population. He can't replace these units. It is just siege. Ha 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 ha. I say as if just siege is bad. Did I forget to remind you guys that Zutsu are range damage? They do no damage, and oh no! Oh no! Krent now has 54 great bombards and 20 mangonels. Call him an ambulance. Actually, call him a morgue. He's dead. Not only is he defending his base, but Krent is shuffling into reds. That is it. My gold turned diamond Ukrainian shows you the true final form of triple mod. Woo-hoo-hoo! Holy shit. That was insane. So what do we call that one? Probably 50 plus great bombards. Attacking them just makes more of them. That's a good one. Holy crap. Whew. That's hilarious though. That was good fun. GG, well played. I was sick, actually. I'm really impressed. Well done, Krent. Easily could have sniped? Yeah. Just a tiny bit. The tough part is being able to use siege crews at that stage, because you just don't have any pop. Oh, I'm trying to think whether we maybe call it there. I mean, we've been going for just over, like, what, 10? We're going to go 10 and a quarter hours now. That might be a good one to end on. One more? Do I do one more? I think if I do one more, I don't know if I'm going to go live on Sunday at this point. I might just let the weekend be, because I'm not doing Saturday. It might feel weird to come and cast the tournament on the second day. I'm not sure about that. So maybe we do one more to make up for it, which will bring us close to an 11-hour stream. You never cast you versus Puppy Paw? I don't know how that means I owe you one... Like, I done you a favor. Alright? It was an 11-minute game. I done you a favor. You deserve me... You owe me a sub in advance for not casting that game, okay? No, I saw your message. I saw it. Alright, one more for the road. You guys want Baltic? Would Baltic be fun? 11 hours, why not round up? No, Faye. Okay, Faye, how many hours have you streamed this month? We'll turn this into a pissing contest. I'm going to be at 159 hours at the end of this stream. Was busy reading angry call messages? Dude, that guy was, he was so salty. You guys don't understand just how salty he was. Alright, would Baltic be fun to you guys? Yes or no? The mini-map Baltic. Would that be fun or not? You had 177 hours? Oh my god, touch some grass. Are you streaming every day, Faye? I thought you only streamed like 4 days a week. Well, I'm thinking like the water is going to snowball stupidly fast, right? So maybe Baltic would be fun. We need it to be a smaller map. Like, I wish there was a more water-intensive map. Maybe Floodplain? There's no fishing in Floodplain. Could Floodplain be good? Migration. The problem with Migration is it will be an hour-plus long game. And I hate hour-plus long games. Like, dude, like, I told you in your stream the other day, Nomad. Standard free-for-all's cringe. It's so bad. I don't get it. I don't get the appeal. You spend 25 minutes just building villages. It's so sleeper. Do African Wars? Really? Do you actually spawn that close on African Wars? You spawn closer, but you're still pretty far away, right? Do you guys want the mini maps or do you want African Wars? Black Forest, I will ban you. Dude, I'm like, you know, the Cat in the Hat scene where it's like, I'll get you and I'll make it look like an accident. I will get you and it'll look like a bloody accident. Do a micro map. All right, guys. Do you want... No, because we can't do micro maps. Because if you do micro map, we can't do triple kill. Because you need Nomad. Actually, maybe a Hosen's mod will solve that. Do you guys want African Waters or do you want a micro map? Because I think we can make this work on a micro map if people want that. I'm always just worried, even though you start close, people will just move away from each other and the game will be ages. Test it for safety? Yeah, I'll test it quickly. So we might be able to make this work, guys. We can use Merlin's micro map. It's the only thing that Vimlet reigns. Piece of shit left us. So let's have a look here. Micro Baltic? That didn't work. Well, that full-on crashed my game. So we will not be doing the micro map. So the votes, I'll let you guys choose what to do. Do we do mini-map Baltic? So like the size of like the dry Arabia we were doing before. Or do we do African Waters? You guys got 2 minutes while I set up the lobby. Yeah, that, I mean, dude, that didn't even delude me. That was like, you're out. Like, they're like, how dare you do these two things together? Get the f out. Oh, okay. Best map on the roster? Is it? How are we looking? Well, it's quite close. Get your roots in, boys and girls. Let me get this lobby set up. I got such a headache from banging my head earlier. That was brutal. Full on jumped and then hit like something. That hurt. If you are, by the way, not subscribed, because I'm noticing a few of you, I want those primes. You all begged for another game with 10 hours in. If you're one of those people begging for the game and you ain't giving me your prime, where is it? Freaking gonna be 11-hour stream. Where else do you get streams this long? No one else, because they're all more sane. Alright, what do we do? What looks good on Baltic? Savannah. The way I said that. Savannah. Alright, let's go. To Baltic. Alright, so on my mark, because it's even Stevens, so if it doesn't change, I guess I get to choose. Alright, Ducket, I guess I'm the choosing vote, right? There. African Wars. We'll do African Wars. Alright, guys. You know how it works. Wait for me to clear the queue. Once I've cleared it, and I say go, as soon as I say that, you'll have to put ! join space your username. Only once I say go, because I need to clear the queue first. Alright, go! Go, 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 go! More go than you get in CS. Alright, let's get this guy in. Desperate for it, I can see. He's thirsty for the gaming. Faplop. We got Krent. We got Dragavan. Got the return of McPhee. See, McPhee, you didn't get that free-for-all you were asking to be cast, but is this not better? Be real. Be honest. Enjoy the crap show? Damn right I will. Yeah, damn right this is better. This is so much better than normal free-for-alls. You need to get new people in. Like, dude, I always say share this round. I mean, screw it. Yeah, I'm going to go for false advertisement angle. Let people know about this type of stuff on Reddit. In different communities, Discords you're in. Like, I want to grow this type of stuff. I've said we have to focus on the 1v1 content, but I want to be able to do more of this. But obviously, we need participants and we need viewership to justify it. So, if you know there are more people out there that like this type of stuff, let them know. Let's get Cavallo in, one of our map creators. And I need, yes, I've got room for one more. So if someone else wants in, ! join. Now is your opportunity. And there is Laser. Okay. Oh, MSN, my friend, you were slightly too late. Unfortunate. You were teensy wincy bit too late. So let me check everything's correct. Yep, everything looks good. So let me force download this into Caillou. Yes, it's quite a simple mod. Basically, when one of your units kills 3 enemy units, it will duplicate. So it turn from 1 unit into 3 units. All right, so I'm going to leave. When I'm gone, someone needs to invite Laser. I've got a feeling there's multiple lasers, so have good fun with that. It's your problem now. Let's put the music back on. Oh, wait. You're right. We need to do civs. Crap. All right, I'll go down the list. Thank you very much. I almost forgot. We have to... It's your favorite part of the experience. First up is Nomad. Give him something, dog. Oh, good. If you duplicate the kings... No, I'm not going to give you ideas. English for Nomad. Golf claps all around. Golf claps all around. Next up, we've got Faplop. Faplop is going to be taking the field as the Chinese again. I mean, whatever. He didn't win. Let him have it. Next up, we've got Gotcha McPhee. I feel Delhi is on the way. Oh, no. Have we just got kings for days? We have. This is going to be like the Mongol game. Next up, Dragavan. Stick him. Not. Wait, he's going to get Mongols again. I can sense it. Ooh, no. All right, GG. You all tried. Ottomans for Dragavan. Kren. Don't think you've got the autos this time, my friend. I think you've got OOTD. Ooh! Monkey noises and Landsneck incoming. Packer, where are we packing up and shipping you out to? I feel like we're heading towards a Delhi game. Uh-oh. Careful the elephants. They might bite and they forget to get their boys on the back. Next up is Karyu. Are you ready for Byzantines? I wanted Ibid so badly there. So another Nesta B spammer. Our last hope, Laser. Can he deliver the Tower of the Sultan? Nah, pack it up, it's Delhi. All right, elephant lovers beware. Do we get Laser in the game? Hopefully they are ready and on standby. Lasers in game, fantastic. So everyone is at their stations ready to rock and roll. You have permission to launch. Whew. What's the pop count? Is it Kings 2? You can surpass the pop count by spamming units. But Kings can actually be duplicated. Mongol Khans can be duplicated. Pretty much everything can be duplicated. The only reason we are using that random tool is because if you pick Zhone, Zhone crashes the game right now. Yeah, I don't know how Wagger does that, but it always just like shows him as on the game and searching. But he's never on the game. Dude hasn't played AoE 4 in like months. Oh, free-for-all pass. Let's go back to one now, kid. Right, last call of the night, folks. It's been a good one. This will take us this will definitely take us over 11 hours. So if you haven't already, subscribe. Just thinking of you guys. I mean, I like money, but I don't want you guys to have to worry about ads. I'm just that type of guy, you know? The only types of ads you should have to worry about is in your World of Warcraft raid and how you're going to take them out with Cleave. This is like revealing the banquet, and it's literally just cheap cake and clown masks. What is this? I haven't done a free-for-all on African waters yet. I don't even know why banquet you be eating clown masks, but you really are. This is a mess. We're on African waters for a free-for-all using the triple mod. The one where when you duplicate, when you kill 3 units, rather you duplicate. Sorry, I'm a few drinks in. This should be a fun one. Yes, thank you. Good call, Pleco. I was a little bit hesitant people would be too far apart. Actually, I think my bigger concern was people would move away from each other, but I think we're going to get the snowball effect we're looking for, because this game mode is all about snowball. If you build a Nesta Bees and a Nesta Bees kills 3 units, congratulations, you're now the proud owner of 3 Nesta Bees. It's, in some cases, the worst nightmare for a budding father. Going in expecting 1 kid and then realizing you're going to get 3. It's a burden on your bank account. But beautifully, thankfully, in this mod, it's only a positive. And yes, this will work on water as well. I don't think the water's going to matter too much. In fact, I'm already seeing kind of a problem of African waters from a free-for-all perspective. Some players can fish and some most definitely will not. They're going to try, though. Karyu actually blocking out Nomad from getting on the water. And yeah, we theory crafted demo ships. We haven't tested it, but in theory, demo ships shouldn't duplicate, because the way demo ships work is that they delete themselves and then do their damage in AoE. That's the exact reason why when you play Dominion, the mode where you kill a king and get more population, if you kill a king with demo ships, you don't get assigned population. Because the unit, the thing that got the kill isn't assigned to a player anymore. And some interesting civs we've seen before, right? We've got double Delhi. This time we're going to get double English. This is interesting because similar to the Mongols Khan, the English king can duplicate. So if he gets 3 kills, congrats. You now have a civil war. If you then kill again, all of a sudden the kings... I mean, it's like the idea of using the term goats in these sports gets thrown away a bit too much. Outside that, we have now got a first-time Byzantines pick coming out from Karyu. Caillou is one of our map creators, by the way. He makes all of the mini-map ones, like mini-map Dry Arabian, mini-map Baltic, mini-map Mountain Clearing. He's also been working with me on a new map that's going to be showed off in the upcoming show match. Should be a fun one. But I'm going to be real with you guys. This is going to be Imperial Age, and then it's going to be Nestapes as well. Wait. Hold up. Drop the phone. Rewind. And play it back to me. We have got Hippodrome coming. This is Cataphract. I think actually Horseman works very well as well, right? Triumph plus Horseman with Exploratores kill villages very quickly. So you can just multiply. And that has an insane snowball effect to it, which pays you in the process. Next door neighbors for him are going to be a mixed bag here. Laser, I think, is one of our lower rank players. Nomad is Diamond bordering Conk, right? Then, to round it out as we go around the party, Yellow, this is a Smurf. They're usually like Conk rank. Faplop is a good Diamond player. Kren is a legendary Diamond player. Paka, I believe, was Plat rank. Apologies if I got that wrong on recollection. Dragavan is going to win this game because it's another Ottoman pick, and they are Conk rank. They are a very high ranked Conk rank. And I think, did that round it out? Did I miss someone? I think that's everyone we have to introduce and tip the hat for. Yeah, I think Dragavan's going to have to get targeted here. If he somehow gets to Imperial without pressure, this is a problem. And Paka's Diamond. Wait, Paka, why are you listing? You piece of crap. You better not be looking at the game. The problem with telling them not to look at the game is I lose 8 viewers. Like, what the hell? That's like a scam. All right. So, should be a fun one, though. Have we got any other interesting landmarks? I'm expecting Double King. Yeah, Yellow's already... What? Nomad, you could have had 1,000,000 free knights. Why? Actually, I think the English Abbey of Kings is really good in this game mode because any injured units can be topped off, right? It's just very hard to lose units. Council Hall on the other side... I mean, you can get early snipes. I just don't really rate it that highly, especially with your next-door neighbors. Dragavan and Caillou. Caillou with the Hippodrome build, which is great against the English, and then it's Dragavan. This is literally the highest-ranked player in the lobby. So, bold move coming out from Nomad. Why am I... You know, if the Barbican gets 3 kills, it doesn't duplicate, right? I love the fact that only 2 players have gone for fishing in this entire lobby. You've got Faplop in one pond, and then you've got Nomad in the entirely opposite one. Building multiply when killing... No, I already said that. That is a different mod that someone should make, and you should call it SimCitying. SimCity tower defense. Right? Your outpost kill stuff, they just duplicate. I think those type of mods are being slept on, by the way. Like, I'm thinking the early days of Warcraft, StarCraft, there were so many kind of fun, gimmicky game modes that weren't really in RTS anymore. I'd love to see if people were able to do that with AoE4. I think you're a bit more limited with the mod tools, but the idea is pretty cool. You know, if there was a way of creating an RPG adventure, for example, which there must be to a certain extent, considering the zone leveling mechanics. And I know I've seen leveling before. Pyramid Escape, AoE4 edition? Yeah. Like, you know, I was saying the other day, I'd love to see someone make a probe mod. For anyone to play probe, or I think it was Sheep and Wolves in Warcraft. And no, that was a different one. But the idea of probe is like you run away with a probe, and you just build a little base, and you have to defend against the Protoss warrior that's trying to kill you. Just everyone hiding in a corner, basically. Building a little defense base, cowering. Sheep Tag was incredible. There's so many good modes. I still, like, am baffled to this day of the creativity of some people in Warcraft. I still remember... Yeah, Zealot versus Probe. Thank you, Plecker. That's the full name. I still remember some incredible mods, like in Warcraft, that were entire RPG adventures, where you could choose to be a fisherman, or a local mayor, or you could build your own city. So many different things. Another one that is incredible, actually, was someone created Thing. They created the Thing. And there was also Protoss on Ice, I think it's called. Basically, you just like had the skill shot and destroy the ground around your opponents. I don't know how many of these would be doable with the current tools. This is exactly why I've been begging the devs to give State Tree access to the modders. You give them these tools, they will deliver you the most incredible modding environment imaginable. And actually, I think that's a big arm of development that is missing for AoE4 right now. Look at what we've created here. All these incredible game modes. Right? This one is taking a little bit of time to escalate, but it's going to get there quite quickly in the next 2 minutes. But, you know, the idea of things like the Meat Grinder mod, the Puny Peasants, the micro maps, the free X multiplier once you kill enough units. Like, there's so many good ideas out there. Some of them could be even better. Like, hosting in the chat that works really hard to create these incredible experiences for you guys. He has this incredible variant Civ that we're going to be testing next week, the Persians, which... It's incredible that he's created a variant Civ with the current modding tools, but I talked to him a little bit. And there were so many extra ideas there that he simply couldn't do because the devs handcuffed him. Breakthrough on the wood line is kind of weird. Oh my god, we've just got an Archer trade between these two players. Laser has gone with the Tower of Victory, Archer aims plus the Ghazi, but I don't think that wins against Hippodrome play here. Hippodrome plus, like, what Merc contract are we looking at here? No Merc contract. Okay, well, wait, does he even have olive oil? He's got some. Where did he gather the berries from? Right here. Okay, yeah, I'm blind. I wondered if they all just spawned in the center. That would have been hilarious. So trades begin. Remember, if one unit gets 3 kills, all of a sudden, congrats, you've got 2 extra units for free. So there's very, very snowballing elements to this. It's not a perfect mod. I will acknowledge the fact that tanky units just feel better. If you're playing Order of the Dragon, you're in a golden position. And speaking of golds, turn to diamonds, my boy Krent. What? That's... Sir, that... No, E. You press the E key, not the W key. E key. He's building men-at-arms instead of building land snakes. I mean, I guess it's better for diving, right? Packer, meanwhile, is just going to try for a tech up. We'll be able to get it. It's going to cost him a little bit. That's actually a good timing. If he got caught at the beginning of the tech up with his men-at-arms coming out, I think it would have been a GG. Because the men-at-arms would have killed so many villages. Still, a little bit surprised. No land snakes here. A land snake in there would have been a massacre. Especially considering there's no textiles coming out yet from Packer. This is an interesting idea, though. Golden Cuirass just makes you insanely tanky towards the tail end. If you can just get 1 more kill, because I think he's 1 kill away. Yep! He flops dead and then births 3 more. Wait, is that correct? Have I just been not paying attention? I thought it was you kill and you get you split into 3, so 2 extras for free. If you die within a small window, does that then become free pure? Or have I just been not paying enough attention? Have I been gold fishing? I might have been gold fishing. Right now, Krent is fishing for the big kills, though. Oh my god, I can't believe the snowball that just took it. Just forced. Dragovan is coming in with mass lances, though, and the GG Packer gets out of the way. He says, no way am I feeding you fools. Deal with each other. It'll give 3 fresh units. Okay, so the snowball's even bigger than I realized. So, correction, I'm an idiot. If you get 3 kills with a unit, you get 3 fresh extra units. That's insane. So even more snowball than I was giving it credit for. I don't know how I didn't notice that before. I guess it's kind of tricky because when you're watching, when it's bigger numbers, they just spawn on top of each other, so it's easy to not notice. This is a great fight for Dragovan, though. I mean, Lancers is the way. Lance deck now have been added in, but I feel like if they'd been there earlier, this would already be a GG comp. Unfortunately, just a little bit too slow, so instead, Dragovan is going to be the one milking the Order of the Dragon. Not something easy to do here, of how insanely tanky their units are. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the skirmishing continues between blue and pink, and it is getting bloody and messy. Nomad is being a filthy boomer boy in the meantime, going up to Castle Age, has got the fishing behind him. Over in the base of Faplar, we've got another Boom Kingdom. Astronomical Clock Tower, Nesta Bees now on the way, and just to the north of him, Yellow, playing as the English, has reached up to Castle Age, is now going in for the Knights. Dragovan, I mean, he's so good at doing this. This is a smart play, right? You might be thinking Dragovan's just not killing people to keep it fair and keep everyone in. No, that's a good guy attitude that is complete BS. The reason why Dragovan is not hard committing onto a player is that he knows he can snowball more by doing this. Roaming with these Knights and finding freebies, finding eco lines that are thick, that can get him 5 or 10 kills in the same span, that if he attacked the same player, he might get 4 or 5 kills. It's just being efficient. The other problem now is because these two players have been fighting over each other with archers, both pink and blue have a problem. Yellow and green, yellow and purple rather can farm him. Because they don't have Spearman to defend. That's going to come in from Caillou, but I actually think they are just going to be bird feed for what's coming. Dragavan dives into the English space as well. Says, that's enough damage, time to leave. Ambitious commitment coming out from Yellow. He's trying to peel away. I don't think it works here when there's just so many enemy units around you. I mean, he's desperate for a conversion, right? Like, he's at least actually converted into 3 kings here. Ah, this is rough. What I want you guys to realize is the king build is not OP like the Khan build. The king build, I mean, you upgrade knights for free, sure, but they are weaker knights. They have got more health, but they've got notably less damage and armor. So yeah, don't expect this to be the same way the Khans. Now we've got the meta with the movement speed. Smart choice here. I really like that. He's all about roaming, right? So this just gets more pacing to his build. It's impressive because Dragavan could have just rashed the Imperial Age. He is still going for it, but because he hasn't rushed towards it, he's kind of looked like he's a present player, which means to a certain degree, he's not seen as the biggest threat. If I compare it to Fablop, for example, who has really done nothing, it doesn't seem like he's done anything, right? The outside players. I'd be a lot more concerned about Fablop right now than I would about Dragavan on the offense because of that detail. But things are out to change. He's erecting the big boy. Istanbul Observatory now on the way. Oh, this is going to be... Wait, what? Oh, okay, guys. That timeout. We need to find the motto. This needs to be fixed. I can't believe that's what... Like, no. No, we've been so good about this. Dragavan, why? Dragavan, what? Please. Dragavan, please. Also, why are you doing it now? Just build a great bombard. Oh my god. Okay, so we have a problem. I mean, he could really just build a great bombard. It would be better. Wait, is this Uncopious mod? Is Uncopy the one that made it? Oh, hello. Yeah, you may need to fix this. Oops. Of course, Dragavan would use this. Paka, you probably knew about it as well. Intriguing. Land snakes. Ooh. Oh, hello. What? Why, good day, sailor. 14 land snakes. We're in business. 1720. To the highest bidder goes the spoils. 19. Made that 22 land snakes. And Fablop, I mean, he's got like nothing left here. He's pretty much dead. Wow. This is how he done it earlier? Done what? Like, who done what? If you're talking about Kren in the last game, no. Kren in the last game killed players, remember. The great bombard count came from attacking players directly. Kren's like, here's Johnny, give me them kills. Oh, no. Villagers should be able to get away. I mean, this is what I highlighted before, though. Like, you don't want to stay in one base too long. Like, this is where you want to move on. You've hurt Fablop. He's not going to attack you immediately. Just move on. And no, what we discovered in the first game is the Khan mass occurred because Dragavan discovered that you can kill wolves. Wolf kills will actually spawn you. So that may need to be tweaked in this mod because it's a little bit cheesy. More lands coming out. Yellow may want to think twice about attacking this. This gets a mango wall up in, but it's so difficult against Order the Dragon. And mangoes are now becoming a problem. We're up to 7. I mean, Dragavan, he wants a great bombard, but it might not even matter. This many mangoes starts to get lethal. I want you guys to just think, like everyone said Iamids for Tower of the Sultan. Just imagine you get 30 Manganiques. You actually do go into secondary rounds there. Your damage output would be insane. Oh, this is so scary. I actually think Nomad's dead. He had all the time to boom in the world, and this is just proof. And this is what I love about these type of mods, right? This is why I always back these type of mods. Booming wasn't the way. Yeah, Dragavan still aimed for Imperial Age, but it's not like he's sat in his ass doing nothing. Nomad's been playing too much traditional free-for-all. He's like, I like the vibe. We'll go Imperial Age. I'm English. Late game's good. What late game? Fool! You'll never get there. he's going to have to defend his base. And the moment he does that, these Mangos will farm him. Dragavan, a little bit of throwy here. I don't think you need to waste units like this. He's just going to force him, though. Nomad knows exactly how the story ends. With 6 Mangos turning into 18. Here we go. Shots coming in. Duplication commences. It's now 9 Mangos. Okay, I'm not sure you are right on this. I think the way this works is that if you lose the unit, in the moment it dies, it's 3 units. If you don't, it's only making 2 extra units. Because he has 7 Mangos, now he's got 9. And thank you very much, The Future is Ours, for the 3-month subscription in advance. You're a legend. Welcome to Swarm. You know what? I'm going to have to disagree. The future is not ours. The future is Dragavan's. Good God. And now we eat. Oh my God. It's 17 Mangos. Just use the Great Bombards for the love of Christ. Oh no. No, he has to kill 3 units, Nomad. 3 units triples the unit. As you may be noticing, the Age of Siege is very much alive. How are we looking in the line of Kren? Has Kren really done anything? No, he's just tacking up. He gave up and moved back to the Land Snakes. That's bad. He needs to... Oh wait, no, sorry. He just killed Fatblot, more or less. Fatblot's pretty much dead. And no, the Land Snakes! The Mangos thought they were farming. Joke's on them, they're being farmed. Well, that is one way to clear it. Unfortunately, it looks like the Knights are going to win out, though. Yeah, the Lance, I mean, they're going to survive at the tail end, but his count is lower than it was. And now, no one is left to stop this. I'm going to have to start banning Ottomans. I mean, in fairness to him, you could do this with any Civ. Right, the Mangos is a whatevs. You don't need Ottomans for this. Oh my God, Cataphract's now coming in. Caillou, it's a cute idea. I don't see how you're killing quick enough. Your Costless Cataphracts versus Elite Lancers, they are basically tankier than you. Mango's now going for the landmark snipe. I mean, it's going to be the end of another one. Dragavan is mopping up the map quick. Who would have thought that he could kill the map this quickly with 17 Great Bombards and 25 Mangos? He doesn't even have siege engineering. You know, siege works rather. He's got chem on the way though. Same with the adjustable crossbars. Wow. I feel like Kren is the only hope, but that's the Jubei. He's so busy killing off Fatblob. I mean, he needs more units. This is not enough Land Snakes. The duplication on the War Junks. Ban the neutral unit farming. It's hard to monitor is the problem. It needs to be a mod change. It's the same reason we done it with the meat grinder mod. We made it so you get punished for deleting. Because you can't, like, there's a trust element, but, you know, not going to say anyone's going to break it, but they could. And it'd be very hard to catch. And then it comes down to the awkward issue of, like, what's an accident and what's on purpose. Well, this is not accidental. Dragavan came in with a strat. And he leaves with a dub. No one's left to contest him anymore. Another player cut down. He's now been responsible for killing, what, 1, 2, 3, make that 4. He's going to kill everyone. Well, this still doesn't beat the record. That lays with Kren. What was it? Was it 54 Great Bombards? I think it actually went up to 72. So it's rookie numbers, guys. Rookie numbers. Mango's trying to trade back, but it just doesn't matter. It's just too much now. Yellow immediately surrenders over. Dragavan doesn't even need to farm, he might. But what is this? Kren, you madman. Can he do it? The keep goes up, so I'm not sure he can. But this is bold. He'd need to be quick. I think he needs spears with the torch damage. Land snakes aren't even going to multiply because it's not enough units for them to kill right now. I mean, Kren, this is ambitious. This is the one way, but unfortunately, I just don't think it is the way that is going to work. It's too many landmarks. They are all on one screen, so that's the upside. The problem is, what blows up buildings faster? 23 footmen or 17 great bombards? We're going to find out on this week's edition of Why the Duck Is This Game Still Going On? Oh my god. I gotta respect the Kren for this, man. This is a zealous attempt, a bold attempt. Unfortunately, it came too late. GG gets called. Dragavan will be your victor. Consolidating and proving that Oppermans are still way too OP. Mods or normal. Get those great bombards out of my game. Well played. Didn't even make 11 hours. That's true. Let's just sit here for 10 minutes in silence for that comment. No, well played, Dragaman. Well played. Good game. Good game. Well played. I want to farm vills. Oh, Serenity Start is not the best way to get it out. You want to farm vills? Yeah. So, like, well, I thought you were going to cleave him down, but you didn't, right? You had to run away because Dragavan attacked you. Yes, good job, Pleco. Well played. Well played. But I think we're going to get ready to wind down now. That's an 11-hour stream. If I come online on Sunday, it'll be a little bit impromptu. I might just take the weekend off to catch up on behind-the-scenes things and actually spend some time with the fam. Because I'm just looking back, like, how many hours have we done this week on just the weekdays alone? Because we ended up doing 4 streams already on weekdays. I'm curious on this. Because I think we done, like, did we do almost 40 hours? No, it wasn't that long. All right, so we done 17, 22, 33 hours across 4 days is not bad. Jesus. Oh, well played, everyone. Okay, so gonna start winding down now. Wait, one sec. Let me check something because I'm pretty sure I saw a certain someone. One sec. Let me put the music on because I need to check on something. Trying to bully someone into something. Oh man, that was fun though. Glad we actually had the people for that. That was good. Finding an OOTD feels bad. Yeah. I mean, like, it's not perfectly balanced. It's not going to be. But like I said, this whole idea everything has to be perfectly balanced is cringe anyway. It made sense for something like the Meat Grinder mod because it's an easy change, but like I don't know how you'd fundamentally change that mod to balance it well. It gets very convoluted if you try. Playing them is fun too. Hell yeah. Dude, people should play more of these. I'm telling you, like, all these ideas are 10 times better than normal free-for-alls. It's tough because people just like the ease of quick match queuing, right? But like these are better experiences. Full stop. Cloning by resources instead of by units? Like, how would you calculate that? Well, actually, I guess you could, but like the internal clock trackers would probably put a lot of overhead. It's tough. Maybe, like, I mean, you could look into it. Like, wait, the mod creator was in the chat, right? Is that correct? Because they got added earlier. Is that the person that created the mod? Maybe they could look into that if that's feasible. That might be a good way of doing it. I don't know if Uncopia like made the mod. If they did, shout out to Uncopia. Good job, man. That was a fun mod. Definitely needs a bit of evolution. I mean, let people have the options. If they want to play the really broken form, we'll do that. That should be an option. But like, Yeah, if there's an efficient way to have units track their value increments so that you can basically say, oh, this land snake has killed blah blah, triple, right? So once it's killed 3 times its like value, it triples, is what people are highlighting. That would give you a very balanced mode. I mean, I still find this crap comical, but like if people want to have a more balanced, fair mod around the table, that would be the way to facilitate it for sure. All right. But look at that. That wonderful conversation is getting us close to 11 hours. I think we should find someone to raid now. But yeah, once again, really big shout out to Uncopia. That was a fun game mode. How much does a Khan cost then? You can apply incremental values. We've done that with the zone in Meat Grinder mod. So we done it with a buyback costs. You could maybe like, I don't think you'd associate the same. Khan might have to scale differently. So like level 1 Khan's worth 50 resources. Level 2's worth 150 maybe. Level 3 is worth 250. And then level 4's worth like 5. Would 500 be? Nah, not 500. I don't think like maybe 300. Something like that. You'd have to figure out the numbers. You want it to be fun and simple? Oh yeah, for sure. But like that's the thing I'm saying. Like you can have the fun and simple, but if you have the capacity to add in the options, it lets people tweak it to their desire, right? Which is always fun. All right, who do we raid? I was just checking with Marika if she was going to come online. Looks like she's not. Is there a farmer? Do I see a farmer? An Uar farmer? Little farmy boy? Little farmer? I think I see a farmer.
Oh, that was a problem.
I don't know who's casting.
Like I didn't have any. My scout.
Oh, he's playing. Oh, farmer's playing. Oh, there you go. Let's prep a raid through there. You gotta get your pigeon emotes ready. If you haven't got your pigeon emotes, why have you not subscribed to this channel? It's been an 11-hour stream. You have got some of the best emotes you can find on the platform at your fingertips for just $5 or even less because you all have Amazon Prime. I still have Amazon Prime. I don't even freaking use Amazon Prime. Get those subs in if you haven't already. Or get them in next time at least. For now, all I want you to do, those that have got your subs, that have got your emotes, get ready to spam the K-Pig hypes in the chat when you go through this raid. Go have some fun with Farman. Loosey Goosey is currently on the search to go from a loose goose into that one from the goose game that steals all your crap and beats you up. So let's see if we can do it. Go have some fun with Farman, and I'll catch you all again. Most definitely Monday. Sunday, I'm going to play by the ear. ! Discord. Join my Discord if you haven't already, so that if I do go live, you will know. But outside that, bare minimum, you can expect me live practically every week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So hopefully I'll see you all soon. Toodaloo.